Episode 1. The Divine Judgment Game. A nation transcends, transmuting into NPCs. Attention. At ease. Stand straight. The Divine Judgment Game. The awakening ceremony is about to commence. In Daxia, within the city of Linjiang, at Linjiang No. 1 High School, a group of youthful and fervent senior students stands on the playground. Today marks the most pivotal day of their lives, the day of divine awakening. Amidst the crowd, a young man clad in black leans lazily against the wall, his head slightly bowed and eyes narrowed. The golden sunlight gently caresses his profile, revealing a certain coldness forged through trials. Suddenly, he snaps his eyes open, a glimmer of surprise and bewilderment flickering within them. Have I transcended? In his previous life, Su Changqing was a weary programmer subjected to the relentless grind of a 996 work schedule. With only a high school education and coming from a training institution, he faced a midlife crisis at the age of 35, cherishing his job opportunities more than anyone else. To that end, he resided in the office for 3 consecutive months, laboring tirelessly to develop a game, ultimately fulfilling the tasks assigned by his superiors. Yet, just as he allowed himself a moment of respite, he was suddenly struck by a wave of palpitations, his vision darkening as he lost consciousness. Upon awakening, he found himself in this unfamiliar place. Su Changqing took 3 minutes to fully absorb the memories of his new self. This planet is called Blue Star. 20 years prior, in the year 2025, the Divine Judgment VR game descended, ushering in a nationwide class transition. Players aged 18 and above could project their consciousness into the game, embarking on a second journey in life. It is said that within the Divine Judgment game, the abilities, techniques, equipment, and items acquired can materialize in the real world. Furthermore, a partner system is introduced later, allowing players to forge bonds with NPCs in the game, even materializing their game partners. Additionally, the affluent gentlemen of Linjiang City have already acquired 12 wives, each proficient in the arts, forming the illustrious 12 music maids. Consequently, the Divine Judgment game has garnered fervent acclaim from millions of players. On stage, Principal Song Jinxiao holds a stone pulsating with energy, proclaiming, "Each of you will receive a divine stone. By absorbing it, you will project your consciousness into the Divine Judgment game." First-time players will awaken their professions and complete their class transition tasks. In the Divine Judgment game, professions are categorized into 4 major types: combat, elemental, support, and life. The quality of professions is divided into 9 tiers, ranging from the lowest F rank to the highest SSS rank. According to last year's awakening statistics in Linjiang City, out of approximately 500,000 senior students, only 1% awakened to C rank, a mere 1,000th achieved B rank, and a pitiful 1/10th reached a rank. This implies that last year, only 50 students in the entire Linjiang City awakened with a grade talent. Let's not even mention the Shrank and the legendary SS and SSS ranks. Su Changqing took a deep breath, his eyes glimmering with a hint of anticipation. I hope to acquire a combat type, a grade quality. At least that would ensure a monthly salary exceeding 10,000. Before long, Su Changqing obtained a piece of divine stone. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he grasped the divine stone tightly in his hand. Just as he was about to close his eyes to meditate, he heard someone in front leap up, exuberantly thumping their chest that "It was worth my 3-day, 3-night kneeling before Buddha. I have finally awakened a combat profession. And it's a grade, ha 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 ha. I merely enjoy watching a few action films. Why did you grant me the awakening of a grade-blind master? Are you mocking me? Is it just because my legs are a bit thick that I awakened as a grade delivery person? Just because I can run? By the way, what did Tang Xiaohua awaken? Why is she so quiet? I have no idea. She and Long Xiaohua have been nurtured as super geniuses by the school since freshman year. Even their awakenings have special teachers accompanying them. This is the difference between geniuses and us mediocre individuals. At that moment, someone rushed over to the principal and whispered a few words. Instantly, the principal's face turned crimson with excitement as he stood up and announced loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, I have some monumental news to share. Student Tang Bing has successfully awakened as an grade Ice Element Mage, becoming the 3rd genius in Linjiang City this year to awaken at the grade level." As the words fell, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Gasps and discussions echoed throughout the hall. Amidst the clamor and anticipation, Tang Bing emerged, surrounded by a group of teachers as if she were the moon amidst the stars. She stood tall, measuring at least 172 centimeters. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded down to her waist, and her phoenix eyes, clear yet imbued with a hint of coldness, bore a subtle upward curve at the lips that exuded in innate pride, radiating a sense of aloofness that kept others at bay. Her figure was nothing short of perfection, especially that alluring peach-shaped posterior, which stirred a curiosity to uncover the mysteries behind her. Tang Bing, please say a few words to your classmates, Song Jinxiao urged with a smile. Tang Bing nodded in acknowledgement. As she approached the front, her beautiful eyes scanned the crowd and landed on the last row, where Su Changqing lounged with a nonchalant expression. A glimmer of mockery and disdain flickered in her gaze. Since their birth, she and Su Changqing had been betrothed. Had Su Changqing been a disciplined and ambitious individual, it could have blossomed into a beautiful tale. However, since childhood, Su Changqing had been a lackluster student. Especially after the tragic accident that claimed his parents 3 years ago, he had become a hopeless case, akin to mud that could not be molded. Tang Bing harbored a profound contempt for Su Changqing, compelled to feign compliance and engage in an engagement under the duress of her parents. After the engagement, she felt an incessant simmering anger within her, vowing to ascend as a preeminent genius, liberate herself from her parents' constraints, extricate herself from the clutches of the insipid Su Changqing, and seize control of her destiny. And today, on the momentous occasion of awakening her scrayed talent, she resolved to accomplish what had long been the subject of her nightly dreams. Fellow classmates, today I have awakened my scrayed talent. Ordinarily, this is a momentous occasion, however, I bear a heavy stone in my heart that must be shattered for me to find relief. Upon hearing this, her classmates began to murmur with curiosity, glancing at Su Changqing with expressions brimming with intrigue. Tang Bing lifted her chin, her gaze steeped in disdain as though she were regarding refuse, and continued. I have understood since childhood that this world harbors numerous vexations, akin to a stubborn plaster that one cannot simply shake off. It is akin to a lump of mud thrust upon me, wherein I naively believed I could mold it into something precious. Some individuals, from an early age, are akin to a hopeless case, neglecting their studies in favor of truancy, brawling, and gaming, thus tarnishing their parents' reputation. Spending their days in a lackadaisical manner, resembling wandering spirits, they engage in no meaningful endeavors. While others strive forward with relentless determination, they cower like turtles, ensconced in their comfort zones, awaiting demise. I once thought that perhaps they were merely immature, lacking understanding, and that with age, they might grasp the importance of diligence. Alas, I was foolish and naive. This person is inherently inept. Mud remains mud, and no gilding can elevate it to prominence. When his parents were alive, they managed to exert some control over him. He lived like a parasite, sheltered by their protection. But 3 years ago, following a tragic accident that claimed his parents, he became unrestrained, like a wild dog set loose, wholly liberated. Lacking both skill and fortune, he merely wallows at home, consuming his inheritance. What distinguishes him from a mere wastrel? At this juncture, Tang Bing deliberately raised her voice, her gaze fixed intently upon Su Changqing, brimming with contempt and disdain. Today, I stand here due to my own merits, a testament to my relentless efforts. Those attempts to thrust me into the abyss must come to an end. I, Tang Bing, am not so foolish as to wager my future happiness on a man who is nothing more than a hindrance, an incapable lump of mud. Su Changqing, I am addressing you. I hereby unilaterally declare the dissolution of our engagement. From this day forth, we shall part ways, each to follow our own path, with no further obstruction from one another. If you still consider yourself a man, cease your entanglements, and allow me to leave. It would be for the best of us all. Humph. Upon finishing her words, she abruptly turned her head, not sparing a single glance at Su Changqing. Her demeanor suggested that even a fleeting glance at him would be akin to inviting misfortune. A profound silence enveloped the room. All eyes were fixated on Su Changqing, some filled with pity, others with sympathy, and a few with a sense of schadenfreude. Song Jinxiao awkwardly stepped forward and declared, "All right, classmates, let's continue." He added, "I hope you all achieve excellent results today." Su Changqing could only shake his head in resignation. The original owner's despondency stemmed from a tangible source. He had witnessed his parents' tragic accident, a consequence of human malice, yet he felt powerless to exact vengeance, leaving him to numb his own pain. At this moment, whether Tang Bing's cancellation of their engagement was a blessing, he found solace in his solitude. Soon, Su Chongqing closed his eyes, gripping the divine stone tightly. Drawing in a deep breath, he pushed aside distracting thoughts, allowing his consciousness to seep into the stone. Welcome, Blue Star players, to the Divine Judgment game. Newbie server number 9375. Detection indicates this is your first entry into the game. Awakening is commencing. Awakening complete. Congratulations on awakening the hidden life profession. Game Master. Your profession grade is our level. Episode 2. The unique profession, Game Master, begins task allocation. In an instant, a beam of light, as robust as a celestial column, descended from the void above, illuminating Su Chongqing's consciousness. The light rapidly coalesced, and at the center of the beam, Su Chongqing's form began to materialize. He stood tall at an impressive height of 1.85 meters, his stature as straight as a pine tree. With sleek black hair and clad in a fitted black outfit, his features were strikingly chiseled, with slightly arched brows that conveyed an inherent air of pride and nonconformity. Before long, he opened his eyes wide, moved his fingers, and took a deep breath. This truly within the game. I have awakened a hidden life profession. What on earth is a Game Master? At that moment, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding, your profession is Game Master. Please confirm your name within the game. Note, you may use your original name without duplication check. After a moment of contemplation, Su Chongqing declared, Chia Ding. This name has already been taken. Detection indicates your identity as a game NPC. The previous owner's name has been revoked for your use. Naming successful. Your personal panel has been generated. Please click to view. Su Chongqing, what? I've transformed into a game NPC. He hurriedly opened the panel to examine his personal information. Name, Chia White. Profession, Game Master. Unique beginner. Grade, our level. Level, 0. Status, near death. Strength, 0. Agility, 0. Constitution, 0. Mentality, 0. Free attribute points, 0. Exclusive talent, 1. Task assignment. As an NPC within the game, you possess the authority to assign quests to players, with a maximum quest level not exceeding your own professional rank. Upon successful completion of a task by a player, you shall receive equivalent rewards. Note, currently, each individual is limited to 1 basic task per day. Exclusive talent, 2. Player recruitment. As a member of Fishhead Village, you are empowered to cultivate your own faction, allowing you to recruit players. Upon successful recruitment, you will receive 100% of the other party's abilities, attributes, experience, and rewards. Exclusive talent, 3. Attribute conversion. Whenever a member undertakes a faction task, it can be converted into specific attribute values, which you will also proportionally acquire. Exclusive talent, 4. Manifestation. As an NPC, you have the privilege to enjoy the power of manifestation in advance, with your current manifestation ability percentage standing at 10. Note, the monetary manifestation rate is 100. Kind reminder, elevating NPC levels can unlock additional privileges. An R-Class Game Master. Goodness, is this a lifestyle profession? This is unheard of. The Divine Judgment game has been around for over 20 years, and I have never heard of an R-Class profession. Could it be that I am sufficiently extraordinary? However, what does this near-death status mean? Su Chongqing collected his thoughts, realizing he was lying in a cramped room. He felt utterly weak. Moving even a finger was an arduous task. At that moment, creak, the door was pushed open from the outside. A cold, unfeeling woman entered. Su Chongqing turned to look, and to his astonishment, he could access her information. Name, Tang Bing. Gender, female. Age, 18. Profession, junior ice element mage. Talent, S-class. Status, recruitable. Upon entering, Tang Bing noticed a man lying on the bed. His complexion was pale, covered in blood, and his breath was weak, appearing as though he could depart for the Western Paradise at any moment. 7 Knights? A white NPC? In the Divine Judgment world, NPCs are also categorized into levels, discernible from their names. There are a total of 9 levels, classified as white, green, yellow, blue, purple, orange, gold, red, and black. Different colors signify varying degrees of importance among NPCs. Tang Bing shook her head, her disdain evident. A useless NPC spending even 2 seconds looking at you is a waste of my time. Su Changqing, damn you. With such beauty, why such a foul mouth? Have you lost your mind? At that moment, another figure with an alluring silhouette entered from outside. Long Weiwei, Tang Bing. Long Weiwei never anticipated encountering Tang Bing in this place. Her gaze flickered, and she hesitated to meet her eyes directly. Previously, during their time at school, the two were often compared to one another. They even had their own fan clubs, each believing fervently that their chosen school beauty was superior, leading to rather heated disputes. However, what left everyone astonished was that Tang Bing awakened as an Shrank elemental mage, while Long Weiwei only awakened as a brank pharmacist in a mundane profession. From that moment on, no one dared to compare the two again. With her arms crossed before her chest, Tang Bing regarded Long Weiwei with palpable disdain, scrutinizing her from head to toe, a mocking smirk curling at the corners of her lips. "Oh, isn't this the renowned Long, the great pharmacist? What a surprise to see you here, joining the fray today." Long Weiwei's complexion instantly drained of color. She bit her lip and murmured, I was just passing by, merely taking a look." Yet, Tang Bing was not inclined to let her off so easily. She pointed toward the bed where Su Changqing lay, barely clinging to life, and with a sarcastic tone declared, "Since you're here, don't just stand idly by. Look over there if there's a dying NPC, why not go collect a task from him? With someone like you, who is utterly unwanted, your only option is to run errands like this." Long Weiwei's eyes brimmed with unshed tears, and she clenched her hands tightly around the hem of her clothing, refraining from retorting against Tang Bing's words. Deep down, she recognized that in this world where strength reigned supreme, her brank pharmacist profession afforded her little authority. In stark contrast, Tang Bing, as an Shrank elemental mage, held an exalted status both in the divine judgment world and on Blue Star. Yet, Tang Bing's words pierced her heart like sharp daggers. Witnessing this scene, Su Changqing felt immense pity for Long Weiwei. Sometimes, one's origins subtly determine their limits. Some individuals with a mere 544 can ascend to greatness, while others, with a mere 44, can command those at the top. With a thought, Su Changqing examined Long Weiwei's personal information. Name, Long Weiwei. Gender, female. Age, 18. Profession, junior pharmacist unique. Talent, SS rank sealed. Status, recruitable. SS rank. A unique profession? Su Changqing was almost compelled to rise from the bed in excitement. This indicated that Long Weiwei was not the brank talent rumors suggested. She was merely temporarily sealed. She must be recruited, you. Come here. Su Changqing exerted all his strength to utter this phrase. Upon hearing Su Changqing's faint yet urgent call, Tang Bing emitted an exaggerated scoff, her eyes rolling so far back it seemed she could see her own skull. With her hands on her hips and her chin held high, she resembled a proud peacock displaying its feathers. Facing Long Weiwei, she unleashed a torrent of scorn. "Long Weiwei, do you see? Even when I disdain him in front of NPCs, he still grovels at my feet like a lapdog. Just look at your own pitiful status. You're merely a wretched NPC, yet you dare to presume authority in this gaming realm. You ought to take a good look in the mirror at your own disgrace." As she spoke, she deliberately leaned closer to Su Changqing, her finger nearly poking his face, continuing with a look of utter revulsion. "You reek, and your very presence is nauseating. If you have something to say, spit it out. I'd rather not be sullied by your misfortune." Furious, Su Changqing mustered all his strength to retort. "Idiot, get away from me. Long Weiwei, come here. You." Tang Bing trembled with rage, feeling utterly humiliated. Who would care for your useless self?" Long Weiwei was momentarily taken aback. Though she was unsure why the NPC summoned her, she approached nonetheless. As she drew near, a system notification echoed in her mind. Ding. 7 Knight has a primary task for you. Task content: pour a cup of water and feed it to him. Task reward: 1 primary chi blood pill. Long Weiwei. What? Simply feeding him a cup of water will earn me a primary chi blood pill? Is it truly that easy? She hurried to the table, poured a cup of water, and returned to the bedside, supporting Su Changqing as she gently helped him drink. Ding! Congratulations on completing the task. You have received one primary chi blood pill. With a thought, Long Weiwei gazed at the crimson pill resting in her palm, her face alight with excitement. Thank you, Mr. Seven Knight. She then deeply bowed, a profound gratitude reflected in her demeanor. This unexpected boon left Su Chongqing slightly flushed. Meanwhile, Tang Bing stood in bewilderment, feeling as if she had missed out on a fortune. What nonsense is this? A task so simple could yield a chi blood pill worth 100,000. Regret washed over her. How could she have resisted the urge to show off in front of Long Weiwei? Otherwise, that pill would have been hers. Tang Bing edged closer, squeezing past Long Weiwei, her sweet smile on full display. Mr. Seven Knight, I too wish to undertake a task. Ding. Seven Knight has a primary task for you. Task content: assist him to the restroom, then help him clean himself. Task reward: a bag of Comfort brand sanitary napkins. Tang Bing. Episode 3. Logging Crew, Seeking the Path of the Cosmos, Tree Cutting Quest. You. Tang Bing was driven to madness. Why is it that the task assigned to that despicable Long Weiwei is so simple, while I am left to assist the NPCs with their trivialities? The very thought of using my middle finger to sow seams makes me feel nauseous. I, Tang Bing, am in Shrank Ice Element Mage, a being destined to command the winds and rains in this virtual realm, reigning supreme over all. How could I possibly stoop to such demeaning tasks? Although Tang Bing was furious, she understood that NPCs were merely characters within the game, unworthy of her ire. Long Weiwei, this task is one I have conceded to you, but do not revel in your triumph. Look at the brilliance surrounding me wherever I go. I am the center of attention, the object of everyone's admiration. Now observe yourself, trailing behind me like a mere handmaiden. No matter how hard you strive, you shall forever dwell in my shadow. My esteemed status, Tang Bing, is something you could scarcely imagine in your lifetime. I hope that your days ahead are as fortunate as today. Humph. With that, Tang Bing turned on her heel and departed. Her haughty demeanor, exuding an air of superiority, was enough to ignite fury in those who witnessed it. However, Long Weiwei knew that Tang Bing's words, though uncomfortable in tone, were not entirely unfounded. Mr. Chia, I must take my leave, thank you. Wait a moment. Su Chongqing called out to her, inquiring. I wish to establish a faction. Would you be willing to follow me? Long Weiwei was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing Su Chongqing, who lay on the bed. Establish a faction. Such unwavering ambition, despite his circumstances. This Mr. Chia struggles with self-care, yet possesses such lofty aspirations. And here I am, in a far better position, with no right to wallow in despair. In truth, Long Weiwei had contemplated this seriously. With her brain talent, upon reaching level 10 and transitioning, even if she were to be recruited by a major force after leaving Fishhead Village, she would merely secure a job. With a monthly salary of 3,000, there was no promising future in sight. Given this reality, it seemed more prudent to align herself with Mr. Chia, as it would at least afford her some ease. Long Weiwei gazed at Su Chongqing, speaking earnestly. Mr. Chia, I'm truly grateful for your recognition. However, I hope you will consider this carefully. I am merely a brank alchemist, and there are countless with greater talents than mine out there. Before she could finish, Su Chongqing interrupted with a wave. Talented horses are common, but true mentors are rare. I see a future for you that is anything but ordinary. If you believe in me, let us together forge a sensational super faction. Long Weiwei was taken aback by his words, her pupils constricting, her body trembling. How captivating! Despite the apparent despondency of the man before her, life had not defeated him. Rather, it had imbued him with resilience, radiating an indescribable confidence. Had it not been for the knowledge that the other was merely an NPC, Long Weiwei might have found herself enamored. Ding. Chia invites you to join his faction, Eternal Night. Do you agree to join? Agree. Ding. You have successfully joined Eternal Night and become one of its members. Based on contribution value, your current position is Ordinary Member. On Su Chongqing's side, upon establishing his faction, he immediately extended an invitation to Long Weiwei. Ding. You have successfully recruited member Long Weiwei. All attributes 10. Synchronizing Long Weiwei's abilities. Ding. Congratulations, You have acquired the SS level talent, Source of Venom. Ding! Member Long Wei Wei consumes a primary vitality pill. Gaining 100 experience, you receive 100 experience. Ding! Member Long Wei Wei levels up by 1, currently at level 1, gaining 5 attribute points, you receive 5 attribute points. Ding! Experience reaches 100, your level increases by 1, currently at level 1, gaining 5 attribute points. Name, Chia White. Occupation, Game Master Unique Beginner. Rank R, Level 1. Status, Normal. Strength, 10. Agility, 10. Constitution, 10. Spirit, 10. Free attribute points, 10. Synchronizing abilities, experience, and attribute points? Ha ha ha. I adore you, Dragon Sister. Su Changqing nodded with satisfaction. As long as you work hard enough, I can effortlessly obtain all that you strive for. Ding. Faction task function has been activated. Lumberjack, seek the Great Tao to chop trees. Please direct faction members to the stronghold to fell the demon trees. Hint, to unlock more functions, more contribution points are required to elevate the faction's level. Long Wei Wei consumed a primary vitality pill in her possession, instantly elevating her level by 1. She is currently at level 1. Though her talent is exceedingly ordinary, she has ascended a level in less than an hour since entering the game. The speed is remarkably swift. Mr. Chia, if there is nothing further, I shall proceed to level up. No sooner had she spoken. Su Changqing sat up from the bed, startling Long Wei Wei to retreat 3 steps, and with a thud, she landed on the floor, wincing in pain. Duong. Are you alright? Su Changqing chuckled. Actually, everything just now was a test for the players, and you have successfully passed my examination. Long Wei Wei suddenly understood. Indeed, the thought processes of NPCs are quite unique. The stronghold has been activated. You may proceed with the faction tasks, Su Changqing remarked. Long Wei Wei's expression froze momentarily, and she let out a silent sigh. Deep down, she was reluctant. Most faction tasks primarily yield contribution points, which prove of little assistance to her development. However, her current prowess was largely attributed to the aid of Chia. Since this is the first time he has actively invited me to undertake a task, it would be unwise to dampen his spirits, she thought. After completing this faction task, I shall decline his future requests and focus solely on leveling up. Long Wei Wei nodded gently. Summoning the system panel, she navigated to the faction section and clicked to enter. She felt a sudden tugging sensation, and as her vision flickered, she found herself in a space approximately 200 square meters in size. Is this the faction stronghold? Currently, the Eternal Night was merely a level 1 small faction in Fishhead Village, and the stronghold was exceedingly rudimentary. Ding. Faction task acquired. Chop down the demon tree. As the announcement concluded, a rusted axe materialized in Long Wei Wei's hands. Before long, she discovered a demon tree known as the Soul-Eating Vine's 9-Pulse Calamity in the backyard of the stronghold. Its entire body was cloaked in dark purple scales, from which seeped a ghostly blue venom, eroding the ground into honeycomb-like cavities. Countless distorted human faces emerged as reliefs on the tree's bark, each visage corresponding to a once-devoured cultivator. When the tree was attacked, the faces emitted a collective wail, disrupting the consciousness of the woodcutter. Long Wei Wei approached the demon tree with the axe in hand, and it began to sway. Yet, due to the tree being bound, it posed no threat to Long Wei Wei. Bang! She raised the axe and struck without hesitation. Roar! The demon tree quivered, its trunk revealing hundreds of faces that screamed in agony. Long Wei Wei shuddered momentarily, her mind slightly dazed, but she quickly regained her composure. How formidable! Fortunately, the demon tree is restrained otherwise. A mere thought could obliterate me. Onward! Bang! Bang bang. An hour later, Su Changqing lounged comfortably in a chair in the courtyard, basking in the sun. Fortunately, the original persona was inherently lazy otherwise. He might have felt quite out of place lying idle. At that moment, a series of system prompt sounds resonated in his mind. Ding! Member Long Wei Wei has chopped down the tree 1,000 times. Gaining 1 point of strength, you receive 1 point of strength. Ding! Member Long Wei Wei has completed 1 tree chopping task. Earning 1 contribution point and 500 copper coins, you receive 500 copper coins. Ding! Member Long Weiwei has accumulated 1 hour of online duration. Gaining 1 point of spirit, you receive 1 point of spirit. The anti-addiction system has been activated. Each faction member may enhance their abilities for a maximum of 8 hours daily. Within the stronghold before the 9 veins calamity vine, Long Weiwei stood in a daze, her face a canvas of disbelief. What is the meaning of this? Chopping trees can enhance one's strength. Time spent online can augment one's spirit. Am I losing my mind? Or has the world gone mad? She had never encountered such a preposterously extraordinary task from a faction. Previously, when assisting Mr. Chi with a drink, she was rewarded with a basic vitality pill, valued at a staggering 100,000, sufficient to sustain an ordinary family for 6 months without sustenance. Even such a straightforward task had seemed wildly absurd to her. Yet now she was informed that merely wielding an axe to chop could elevate her prowess. Even if she did nothing but find a place to slumber, her spirit would increase by 8 points daily. What distinction was there from idling? If this is the case, perhaps I am the only woman in the world who can ascend to divinity through mere slumber. Oh, how I yearn to strive! Yet, Mr. Chi forbids it. Chapter 4. The Eccentric Tavern Keeper, Lord Chia. On the very first day in the world of divine judgment, Long Weiwei immersed herself for a staggering 8 hours straight. Not even the basic necessities, like meals or restroom breaks, could distract her. She was utterly enthralled, akin to a girl lost in the throes of an internet addiction. Finally, after tirelessly battling the demon trees for those 8 hours, she gazed upon her personal attributes panel and mused, I find myself rather fond of contributing to a faction. Yet, she knew she must hasten her leveling up. First, she aimed to reach level 10 and complete the first job transition task to escape Fishhead Village. In the realm of divine judgment, players could undertake job transition tasks at levels 10, 30, 50, 70, and 90. Only by completing these tasks could a character's attributes, talents, and skills see significant enhancement. Long Weiwei glanced at the time. It was already 5 in the afternoon. 1 more hour of practice, and then she would return home. With a flicker of thought, the world around her blurred momentarily. Soon, she found herself back at Su Changqing's home. As she stepped out, she spotted Su Changqing lounging in the courtyard, basking comfortably in the sunset. Ah, the tranquility of life. At times, she envied such carefree existence within the game. Devoid of worries, much like a retired elder. Unlike herself and others, who were caught in a relentless grind. However, this envy was fleeting. After all, those who seemed strong in the early game would soon be surpassed by players in the mid to late stages, ultimately facing relentless defeat. Especially someone like Chia, who merely served as a tool to enhance player strength in the novice village. Once he left Fishhead Village, his significance would diminish greatly. With a sigh, Long Weiwei approached him, smiling as she said, Mr. Chia, I'm heading out for a stroll. Su Changqing, roused from his reverie, slowly opened his eyes. Oh, all right. You go ahead. Long Weiwei bit her lip, attempting to entice him. Mr. Chia, would you like to join me for a walk? She hoped to inspire Chia to elevate his strength as well, envisioning a future where they could both leave Fishhead Village together and venture into grander cities. Perhaps, when the partner system was activated, she could bring Mr. Chia into the real world. He was so handsome. He seemed like quite an appealing choice. As this thought crossed her mind, her cheeks flushed pink, and she chastised herself. Long Weiwei, you are merely 18 years old, and Mr. Chia appears to be in his late 20s. How shameless of you. Just then, Su Changqing pondered for a moment before responding, Sure, a stroll sounds good. Long Weiwei beamed with delight. Great, let us go. Consequently, Su Changqing and Long Weiwei stepped out onto the bustling street, filled with newly awakened players. In the world of divine judgment, there were no fixed strategies to follow. Moreover, everything is unique and relies solely on the player's exploration. In fact, some hidden quests are singular. As Su Changqing and his companion traversed the path, they passed by a tavern. At that moment, Long Weiwei noticed the tavern owner, whose eyes flickered and whose face bore a hint of sorrow, glancing out the window from time to time. A quest? Mr. Chia, please hold on for a moment. I need to accept a novice quest. During the novice period, rather than wasting time outside slaying low-level monsters, it is more prudent to seek clues within the village. However, with so many newcomers and limited opportunities, many quests possess a unique nature. Players sometimes find themselves unable to locate quests, forcing them to venture outside to hunt beasts. Long Weiwei stepped into the tavern and approached the counter, drawing near to the owner. "Sir, what would you like to eat?" The owner inquired. "Owner, do you seem troubled? I believe I can assist you," Long Weiwei suggested. As soon as her words fell, the owner's expression shifted, and he waved his hands repeatedly, exclaiming, "Are you all so bothersome? How many times must I say it? I have no troubles. You swarm around like locusts. It's utterly infuriating. If you wish to spend money, take a seat. If not, then kindly leave." Long Weiwei was taken aback by his harsh response. No quest. Could I be mistaken? Nearby players chuckled at her misfortune. "Little sister, don't waste your efforts. Do you think you're the only one to notice the owner's unusual demeanor? Throughout the day, hundreds of players have passed by the tavern. No one is blind. How could they not have noticed?" These players had just endured a scolding from the owner themselves, feeling frustrated but too intimidated to confront him. So they redirected their ire towards Long Weiwei. Long Weiwei, Tang Bing. At that moment, Long Weiwei turned to see a 5-member team led by Tang Bing entering the tavern. Tang Bing approached her with a condescending demeanor. "Another day has passed. And you're still alone? Oh, how unsurprising. It's perfectly normal for a life profession like a pharmacist to be neglected during the novice period. After all, your combat prowess is quite lacking. Here's a suggestion. Post an apology in our alumni group and disband your fan club. I might consider taking you along. What do you say?" Long Weiwei's face flushed with anger. "What nonsense. Where did I go wrong? Why should I apologize?" Tang Bing's expression darkened. "Fine. You squander a chance when it's presented to you. You truly are an ineffective waste, akin to that Su Chongqing. I advise you not to regret this." With that, Tang Bing strode towards the tavern owner under the curious gazes of the onlookers. What could she possibly intend? Surely, she wouldn't also seek to accept the quest, would she? "You are overthinking. We, too many of us, have not received any tasks. On what grounds does she believe she can?" Long Weiwei also expressed her curiosity. Just then, Tang Bing approached the boss and retrieved 10 bottles of white liquor from her backpack. "Boss, here is today's supply of white liquor. Please count it." Upon seeing this, the boss smiled and nodded in satisfaction. "Very well, thank you for your hard work. Here is your reward for today." Suddenly, a cascade of golden light descended. Each member of the group, led by Tang Bing, gained 10 experience points. The eyes of many players around turned green with envy. To slay a level 1 beast outside only yields a meager amount of experience, yet Tang Bing merely had to deliver liquor to garner 10 points. If one were to do nothing but deliver liquor, it would take merely 10 days to reach level 2. Such a task is exceedingly effortless. At that moment, a somewhat clever player hurried to the boss, ingratiatingly smiling. "Boss, I too wish to assist in delivering liquor." Upon hearing this, everyone else gathered around, clamoring to help the boss with the deliveries. Instantly, the boss's face darkened like a soiled rag, and he retorted angrily, "Get lost. My little tavern cannot possibly require so much white liquor. Moreover, I have already arranged for Miss Tang Bing to deliver liquor daily. There is no need for your assistance." Tang Bing stood nearby, her face adorned with derision. "A bunch of fools. If I lacked confidence, would I expose the task before you? This is a fixed cyclical task. As long as I do not give up, no one can snatch it from me." Enlightenment washed over the crowd, leaving them with no choice but to concede. Long Weiwei could only give up as well, returning dejectedly to Su Chongqing's side. "Mr. Seven Knights, let us depart." Tang Bing, noticing the standing figure of 7 knights, wore an expression of surprise. "Were your previous injuries a ruse? How despicable. You played me." Observing this, Su Chongqing crossed his arms and bore a nonchalant smile, leisurely stating, "Played you. I am a law-abiding citizen, never venturing into such sordid establishments, let alone engaging in such vile activities. Do not unjustly tarnish my reputation. You are utterly shameless." Tang Bing, trembling with rage, her face flushed, her chest heaving violently, found herself momentarily at a loss for words. She could only stamp her foot vehemently in an attempt to vent her anger. Silence. At that moment, the tavern owner stormed over, pointing at Tang Bing. "You wretched girl. How dare you insult Lord Seven Knights? Our collaboration is terminated. You need not deliver liquor to me any longer. You worthless thing." Lord Seven Knights. The crowd collectively gasped, frozen in place. Goodness, he possesses such a formidable background. Shouldn't they hasten to cling to his coattails? In the dimly lit tavern, Su Chongqing smiled slightly. "Well, how is it that you all know of my esteemed title?" The crowd responded with enthusiasm. Chapter 5. The Hidden Quest. The zombie crisis of Fishhead Village. Tang Bing was bewildered. A mere white figure can be addressed as Lord Chia? Surely, You must be mistaken, boss. He is nothing more than a half-dead cripple. The tavern owner shot Tang Bing a disdainful glare and retorted. Even if Lord Chia were reduced to a mere shell of his former self, he remains the most revered individual in Fishhead Village. Without him, our village would have been annihilated by the beastly monsters long ago. What business would you have here then? Su Changqing, upon hearing the tavern owner's words, was equally perplexed. He had entered the game and found himself lying in bed, completely unaware of his past. Could it be that I am a hidden character? The tavern owner respectfully bowed to Su Changqing, apologizing. I beg your pardon, Lord Chia. It is my failure in managing personnel. I hope you can forgive me. Not a problem, Su Changqing casually remarked, suggesting that the delivery of wine should no longer be a fixed routine. From now on, it would be first come, first served each day as the tavern opened. Understood, my lord. I shall ensure your wishes are fulfilled. The surrounding players, who were previously just observers, suddenly found themselves invigorated by Su Changqing's words. Lord Chia, your magnanimity surpasses even the vast ocean. From now on, who would dare to defy you? I shall be the first to confront them. With this decision, Tang Bing's little schemes became a mere farce. From now on, I shall rise at dawn to queue and ensure I am the first to deliver the wine. Tang Bing's face turned pale with anger. A simple and leisurely task had been ruined by a single utterance from Chia. Long Weiwei, we shall see. Long Weiwei replied, what does this have to do with me? In Tang Bing's view, Su Changqing was merely a character in the game. The true culprit behind this incident was undoubtedly Long Weiwei. Thus, she directed all her frustration towards her. Just when everyone thought the matter had reached a conclusion, Su Changqing turned to the tavern owner and inquired, you seem rather distracted. Is there something weighing on your mind? Upon hearing this, the players who were about to depart halted, their faces a mix of confusion. Was Lord Chia losing his mind? The owner had clearly stated he had no concerns, yet here was Chia pressing him, acting like a fool. Such an inquiry left everyone baffled. Was this unnecessary? It was understandable, given his seemingly aimless demeanor. There's nothing to see here. Let us depart. Instead of wasting time on idle gossip, we should venture out and slay more beasts. At that moment, the tavern owner revealed a hint of sorrow on his face. To be honest, Lord Chia, I do have something troubling me. Those individuals are too weak to deserve the knowledge, but you are different. The crowd gasped in astonishment. What on earth? Is there truly a hidden quest here, boss? What exactly is the situation? Why is the trigger condition for one hidden task dependent on another? I see. Oh, brother. Could you elaborate? This must be a chain quest. In other words, to initiate the tavern owner's task, one must first activate Lord Chia's task. On the side, Long Weiwei was momentarily taken aback, feeling as though happiness had unexpectedly knocked on her door. So, my invitation for Mr. Chia to stroll around inadvertently triggered a hidden quest? I must be incredibly fortunate, Su Changqing remarked. Such an imaginative woman, how adorably charming. However, he refrained from shattering her illusion. After all, Long Weiwei was now on his side, and he would naturally support her from behind. Please tell me what has transpired, Su Changqing addressed the tavern owner. 3 days ago, my spouse ventured into the dense woods to gather herbs. Those woods have always exuded an eerie aura. Although people occasionally go there for herbs, they typically return early. But this time, my spouse has yet to come back, and I feel as though a restless rabbit is hopping around in my chest, leaving me in constant unease. I could not rest easy, so the next day, I hastily sent someone to check. I thought that having more people would provide some assurance, and perhaps they would return my spouse swiftly. But who could have anticipated that those I sent out also failed to return? Since their departure, not a whisper of news has reached me, as if they had vanished from existence. I have been stationed at this tavern, feigning composure on the surface, yet my heart is already in disarray. At night, I toss and turn, unable to sleep, whenever I close my eyes. My mind is filled with visions of my spouse and those I sent out, worrying if my loved one encountered a ferocious beast in the woods or fearing that the others faced misfortune. My lord, I know you possess great powers. I implore you to assist me in bringing them back, or I shall never forgive myself for the rest of my life. As soon as he finished speaking, some astute players hurriedly squeezed forward, thumping their chests and declaring with righteous fervor, Boss, do not worry. I will definitely bring the tavern owner's wife back. Leave this task to me. Upon hearing this, the crowd wore expressions of regret. Damn, I was a moment too late. That scoundrel beat me to it. Why is he so cunning? As a result, the tavern owner lifted his leg and kicked the player. Get lost. Lord Chia hasn't said a word yet. So why are you barking up the wrong tree? The surrounding players burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Su Changqing remained silent. He realized he had not received any quest. After a moment of thought, he pulled Long Weiwei close, nodded, and addressed the tavern owner. Very well, we shall take on this matter. At that moment, Long Weiwei heard a series of system notification sounds in her mind. Ding! The tavern keeper has entrusted a task regarding the crisis of the living corpses in Fishhead Village. Do you accept? Has a hidden mission been triggered? Long Weiwei's expression momentarily froze, and without further contemplation, she hastily clicked to agree. Mission: the living corpse crisis in Fishhead Village. Objective: proceed to the village's outskirts. The mass grave. Eliminate the corrupted bone beast king tainted by the underworld's energy, obtain its core, the Netherblood Jade, and rescue the tavern keeper's wife. Friendly reminder: please visit the mass grave during the day. At night, the malevolent energy intensifies, enhancing the bone beast's strength by 100. Long Weiwei glanced at the time. It was already 6 in the evening. In the realm of divine judgment, the horizon was painted with the orange hues of sunset. Mr. Chia, shall we go tomorrow morning instead? Long Weiwei suggested. Simultaneously, Su Changqing had received the same mission. Upon reviewing the task's details, he had no objections to Long Weiwei's proposal. All right, then we shall meet tomorrow. With that, Long Weiwei logged off. Su Changqing then assessed his own status. Name: Chia White. Occupation: Game Master, Unique, Beginner. Rank: Level 1. Status: Normal. Strength: 28. Agility: 10. Vitality: 10. Mentality: 18. Free attribute points: 0. Talent: Source of Venom. He too logged off. Upon returning to the real world, Su Changqing left the school and made his way home. After refreshing himself, he logged onto the Divine Judgment Forum to gather information and search for any players who had transitioned into the game. As expected, there was no relevant news to be found online. However, he stumbled upon some intriguing discussions. Su Changqing murmured. Someone actually inquired on the forum if anyone had transformed into a beast. Could they have turned into a beast? Despite the ridicule from numerous players dismissing the notion as impossible, Su Changqing believed in the potential for such a transformation. If he could become part of the game, why couldn't other players evolve into beasts? Before long, the clock struck midnight. Suddenly, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! System initiating settlement. Reminder: in your youth, never despair over a lack of money, for you must understand that there will be many more days of financial hardship ahead. Su Changqing thought. Chapter 6. The game materializes. The living corpse crisis mission commences. Ding! The character Chia has Strength 28, Agility 10, Vitality 10, Mentality 18, Manifestation 10. Congratulations, you have gained 3 Strength, 1 Agility, 1 Vitality, and 2 Mentality. Ding! The character of 7 Knights possesses the talent Source of Poison, which has been materialized to level 10. Congratulations on unlocking the Source of Poison at level 10. Ding! The character currently has 4 silver coins, materialized to 100. Granting you 4,000 yuan, which has been dispatched through lawful means. Name: Su Changqing. Strength: 13 Agility, 11 Constitution, 11 Spirit, 12 Talent. Source of Poison unlocked at level 10. Su Changqing exclaimed in astonishment. Is it truly materialized? At that moment, he felt a surge of energy coursing through his limbs, a sensation of utter comfort. He hastily grabbed a 30-kilogram dumbbell beside him and performed 50 bicep curls. Just yesterday, his limit was merely 35. Remarkably, after indulging in the game for 10 hours, his strength had increased by 30. This revelation further solidified Su Changqing's resolve to expand his faction. With only 1 member, the enhancement was already so significant. Imagine the power with 10, 100, or even 1,000 members. Who could rival him in this world? He mused that if he delegated the hard work to others, he would ultimately possess all that they toil for. Just then, ding! Your bank account has received 4,000 yuan. Su Changqing leaped off the bed and quickly checked his phone. Goodness, I really withdrew 4,000 yuan. Daily earnings of 4,000? That's equivalent to a typical family's monthly wage. 4,000 a day, 40,000 in 10 days. And a staggering 12,000 a month. Why bother with a job? Why not gather a group of exceptional talents to work for me, elevating me to divinity instead? However, this was not the most crucial aspect. What thrilled Su Changqing the most was that after languishing in despair for so long, he finally saw a glimmer of hope. He now possessed the strength to contend with those who had belittled him. With a deep breath, he murmured, "I must absolutely keep my character's existence in the divine judgment world a secret for now. I shall lay low and entrust perilous tasks to my friends." In the divine judgment world, players could resurrect after death, losing merely 10 experience points upon each demise. Yet, he remained uncertain whether he could revive as his original self upon death. Caution was paramount. The following morning, at 8 o'clock, Su Changqing logged into the game early. As he slowly opened his eyes, a series of system notifications echoed in his ears. Ding! Member Long Weiwei has chopped down trees 1,000 times, increasing strength by 1 point. You have gained 1 point of strength. Ding! Ding! Member Long Weiwei has completed 3 tree chopping tasks, earning 3 points of contribution and 1,500 copper coins. You have received 1,500 copper coins. Ding! Member Long Weiwei has accumulated over 3 hours of online time, increasing spirit by 3 points. You have gained 3 points of spirit. Su Changqing's eyes lit up. What? It's only 8 o'clock, and Long Weiwei has already been online for 3 hours? So she must have started playing at 5. Indeed. To possess enough self-discipline, one must have an intrinsic drive as the foremost priority. Seizing the moment, Su Changqing decided to review the criteria for recruiting players. Conditions for recruiting players for Eternal Night. 1. Overall image. 1. Physical standards. Male players must stand between 180 and 195 centimeters tall. With a weight that aligns with the golden ratio, their musculature should be smooth and exude strength, devoid of any noticeable excess fat or frailty. Female players should measure between 165 and 178 centimeters, possessing a balanced physique, graceful curves, and an elegant demeanor, with no signs of slouching or poor posture. 2. Physical characteristics. Males who surpass Qi Yi in attractiveness or are older than Xiao Qi Yi will be outright rejected. Females who are unattractive, with small busts, thick waists, or petite figures will also be instinctively dismissed. 2. Talent and qualifications. 1. Profession type. No restrictions. 2. Profession rank. Must be at least level 2, including level 1, excluding those with special talents. 3. Background and experience. 1. Family background. Preference will be given to players hailing from urban aristocracy, renowned sects, or families steeped in rich heritage. The family should possess a degree of prestige and influence within the realm of the faction, with no family members having significant negative records or associations with malevolent forces. 2. Personal experience. A clean record, completion of high-difficulty dungeon first kills, and possession of unique game creativity or inventions will be regarded as significant advantages in recruitment. 99. Additional notes. All aforementioned stipulations are subject to the final interpretation by Qi Yi alone. Upon reading the last sentence, Su Changqing's somber expression eased slightly. After glancing at nearly 100 recruitment guidelines, despair nearly engulfed him. With conditions so stringent, how could he possibly navigate this? Fortunately, the system is considerate. As long as the final interpretation rests solely with him, everything can be negotiated. As the clock approached 9, a flash of golden light heralded Long Weiwei's emergence from the faction stronghold. After 4 hours of battling demon trees, she felt invigorated. Had it not been for the impending task of the zombie crisis in Fishhead Village, she would have remained online for a full 8 hours before considering departure. Such is the devotion. The faction is my home, and I cherish it dearly. Mr. Qi Yi, have you awakened? Huh, awakened? Su Changqing pondered. Could it be that when he logged off, his character remained in a state of slumber? It seems he must find a secure location to log off in the future. When Long Weiwei logged on earlier, she noticed Su Changqing still peacefully asleep in bed and chose not to disturb him. Su Changqing did not respond to the topic and simply nodded. Let us depart for our mission. Subsequently, the two ventured into the dense forest on the outskirts. After approximately half an hour of walking, they arrived at the edge of a vast woodland. Looking up at the overcast sky, a thick pall of gloom enveloped the surroundings. It felt cold, eerie, and suffocating. Mr. Chia, the cursed burial ground lies deep within this forest. We must penetrate it. Long Weiwei said, her expression tense. Let us proceed. Su Changqing replied. The moment they stepped into the depths of the forest, a notification appeared. The Living Corpse Crisis mission of Fishhead Village has commenced. Objectives. 1. Eliminate the corrupted Bone Demon King and acquire its core, the Nether Blood Jade. 2. Rescue the tavern owner's wife. 3. Identify the source of contamination and purify the water supply of Fishhead Village. Time limit, 3:59:59. Upon reviewing the mission details, an urgent sensation surged within Su Changqing. For hours to accomplish this task, not only must they vanquish the Bone Demon King and rescue the hostage, but they also needed to locate the source of pollution and purify the water supply to resolve this predicament entirely. This mission was no trivial matter. It was no wonder that ordinary players could not trigger this quest at all. Mr. Chia, do you think we can accomplish this task? Long Weiwei inquired, her confidence wavering. It should not be too problematic. Su Changqing pondered for a moment before responding. If we truly cannot prevail, you should take the lead and let me escape first. Long Weiwei. Chapter 7. The Polluted Beasts. Long Weiwei faces off alone with her sword. The two delved deeper into the forest. Along the way, they encountered numerous players engaged in combat with the beasts. However, due to Su Changqing allocating all his attribute points to strength, his speed and reflexes lagged behind those of the other players. Even Long Weiwei had to slow her pace to synchronize with him. In truth, Su Changqing's strategy was rather straightforward. One strong blow can shatter 10 foes. As long as his strength was sufficient, no creature could withstand his might. He believed he could dispatch any demon or monster with a single punch, simple, direct, and decisive. I advise you two not to venture further. Otherwise, you may perish within. A voice called out from nearby. Su Changqing turned to see a warrior player wielding an axe approaching. He identified the player as the formidable god of war, Abu. At that moment, they had concealed their identities for the sake of completing the mission, rendering them unrecognizable to others. This was the forest's periphery, where the beasts were predominantly level 1. Even so, ordinary players had to tread carefully. Occasionally encountering level 2 beasts meant either fleeing or forming a party. Otherwise, they would face certain death. Abu pointed towards a recently spawned monster in the distance, saying, "If you don't believe me, you may see for yourself." Su Changqing focused on a distant 8 treasure chicken. Contaminated 8 treasure chicken. Level 1, Strength, 16, Agility, 14, Constitution, 14, A Spirit, 6, A rooster that lays eggs, the fighter among roosters. Oh yeah. Su Changqing was astonished. A seemingly ordinary 8 treasure chicken possessed such strength. For players lacking talent, it would likely take months to leave the novice village. However, for him, a mere pinch at the throat would suffice to dispatch the creature. It presented no challenge. Vivi, let us proceed. Su Changqing nodded to Abu, and the two continued on their way. Suddenly, the 8 treasure chicken, seemingly insulted, launched an attack on Su Changqing and his companion. Be careful. Abu raised his axe, ready to assist. Yet, before he could take a full step forward, he witnessed Long Vivi execute a swift spinning kick. With a crack, the chicken's head fell to the ground. The headless 8 treasure chicken flapped its wings for a brief moment before succumbing to death. With a strength of merely 16, the chicken stood no chance against Long Vivi, whose basic strength attribute, excluding the additional 5 free points from leveling up, already reached 22. It was a complete annihilation. Ding. Member Long Vivi has slain a level 1 8 treasure chicken, gaining 1 experience point, and you have also gained 1 experience point. Ding. Member Long Vivi has collected 10 copper coins, and you have also received 10 copper coins. Abu stood dumbfounded, watching the retreating figures of Su Changqing and Long Vivi, murmuring, "So powerful. It seems I have overestimated my abilities. However, to catch up with me, Abu, they still have a long way to go." The Divine Judgment game was unlike others, with leveling up being exponentially more challenging than even legendary games. To progress from level 0 to level 1, one required 100 experience points. Outside Fishhead Village, the lowest level of monster was level 1. Slaying a level 1 8 treasure chicken yielded only 1 experience point, meaning a player would need to defeat 100 such creatures to level up. With a level disparity of 1 between players and monsters, and such scant experience, it was nearly insurmountable. Of course, this was the case for ordinary players. For those with talent, the scenario was entirely different. Like the formidable Abu, who, just 2 days after the server launch, had already reached level 3. Moreover, he traversed the dense forest alone, showing no fear of the 8 treasure chickens. Lord 7 Knights. The contaminated 8 treasure chickens seemed to be in an unusual state. Long Vivi remarked. Indeed. Su Changqing nodded. There appears to be something amiss with their spirit attributes. In terms of their 4-dimensional data, their strength has increased, yet their mental state seems quite erratic. I wonder if it is contagious. Please be cautious. Understood. Long Vivi replied. Su Chongqing and his companions did not linger, aware of the pressing time and weighty tasks ahead, and continued their journey. Before long, they encountered a level 2 demon beast, the corrupted 8 treasure pig. Level 2. Strength 20, Agility 16, Constitution 16, Mentality 8. Do not challenge its intellect with your rear. Upon examining the attributes of the 8 treasure pig, Su Chongqing felt a heaviness in his heart. Players only gain a mere 5 points of free attributes upon leveling up, whereas the demon beasts seem to acquire far more than 10 points. As they progress through levels, their attributes will undoubtedly become increasingly formidable, thereby overwhelming players in the long run. However, if players don various statuses and utilize their talents and skills, ordinary demon beasts should not pose a significant threat. Vivi, go and slay that pig. Okay. Long Weiwei approached with a degree of caution. Although her strength exceeded that of the 8 treasure pig by 2 points, her agility and constitution were significantly inferior. Roar. The 8 treasure pig, having spotted Long Weiwei, charged toward her with a fierce roar. She managed to roll aside, albeit somewhat clumsily, and found herself surprisingly slower than the pig. Nevertheless, her reflexes were remarkably swift. Drawing a first-tier iron sword, she lunged at the 8 treasure pig. Splat! A spray of blood erupted. Su Chongqing shook his head slightly. While she had wounded the 8 treasure pig, the damage was not fatal. Had her strength been greater, that strike could have potentially proved devastating. Nonetheless, it was noteworthy that a level 1 player challenging a level 2 demon beast would terrify many. Vivi, do not rely on brute strength. Use your preferred talent. Long Weiwei paused, bewildered. But my talent is alchemy. At that moment, she was unaware that her talent was the source of a fearsome level of toxicity, believing it to be merely a basic alchemical skill. Though it pertained to alchemy, lethal potions are still potions. Su Chongqing spoke, and Long Weiwei suddenly felt enlightened. In an instant, her hands radiated a green glow, releasing a scent of corrosion. She then swept her palm across the iron sword, instantly coating the blade with a layer of green venom. Once more. Splat. Roar. This time, the 8 treasure pig howled in agony from its wound, its strength waning and movements becoming increasingly sluggish. 5 minutes later, bang! The 8 treasure pig, enveloped in green smoke, collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Ding! Member Long Weiwei has slain the level 2 8 treasure pig, earning 5 experience points. You have also gained 5 experience points. Ding! Member Long Weiwei has collected 50 copper coins. You have also received 50 copper coins. Meanwhile, on the other side of the dense forest, a 5-member team was engaged in a fierce hunt for an 8 treasure pig, with Tang Bing leading the charge. The pig emitted a mournful cry of defiance before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Tang Bing, the primary contributor, received 3 experience points. She gazed at the fallen creature and then directed her gaze towards Fishhead Village, her face brimming with pride. That Dragon Weiwei is probably still dawdling, pondering how to defeat a level 1 monster, while we have effortlessly dispatched a level 2 8 treasure pig. The gap between us is more than just a trivial difference. She mused. Captain, you jest. If Dragon Weiwei possessed your skills, she wouldn't still be cowering in Fishhead Village, one teammate retorted. Laughter erupted among the group as they reveled in their synergy, contrasting it with Dragon Weiwei's apparent inability to secure reliable allies for her quests. With an air of arrogance, Tang Bing smirked. Oh Dragon Weiwei, you can only watch as we effortlessly vanquish formidable foes. By the time I reach a higher level, you will still be stagnant, and the disparity will be so vast that you won't even have the courage to pursue us. Huh, come, let us press onward. Just then, sounds of combat echoed from ahead. Captain, there is someone ahead challenging an 8 treasure pig solo. Tang Bing's pupils dilated in astonishment. What? It's only the 2nd day since the server opened, and someone is capable of tackling a level 2 8 treasure pig alone. A master, undoubtedly a master. This is truly extraordinary. Let us go pay homage to this exceptional individual. Chapter 8. Dragon Weiwei's Shyness. Mr. Chia, allow me to protect you from now on. Beep. Member Dragon Weiwei has slain a level 2 8 treasure pig, earning 5 experience points. You have also gained 5 experience points. Beep. Member Dragon Weiwei has acquired a level 2 iron sword. You have received a level 2 iron sword. Beep. Member Dragon Weiwei has obtained the level 1 dragon pattern sword technique. You have received the level 1 Dragon Pattern Sword Technique. Beep. Member Dragon Weiwei has collected 50 copper coins. You have acquired 50 copper coins. They forged ahead, relying solely on Dragon Weiwei's solo prowess. Within an hour, she systematically defeated a level 2 8 treasure pig every 5 minutes, amassing a total of 100 experience points, equivalent to what a player would need to advance from level 0 to level 1. This remarkable speed was indeed impressive. However, while the experience required to advance from level 0 to 1 was 100 points, Su Changqing believed that the threshold for progressing from level 1 to 2 could not possibly exceed 400 points. To his astonishment, the experience needed to level up from 1 to 2 was actually a staggering 800 points, an 8-fold increase. By contrast, defeating a level 1 beast yielded only 1 experience point, while a level 2 beast granted 5, showing a mere 5-fold increase. This calculation revealed what many games share in common. As one progresses further, leveling up becomes increasingly arduous. However, it remains acceptable, even with 800 experience points. One merely needs to vanquish 160 level 2 beasts, which is not overly challenging. Mr. Chia, here is a level 2 iron sword, along with a swordsmanship manual. Let us each take one, Long Weiwei suggested. Su Changqing was momentarily taken aback. If it were any other player, they would never consider sharing their spoils, especially with someone they viewed merely as a tool, one to be utilized and discarded. Long Weiwei's generous gesture surprised him. No need. I already possess these items, he replied, revealing the same 2 items he had in his possession. He mused, what you have, I too possess. Yet, what I have may not be in your grasp. How delightful. Once I sell these and convert them into currency, it is only a matter of time before I become the wealthiest in Linjiang. Ha ha ha. Long Weiwei nodded in agreement. She then equipped the iron sword and proceeded to learn the Dragon Pattern Sword Technique. Notification. Member Long Weiwei has learned the Dragon Pattern Sword Technique. Iron Sword White. Level 2. Strength 5. This is a well-suited novice weapon. Dragon Pattern Sword Technique. Grade. The Dragon Pattern Sword Technique embodies the majesty and agility of the Dragon Clan. Although classified as a basic technique, it possesses an extraordinary aura. This swordsmanship draws its essence from the dragon, with shadowy dragon forms flickering amidst the strikes, accompanied by an ethereal dragon's roar that instills trepidation before battle even begins. Though weak in technique, the momentum must not falter. Su Changqing, what on earth? Is this even possible? So, with Long Weiwei by my side, my enjoyment doubles. As he delved deeper into the character's talents, Su Changqing increasingly grasped the essence of the game. Collecting items for oneself yields satisfaction, but only to a limited extent. Handing items to Weiwei for her to utilize brings immense gratification. At that moment, a commotion of footsteps disrupted their thoughts. Su Changqing and the others turned to see a small team of 5 approaching, with Tang Bing leading the way. Upon spotting the 2 of them, Tang Bing paused in surprise, exclaiming, Long Weiwei, it's you again? What is this? The illustrious Long is still unwilling to concede? You're pursuing me quite tenaciously. With a disdainful glance at Su Changqing, she smirked, I'm curious how you managed to lure her out, but that hardly matters. Given that it's just the 2 of you in this dense forest, I can only imagine the hardships you've faced. Here's the deal. Since we're all classmates, I'll extend an opportunity to you. Chia, why don't you speak with the tavern owner about that delivery task? I could reluctantly assist in leveling you both up to level 2. How does that sound? You ought to be aware that reaching level 2 requires 800 experience points. And at your current pace, it could take you both quite a while. Long Weiwei's expression was taut, and internally, she felt a flicker of astonishment. She never anticipated that Tang Bing could begin to slay second-level beasts. Such talent was undeniably remarkable, though her character left much to be desired. Thank you, but that's unnecessary. Furthermore, it is hardly requisite for Mr. Chia to intervene in the extermination of these trivial second-level beasts. I can manage alone. Upon hearing her declaration, Tang Bing and the others erupted in laughter, as if they had heard the most ludicrous joke. You? Alone? With a single sword? You think you can challenge a second-level beast? Ha ha ha, Long Weiwei. If I didn't know you, I might have been tricked. I never imagined you would become so stubborn. When defeated, one must concede. Otherwise, others will merely regard you as a fool. Long Weiwei's countenance darkened considerably, yet as they were classmates, she refrained from escalating the situation. You needn't concern yourself, Mr. Chia, let us depart. Tang Bing, perceiving Long Weiwei's obstinacy, felt a surge of anger. TCH, you have the same foul temper as Su Changqing, utterly oblivious to your own inadequacies. At that moment, a resounding roar echoed. Two Bao pigs charged from the distance, a male and a female, one larger and the other petite. They fixed their bloodshot eyes upon Long Weiwei, exhibiting signs of extreme agitation as they barreled forward. Tang Bing, observing this, smirked with derision, crossing her arms. Oh, look at this commotion. Just a moment ago, you were as stubborn as a rock, and now retribution arrives swiftly. These two Bao pigs are not like me. They won't indulge your foul temper. If you lack the capability, it would be wiser to plead with me. Perhaps if I am in a good mood, I might extend a gesture of mercy. Otherwise, don't blame me when these two foolish pigs leave you as nothing but bones. Long Weiwei cast a casual glance at Tang Bing, her eyes filled with disdain, which puzzled Tang Bing. Mr. Chia, please be cautious and take care of yourself. I will handle this. All right, go ahead. Do not worry about me. I am quite resilient. With a thought, Long Weiwei invoked the dragon pattern sword technique. In an instant, the sword light pierced the dawn, and a mist of blood condensed like frost. She crushed a 3-inch stone beneath her feet and drew the iron sword from her waist. At that moment, the foul wind of two shadows rushed toward her. She chose not to evade. Armed with a second-level iron sword and having mastered the dragon pattern sword technique, she was confident she could confront the Bao pigs head-on. Roar! A burst of golden light erupted. The dragon's roar echoed through the heavens. Suddenly, the two ferocious beasts came to a standstill midair, ensnared by the golden radiance as Long Weiwei unsheathed her sword. In that instant, the world darkened ominously. With a piercing sound, the two Bao pigs were instantly pierced through by the sword energy of the dragon pattern. Ding! Member Long Weiwei has slain a second-level Bao pig, earning 5 experience points. You have gained 5 experience points. At that moment, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Tang Bing stood frozen in place, utterly dumbfounded. Is this truly the 8-treasure pig that I struggled so hard to besiege? How could it possibly survive for less than 3 seconds in the hands of Long Weiwei? No, I refuse to accept this as reality. How could a mere level 1 alchemist possess such extraordinary talent? A trembling teammate nearby exclaimed, "Swordsmanship! My heavens! It's only the 2nd day since the server opened, and she has already mastered sword techniques. Currently, a single volume of swordsmanship is valued at a staggering 200,000. While swordsmanship is one thing, I am left pondering how a player focused on life skills can exhibit such prowess. It turns out that she is the one capable of single-handedly slaying level 2 monsters. She is simply formidable." Long Weiwei, wielding her bloodthirsty iron sword, stood her ground, casting a serene glance at Tang Bing. The heroism in her brows and her disheveled black hair billowing in the wind imbued her with an aura of dominance. In a mere 3 seconds, after glancing at Tang Bing, she dismissed her presence entirely. She needed to swiftly complete her quest and then return to the faction stronghold to continue her labor against the demon trees for another 4 hours. I cherish labor. It is an honor. I love my faction. It is my home. I adore Mr. Chia. Wait. Long Weiwei, what are you thinking? How utterly shameless. With a blush adorning her cheeks, Long Weiwei turned to Su Changqing, earnestly declaring, "Mr. Chia, from this day forth, you no longer need to hide away in the humble abode of Fishhead Village. I now possess the capability to protect you." Su Changqing was momentarily taken aback, but nodded after a brief hesitation. Witnessing this scene, Long Weiwei's expression transformed into one of delight, her smile radiant and enchanting. Su Changqing mused, "Very well. The harder you work, the happier I shall be. Keep it up, you spirited girl. Hurry back and demonstrate the dragon pattern sword technique. Tomorrow, we shall acquire a house and a car." With that, the two turned away, casting not a single glance back at Tang Bing. Enraged, Tang Bing trembled with fury, slamming her palm against a nearby tree. Crack! The tree instantly morphed into a spire of ice, shattering into fragments the next moment. How infuriating! This time, Long Weiwei managed to outwit me. But what of it? That self-righteous woman, burdened by a worthless companion, will only drag herself down. Fear not, everyone. The game has only just begun. Let us strive to quickly reach level 10 within 2 weeks, complete our first job transfer. And only then shall we unleash our true potential beyond Fishhead Village. When that time comes, what are Long Weiwei and the war god Abu to be feared? Suddenly, a subordinate inquired, "Sister Bing, what about your fiancé, Su Changqing?" Nonsense. He is nothing to me, the subordinate whispered. What if your parents insist that you care for Su Changqing? Tang Bing shot him a glare, retorting, Humph, their coercion is futile. I have unilaterally declared our engagement null. Do not mention it again. The game has commenced for 2 days, yet I have not laid eyes on that incompetent fool even once. He remains oblivious, hiding in some corner, shedding tears in secrecy. Such lack of ambition. Why should I be burdened with his care? My aspirations stretch towards the stars and the vast seas. Especially when I manifest my potential in the later stages. I, Tang Bing, shall reign as the queen of Lingjiang City. I possess strength, I wield power. And should wealth be required, I shall acquire it in no time. Who is Su Changqing? I do not recognize him, nor do I wish to. I refuse to allow such a blemish to tarnish my personal narrative. Do you all comprehend? The crowd, reveling in schadenfreude, replied in unison, We understand. Chapter 9. This wave of experience is contributed by my brother Ji. Mr. Qi Yi, ahead lies the graveyard of the forgotten. Su Changqing and Long Weiwei traversed for over an hour, finally reaching the fringes of the dense forest, arriving at the edge of the graveyard of the forgotten. At this moment, twilight enveloped the area like a tattered cloth soaked in blood, a heavy shroud pressing down upon the graveyard, with tendrils of black mist swirling around, reducing visibility to less than 2 meters. The graveyard of the forgotten is, in fact, a low-level dungeon located outside Fishhead Village. This dungeon imposes no restrictions, allowing players to farm it repeatedly. However, even assembling a 5-member team to grind here would not be a simple endeavor, as the corrupted Bone Beast King residing within is formidable. Of course, this depends on the players. Talented individuals like Tang Bing and the war god Abu could likely conquer this place swiftly. Mr. Qi Yi, I shall take the lead. Follow closely behind me. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, do not concern yourself with my safety. Just flee. Long Weiwei instructed. Understood. Su Changqing responded without hesitation. Life is precious, yet love is exceedingly cheap. There is no need to sacrifice my empire for the fleeting allure of beauty. Who knows if death truly leads to liberation? In the realm of the divine judgment game, all things are singular, and death results in obliteration. Su Changqing dared not gamble with fate. Ding. Notification. You have approached the graveyard of the forgotten. The bones beneath have sensed your presence and are becoming restless. Are you certain you wish to enter? Confirmed. Notification. Please select the dungeon difficulty. This dungeon features 4 levels of difficulty: normal, hard, nightmare, hell. Mr. Qi Yi, let us choose the simplest difficulty, Long Weiwei suggested. No sooner had she spoken than the system's notification chimed. Notification. Due to your acceptance of the undead crisis task from the tavern owner, the dungeon difficulty has automatically escalated to hell level. Upon hearing this, Long Weiwei felt as though her heart was about to shatter. If choices were denied, why waste words? Is this a game with me? Alas, even if we perish, it merely results in a loss of experience points. The novice phase allows for swift recovery, and slaying a few 8 treasure pigs would compensate for the loss. Buzz. At that moment, a light circle appeared beneath their feet, and the space began to tremble. Soon, 2 individuals vanished from their original location. Ding! You have entered the hell-level graveyard. Before them, darkness enveloped and then illuminated their surroundings. In an instant, they stepped onto this cursed land. Beneath the mounds of decaying leaves, white bones pierced through shattered coffins, while crooked tombstones jutted out like broken teeth, haphazardly thrust into the cracked earth. In the distance, flocks of crows cawed ominously. Merely standing at the exit, Su Changqing could sense the impending danger all around. Alert! You are currently in a hell-level dungeon. This dungeon cannot be exited voluntarily. Please exercise caution. Upon hearing this, Su Changqing was momentarily stunned. What on earth? Unable to exit voluntarily. This implies that either the corrupted Bone Beast King must perish, or I must meet my demise. Ah, very well. Let it be the former. A confident smile graced Su Changqing's face, instilling a sense of reassurance in Long Weiwei. Weiwei, clear the path. Understood. Long Weiwei brandished her iron sword, channeling her thoughts as she coated the blade with venom. The sizzling sound echoed harshly in the eerie silence of the graveyard. Suddenly, a crowing broke the tranquility. Is my chicken brother here? Su Changqing checked the information. Contaminated 8 delicacies chicken, elite. Level 3. Strength 24. Agility 18. Constitution 38. Spirit 10. Oh chicken, You are so beautiful. A taunting shimmy from Chicken Brother. A mere chicken transformed into an elite creature, proving to be remarkably formidable. Such statistics could easily rival a level 5 ordinary player. Should others witness this, surely they would no longer underestimate Chicken Brother. However, despite its higher agility and constitution, its strength was somewhat lacking compared to Wei Wei. Wei Wei used the poison. Although Long Wei Wei's talent was sealed, the source of her potent toxin was not to be trifled with. She approached the chicken, wielding her sword. And as the venom infiltrated, the 8 delicacies chicken swiftly fell vulnerable, its neck severed in mere moments. The Chicken Brother writhed in agony on the ground. Ding! Member Long Wei Wei has slain the level 3 8 delicacies chicken, elite, earning 50 experience points. You have also gained 50 experience points. The experience from the elite chicken was surprisingly high. Yet, considering their own level of 1 and the fact that they were defeating monsters of a higher level, coupled with the elite status of their foe, acquiring such experience was only logical. At this rate, they would soon accumulate 800 experience points. Wei Wei, don't just focus on defeating monsters. Collect the copper coins on the ground. Mr. Chia, I'll take the experience. You can keep the money. I see you're often short on funds. Pick up some coins, and tonight, let us indulge in chicken legs. You and your nonsense. Su Changqing shook his head and replied, Listen to what you're saying. I'm not fond of money. Hurry and gather the items. Otherwise, they vanish when the respawn occurs. Long Wei Wei mused to herself. Mr. Chia's character is truly commendable. Even in destitution, with his trousers in tatters, he remains indifferent to wealth. The tavern owner addressing him as my lord suggests he is a man of intriguing stories. I must steadfastly remain by his side, becoming a sharp blade in his hands, aiding him in expanding his territories and breaching the defenses of our foes. Onward we shall push. Ding! Member Long Wei Wei has slain a level 3 Bajin chicken, elite, earning 50 experience points. You have gained 50 experience points. Ding! Member Long Wei Wei has slain a level 3 Bajin chicken, elite, earning 50 experience points. You have gained 50 experience points. Ding! With her poisonous sword, Long Wei Wei was capable of dispatching a Bajin chicken every few seconds. Their experience bars visibly surged. Su Changqing nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. This wave of experience is courtesy of my chicken brother. Before long, the Bajin chickens were nearly eradicated. At that moment, ding! Member Long Wei Wei has leveled up, now at level 2, earning 5 attribute points. You have gained 5 attribute points. Ding! Experience has reached 800. Your level has increased by 1, now at level 2, earning 5 attribute points. Su Changqing allocated all 10 of his free attribute points to strength. Instantly, he felt a surge of power coursing through him, as if he could obliterate Pig Brother with a single blow. Long Wei Wei received 5 free attribute points, distributing 3 to strength, 1 to agility, and 1 to constitution. She opted for a more balanced approach, unlike Su Changqing's extreme choices. However, at this juncture, as the level 2 Long Wei Wei faced off against the level 3 Bajin chicken, she was still noticeably weaker in agility and constitution. It was clear that she could not afford to be idle. She needed to scout for talent and recruit players into their faction to contribute, thereby elevating their standing and unlocking more faction tasks. Currently, there was only a task to cut down demon trees. Although strength had increased, agility and constitution paled in comparison to other players. How can my people be inferior to others? They must have the finest resources, otherwise, how can I maintain my dignity? Ding! Member Long Wei Wei has slain a level 3 Bajin chicken, elite, earning 40 experience points. You have gained 40 experience points. After reaching level 2, Long Wei Wei's bounty for slaying Bajin chickens dropped to 40 experience points. Although the experience yield had diminished, her speed in dispatching them had significantly increased. Yet, when Su Changqing glanced at the experience required to ascend from level 2 to level 3, he was rendered speechless. 700 points. An increase of nearly 2,000 points. How many chickens must one slay? If Chicken Brother were to learn of this figure, his shoulders might dislocate from the strain. Soon, all the chickens in the vicinity had been vanquished, and Long Wei Wei began to collect the spoils. Su Changqing feigned calmness from behind, yet he was unable to suppress his urge to urge Long Wei Wei to hasten her gathering. If it were not for his desire to extract double the thrill from Long Wei Wei, he would have long gone to retrieve the items himself. Chapter 10, Toxic Immunity. The ancestor of all poisons. Ding! Member Long Wei Wei has picked up a level 2 iron sword, green. You have obtained a level 2 Iron Sword Green. Iron Sword Green. Level 2. Strength 8. This fellow, once he turns green, can be deadly. Ding. Member Long Weiwei has picked up level 2 Coarse Leather Boots, Green. You have obtained level 2 Coarse Leather Boots, Green. Coarse Leather Boots, Green. Level 2. Agility 8. Running is healthier, leather prevents foot odor. Recommended to pair with Xinjiang cotton socks. Ding. Member Long Weiwei has picked up a level 2 Leather Belt, Green. You have obtained a level 2 Leather Belt, Green. Leather Belt, Green. Level 2. Vitality 8. It's time to tighten the belt and live frugally. Su Chongqing did not anticipate that Chicken Brother would be so generous, contributing nearly half a set of level 2 equipment, though the uniformity of the green color was slightly overwhelming. Mr. Chia, all this equipment is for you. Enhancing your strength is my responsibility and obligation. From now on, you need not consult me, just pick it up. Upon hearing Su Chongqing's noble declaration, Long Weiwei felt a surge of emotion, her eyes glistening. Mr. Chia, I lost my parents at a young age and grew up with my grandmother. No one has ever cared for me like this. You are the first. Su Chongqing was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and replied, Rest assured, my dear Weiwei. Being so lovely and beautiful, since I am the first, I certainly shall not be the last. Long Weiwei, feeling shy, nodded slightly and murmured, But I hope you will be the last. Oh dear, Weiwei, you are overthinking again. Mr. Chia is your elder. How can you entertain such impure thoughts? Yet, mature men possess such charm. Oh dear, I must focus. How can I be distracted in battle? I detest these worries, I truly do. After donning these 3 green pieces of equipment, Long Weiwei's stats surpassed Chicken Brother's entirely. Su Chongqing was uncertain where Long Weiwei's level and strength stood, especially on the second day post-launch. However, the third day would unveil the leaderboard, and then they would know. He wondered if he would be listed among the players. Logically, as a player, he should be competing on the leaderboard, but he was unsure how it would manifest. At that moment, a tremor shook the ground, and not far away, a massive Bao pig with fiery red eyes and sharp tusks glared furiously at Long Weiwei. Contaminated 8 Treasure Pig, Elite. Level 4, Strength 30, Agility 20, Constitution 50, Spirit 10. Surely no one is unaware of the notorious Pig Brother. The commotion caused by the 8 Treasure Pig instantly drew the attention of another Corrupted Bone Wolf, which approached slowly. Corrupted Bone Wolf, Elite. Level 6, Strength 40, Agility 24, Constitution 74, Spirit 12, Skill, Bite. The decaying corpse buried beneath the mass grave bears the marks of Pig Brother's mischief. Vivi, be cautious. The corpses from the mass grave have emerged. These corpses are likely to possess infectious toxins. The 8 Treasure Chicken and 8 Treasure Pig have been contaminated by consuming their remains. Do not let yourself be infected. Long Vivi nodded, affirming, understood. Mr. Chia, just ensure your own safety. I will handle them all. With that, Long Vivi brandished her iron sword and charged forward without hesitation. How brave! Empowered by the green iron sword, the 8 Treasure Pig held no advantage. With a swift slice, the thick hide of the pig was severed, blood splattering forth, causing a fright so profound that it made the pig lose control. With another strike, half of the pig's head was cleaved away, sending it into a frantic panic. A third strike. It met its demise. Before Long Vivi could react, the Corrupted Bone Wolf lunged forward, its sharp fangs coated in green venom. With a sizzling sound, Long Vivi's calf was bitten. Be careful. Huh. Su Chongqing focused intently, observing that the bite on Long Vivi showed no signs of poisoning. The venom had no effect on her whatsoever. Immunity to toxins. Indeed, with her exceptional talent, the source of venom, she was the progenitor of all toxins. These poisons stood no chance of harming Long Vivi. Confused by the situation, she could only see a few words floating before her. Ineffective. 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 Since the Corrupted Bone Wolf's venom had no impact on her, its overall strength diminished significantly. Without further contemplation, she raised her iron sword and fiercely struck at the wolf's head. With a resounding cry, she struck the Corrupted Bone Wolf, causing it to howl in pain. Even more astonishingly, the poison from Long Vivi's iron sword infiltrated the wolf's body, impairing all of its attributes. In this contest of toxins, Long Vivi utterly dominated the Corrupted Bone Wolf in no time. Ding! Member Long Vivi has slain the level 6 Corrupted Bone Wolf, Elite, gaining 80 experience points. You have also received 80 experience points. An experience yield of 80, totaling 2,700 points. Only 30 more must be defeated. This pace is remarkably swift. Nonetheless, despite this, Long Weiwei did not dare to be overly confident in the face of the Corrupted Bone Demon Wolves. She opted for one-on-one confrontations rather than engaging in group battles. As a result, the pace of progress slowed considerably. It took approximately 2 hours to clear away the Corrupted Bone Demon Wolves. Ding! Your member Long Weiwei has leveled up by 1, currently at level 3, and gained 5 attribute points. You have also received 5 attribute points. Ding! Experience has reached 2,700, and your level has increased by 1, now at level 3, with an additional 5 attribute points. Your member Long Weiwei has picked up a level 5 Iron Sword, Blue, and you have acquired a level 5 Iron Sword, Blue. Your member Long Weiwei has picked up a level 5 Coarse Leather Armor, Blue, and you have obtained a level 3 Coarse Leather Armor, Blue. Your member Long Weiwei has picked up a level 5 Leather Belt, Blue, and you have received a level 3 Leather Belt, Blue. Your member Long Weiwei has acquired the Skill Bite at level 1, and you have obtained the Skill Bite at level 1. These are all level 5 equipment that Long Weiwei is temporarily unable to equip, so she can only store them away. However, as she did so, she still blushed slightly while glancing at Su Chongqing. Throughout her life, she had never indulged solely for herself. Whether it was her grandmother or her teachers, they had always taught her to maintain good relationships with her companions, to consider matters from others' perspectives as part of a team. But everything changed upon meeting Mr. Chia. It felt somewhat surreal. He truly enjoyed pampering her. Not only did he not ask for money, but he also refused various resources. For over 20 years since the inception of the Divine Judgment game, she had never heard of such generosity. Su Chongqing gazed at his backpack. Filled to the brim with equipment and skills, and having amassed several silver coins, he nearly burst into laughter. Once they exited this place, he would sell off all the unnecessary items. He would be immensely wealthy. However, upon seeing the experience bar, his initial delight diminished. 6,400. The experience required to advance from level 3 to level 4 was daunting. Even if he solely hunted the level 6 Corrupted Bone Demon Wolves, he would need to slay 80 of them. Yet this dungeon did not offer that many demon wolves to hunt, so he would have to repeat the dungeon multiple times. Mr. Chia, ahead lies the domain of the Corrupted Bone Demon Wolf King. Are you prepared? If so, I shall proceed. Su Chongqing replied, wait. Don't rush. Chapter 11. The Mass Grave Dungeon. First kill across the server. Announcements flood the screen. Ding. Chia has assigned a task, asking you to pay him a New Year's respect. Will you accept? Task reward. All attributes doubled, limited to 5 minutes. Long Weiwei stood frozen upon seeing this task. Paying respects for the new year? It was barely May. Isn't that a bit premature? However, the reward for this task was extraordinary. Mr. Chia truly indulged his little sister. Long Weiwei repeatedly experienced the thrill delivered by Su Chongqing, feeling utterly delighted. Mr. Chia, I wish you a happy new year, and may all your endeavors be successful. Those who give you a thumbs up are truly remarkable individuals, destined for great wealth and fortune. Ding. Task completed. Reward has been issued. As the words fell, Long Weiwei felt a surge of overwhelming energy coursing through her body. How powerful. I am incredibly strong. I feel as if I could slay a chicken with a single strike. Meanwhile, Su Chongqing had already thoroughly examined the detailed profile of the Foulbone Demon Wolf King. Foulbone Demon Wolf King, Lord. Level 8. Strength, 60. Agility, 32. Vitality, 118. Mentality, 16. Its fangs were itching impatiently, having unearthed the roots of ancient trees beneath the ground. Su Chongqing had compared its attributes with those of elite beasts. For elite-level beasts, each level increase grants 10 free attribute points, while vitality alone increases by 10 points per level. In contrast, the attributes of Lord-level beasts are even more exaggerated. Each level increase grants 20 free attribute points, with vitality also increasing by 20 points per level. This is merely the beginning for these beasts. Furthermore, the Graveyard Dungeon was initially a low-level instance, capped at level 5. If the difficulty chosen is hard, it becomes level 6, Nightmare is level 7, and Hell is level 8, approximately 3 levels higher. Thus, in comparison, the attributes of the Foulbone Demon Wolf King overwhelmingly suppress those of Long Weiwei. Fortunately, Su Chongqing had not yet assigned a task to Long Weiwei today. Time was of the essence, and he was uncertain which task would be simpler. So he hastily devised a New Year-esque greeting, as he could not possibly ask her for a kiss. Ding! Long Weiwei has received a task reward. All attributes doubled. Your attributes have doubled. Upon hearing this reward, a slight smile graced Su Chongqing's lips. Indeed, as long as Weiwei is well, I shall be well. Name, Chia White. Class, Game Master, Unique, Beginner. Rank, Level 3. Strength, 52. Agility, 10. Vitality, 10. Mentality, 22. Su Chongqing gazed at Long Weiwei, who was bowing to him, and rubbed his warm nose, secretly thinking, this wave of benefits for Long Weiwei is truly substantial. Mr. Chia, wait for me here. I shall return shortly, bringing back its head to serve as your chamber pot. With a swift motion, she brushed her palm along the sword's body, and her fingertips surged with energy, causing the iron sword to emanate an eerie green light, its blade now coated with deadly poison. With that, Long Weiwei dashed towards the foul-boned demon wolf king like lightning. The foul-boned demon wolf king was a colossal creature, towering over 4 meters in height. Its fur bristling like steel needles, exuding a nauseating stench of decay. Its eyes glimmered with a fierce crimson light, revealing sharp, protruding fangs. With a thunderous roar that resonated like rolling thunder in the graveyard, the corrupted bone wolf king lunged at Long Weiwei, propelled by its powerful hind legs. Its massive form darting like an arrow. Its claws sliced through the air, creating a sharp gust of wind. Long Weiwei deftly evaded this vicious strike, her figure flickering as she sidestepped the attack. In the same fluid motion, her poisoned sword, akin to a venomous serpent emerging from its lair, lunged towards the Wolf King's throat. With a swift reaction, the corrupted Bone Wolf King tilted its head, narrowly avoiding the lethal blow. Yet, the poisoned sword grazed its neck, leaving a shallow wound. However, this seemingly trivial injury inflicted excruciating pain upon the Wolf King. It had never anticipated that one day, it, a master of poison, would fall prey to its own venom. With a furious roar, it opened its gaping maw and unleashed a plume of dark green toxic mist towards Long Weiwei. Where the mist traveled, vegetation withered instantly, and the ground hissed as it corroded. But it was futile. The poison spread. A series of messages floated before Long Weiwei's eyes, and she finally began to comprehend her own constitution. Although uncertain of her resistance to toxins, she realized that the corrupted Bone Wolf King's poison held no sway over her. This revelation imbued her with newfound confidence. Casting a sidelong glance at Su Chongqing, she silently vowed, Mr. Seven Knights, I shall ensure you know that your pain shall not be in vain. To kill. In an instant, her gaze sharpened, seemingly empowered by some mysterious force, growing more ferocious. Seizing the moment, she darted through the gaps in the toxic mist, her poisoned sword aimed once again at the Wolf King's eyes, one of its weak points. Sensing the impending danger, it hastily shut its eyes and shielded its face with its forepaws. Long Weiwei's sword collided with its claws, producing a sharp clang, leaving only a small white mark. Seizing the opportunity, the corrupted Bone Wolf King retaliated, sweeping its tail like a steel whip towards Long Weiwei. She leaped onto its back, gripping its fur tightly to avoid being thrown off. Without hesitation, she swung her poisoned sword, driving it fiercely into the Wolf King's nape. With a pained growl, the corrupted Bone Wolf King writhed violently, attempting to dislodge her. It rampaged through the graveyard, rocks tumbling and trees crashing in its wake. Long Weiwei clung desperately to the Wolf King's neck, her sword continuously piercing its flesh. Finally, with a resounding thud, the corrupted Bone Wolf King collapsed into a pool of its own blood, succumbing to death. Member Long Weiwei has slain the level 8 corrupted Bone Wolf King, Elite, earning 1,065 experience points. Congratulations to Long Weiwei's team for achieving the first kill in the graveyard dungeon of Fishhead Village, receiving 2 intermediate health potions and 2 gold coins. Furthermore, congratulations to the team for completing the Hell-level dungeon of the same location, garnering an additional 5 intermediate health potions and 5 gold coins. An announcement is about to be made across the server. Would you like to conceal the team name? Long Weiwei remarked, a tree that stands out will inevitably be toppled by the wind. Mr. Chia, let us keep a low profile and hide our team name. Su Chongqing replied, hide it? When young, one should be bold and reckless. There is no need to conceal. If you wish to be my sharp blade, you must charge forward fearlessly. An anonymous voice interjected. If you keep a low profile, how can I advertise and attract more players? Oh, understood. Long Weiwei selected no. Congratulations to Long Weiwei's team for achieving the first server-wide kill of the Graveyard Dungeon at Hell level, completing it in 29 minutes and 53 seconds, and receiving 10 intermediate health potions, 10 gold coins, and the Dragon Pattern Ring, special. The server-wide announcement echoed 5 times. The entire novice server erupted in excitement. Heavens! Who is this Long Weiwei's team? They managed to secure the first kill in the Graveyard Dungeon at Hell level? And they cleared it in less than half an hour? That is astonishing. We are still struggling with level 1 mobs, and they are already slaying Hell level foes? This Long Weiwei must possess extraordinary talent. Nonsense. I too am skilled, yet I can only tackle the normal dungeons of the graveyard. I attempted the hard mode once and was utterly defeated. The level rankings are to be released tomorrow. I wish to see what level Long Weiwei is. By the way, what are the attributes of that Dragon Pattern Ring? I am eager to know. Long Weiwei, please share. Numerous players flooded the world chat, beseeching Long Weiwei for information. Feeling a tad anxious, Long Weiwei glanced at Su Changqing, her heart racing. The primary concern was the extraordinary attributes of the Dragon Pattern Ring. Upon acquiring it, she was astounded by its power. If utilized properly, it could last her until graduation. Observing Su Changqing's calm demeanor, she gradually gained confidence and subsequently shared the attributes of the Dragon Pattern Ring. Chapter 12. Sharing the obtained Netherblood Jade. Corpse of the Underworld Clan, Dragon Pattern Ring, Special. Level 5. Strength 1. Agility 1. Vitality 1. Mentality 1. Once Long Weiwei revealed the Dragon Pattern Ring, it sparked a flurry of excitement among the lurking players. Wow, this ring is incredible. Do not underestimate that 1%. Novices look at the numbers, while veterans focus on the percentages. Long Weiwei, Sister Wei, can you still equip more items? Long Weiwei, this ring is worth 10 million. I accept it. Tang Binghamf. This Long Weiwei is simply lucky. How could a level 2 player possibly complete a Hell level dungeon? Could she be exploiting some loophole? Younger brother, Bingjia. You both attend the same school. Why not inquire with her? Seek her guidance. Tang Bing, guidance my foot. I, Tang Bing, am inherently superior and will never bow to anyone. I would rather die than do so. Long Weiwei also recognized the ring's uniqueness. Upon picking it up, she felt an undeniable discomfort. After contemplating, she handed it to Su Changqing. Mr. Qi, this ring is for you. Su Changqing, taken aback, chuckled. What? The partner system isn't even activated yet, and you're already so eager to propose? Long Weiwei, flustered by his words, stammered. No, that is not it, Mr. Qi. I merely found this ring and noticed its exceptional attributes, thinking it would be most suitable for you. I truly had no intention of proposing. Su Changqing replied. Oh, if you don't intend to, then I shall not accept it. Huh. Long Weiwei was momentarily stunned. Did Mr. Qi wish to accept it or not? Immediately, her gaze fell, her face followed suit, yet her ears subtly flushed crimson. Member Long Weiwei picked up a level 5 Dragon Pattern Sword, purple. You have obtained a level 5 Dragon Pattern Sword, purple. Member Long Weiwei picked up a level 5 Dragon Pattern Belt, purple. You have obtained a Dragon Pattern Belt, purple. Member Long Weiwei picked up a level 5 Dragon Pattern Leather Pants, purple. You have obtained a level 5 Dragon Pattern Leather Pants, purple. Member Long Weiwei picked up, due to achieving a first kill. After the corrupted Bone Demon Wolf King was slain, Long Weiwei astonishingly acquired a complete set of Dragon Pattern gear, a weapon, top, belt, leather pants, shoes, in addition to a previously rewarded ring. However, all were level 5 equipment, which Long Weiwei could not yet equip. Ding. Member Long Weiwei picked up a Netherblood Jade. You have obtained a Netherblood Jade. Netherblood Jade, a blood jade soaked in malevolent energy for over a century. It must be hidden well, or the Nether clan will be drawn to it. What on earth? Can this item be shared as well? Su Changqing was somewhat astonished. What use is acquiring an additional Netherblood Jade? At that moment, a woman's sobbing echoed from the depths of the mass grave. Su Changqing turned to see a disheveled woman huddled in a corner. She must be the tavern owner's wife. Sister-in-law, I am Qi. I have come to take you home. The woman looked up, a flicker of hope igniting in her eyes. She quickly stood and rushed into Su Changqing's embrace. His chest nearly burst from the impact. Sister-in-law, please don't do this. I want to be able to explain to Mr. Li later. Lord Qi, I want. Oh, never mind. If you wish to hold on, then hold on a bit longer. Long Weiwei. I seem to be somewhat redundant here. After receiving the tavern owner's wife, their vision flickered as they were teleported out of the mass grave instance. Please locate the source of pollution and purify the water source of Fishhead Village. Time limit 003219. Mr. Chia, we have half an hour left. What should we do next? Long Weiwei felt a sense of urgency. She had no idea where the source of pollution might be. If there were more people, searching through this dense forest might be somewhat easier. But there were only the two of them, and 30 minutes was hardly sufficient. She glanced at the woman in Su Changqing's arms and suddenly thought to ask, "Sister-in-law, do you know where the source of pollution is?" The tavern owner's wife replied, "Source of pollution? What source of pollution? I know nothing. Please do not ask me. I just want some peace. Mr. Chia, I am so cold. Hold me tight." Long Weiwei felt somewhat disappointed. Indeed, the task must rely on the players to complete. It is unlikely for her to assist. "Sister-in-law, please think carefully. This is very important to me," Su Changqing gently urged. The tavern owner's wife pouted, pondering for a moment before her eyes suddenly brightened. "I remember. I was gathering herbs in the northeast part of the forest when I saw a corpse floating above a small creek. The water had turned black along its path." "Let us go, sister-in-law. Lead us there," Long Weiwei exclaimed. "What? So the tavern owner was just not telling me." Before long, Su Changqing arrived near the creek the tavern owner's wife had mentioned. "Mr. Chia, look over there. There's a corpse." A member of the underworld?" Su Changqing followed her pointing finger, his gaze sharpening as a chilling scene unfolded before him. There, floating in the creek, was a corpse enveloped in a layer of faint dark purple mist, appearing particularly eerie even in the sunlight. The body was long and slender, its skin a sickly ashen hue, covered in strange black patterns. Most shocking of all, the head bore a pair of curved horns, pointing towards the heavens, their tips glinting ominously. Upon seeing this, the tavern owner's wife's face turned ashen, her hands covering her mouth, eyes wide with disbelief and terror. "How is this possible? How could there be a member of the underworld here?" Her voice trembled, clearly indicating that the presence of the underworld far exceeded her comprehension. In her memory, the underworld was a legendary existence, isolated from the human realm, dwelling in the shadowy depths of the netherworld, rarely venturing into the mortal world. And now, such a corpse of an underworld being had appeared in the very forest where she often gathered herbs. How could she not feel shock and unease? "Weiwei, retrieve the corpse and hand it over to the tavern owner. Let us not concern ourselves with anything else." "All right, Mr. Chia." This task was evidently not as simple as it seemed, but it was clear that it had already surpassed their scope. Completing the task came first. Upon encountering a corpse of the Nether clan, a notification resonated. "You have acquired a Nether clan corpse." This announcement left Su Changqing utterly bewildered. "Goodness, this is rather excessive. I assent it. Am I to return and desecrate the remains?" Observing Su Changqing's dark expression, Long Weiwei assumed she was lagging behind in her tasks, and apologetically remarked, "Mr. Chia, I am sorry. I shall not hinder you again." Su Changqing, puzzled, queried, "Not hinder? Shall I then be a front leg?" Before long, Su Changqing and his companions returned to Yudo village, carrying the tavern owner's wife. Upon seeing his spouse, the tavern owner rushed forward, exclaiming, "Xiaoman, I have missed you dearly." The tavern mistress offered a brief embrace to her husband, then gazed longingly at Su Changqing, silently reflecting, "It is indeed Lord Chia's robust physique that captivates." Long Weiwei produced the corpse and the nether blood jade, handing them to the tavern owner. Upon witnessing these items, the tavern owner's pupils constricted in shock. Another clan corpse? How could it possibly be here? His demeanor grew tense as he furtively glanced at Su Changqing, contemplating, "Could they be seeking me? Should I clarify matters with Lord Chia? Perhaps it is best to refrain." Ever since his injury, his strength has dwindled to less than a millionth of its former self, making it arduous to contend with the Nether clan. Let him live out his days in obscurity here. Once Long Weiwei relinquished the items, a flurry of system notifications followed. "Congratulations on resolving the zombie crisis in Yudo village. You have gained 4,000 experience points, 10 intermediate vitality pills, and 10 gold coins, due to your exemplary leadership and wisdom demonstrated during this crisis. Successfully guiding the villagers to safety and reversing the situation, you are awarded the title of Guardian of Yudo Village, which grants a permanent 20 favorability from villagers, 10 to all attributes, and a 10 discount on purchases within Yudo Village. Notable contributions detected. Your combat prowess is exceptional. Team members receive additional shared rewards. All members gain 1 courage badge, which can be stacked, each enhancing strength by 10 points, with a maximum of 5. Buzzing with excitement, Long Weiwei. Having acquired 4,000 experience points, ascended directly from level 3 to level 4. Meanwhile, Su Changqing observed the continuous stream of reward notifications, feeling both delighted and surprised. Not only did he share in all of Long Weiwei's rewards, but his level also rose to 4, granting him 10 free attribute points, which he promptly allocated entirely to strength. Name: Chia, White, Guardian of Fishhead Village. Occupation: Game Master, Unique, Beginner. Rank: Level 4. Status: Normal. Strength: 92. Agility: 20. Constitution: 20. Spirit: 32. Free attribute points: 0. Talent: Source of Venom. The title of Guardian of Fishhead Village grants an overall attribute bonus of 10, along with 2 courage badges that enhance strength by 20. At this moment, his strength is nearing 100 points. It can be said that, at this early stage, Su Changqing is nearly invincible. If he were to recruit a few more players, who could possibly catch up with him, they would undoubtedly be left in his wake. However, Su Changqing gazed at the nether blood gem in the space with a hint of confusion. He was aware that the tavern owner surely had a story to tell. Yet the latter refrained from speaking, likely due to the timing not being right or the conditions for triggering a quest not yet met. Excuse me, tavern owner. May I inquire about the function of this nether blood gem? The tavern owner paused, contemplating. It should be fine to inform Lord Chia about the nether blood gem, especially since he does not possess it. Lord Chia, this nether blood gem is actually an artifact of the nether race. If one places the gem upon a person's heart, it can activate the bloodline of the nether race. The nether race is a formidable warrior race, renowned for its invincibility. However, such power comes with extreme peril. Once the nether bloodline is activated, while strength surges, mental acuity diminishes, resulting in a volatile and bloodthirsty disposition. This is precisely why the nether race has faced annihilation at the hands of others. The tavern owner paused here, having shared all pertinent information while revealing nothing extraneous. Striking the perfect balance. Su Changqing nodded, choosing not to press further. Subsequently, they bid farewell to the tavern owner and returned to their abode. Vivi, you still have 27 intermediate blood recovery pills. You should take them first. Each intermediate blood recovery pill grants 1,000 experience points, totaling 27 pills for a sum of 27,000 points. The experience required to advance from level 4 to 5 is 12,500 points. Reaching level 5 poses no issue. However, to ascend to level 6, it seems 27,000 points will be insufficient. Tomorrow, the level leaderboard will be unveiled. Let us see how high you can climb. All right, Mr. Chia, Long Weiwei responded eagerly, curious about her chances of making it onto the leaderboard. The higher her ranking, the greater the benefits. I still have 4 tree felling tasks to complete. I shall do those as well. With her words, a golden light enveloped her, and she vanished into the base. Su Changqing smiled, remarking, what a disciplined young lady. It's truly delightful. Ding. Members of the group, Long Weiwei, has chopped down trees 1,000 times, resulting in an increase of 1 point in strength. You have gained 1 point in strength. Member Long Weiwei consumed a mid-level health elixir, earning 1,000 experience. You have gained 1,000 experience. Member Long Weiwei has leveled up to level 5, acquiring 5 attribute points. You have gained 5 attribute points. With experience reaching 12,500, your level has increased by 1. Currently standing at level 5, earning 5 attribute points. As the sun sets in the west, the second day since the launch of the server is drawing to a close. Su Changqing reclines on a chair, holding a piece of nether blood jade, examining it intently. He murmurs to himself, activate the nether bloodline? Defeat the invincible? Who shall I bestow this upon? Not far from Fishhead Village, the war god Abu suddenly shifts his expression, a system notification echoing in his mind. Ding. Nether blood jade detected within the body's bloodline. Bloodline within the body. Nether blood jade? What on earth is that? What does it have to do with me? I knelt before the Buddha for 3 days and nights just to obtain my heavenly combat body. So formidable already. Do I truly need some broken nether bloodline? Abu curled his lip, utterly dismissive. His combat body talent is among the pinnacle of combat talents, incomparable to those frivolous, worthless talents. Combat body, when activated, All basic attributes are doubled. It is strong in such a straightforward manner. My terrifying talent only grows more formidable as time progresses. Nonetheless, it does not hinder him from seeking knowledge about the Nether Blood Jade. Abu promptly sent a message to his steward, soon receiving a reply, "Young master, I have investigated the matter you inquired about. The Nether Blood Jade is a top-tier divine jade of the Underworld clan, utilized to activate the bloodline of the Underworld. It is rumored that the Underworld clan is a powerful combat body race, known as the Invincible War Gods. However, the specific data regarding the Underworld bloodline remains unknown, and no official information has been released on this matter. From the feedback of past divine wars, it can be said that the Underworld clan is nearly invincible in close combat. Rarely can anyone contend with them. However, the Underworld clan's bloodthirstiness is said to be influenced by this bloodline, indicating that there are both advantages and disadvantages. What? Upon reading the steward's message, Abu immediately sprang from his chair, his eyes shining with intensity. Invincible in close combat. That is precisely what describes me. Bloodthirsty or not, anyone who enjoys close combat must possess a hint of killing intent. Otherwise, they might as well not play at all. Onward. I shall see who possesses the Nether Blood Jade, and I shall acquire it at any cost. Instantly, Abu rose, following the system's prompts, gradually making his way. Before long, he arrived at the door of Su Changqing's abode. Is this the place? Chapter 14. Identity revealed. Abu possesses the bloodline of the Underworld? Abu arrived at the doorstep of Su Changqing. Suddenly, the aura of the Underworld Blood Jade ceased abruptly, leaving no trace of its presence. Curiously, despite being informed it was here, why had it vanished? Regardless, he decided to enter and inquire further. Knock, knock, knock. Hello, is anyone there? The inhabitants of Fishhead Village were all locals, while players either ventured out to level up or logged off to return home for the night. Indeed, it was prudent to remain courteous, given their local status. Creak. The door swung open swiftly. It's you? The war god Abu. Su Changqing was taken aback upon seeing Abu at his door. Of course, Abu's astonishment was even more pronounced. He noticed that Su Changqing bore a white Seven Knights emblem above him. What? He is actually. I initially thought he was just another player like that woman. If that were true, the Underworld Blood Jade could not possibly be with him. Abu instructed the butler to investigate. After all, the human and Underworld races were sworn enemies. The villagers of Fishhead would avoid the Underworld Blood Jade at all costs to prevent their village from being slaughtered. Such artifacts had a tendency to attract members of the Underworld, just like Abu, who received a system notification from afar. Hello, how may I assist you? Su Changqing inquired. Oh, it's nothing. I merely came to pass the time. Abu concealed the truth. Given Su Changqing's identity, he did not wish for anyone to discover the Underworld blood coursing through his veins. If this were to be exposed, it could provoke a collective manhunt from the villagers of Fishhead, rendering his gaming experience utterly futile. The danger was palpable. Su Changqing felt a wave of embarrassment upon hearing this. Buzz. At that moment, Long Weiwei emerged from the stronghold after vanquishing a demon tree, coming into view of the gathering. However, upon seeing Long Weiwei and recalling the recent 5 consecutive server-wide announcements, Abu was rendered speechless. He exclaimed, Long Weiwei, the first kill of the Hell-level dungeon at the Graveyard of the Forgotten? It was you. Suddenly, he remembered seeing Long Weiwei and Su Changqing venturing deeper into the forest earlier that morning. What? So, it was just the two of you who cleared the Hell-level dungeon at the Graveyard of the Forgotten? Long Weiwei nodded shyly, her cheeks flushed as she lowered her gaze. This revelation left Abu in a state of shock. All players speculated that Long Weiwei's team must have consisted of 5 members, each possessing exceptional talent, with at least one being of a legendary caliber. However, what he never anticipated was that it was merely the 2 of them, and one of them was. In disbelief, he thought, could it possibly be this extraordinary? In our school, there is a stunning beauty known as Long Weiwei. Regrettably, her awakened talent is that of a life system apothecary, which seems to bear little relation to the enchanting figure before me, thought Abu. Mr. Chia, it is getting late. I shall log off now. I will miss you. See you tomorrow. Long Weiwei's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of crimson as she hastily exited the game. Unable to locate the Nether Blood Jade and unwilling to reveal his identity, Abu opted to leave for the time being. At 5:30 in the afternoon, at the first high school of Linjiang City, Long Weiwei logged out of the Divine Judgment game, returning to reality with a twinge of reluctance in her eyes. She murmured, If only Mr. Chia were not so distant. I wonder what he truly thinks of me. Oh dear, Long Wei, why do you let your imagination run wild again? Mr. Chia merely sees you as a sister. How could a sister marry her brother? She resolved to practice diligently, vowing to protect Mr. Chia, and once she became powerful, to manifest him in reality. At that moment, a voice called from outside, Wei, Tang Bing is looking for you. Long Wei paused, puzzled about Tang Bing's intentions. Hadn't they always been at odds? With a furrowed brow, she stepped outside and coldly inquired, what do you want? Tang Bing frowned, visibly displeased. Hey, Long Wei, we are classmates after all. Is it really necessary for you to adopt such a hostile attitude? Given your disrespect towards Mr. Chia, why should I offer you any courtesy? Tang Bing was left speechless. What nonsense. Long Wei, have you lost your mind? You disregard a classmate over a game? I have repeatedly offered to help you level up, yet you squander those opportunities. Long Wei was taken aback, her gaze growing colder. Seize opportunities? You expect me to publicly admit defeat to you in front of our classmates and disband my support group? Do you truly consider that an opportunity? Your arrogance is astonishing. You. Tang Bing's expression darkened further. What kind of remark is that? You, a life system apothecary, and I, with ice element talent. Does my asking you to concede truly constitute an injustice? Fine, I shall not argue with you any longer. I saw the announcement in the game. If you inform me about the hell-level dungeon in the Forsaken Graveyard, I will leave immediately. Tang Bing spoke with such nonchalance, as if Long Wei were expected to acquiesce. Yet, upon hearing this, Long Wei's mind struggled to comprehend. Is there really a hell-level dungeon in the Forsaken Graveyard? How come I am unaware of this? Tang Bing's expression darkened, her inner fury beginning to simmer. Long Wei, must you truly be so dramatic? If there isn't one, how did you, a useless player, lead your team to secure the first kill? Long Wei retorted, what else could I do? I simply charged in. Tang Bing. Long Wei. If you insist on proceeding this way, it becomes rather meaningless, doesn't it? Am I not aware of your capabilities? We are all classmates. There is no need for such selfishness, is there? Furthermore, it has always been for the glory of Linjiang City. Should you not share your findings? Long Wei has come to a realization. It appears that Tang Bing sought her out today under the assumption that she had become stuck in the tomb of the dead quest and wanted her strategy. Now, having already formed her conclusions, Tang Bing would not believe anything Long Wei said, regardless of her explanations. With a smile, Long Wei retorted, if you believe I possess such a strategy, then so be it. Moreover, even if I truly had a guide, why should I share it with you? Who do you think you are? At this moment, their argument began to draw the attention of some classmates. Meanwhile, Su Changqing logged off and was attracted by the commotion. Upon seeing Tang Bing and Long Wei, he was momentarily taken aback, gleaning the gist of the situation from the snippets of conversation he overheard. However, he refrained from intervening, not wishing to expose his alternate identity. At this point, Tang Bing was seething with anger. After all, she was destined to be the future queen of Linjiang City. And yet Long Wei was so ungrateful. Although she had never particularly liked Long Wei, she had tried to maintain a semblance of camaraderie among classmates and had wished to lend a helping hand. Her demands had never been unreasonable. Was it too much to expect the weak to submit to the strong? But today, Long Wei had truly wounded her. How selfish could one be? Just as her frustration reached its peak, she suddenly spotted Su Changqing in the crowd, a faint, elusive smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Su Changqing, you worthless fool. What right do you have to mock me? It has been 2 days since the server opened, and I have searched the entirety of Fishhead Village without catching a glimpse of you. You must be hiding somewhere, idly waiting for death. If it weren't for my parents insisting I look after you, I would never wish to acknowledge you in this lifetime. Chapter 15. On the 3rd day of the server opening, the important rankings and level leaderboard commenced. Watching from the sidelines, Su Changqing was utterly bewildered. Goodness, this woman truly lacks reason in her arguments. Am I not even allowed to laugh while standing here? Yet, did she really scour the entire Fishhead Village? It seems so. Tang Bing was a woman of great pride, straightforward in her words and actions, never one to hold back. Her approach to Long Wei was refreshingly direct, demanding the strategy outright. Had she been a more cunning woman, she might have first attempted to build rapport with Long Wei, perhaps persuading her to divulge the truth out of a sense of camaraderie. But Tang Bing was different, quite the haughty one. Although this arrogance is built upon formidable strength and talent, it inevitably rubs some people the wrong way. Tang Bing cast a glance at Long Weiwei and remarked, "Do not be too pleased with yourself. Even if you choose not to inform me, I can still conquer the dungeon. Just you wait. Who will ultimately prevail remains uncertain." With that, she turned and approached Su Chongqing, looking down from her elevated stance, her demeanor icy. "Su Chongqing, it's one thing to be looked down upon by others. But if you yourself hold such disdain for your own worth, then there is no hope for redemption. I acknowledge that my choice to annul our engagement was my fault initially, but consider this. How could a woman of my caliber ever choose a useless husband? Thus, the blame cannot rest solely on me. If you are to be faulted, it is for not providing the future I desire. I, Tang Bing, shall undoubtedly establish myself as a queen in the realm of gods, and do not wish to become a laughingstock because of you. Take care of yourself. If my parents seek you out, I hope you will have the sense to tell them that you voluntarily called off the engagement." After her words, Tang Bing turned and departed. Su Chongqing gazed at her retreating figure, reflecting on her earlier statements, and thought to himself, upon closer inspection, her words, though harsh, bear a semblance of truth and indeed sting deeply. A classic case of parental pressure. Alas, all I wish is to live a life of ease. I am simply unaccustomed to a life of conflict. If that is the case, then I shall acquiesce to her wishes. When Tang Bing's parents do come, I shall simply assert that I too am willing to annul the engagement, thus simplifying matters. Are you Su Chongqing? At that moment, Long Weiwei approached, scrutinizing Su Chongqing with a furrowed brow, sensing something amiss. Su Chongqing felt a surge of anxiety under her gaze. What is with this intense scrutiny? Have I inadvertently revealed something? Impossible. My appearance in the game has been altered, and with this disguise, no one could possibly guess my identity. Ah, it is indeed me. Long Weiwei pouted, thinking to herself, Long Weiwei, you are truly unwell. Every man you encounter reminds you of Mr. Chia. He exists solely within the game. How could he appear here? She smiled and introduced herself. I am Long Weiwei, pleased to make your acquaintance. Perhaps we can level up together sometime. However, it is getting late, and I must return home. Farewell. Aside from Mr. Chia, she was not inclined to engage in lengthy conversations with other males. She preferred to head home for dinner and rest. Tomorrow morning, she would log in early, sneak a glance at Mr. Chia, and then proceed to slay the demon tree. Upon returning home, Su Chongqing completed his tasks and lay quietly on his bed, awaiting midnight. Soon enough, the clock struck 12. Ding. The incremental attributes for the character Chia are Strength 78, Agility 10, Constitution 10, Spirit 18, Manifestation 10. Congratulations. You have gained Strength 8, Agility 1, Constitution 1, Spirit 2. Ding. The skill of Dragon Pattern Swordsmanship at level 10 has been acquired. Congratulations. You have obtained level Dragon Pattern Swordsmanship. Ding. At present, the character of Chia possesses 58 gold and 8 silver coins, with a manifestation level of 100. Congratulations, you have received 588,000 yuan, which has been dispatched through legal means. Ding. Your bank card has been credited with 588,000 yuan. Name, Su Chongqing. Strength, 21. Agility, 12. Constitution, 12. Spirit, 14. Talent, Source of Poison unlocked level 10 skill. Dragon Pattern Sword Technique. Su Chongqing lay on the bed, eyes closed, feeling the overwhelming power surging within him, letting out a comfortable sigh. This moment was truly exhilarating. His strength exceeded that of an ordinary person by more than double, and he had also mastered a high-level skill. Most importantly, earning 580,000 a day. Can you believe it? Once the Goddess Judgment game launches its trading system, and he clears out everything in his warehouse, effortlessly becoming a millionaire would be a mere formality. By then, earning a few billion, he would certainly buy a house at number 1, Pingcheng Bay, not for any other reason, but to be awakened by the sea breeze every morning and to fall asleep each night under the gaze of the stars. Meanwhile, at number 1, Pingcheng Bay, on the top floor of a duplex with a sprawling 200 square meter terrace, sat a young man. Abu. Young master, it's getting late. It's time to rest. Yes, I know. By the way, Libo, please discreetly have someone look into any news regarding the blood jade of the underworld clan in Fishhead Village. Also, keep a close watch on Long Weiwei's movements. I sense she is not simple. Butler Li paused for a moment before replying. Young master, to have her join us? Isn't that a bit rash? From my experience, the chances of her being a card are as high as 99. Her true strength is likely not as formidable as we anticipate. Our faction aims to contend for the royal city. We cannot recruit just anyone. Therefore, you must reconsider. If her talent is too lacking, she could indeed hinder us. In battle, if she contributes nothing and merely becomes a liability, then Abu pondered for a moment and nodded. You make a valid point. I have indeed been hasty. I shall reassess. If necessary, I will seek her out personally to gauge her true strength. If she proves to be weak, then this matter will end here. The next morning, at 8 o'clock, Su Changqing stretched languidly and slowly opened his eyes. Realizing it was the third day since the server opened and many system functions were about to be activated, he did not indulge in laziness and quickly got out of bed. As he was still a high school senior, he had to attend school daily. Upon arriving at school and signing in, he sought out an empty training room and stepped inside. Just as he was preparing to enter the realm of God's judgment, someone unexpectedly walked in. Upon encountering Su Changqing, the other party momentarily paused, then smiled and said, "Hello, classmate. My name is Chixing, but you may call me Abu." Abu. Su Changqing raised his eyebrows and replied with a smile, "I am Su Changqing." "What? You are the infamous Su Changqing, the lad who was jilted by the illustrious Tang school flower on the day of his awakening?" Su Changqing felt somewhat speechless. He had anticipated that once the identity of Chie was revealed, he would gain notoriety throughout Linjiang City. However, he never imagined that the moniker of the discarded waste would precede him. This is precisely as Tang Bing had remarked. In the future, this would undoubtedly become a significant blemish in his personal narrative. "Ha ha ha, forgive my folly," Su Changqing chuckled. Chixing, feeling slightly awkward, nodded and took a seat, refraining from further conversation as he hastily entered the game. On the third day post-launch, the first significant leaderboard was about to be unveiled. Currently, he was at level 4. He should be able to secure a position within the top 10 of the entire server, right? Chapter 16, Level Leaderboard. Little Xiao claims the first position. Ding. Member Long Weiwei has chopped wood 1,000 times, gaining 1 point in strength. You have received 1 point in strength. Member Long Weiwei has completed 4 wood chopping tasks, earning 4 contribution points and 2 silver coins. You have received 2 silver coins. Member Long Weiwei has accrued 4 hours of online duration, gaining 4 points in spirit. You have received 4 points in spirit. As soon as Su Changqing logged in, the system notifications rang incessantly. Goodness, it's only 9 o'clock, and the sun hasn't even warmed my seat yet. Yet Weiwei has already labored for 4 hours? I wonder if others can comprehend the thrill of waking up to a daily income of 2,000. He must admit, that was truly exhilarating. At that moment, another wave of system notifications resounded. Ding! On the 9,375th server of the Divine Judgment game, on the third day since launch, players are progressively settling into their roles, and a plethora of system functions are gradually becoming available. The trading channel is now open. Your trading range is Yudo Village. Note, upon completing first-tier job transfer and entering the county, your trading range will expand. The Bounty Mission Hall is now open. Randomly refreshing eliminate Fishman Scouts and collect glowing water grass among other time-limited tasks. Completing them will yield substantial experience and silver coin rewards. The Equipment Enhancement Furnace is now open. Decomposing equipment will yield resource points, which can be utilized for enhancement, resulting in stronger gear. Note, enhancement failure will downgrade the equipment but will not destroy it. At level 7 and above, it triggers divine forging effects, and weapons will entwine with elemental radiance. The level leaderboard is now open. The top 100 players will showcase gold frame effects, and the top 3 can claim the King's treasure chest daily. As Su Changqing observed the plethora of newly activated system functions, he felt a twinge of pressure. The competition was intensifying. Tang Bing was indeed correct. Temporary advantages meant little. The true game had yet to commence. Su Changqing was acutely aware that the current situation was merely a trivial affair. At present, no one had even reached level 10 or undergone a first-tier job change. Everyone lingered in the novice village, and such meager prowess could easily be surpassed by others. However, on the third day post-launch, the unveiling of these system functions was entirely anticipated by the players. Ding! You have entered the leaderboard, currently ranked 3rd. Would you like to display your name? 7 Knights? No. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Changqing dismissed the idea. In the eyes of the players, he was merely an inconsequential figure in Fishhead Village. A rather inconspicuous persona that could easily blend into the background. It was far too early to reveal his identity. Otherwise, the benefits of this job change would be diminished by at least 50%. Subsequently, Su Changqing accessed the leaderboard. Ranking character name, level 1 Mad Warrior of the World, 5-2 Peerless Swordsman, 5-3-7 Knights. Hidden, 5-4 Long Weiwei, 5-9 Tang Bing, 4-10 God of War Abu. For meanwhile, all players in the novice server were engrossed in the leaderboard, discussing it fervently. Wow, Mad Warrior truly holds the top position. His damage output is simply phenomenal. I heard he plans to tackle the hellish dungeon of the Cemetery of the Dead today. I can't wait to see him break the dungeon record. Humph. Let us not forget Peerless is right behind him. His swordsmanship is unmatched. Who is this third place? Why are they hiding? What do they have to conceal? All the major factions are scouting for new talent. This is the perfect time to shine. So why the secrecy? Wow. Look at the fourth place, Long Weiwei. Achieving level 5 just 2 days after launch. So, the first kill of the hellish dungeon wasn't a fluke. It was pure skill. Mad Warrior's devoted fans chimed in. Don't flatter Long Weiwei too much. She likely had help from a whole host of players. Who knows? The third place could be someone who teamed up with her in the dungeon. Mad Warrior's fans further proclaimed, Mad Warrior will lead a team to crush Long Weiwei. Just watch. The completion time for the hellish dungeon will definitely be shattered. Otherwise, I'll livestream myself eating excrement. Peerless supporters added, Hey, our brother is ranked second. How dare you disregard him? Watch how he uses his sword skills to annihilate you weaklings. Su Changqing observed the escalating commotion in the World Channel and shook his head. This was entirely expected. Every year, the launch of a new server followed this same script. However, as the prodigies emerged and dark horses revealed themselves, the cacophony would soon diminish, gradually consolidating into a top 10 hierarchy. At that moment, an announcement from the system floated by, elevating the previous squabble to a new level. As Mad Warrior's fans began to celebrate. Ding! Congratulations to Mad Warrior's team for breaking the completion time of the hellish dungeon of the Cemetery of the Dead, finishing in 26 minutes and 44 seconds. They have received a medium health elixir, 5 gold coins, and a dragon pattern ring. Congratulations to the team of Frenzied Battle across the world. An announcement has floated across the entire server 3 times in succession. Astonishing. At 26 minutes and 44 seconds. Frenzied Battle has remarkably improved the score of the Hell level dungeon at the Cursed Graveyard by 3 minutes and 9 seconds. How incredibly powerful. You scoundrels. Are you now extending your tongues in servility to our esteemed Frenzied Battle? How pathetic. Did you see that? Who can't run a dungeon? Who is Long Weiwei? Merely a trifling nuisance, utterly insignificant. Indeed, if you possess the capability, go and conquer the dungeon again. How dare a mere woman compare herself to my venerable Frenzied Battle? It is an utter insult. The entire World Channel is filled with praises for Frenzied Battle, while Long Weiwei, the record holder for the first kill, naturally faces criticism. Su Changqing, observing these messages, wore a sardonic smile and murmured, If you dare to look down upon Weiwei, then do not blame me for stepping on you. With that, Su Changqing retrieved 44 intermediate health elixirs from his bag. 27 were earned through team efforts, and 27 were shared with Long Weiwei. He had initially intended to sell them for profit, but now, the matter of money seemed trivial. What truly mattered was to secure the top position on the leaderboard, as it was rumored that the treasure chest for the #1 spot would undoubtedly yield valuable rewards. Moreover, helping Weiwei regain her honor was a genuine motivation as well. Long Weiwei, you old fool. You have consumed an intermediate health elixir, gaining 100 experience points. You have consumed, ding. Your level has increased by 1. Receiving 5 attribute points. Your current level is now 6. To ascend from level 5 to 6 requires 600 experience points. Yesterday, after Long Weiwei consumed 27 intermediate health elixirs, Su Changqing's experience bar reached 18,000. Therefore, after consuming 3 more intermediate health elixirs consecutively, he achieved level 6. He still had 41 left. To progress from level 6 to 7, 300 experience points are necessary, and he would certainly have enough to continue leveling up. Of course, he didn't necessarily have to consume them. Isn't feeding the dragon sister more satisfying? Su Changqing reopened the leaderboard. Unsurprisingly, he indeed ranked first. Rank character name, level 1 Shiyi, hidden, level 6 2 Frenzied Battle across the world, level 5 3 Peerless Swordsman, level 5 4 Long Weiwei, level 5 9 Tang Bing, level 410 God of War Abu level 4 Su Changqing was overjoyed, a brilliant smile illuminating his face. Finally, I have secured the first position. It was no easy feat. Let us see what delightful rewards await. Claim the King's treasure chest. Chapter 17. Phantom Cloak. I am the fastest man in the world. Meanwhile, many fans of Frenzied Battle continued to gaze in awe at the man who had reached the pinnacle of the leaderboard. Who could it be? Who dares to challenge me? The mighty Lord Kuang? I hereby declare that the number 9375 novice server shall henceforth be my domain. Anyone who dares to defy me, step forward. It has always been I, Lord Kuang, who surpasses others, while none have ever surpassed me. Such is my prowess. Suddenly, the leaderboard flickered. The man they revered seemed to have been cast aside, plummeting from first to second place. The position of the original first place now bore the words hidden. At this moment, everyone fell silent. Who dares to trample upon Lord Kuang? Who is this audacious individual? You had best hope I do not discover your identity, lest I send you back to your origins. Ha ha ha, Lord Kuang. You may be bold, but truly, what nonsense. Finally, my pent-up frustration has dissipated. What a relief. I wonder who this hidden figure is. They are indeed formidable, daring to offend the likes of me. I hope their disguise lasts longer. For if those mindless fans of mine uncover them, trouble will surely ensue. Merely 3 minutes later, the leaderboard refreshed once more. Lord Kuang reasserted dominance over Su Changqing, reclaiming the first place, while Su Changqing fell to second. All of Lord Kuang's fans erupted in laughter. Ha ha, look at this foolish jester, foolishly attempting to rival us. In just 3 minutes, they were returned to their rightful place. A mere tadpole cannot stir the great waves, nor can they comprehend their own insignificance. Bah, what hidden prowess! Merely a charlatan trying to gain fame by stepping on Lord Kuang's toes? They ought to take a long, hard look at themselves in the presence of Lord Kuang. They are unworthy even to carry his shoes. When Lord Kuang emerges, who can compete? That hidden individual was nothing but a joke, foolishly challenging Lord Kuang's authority, utterly overestimating themselves. Do you now realize your folly? Trash ought to know its place. Do not embarrass yourself further. Oh, where has that arrogance gone? Why the sudden meekness? I have long stated that Lord Kuang is the true sovereign of this novice server. You, a mere street vendor, can stir no tempest, so remain obediently in second place. Trash. Despite the clamor of the world channel, Su Changqing's heart remained unperturbed. His focus lay entirely upon the King's treasure chest within his space. King's treasure chest, non-tradable. Open the King's treasure chest. With a mere thought, the chest sprang open. A brilliant light burst forth, dazzling to the point of being nearly blinding. As the radiance subsided, the contents of the chest emerged one by one. Divine blade, enhanceable, upgradable, level 5. This blade harbors boundless mysterious power, its blade shimmering with a faint golden light. Each swing generates spatial fluctuations. The wielder of this blade will experience a significant enhancement in attack power, with a certain probability of triggering a divine strike, bypassing enemy defenses to inflict massive damage. Meanwhile, the Blade of Divine Favor possesses an automatic repair feature, enabling it to swiftly restore itself to its original state, regardless of the damage incurred. Eternal Ring, Special, Level 1. The Eternal Ring holds the power to store and release energy. The user can infuse their spiritual or life force into it, unleashing it at crucial moments to inflict formidable attacks or healing effects. Additionally, it enhances the user's elemental resistance, mitigating elemental damage sustained. Phantom Cloak, Special, Level 1. This cloak, imbued with wondrous magical powers, grants the wearer the ability of phantom steps. While in motion, the user's body leaves behind multiple afterimages, making it exceedingly difficult for enemies to discern their true position, thereby significantly increasing the success rate of evasion and ambush. Furthermore, the Phantom Cloak can temporarily elevate the user's speed, rendering them more agile and unpredictable in combat. Note: please select one item. Once chosen, the equipped item cannot be traded or dropped. Su Changqing gazed upon the array of items, his eyes wide with excitement. Each one was a treasure. He found himself momentarily torn, uncertain of which to choose. However, he resolved to act swiftly. He must call Wei Wei to claim her reward as well. Hesitation could mean losing the opportunity. In no time, Su Changqing made his decision. I shall become a man of the wind. Ha ha, I choose the Phantom Cloak. Ding. Congratulations on acquiring the Phantom Cloak. Phantom Cloak, Special, Level 1, Movement Speed, 100. Wearing it, you shall be the fastest man in the world. With a thought, a black cloak materialized in his hand. He quickly donned the Phantom Cloak. As the cloak enveloped him, Su Chongqing felt the currents of air swirling around him. Light, yet brimming with power. With a gentle push of his feet, he launched himself forth like an arrow released from its bow. His speed so great that only a black afterimage could be seen darting through the courtyard. The fallen leaves in the yard swirled chaotically in the wake of his swift movements. Yet Su Chongqing remained unfazed, effortlessly transitioning through every corner. At times, he appeared like a specter behind a tree, and at others, he flashed beside a rockery, his speed transcending imagination. So fast. Incredible. Wearing the Phantom Cloak. I am the fastest man in the world. Haha. Currently, Su Chongqing's agility attribute stands at 21 points. Upon donning the Phantom Cloak, it doubled instantly. Moreover, as he ran, the ability of Phantom Steps activated, creating numerous afterimages that bewitched his opponents, rendering them utterly incapable of capturing him. Buzz. At that moment, Long Weiwei was summoned by Su Chongqing from within the stronghold. Mr. Chia, you called for me? Su Chongqing had no time to explain and hurriedly stuffed the remaining 41 intermediate vitality pills into Long Weiwei's hands. Consume them all. What? Long Weiwei stared blankly at the dozens of pills in her hands. No, Mr. Chia, I cannot accept this. After slaying the beast yesterday, you gave me all the rewards, taking none for yourself. Now, you are offering me these as well. If I were to accept, I would lose all respect for myself. Su Chongqing smiled and replied, for the sake of my dear Weiwei becoming the strongest entity, what is a mere loss of resources to me? Did you not declare your intention to be my sharp blade, to carve out territories for me? If you do not grow stronger, how shall you protect me? Mr. Chia? I do not, Mr. Chia-me. The competition on the leaderboard is fierce. You must ascend it swiftly and claim a king's treasure chest. Time is of the essence. Su Chongqing earnestly urged, nearly wearing his lips raw in persuasion. Long Weiwei bit her lip, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, deeply moved. She thought to herself, no one has ever treated me with such kindness. Mr. Chia, your trust in me is overwhelming. I, Long Weiwei, vow to never let you down in this lifetime. Whatever you ask of me, I shall do it. If you bid me to go east, I shall go east. If you command me to slay, I shall slay. If you require me to kneel, I shall certainly kneel. With that, Long Weiwei accepted the 41 intermediate vitality pills and began to consume them. Ding! Member Long Weiwei consumes an intermediate vitality pill, gaining 1,000 experience. You gain 1,000 experience. Member Long Weiwei levels up to level 6, gaining 5 attribute points. You gain 5 attribute points. Member Long Weiwei levels up to level 7, gaining 5 attribute points. You gain 5 attribute points. Ding! Experience reaches 34,300. Leveling you up to level 7, gaining 5 attribute points. Long Weiwei consumed all 41 pills, and her level instantly rose to 7. Due to the shared experience, Su Chongqing also reached level 7, but since he had consumed a few more intermediate vitality pills than Long Weiwei, he remained at the top of the leaderboard. Long Weiwei, however, surpassed the fierce warrior, securing the second position. Ranking character name, level 1 Xia, hidden. Level 7 2 Long Weiwei, level 7 3 Fierce Warrior, level 6 4 Legendary Swordsman, level 5 9 Tang Bing, level 4 10 War God Abu, level 4 at this moment. The leaderboard underwent its third change in less than 10 minutes, rendering the entire world utterly silent. Weiwei, do not dawdle. Quickly claim the king's treasure chest. I cannot wait any longer. Su Chongqing pressed, eager to discover whether his attributes could yield another king's treasure chest. Chapter 18. The Divine Blade, the Venomous Fang. Power revealed Xiaomi Village, entrance to the mass grave. A group of fierce men stood nearby, their faces displaying a hint of relief after a harrowing experience. That was close. They exclaimed. The formidable warrior, known as Crazy Battle, had nearly been surpassed by that elusive fellow. Fortunately, they had managed to disrupt the record of the mass grave passage, each earning several intermediate health pills. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to maintain Crazy Battle's advantage. Just moments ago, under Crazy Battle's leadership, they had drastically improved Long Weiwei's completion record from 29 minutes to an impressive 26 minutes, a remarkable enhancement of over 3 minutes. Each of the 5 men received 5 intermediate health pills. However, before they could fully celebrate, Su Changqing's ranking unexpectedly surged from third to first, catching everyone off guard. The renown of Crazy Battle was not to be trifled with. It signified not only invincibility, but also a faith in divine judgment. If someone were to be overshadowed in a novice realm, how could they hope to become a leader among the new generation? Thus, without hesitation, the group offered their still-warm intermediate health pills to Crazy Battle. Swallowing all 25 in one go, he barely managed to elevate his level to 6. Who could this hidden figure be, lurking in the shadows and attempting to rise on Crazy Battle's coattails? Truly reckless. I hope I never discover his identity. Otherwise, once I leave the novice village, I shall ensure he returns to level 0. I must admit, Long Weiwei possesses some strength. Achieving such a feat, she has certainly established herself as a formidable contender among novices. Should we recruit her? What do you think, Crazy Battle? Beside him stood a burly man, towering at 2 meters and 2 centimeters, with deep-set eyes and a prominent brow, resembling a human tank. This was their leader, Crazy Battle. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded. Indeed, her current level is 5, and her strength is merely average. However, many so-called geniuses during the novice phase are often merely pretenders. And considering her completion time of 29 minutes is quite mediocre, I suspect that after today, her ranking will likely drop beyond the top 100. In this regard, she is not particularly noteworthy. At present, we must focus on constructing a core team of influence, where each member's selection must be approached with utmost caution. Therefore, after careful consideration, if we are to pursue her, it must be done judiciously. Crazy Battle articulated his concerns with remarkable calmness, unperturbed by having just been outshone by Su Changqing. The others nodded in agreement. Very well, let us observe her for a few more days. If within the next 2 days, she can elevate her level to 7 and refresh the mass grave completion time, we shall reconsider our options. Agreed. Let it be decided. No sooner had he spoken than the leaderboard refreshed again. The group watched in shock as Crazy Battle's name vanished once more. When they finally comprehended the situation, their eyes widened in disbelief, nearly causing them to lose control. What the hell? Crazy Battle, you've been surpassed again. Hidden. Once again, that elusive individual. How infuriating. Level 7. To ascend to level 7 requires 34,000 experience points. Yet he managed to achieve this in under 10 minutes? Where did he acquire such an abundance of intermediate health potions? It's frustrating. Witnessing the Berserker relegated to second place fills me with discontent. As the crowd murmured in indignation, suddenly the Berserker's name plummeted another position. What the hell? What is happening? The Berserker has fallen again. Damn, it's that Long Weiwei. She jumped from level 5 straight to level 7. I can't believe it. Doesn't this require over 40 intermediate health potions? What is going on? Can these potions be procured wholesale now? As the spectators observed the Berserker's ranking tumble from first to third, a profound silence enveloped them. The momentum created today seemingly served as a dowry for others. The Berserker, devoid of expression, quietly gazed at the leaderboard, his emotions unperturbed. Calmly, he stated, "There's no need to be angry. This game, divine judgment, values teamwork. The era of individual prowess has long passed. Whether it's that hidden player or Long Weiwei, surpassing me personally means nothing. If they truly possess skill, let them prove it through their capabilities. Otherwise, they will only earn scorn." The crowd nodded in agreement. Yes, indeed, the record for the mass grave dungeon belongs to us. The eyes of the players are discerning and will not be deceived by a mere ranking. Let us continue to break records. We aim to achieve a record time of 25 minutes, so everyone can see that the Berserker remains the Berserker. No one has the right to trample him. Meanwhile, in Fishhead Village, Su Changqing received the system notification. Your member Long Weiwei has received a King's treasure chest, non-tradable. And you have received a King's treasure chest, non-tradable. Yes. Upon hearing the system prompt, Su Changqing felt a surge of exhilaration within. Indeed, with my talent, I can even extract an additional reward from a corpse. This modest King's treasure chest is merely a trifle. Seizing the opportunity while Long Weiwei was selecting her items, he hastily opened the treasure chest. I choose the Blade of Divine Protection. He had his eye on this weapon earlier. It could be enhanced and upgraded. Quite formidable indeed. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained the Blade of Divine Protection. Blade of Divine Protection, enhanceable, upgradable, level 5, strength 50, 5 chance to trigger a divine strike, ignoring enemy defenses and dealing massive damage. With it, you shall be the most formidable warrior in this realm. What a surprise. Strength of 50? And this is merely a level 5 weapon. The augmentation is astounding. How utterly ferocious. Today has truly opened my eyes in ways I never imagined. Su Changqing, without hesitation, swiftly equipped the divine blade, and then opened his personal information, admiring it in solitude. Name, Chia, White, Guardian of Yudo Village. Occupation, Game Master, Unique, Beginner. Rank, Level 7. Status, Normal. Strength, 188. Agility, 21, 100. Constitution, 21. Spirit, 42. Free attribute points, 0. Talent, Source of Poison currently. He was at level 7, but due to allocating all his attribute points to strength, his power had reached an astonishing 188 points. In such a scenario, should he choose to strike, the corrupted Bone Wolf King would likely fall to his blade in a mere instant. Mr. Chia, I have made my selection. At that moment, Long Weiwei also revealed her desired item to Su Changqing. Venomous Fang, upgradable and enhanceable. Level 5. Strength, 30. Agility, 10. Constitution, 10. 5 chance to trigger Poison Strike. Ignoring enemy defenses, poison targets will have all attribute points reduced by 10 for 30 seconds. Su Changqing nodded, acknowledging that this weapon was indeed well suited for Long Weiwei. Just then, a notification appeared in the system. Ding! Congratulations to the Team Frenzied War Under Heaven for refreshing the completion time of the Hell Level Dungeon at the Cemetery of the Dead. Time taken, 24 minutes and 59 seconds, rewarded with 3 intermediate health pills and 3 gold. This record-breaking achievement was announced only once server-wide, and the rewards had returned to their normal state. Nevertheless, the entire novice server erupted in a frenzy, filled with praises for Frenzied War Under Heaven, as well as scathing remarks directed at Su Changqing and Long Weiwei, who occupied the first and second positions on the level leaderboard. The disdain was palpable. Chapter 19. Abu joins the team, shocked. Is this a big shot? Frenzied War Under Heaven is incredible. This hell-level dungeon record is simply astonishing. 24 minutes and 59 seconds. Who can rival such speed? From now on, I shall be your loyal fan. I ask, who else is there? You insignificant trash. If you don't understand the prowess of my esteemed lord, then spare us your chatter. Aren't those two, Long Weiwei and her companion, the top of the leaderboard? How could they fail to secure even one first kill in a hell-level dungeon? Surely, they must be mere pretenders. Humph. They claim to be titans of the leaderboard, yet they are but empty vessels, occupying the ranks while failing to even glimpse the shadow of a dungeon first kill. How embarrassing. They ought to relinquish their positions on the leaderboard. If they lack the ability, they should not pretend to be grandiose. It is utterly disgraceful. The once vocal supporters of Long Weiwei in the World Channel had all but vanished, each one rendered mute in the face of such criticism. Indeed, the words of the crowd rang true. The first place on the leaderboard is of little consequence. If one possesses true skill, one should record a dungeon run. Otherwise, it merely serves as a facade. Su Changqing glanced at the messages in the channel, a slight smile gracing his lips as he said, Weiwei, let us embark on a dungeon run. These individuals are incessantly chattering, and it is quite bothersome. Long Weiwei had initially dismissed the chatter. Her mind focused on returning to fell the remaining 4 hours of the demon tree. However, upon hearing that Su Changqing was quite vexed by their incessant noise, she felt a surge of anger. Very well, Mr. Chia, I shall demonstrate my prowess and silence them. At that moment, Abu entered the scene, his eyes still wide with astonishment as he regarded Long Weiwei with curiosity. As a young heir, he had only reached level 4. It was not for lack of ambition, but rather the scarcity of mid-level health potions that hindered his progress. Thus, he could hardly fathom how Long Weiwei had catapulted from level 5 to 7. He was eager to observe her methods. Yet, upon arriving, he overheard their plans for a dungeon run, which naturally piqued his interest. Long Weiwei did not respond, instead directing her gaze towards Su Changqing. This left Abu in a state of utter confusion. What was the meaning of this? As a player intending to engage in a dungeon run, did she require permission? Such a lack of decisiveness. If this were the case, I must reconsider the prospect of inviting her into our faction. Without hesitation, Su Changqing nodded in agreement. He held a favorable impression of Abu, and as classmates, they needed to unite against the common foe, the mad warrior of the world. They set off, with Long Weiwei leading the way, and Su Chongqing leisurely following behind. Abu found this scenario utterly incredulous. Why did it appear that Long Weiwei was more of a leader while Qie resembled merely a player? After all, Long Weiwei was a level 7 powerhouse, ranked second on the leaderboard. How could she engage in such laborious tasks? At this moment, Qie had concealed his own information, rendering his level invisible. Perhaps it was best not to dwell on it. My focus should remain on Long Weiwei. If her capabilities do not align with her level, then I shall no longer invest my time in her. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Graveyard of Chaos. Long Weiwei took the initiative to form a party and selected the Hell Level dungeon. Ding! You have entered the Hell Level Graveyard of Chaos. Before the group, the scene darkened and brightened, and in the next instant, they found themselves within the graveyard. Alert! You are currently in a Hell Level difficulty dungeon. This dungeon cannot be exited voluntarily. Please exercise caution. As it was Abu's first time collaborating with them, he was uncertain about their roles and inquired, Weiwei, how do we coordinate our efforts? Coordinate? What coordination? Long Weiwei replied, bewildered. She truly lacks an understanding of teamwork. Having played the game for such a duration, she has always charged ahead recklessly, never once demonstrating any sense of cooperation. Upon noticing the confusion etched on Long Weiwei's face, Abu's heart sank. Cautiously, he inquired, surely you have never collaborated with anyone before? Long Weiwei, her cheeks slightly flushed and a hint of embarrassment in her demeanor, nodded in affirmation. Instantly, Abu's mind screamed in disbelief. What on earth? A level 7 veteran has never engaged in teamwork? How has she survived this long? Long Weiwei sheepishly confessed, I apologize. I've never teamed up with anyone, and I'm unsure how to cooperate. Perhaps you could take the lead? What? Abu, using his pinky to clear his ear, confirmed. You have never teamed up with players? All this time, you've been by yourself? My heavens, what have I just heard? Long Weiwei shook her head and replied, not entirely alone. I have always been with Mr. Qie. Phew. Upon hearing this, Abu finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's more like it. That indeed constitutes cooperation. In that case, for our initial collaboration in the dungeon, I shall first assist as a free agent from the sidelines. You all proceed as before, and I will observe your weaknesses, addressing them as necessary later on. Agreed. We'll follow the previous method for our first attempt and cooperate on the second. Long Weiwei had no objections and nodded in agreement. Turning to Su Chongqing, Mr. Qie, be sure to protect yourself. I'm going in. With that, Long Weiwei unsheathed her iron sword and charged forward without a moment's hesitation. Astonished, Abu was left utterly dumbfounded by the scene before him. What on earth? Is the figure Weiwei is calling out to truly a player? Where do you find someone fighting fiercely while another enjoys themselves in the back? This is utterly mind-boggling. His worldview was shattered. He was left speechless. Long Weiwei, brandishing her iron sword and urging Qie to protect himself, was a sight he had never witnessed before in all his gaming experiences. Suddenly, a grave realization struck him. Since the server's launch, Long Weiwei had been alongside Qie. If this was their method of collaboration, did it mean Qie had never taken action? Surely not. With a lingering question, Abu turned to Su Chongqing and asked, Mr. Qie, may I audaciously inquire whether you assisted Weiwei in the previous raid on the Graveyard of the Dead? Assist? Su Chongqing chuckled lightly and replied, I would have loved to help, but my dear Weiwei is concerned for me, fearing I might soil my clothes. Thus she forbade me from intervening. Uft. Abu was taken aback. What kind of absurd reasoning is that? Afraid of dirtying clothes? What a flimsy excuse. Dragon Weiwei is truly a peculiar character. This is hardly commendable. Both of them are rather disappointing. Just then, a series of agonizing screams echoed from the front as Brother Chicken continued his onslaught. Ding. Member Dragon Weiwei has slain a level 3-8 delicacies chicken, elite, earning 3 experience points, and you gain 3 experience points. Ding. Su Chongqing has reached level 7. Defeating Brother Chicken now only yields a meager 3 experience points. Such a paltry amount. However, Abu, who initially harbored some grievances, suddenly found delight upon hearing the 20 or so system notifications. I used to look down upon this method of cooperation, but now it seems quite advantageous. Earning a plethora of experience without lifting a finger is simply exhilarating. Alas, Abu, you have fallen. You are destined to become a war god. How can you entertain such thoughts? No. Over time, this will lead to ruin. Mr. Qie, I too wish to join the fray, if I am not by your side. You must protect yourself. With that, Abu charged ahead. Su Chongqing was momentarily taken aback, a smirk appearing on his face. This Abu seems rather commendable, quite conscientious. Alas, if only he possessed the requisite talent to meet the faction's recruitment criteria. Otherwise, bringing him on board would be quite beneficial. Chapter 20. Significantly reducing the completion time of the Graveyard Instance Bang. The last of the corrupted bone demon wolves fell. At this moment, Dragon Weiwei and Abu had spent 15 minutes clearing all the minor monsters. Abu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Weiwei. The record set by the Berserk Warriors is 24 minutes and 59 seconds. We still have over 9 minutes remaining. If we coordinate well, it is indeed possible to defeat the corrupted Bone Demon Wolf King within this time frame. Dragon Weiwei furrowed her brow and remarked, "Is it truly difficult to break their record? Isn't it merely a matter of having hands?" What? Abu, taken aback by Dragon Weiwei's words, struggled to comprehend. Weiwei, although your strength is commendable, you may be a tad too overconfident. First, we are but 2 in this instance, while the Berserk Warriors are a group of 5. Secondly, they improved their record from 26 minutes to 24 minutes and 59 seconds. Do not be deceived by the mere minute-s difference. It is already considered the current limit. Lastly, I must say, do not take my words too harshly. I sincerely regard you as a friend. Today marks only the 3rd day since the server opened. Everything has merely begun. If you maintain such an attitude, it might lead to arrogance. Heed my advice. Be a bit more humble, do you understand? Abu earnestly implored. Although he had only known Dragon Weiwei for a brief half-day, her boldness and tenacity had left a profound impression on him. Otherwise, he would not have been so vocal in his admonitions. It is important to recognize that in this realm of divine judgment, all individuals share a competitive relationship. To put it bluntly, everyone is an adversary. Abu truly had no obligation to assist others in their growth. It was merely that Long Weiwei found herself bewildered by his sudden lecture. I understand your intentions are good, but I assure you, I am not lying. She protested. You suggested I follow the method I employed with Mr. Chie before. That is precisely how we did it. To help you adapt, I deliberately slowed my pace. Upon hearing this, Abu's frustration ignited. He had spoken out of goodwill, yet here he was, met with disdain from Long Weiwei. You slowed down for my sake, did you? How delightfully pretentious. He scoffed internally, feeling a surge of irritation. He glanced at the corrupted Bone Wolf King in the distance, and, with a sudden inspiration, smiled. Very well. From now on, do not mind me. Proceed at your own pace. The remaining corrupted Bone Wolf King is yours to handle. A slight smirk played on Abu's lips as he thought, such nonsense. To claim it was for my benefit is utterly absurd. How dare you underestimate me? The war god Abu. I am eager to witness your desperate pleas for assistance when you can no longer maintain your facade. Unbeknownst to Long Weiwei, Abu's mind was racing. In truth, she had long yearned to unleash her full potential in this dungeon, silenced by the incessant complaints of those foolish fanatics of the Berserker class in the world chat. Mr. Chie was quite bothersome. Thus, she resolved to demonstrate her prowess and silence them all. Previously, she had restrained herself for Abu's sake, but now, with his encouragement, she erupted like a volcano, releasing all the pent-up energy. She fixed her gaze upon the corrupted Bone Wolf King, her eyes ablaze with fervent determination. Very well, I shall take the lead. You do as you wish. In an instant, she replaced her iron sword with a short dagger radiating a sinister green glow. Upon witnessing this, Abu's pupils constricted, and his mouth fell slightly agape, rooted in astonishment. Such strength! What manner of weapon is this? The dagger exuded a chilling aura, one that suggested even a single breath could lead to peril. This was none other than the venomous Fang. Grasping the venomous Fang, Long Weiwei's eyes mirrored the emerald flames within. At that moment, she resembled a famished wolf, driven by bloodlust and terror. With a swift motion, she launched herself forward like an arrow released from a bow. In the blink of an eye, she stood before the corrupted Bone Wolf King. Sensing her approach, the beast emitted a low, menacing growl, its claws glinting with lethal intent as it struck at Long Weiwei. However, like a wraith, she evaded the deadly blow with uncanny agility. At the same time, the poisonous Fang in hand traced a peculiar green arc through the air. With a swift thrust, the dagger accurately pierced the body of the decayed Bone Wolf King, and a stream of dark green venom gushed forth from the wound, corroding the surrounding flesh with a nauseating sizzle. A howl erupted from the decayed Bone Wolf King, a mournful cry of agony. In a dramatic display, It writhed and swung its claws, lunging towards Long Weiwei. "Be careful," Abu exclaimed in alarm, noticing that Long Weiwei showed no intention of evading the attack. His face paling in fear. "Get away. Insanity. Long Weiwei is truly a madwoman. The decayed Bone Wolf King is a hellish creature, skilled in venomous strikes. If you do not dodge, a single touch of its poison could be fatal." How reckless. At that moment, he felt utterly powerless to intervene, closing his eyes in despair, awaiting the inevitable news of Long Weiwei's demise. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. What is happening? Why is there no sound? Abu found it peculiar and quickly opened his eyes to survey the scene. To his astonishment, he beheld the decayed Bone Wolf King's claw embedded in Long Weiwei's flesh, venom dripping from the wound. Yet, astonishingly, the venom had not penetrated her body. He could even sense the venom recoiling in dread. What on earth? Why does the venom have no effect on Long Weiwei? Could it be immunity to toxins? Upon realizing this, Abu was left utterly dumbfounded. Yet, it seemed to be the only explanation. Long Weiwei's resistance to toxins must be exponentially greater than that of the decayed Bone Wolf King to produce such an effect. There was no time for further contemplation. Long Weiwei withstood the Wolf King's assault, seizing her poisonous fang and swiftly striking down. 1 cut, 2 cuts, 3 cuts. Each slice tore through the Wolf King's skin. With the third strike, suddenly, the decayed Bone Wolf King trembled, its entire essence plummeting. The poisonous fang triggered a toxic strike, reducing the Wolf King's attributes by 10 for a duration of 30 seconds. It whimpered in fear, attempting to flee. But it was too late. Long Weiwei, with her expression icy and devoid of any emotion, accurately thrust the poisonous fang into the heart of the decayed Bone Wolf King. With a sickening sound, the Wolf King's movements came to an abrupt halt, its eyes wide with disbelief and terror, before its massive body crashed to the ground. Stirring up a cloud of dust, Abu witnessed this spectacle, his pupils dilating, his mouth agape as if a fist could fit inside. Frozen in place as if time itself had stopped. How is this even possible? Abu finally regained his voice, trembling as he spoke. "Weiwei, you actually defeated the Corpse Bone Demon Wolf King all by yourself. How incredible. You are truly remarkable. Please accept my knee." Long Weiwei remained composed, slowly approaching Su Changqing, akin to a child who has scored a perfect 100 in an exam, eagerly awaiting parental praise. Su Changqing reached out to stroke Long Weiwei's head, smiling as he remarked, "My Weiwei has made progress once again, splendid indeed. It is wonderful to have you here." Upon hearing this, Long Weiwei revealed a sweet smile, internally affirming, "Mr. Chiye, having you around is indeed delightful. I will strive to vanquish every adversary who dares question you, leaving none unscathed. I shall become the sharpest blade in your hands." Meanwhile, Abu was oblivious to the developments unfolding nearby. His sole concern was the completion time. He knew a record had surely been shattered, but he was unaware of the extent. He hastily opened the dungeon panel, and upon glimpsing the completion time, his mind exploded as if struck by lightning. 19 minutes and 48 seconds? Chapter 21. A Call to Father. Abu soared skyward on the other side. The formidable Quangzhan Tianxia continued leading his core team through the hellish dungeon of the Graveyard of the Dead. Bang! As the last Corpse Bone Demon Wolf fell, a team member named Huang Hao opened the dungeon panel to check the time. A hint of relief crossed his face as he cheerfully announced, 16 minutes and 1 second. We've improved by another 30 seconds from our last run. At this pace, we are confident we can break into the 24-minute mark this time. Upon hearing Huang Hao's words, laughter erupted among the group. We, Quangzhan, have no rivals at all. Indeed, who in this novice server can compete with our prowess? Those petty factions are unworthy even to carry our shoes. That Long Weiwei should know her own limitations. When we cross paths next, she will surely witness the true disparity in strength. Humph, a firefly contesting with the sun, utterly unaware of its own insignificance. Once we set a new record for this dungeon, Long Weiwei will likely be so frightened that she'll hide away, avoiding us in the future, huh? The atmosphere within the team was exceedingly lively, with not a hint of pressure felt. Quangzhan Tianxia maintained a calm demeanor, though a flicker of pride lingered within. Let us proceed and complete the dungeon swiftly. 7 minutes later, bang! As Quangzhan Tianxiao withdrew his great sword from the neck of the Corpse Bone Demon Wolf King, the dungeon timer halted at 23 minutes and 57 seconds. At that moment, A system announcement floated across the screen. Ding! Congratulations to the Guangzhou Tianxiao team for setting a new record in the Graveyard of the Dead Hell level dungeon, completing it in 23 minutes and 57 seconds, earning 3 intermediate vitality pills and 3 gold coins. The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. Ha ha ha. We have once again raised our record by a full minute. Who dares to challenge us now? The novice server has truly become the stage for our grand performance. This must be the current limit. I cannot fathom anyone surpassing us today. Huang Hao exclaimed, I swear. If anyone can exceed our time, even by a mere second, I will eat a pound of dung. Ha ha ha. Damn. Mouse, are you not disgusted? The laughter of the brothers brought a slight smile to the lips of the formidable warrior, revealing a rare expression of joy. Internally, he mused, today, the boundaries of time should be firmly established here. Just as that thought settled, suddenly, a new announcement appeared on the system. Ding. Congratulations to the Long Weiwei team for setting a new record in the Hell level dungeon of the Graveyard, completing it in 19 minutes and 48 seconds, earning 3 intermediate health pills and 3 gold coins. The formidable warrior gasped in shock. Huang Hao, what? Team members, no way. World Channel. At this moment, the entire world fell silent, all eyes fixated on that completion time, faces etched with disbelief. 19 minutes and 48 seconds. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Cheating. I refuse to believe such a sudden jump of over 4 minutes is legitimate. If Long Weiwei possesses such strength, why did she take 29 minutes for the first kill yesterday, and only 19 minutes today? She must have discovered something we are unaware of. Long Weiwei must be resorting to some underhanded tactics. No ordinary player could improve so drastically. The authorities must investigate her account. Indeed, her performance is far too abnormal. How could she so easily shatter our long-standing advantage? It is evident she has employed unsavory methods. Humph, perhaps there are illicit dealings behind her sudden prowess. Otherwise, how could she have improved so remarkably? We must ensure this matter is thoroughly investigated. I propose a server-wide manhunt. We must root out this parasite. Meanwhile, the formidable warrior and his companions wore expressions akin to that of having consumed something foul. Long Weiwei is utterly disgraceful. I hold her in contempt. Mouse, I suggest we leverage our family's influence to unearth Long Weiwei in real life. Such opportunistic behavior must be met with consequences. Huang Hao, his face clouded with disappointment, murmured, but what if she truly possesses that level of skill? If she can leap from level 5 to level 7 in an instant, why could she not also achieve a completion time of 19 minutes? At this, silence enveloped the group, all eyes turning toward the formidable warrior. His expression remained composed, devoid of any disturbance. Mouse had a valid point. What if she indeed possesses that capability? In the future, when faced with such circumstances, let us first introspect. Let us move. Since she, Long Weiwei, can elevate the record to 19 minutes, surely we can as well. A cascade of golden light descended. Su Chongqing and his companions emerged from the chaotic graveyard dungeon. Abu, initially filled with exhilaration, found himself disheartened upon witnessing the World Channel, where a chorus of voices cast doubt upon their achievements. Frustration surged within him. How utterly infuriating. What nonsensical reasoning is this? Just because they lack ability, must they deny others their success? My hard-earned accomplishments are dismissed with a mere statement? How outrageous. In this moment, Abu conveniently forgets that he once harbored similar doubts about Long Weiwei. There was no way around it. Achievements that have not been witnessed firsthand are inherently suspect. Su Chongqing, observing Long Weiwei fuming quietly, chuckled and inquired, "What is the matter? Who has upset my dear Weiwei?" Long Weiwei, pouting slightly, apologetically replied, "Mr. Chia, I'm sorry. It's all my fault for not being strong enough to silence them, allowing their noise to disturb you. If only my strength were greater, I would surely slap them hard across the face." Raising an eyebrow, Su Chongqing replied with a smile, "Well, that is not without a solution. We could simply refresh the dungeon records." Abu burst into laughter at this. "Mr. Chia, your strength may be average, but your talent for boasting is truly remarkable. Our dungeon time has already reached its limit. What more can we do? Even if you were to assist, we wouldn't gain much time." As he spoke, he suddenly sensed a formidable killing intent. Turning to look, he saw Long Weiwei glaring at him with icy eyes, sending a chill down his spine. He had no doubt that if he continued speaking, Long Weiwei would surely end him. Weiwei, don't be angry. I was merely joking," he stammered. "You may jest, But you cannot dismiss Mr. Chia. If he says it can be improved, it certainly can. Long Weiwei retorted coldly. Abu could not help but scoff inwardly. So this is what it means to be lovesick. Very well, I shall remain silent and witness how this Mr. Chia claims he can enhance our clearance time. Soon, the three of them re-entered the dungeon. Just as they stepped inside, Abu, still recovering from the previous excitement, suddenly received a system notification. Ding! Chia has assigned a task, requesting you to call him adoptive father. Do you accept? Task reward. All attributes doubled, limited to 5 minutes. Abu. Adoptive father. Su Changqing. Ah, my dear son, be obedient. Abu. How dare you take advantage of me? No sooner had he spoken than another notification chimed in. Ding! Task completed. Rewards have been issued. Suddenly, Abu felt a surge of power within him. All attributes were doubled, and he was exhilarated. Is this even possible? Others may be dragons soaring high, but I am now a dragon too. Long Weiwei shot him a disdainful glance before brandishing her poisonous fang and charging ahead without a backward glance. With her full power unleashed, she blazed a trail forward. Chapter 22. I shall not permit anyone to speak ill of Mr. Chia in the village of Xiaomi, amidst the tumult of the battlefield. Huang Hao deactivated the instance panel, his gaze fixed on the distant, bloodied corpse-bone Wolf King, enveloped in a shroud of silence. With less than 22 minutes elapsed in the instance, they had exhausted every piece of equipment, every technique, and every elixir at their disposal. The enhancement in instance duration was commendable, surpassing their previous record by more than a minute. Yet, a cloud of discontent loomed over them, with others finishing in 19 minutes. They were left trailing by 3 minutes, rendering any hope of catching up futile. What to do? For the first time in his life, he had faced a setback. And it was at the hands of a woman, an unbearable reality to confront. How frustrating! Huang Hao exclaimed. After waiting so long for the day my talent awakens, only to serve as a mere offering to someone else. He pondered aloud. Is it possible that the top-ranked player and Long Weiwei are both tackling the instance together? His seemingly casual remark appeared to illuminate a glimmer of justification among the group. Indeed, that could very well be the case, someone mused. That dubious character could indeed be collaborating with Long Weiwei. Only the top 3 can claim the King's treasure chest, and with 2 such formidable players together, it's no wonder they achieved a completion time of 19 minutes. Humph. Just wait until tomorrow. We shall elevate our levels. And our instance completion time will surely breach the 19-minute mark. However, just as those words left his lips, a notification chimed. Congratulations to Long Weiwei's team for setting a new record in the Hell-level instance of the Graveyard of Chaos, completing it in 14 minutes and 11 seconds, and earning 3 intermediate vitality pills and 3 gold coins. The system announcement hit the group like a thunderclap, leaving them all frozen in place, their pupils dilating in shock. 14 minutes and 11 seconds? How could they possibly achieve such an outrageous feat? Although he yearned to discover the reason within himself, the mere thought of not suspecting them of cheating seemed utterly absurd. Yes, we demand they publicly disclose their completion footage, or else we will raise a ruckus. Another suggested. I propose we leverage our family's influence to unearth them, either to ally with us or to face our wrath. Yet, Huang Hao remained silent, his own gaze trembling in disbelief. The despair of being unable to catch up despite their efforts was a sensation he had never experienced in 18 years. Soon, he arrived at a conclusion. Shaking his head, he replied, let us refrain from involving our family's resources for now. Once we do, we shall only invite scorn from our kin. The game has only just begun. If we cannot resolve such minor issues, how shall we inherit our family's legacy in the future? What then shall we do now? Someone inquired. We cannot simply remain idle while others mock us. Beside them, Huang Hao proposed, how about this? We release the footage of our successful clearance on the official website. We shall refrain from offering any commentary, leaving everything to the netizens, allowing public opinion and time to ferment, thus placing the pressure on Long Weiwei and her team. If they feel intimidated and hesitate to unveil the footage, it would indicate that they surely have something to hide. In that case, we need not concern ourselves with them any further. The group nodded in agreement. Haozi makes a valid point. Let us proceed as you suggest. I am eager to see if that Long Weiwei possesses the audacity. Someone scoffed. 14 minutes? I would be inclined to believe it. Perhaps my mind is simply unwell. Suddenly, a cascade of golden light illuminated the scene as 3 figures materialized at the entrance of the mass grave. Ha ha! Abu exclaimed, hands on his hips, gazing skyward. You all are worthless. A record of 14 minutes? I doubt anyone could replicate such a feat even by tomorrow. Upon entering, Abu and Long Weiwei had bulldozed their way through, effortlessly dispatching any monstrous beasts they encountered with a single strike, wasting no time whatsoever. Even the corrupted Bone Wolf King fell beneath their blades in less than a minute. While such a pace certainly had room for enhancement, it was unequivocally unattainable by the following day. Abu, reveling in the unprecedented silence of the World Channel, smugly remarked, "Weren't they just mocking us for using hacks? Humph. Where are they now? Is it truly so difficult to acknowledge someone else's excellence? Mr. Chia, shall we continue?" Long Weiwei inquired. Su Changqing shook his head, responding, "No more. We lack sufficient experience. Continuing would only be a waste of time." Currently, they were at level 7, with an experience requirement of 51. 200 points to ascend to level 8. After completing a run of the dungeon, if not counting the 3 intermediate health potions that broke the record, they had accrued merely around 200 points. Based on this experience, they would need to clear the dungeon over 200 times to level up, an exhausting endeavor. Abu, overhearing this, inwardly scoffed, "You could reach level 8 in just 3 days, and you call that insufficient experience? Moreover, you contributed nothing, relying entirely on us too. Yet you still have so many opinions. I truly want to give him a good beating." Glancing at the time, Su Changqing noted that noon was approaching. "Let us return for now. You go complete the faction task, and I will see if there are other areas we can explore." "Understood, Mr. Chia," Long Weiwei replied obediently. However, this dialogue reverberated in Abu's ears like a deafening bell. "What? A faction task? Weiwei, have you joined a faction? That cannot be. We are still in the novice village and cannot possibly establish a faction." Long Weiwei nodded and smiled, saying, "I have joined Mr. Chia's faction." "What? A newly formed faction?" Abu was left utterly astonished. Such occurrences are not unheard of, yet they have never transpired in the novice village. Even if they did, players would scarcely join the factions created, as they offer little promise for the future. Ultimately, they serve merely as tools for the players. Mere side characters that highlight the protagonist. Only a fool would choose to associate with them. This Long Weiwei hails from a rather unremarkable background and likely does not grasp the gravity of the situation. It would be prudent to enlighten her. "Weiwei, how many members does Mr. Chia's faction currently possess?" Two. Just you and Chia?" Upon seeing Long Weiwei nod, Abu felt as if his heart had sunk to the depths of the ocean. Indeed, such a faction is nothing short of a trap. Chia is equally exploitative, contributing little in dungeon raids and constantly delegating tasks to Weiwei. One wonders what sort of enchantment he has cast upon her. Sighing, Abu continued, "Weiwei, I believe it would be wise for you to withdraw from Chia's faction as soon as possible. There is no future in such a faction, and it offers you no assistance whatsoever. While you may not perceive the disparities among players in the novice village, once you reach level 10 and complete your first job transfer, leaving the novice village for higher tier cities, you will understand the stark differences between factions and the players they cultivate. Moreover, Chia is merely a novice. Once you exit the novice village, he will undoubtedly become a burden to you. He even expects you to undertake faction missions. What a waste of your time. Faction missions yield nothing but contribution points, which are of little value. I see Chia as nothing more than a leech. Do not fall victim to his schemes." Before he could finish, Long Weiwei abruptly raised her hand and, with a swift motion, struck Abu across the face. Slap! Abu was left in shock, eyes wide and cupping his reddened cheek, utterly incredulous. You hit me?" With a cold glare, Long Weiwei calmly replied, "I will not allow anyone to speak ill of Mr. Chia. If you dare utter another word against him, I shall end you." Chapter 23. Long Weiwei's Unprecedented Data. Su Changqing's daily innovations reached new heights. Abu was utterly bewildered. He had never been struck by anyone in his life, let alone being hit. Even the loss of a single hair would evoke concern from his parents. Yet now, to be publicly slapped in the face was infuriating. "Long Weiwei, what is the meaning of this? I was only trying to help you, and you resort to violence? Have I truly lost my senses? Humph. If I ever engage with you again, I might as well be a puppy." Nearby, Su Changqing found amusement in the spectacle. The two seemed to be squabbling like children. Long Weiwei cast a disdainful glance at Abu before thrusting her personal panel toward him. "Look, Abu. I shall look. I have seen much in my time. Do you think you can intimidate me?" He then opened Long Weiwei's personal panel to examine the information. Name: Long Weiwei, guardian of Fishhead Village. Occupation, pharmacist, beginner. Rank, level 7. Status, normal. Strength, 128. Agility, 57. Constitution, 57. Mental, 73. Dragon Pattern Ring Special, level 5. Strength, 1. Agility, 1. Constitution, 1. Mental, 1. Title, Guardian of Fishhead Village. Strength, 10. Agility, 10. Constitution, 10. Mental, 10. Badge, Brave Badge. Strength, 10. Toxic Fong. Dragon Pattern Set. After reviewing Long Weiwei's personal information, Abu stood frozen in place, his mind blank for a full 3 minutes. He was utterly incapable of rational thought, consumed entirely by the data of Long Weiwei. Impossible. How could someone be so formidable? Such statistics are certainly not befitting of a level 7 player. The strength exceeding 100 was particularly striking. Aside from overwhelming envy, Abu was engulfed in profound astonishment. This was the first time his understanding of the divine judgment game had been shattered. He had assumed that after 20 years of its inception, all the legends had already permeated the world. Yet, unexpectedly, today he witnessed what it truly means to be the strongest newcomer. However, after the shock subsided, a wave of regret washed over him. Observing Long Weiwei's exceptional talent and her role as a pharmacist, he felt a deep sense of loss. This effectively limited her potential, confining her capabilities within invisible bounds. No matter how extraordinary she may currently be, the future world would remain under the control of others. She possessed no power to compete with them. Furthermore, he was puzzled as to why such a remarkable newcomer would be so devoted to guarding someone so ordinary. What secrets lay between them that he was unaware of? Long Weiwei noticed Abu's confusion and turned to Su Chongqing, smiling as she said, "I owe my current success entirely to Mr. Chiye's unwavering support. You have no idea. Without his guidance, I would not be who I am today. Therefore, whoever dares to oppose Mr. Chiye shall face my wrath." Abu furrowed his brow, indicating his lack of understanding, yet he refrained from probing further. "Forget it. I won't persuade you to leave your faction. I only hope you won't regret it in the future. Let us go back." Soon after they returned to Fishhead Village, Abu departed. "Mr. Chiye, I am off to cut down the demon tree." "Very well." With a flash of golden light, Long Weiwei entered the faction stronghold. Su Chongqing reclined in his chair, opening the trading channel to peruse the information within. Qinglong Blade Technique. Rank. Price, 100,000. Description: the Qinglong Blade Technique is a fundamental swordsmanship derived from an ancient martial arts tradition, though it is classified at a lower rank. It embodies profound martial arts essence and practical value. This technique is renowned for its fierce power, with movements that are expansive and unstoppable, reminiscent of a dragon surging forth from the sea, making it an exceptional choice for budding martial artists. Tai Fist. Rank. Price, 100,000. Description: Iron Sword Green. Level 3. Price, 30,000. Su Chongqing skimmed through the listings before promptly putting up the dragon pattern technique and some other inconsequential low-level equipment. Of course, while these items were of little use to him, they were treasures to the vast majority of players. Done. Time for sleep. If I don't nap at noon, I might collapse in the afternoon. He then lay back in his chair, drifting into a deep slumber, while the novice server began to buzz with excitement. Heavens! Quickly, look at the trading channel. The ranked dragon pattern technique, the level 3 green iron sword, level 4 green leather boots, level 5 blue belt. My goodness. They've all been listed. This is simply a boon for novice players. Is this for real? These items are actually for sale? Who is this generous benefactor? This is an unprecedented opportunity. With these pieces of equipment and techniques, my strength will surely soar. I must pay homage to this divine figure. Unbelievable. This is undoubtedly a superpower within the game. To offer such valuable items for sale is a true blessing for novices. I need to rush to the forum and post about this good news, while also expressing my admiration for this great benefactor. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the graveyard dungeon in Xiami Village, Huang Hao asked, "Has the video been edited?" He nodded. "Just finished, ready to upload." As soon as he spoke, a companion exclaimed, "Oh my. Quick, everyone, look at the trading channel. There's a surprise." Upon hearing this, everyone hurriedly opened the trading channel, only to find it brimming with equipment ranging from level 3 to level 5, at least 30 or 40 pieces. The sheer volume was astonishing. Upon seeing this, Huangzhan immediately commanded, Everyone, regardless of level, quality, or price, snap them all up. After we pick through what we want, we can list the remaining items for sale. Once the group regained their composure, they swiftly closed the information panel and began to buy frantically. In a mere 3 minutes, everything was sold out. Phew. The group exhaled in relief, laughing as they said, "You truly have the quickest reaction, Guangzhou. We were still foolishly trying to determine which items were best to purchase. If we had waited any longer, we wouldn't have been able to acquire many items. However, we have essentially acquired 80 of the equipment. Once we select the remaining items to sell, we will incur minimal losses and perhaps even make a modest profit." Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. Mouse, I suggest we hold off on releasing the video for now. Huang Hao asked, "Oh, why not? Is that even a question? With this batch of equipment in our possession, each person's strength will increase by at least 30%, and our completion time for the burial mound will undoubtedly improve. Once we reach our limits, you can release the video, and its impact will be even more sensational." Mad Warrior of the World nodded in agreement. "Who do you think is selling off this equipment? Could it possibly be Long Weiwei? Impossible. After grinding through so many dungeons, the quantity of equipment we've acquired is scant. It's simply not feasible for her to produce dozens of items at once. Perhaps it's a reseller dealing in equipment. Regardless, let us focus on grinding the dungeon first." Su Chongqing had barely laid down for a minute when the system notifications began ringing incessantly, and his phone buzzed with news of a bank deposit. Within 3 minutes, nearly $1 million had been credited to his account. The speed of this profit was astonishing. Su Chongqing, initially drowsy, was invigorated by the influx of cash. Currently, the high prices were largely due to it being the 3rd day since the game's launch, with many players still busy battling the chicken boss at the village entrance. They had money but nowhere to spend it. However, if they could seize these weapons and reach level 10 ahead of others, they would gain a significant advantage by undertaking first-tier job changes. How exhilarating. He had thought that earning 600,000 yesterday was impressive, but today surpassed all expectations. Truly a human printing press. Seeing such a sum of money, Su Chongqing's sleepiness vanished, and his mind became exceptionally clear. Forget sleep. Let me organize my next steps. 3 paths lay before him. Chapter 24. It turns out the treasure boy was always by my side. How foolish of me. After a moment of contemplation, Su Chongqing delineated his 3 options. First, today marked the 3rd day since the game's launch, and he and Long Weiwei had already surpassed level 7. If no unforeseen circumstances arose, they could reach level 10 within a week and undertake the first-tier job change quest. Thus, the first path was to push for level 10. Second, as Eternal Knight was currently only a level 1 faction, if they achieved level 10 and successfully changed jobs, stepping out of the novice village while Eternal Knight remained at level 1 would render them at a disadvantage. Therefore, maintaining their advantage was crucial. Hence, the second path was to accumulate sufficient contribution points to elevate the faction to level 2. Third, which was also the foundation for Su Chongqing, involved recruiting more players. Yet, sadly on the 3rd day of the server's launch, aside from the recruitable Tang Bing, he had yet to encounter another player worthy of his attention. This was quite disconcerting. However, upon reflection, it was understandable. Currently, it was known that within the entirety of Linjiang City, there were only 5 awakened players with high-level talents. With merely 100,000 novice players in their village, securing a high-level ice element player like Tang Bing was already a remarkable feat. Had he not been able to access player information and fortuitously discovered Long Weiwei, he likely would have been unable to recruit anyone at all. Was he truly destined to return to seek out Tang Bing? Su Chongqing was resolute in his refusal. He wished to sever all ties with Tang Bing. Of course, that was secondary. The crux of the matter was that they had been betrothed since birth, inseparable from childhood, playing the roles of bride and groom, and sharing 18 years of camaraderie. He feared that should he recruit Tang Bing into his faction, a careless gesture might reveal his identity to her. If his alternate persona were to be exposed, it would spell trouble. Sigh. Did he really have to wait until he left Fishhead Village to recruit a second player? Su Chongqing felt somewhat dejected, reclining in his chair. He was rather bored. Idly, he took out the nether blood jade and began to toy with it. After Abu returned to Fishhead Village, he parted ways with Su Chongqing and the others. As they separated, he was still seething with anger. Oof, Long Weiwei and Chia. If I come looking for you again, I'll be a dog, a filthy dog. Especially you, Long Weiwei, a dog biting El Dongbin. failing to recognize a good person's heart. I was clearly doing this for your own good, yet you struck me. If it were anyone else, I would have broken their hand on the spot. I shall never play with you again. You will regret losing me, humph. Just as the words left his mouth, a notification chimed. Ding. Detected activation of the Nether clan bloodline within the Nether blood jade. Walking along the road, Abu paused, a smile suddenly gracing his face. The Nether blood jade has appeared again. Excellent. As long as I activate the bloodline, I will undoubtedly surpass Long Weiwei. Whatever the cost, I must obtain this Nether blood jade. Abu hurriedly followed the system's guidance, searching along the way. However, as he drew nearer to Su Changqing's residence, confusion began to gnaw at him. It wasn't until he found himself once again standing at Su Changqing's doorstep that he stood frozen in place. No way. Here again? When he was first led here, Abu had thought it a mere coincidence. After all, the aura of the Nether blood jade had dissipated upon his arrival. But now, being guided here once more could only mean one thing. This was no coincidence. Who could possibly possess the Nether blood jade? Abu murmured to himself, recalling his earlier declaration of not seeking out Su Changqing and the others, only to be swiftly proven wrong. This is infuriating. Had I known earlier, I would not have been so hasty. Alas, no one is privy to my earlier words, so I shall simply pretend I never uttered them. Abu quickly steeled himself and knocked on the door. Mr. Chia, it's me, Abu. With a creak, the door was swiftly opened from within. Abu, what brings you here? Su Changqing was taken aback by Abu's lack of resolve. Having just received a slap from Long Weiwei, he had anticipated Abu might be furious, even severing ties altogether. Yet, within less than half an hour, here he was, returning to ingratiate himself once more. This truly caught him off guard. Abu, his face flushed with embarrassment, was about to speak when suddenly, he noticed a dark red jade in Su Changqing's hand. At that moment, the blood jade emanated an eerie dark red hue, its color deep and reminiscent of congealed blood, exuding an unsettling aura. The surface of the blood jade was adorned with intricate patterns, interwoven and entangled. Under the light, these patterns shimmered with a faint dark glow, as if some malevolent force lurked within, poised to break free. This is the blood jade of the underworld? Mr. Chia, how did you come by such a thing? Quickly hide it. Otherwise, the people of the underworld will be drawn here. If you wish to avoid the slaughter of Yudo village, stow it away at once. Abu urged hastily, lacking the time to elaborate. Su Changqing furrowed his brow, filled with countless questions. However, witnessing Abu's urgency and recalling Abu's straightforward and innocent nature, he discerned no reason for deceit. Thus, without further hesitation, he promptly concealed the jade. Abu, please come inside. After ushering Abu in, he hurriedly closed the door. Little did he know, the appearance of the blood jade of the underworld had already alerted the lurking denizens of the underworld nearby. Returning to the courtyard, Su Changqing scrutinized Abu closely. Internally, he mused, the crisis of the living dead is a unique task, one that Abu could not possibly engage with. So how does he know of the blood jade of the underworld? Furthermore, how is he aware of its capabilities? Was his visit fortuitous? Or was he drawn here by the jade's allure? Su Changqing's mind was engulfed with profound inquiries. Suddenly, it struck him that despite their prolonged acquaintance, he had yet to examine Abu's information. Previously, on the day of awakening, he had heard Abu claim to possess a combat-oriented talent. Later, due to the restrictions imposed by recruitment conditions, which required players with talents of level A or higher, Su Changqing had not pursued the matter further. However, the recent series of peculiar events reignited his curiosity. With that thought, Su Changqing focused his mind. Name, God of War Abu. Gender, male. Age, 18. Occupation, junior boxer. Talent, level, pending activation of the Dark Clan bloodline. Status, available for recruitment. Su Changqing, astonishing. Goodness, a level talent. A concealed Dark Clan bloodline. How infuriating. It turns out the treasure boy has been right beside me, and I remained oblivious. Truly, it's maddening. I absolutely cannot allow him to slip away this time. Su Changqing circled around Abu, making the latter feel a bit uneasy. Mr. Chia, what are you doing? Chapter 25. Recruiting the second player, God of War Abu. If Abu were not interested in the Nether blood jade in Su Changqing's possession, he would have fled long ago. A solitary man, being gazed upon with the same admiration one might reserve for a technician, is quite uncomfortable. Su Changqing showed no hint of reservation, wasting no time. and without pretense, directly inquired, Abu, have you considered joining my harem? Cough. I misspoke. Joining my faction. Abu. Goodness. Exposed. This damn Chia has revealed his true nature. Indeed, the reason Chia's faction comprises only Long Wei Wei is apparent. He is exceedingly selective. Despite my outstanding qualities, he has only now extended an invitation, indicating his remarkably discerning taste. Nevertheless, it also suggests that I, Abu, am indeed exceptional, at least on par with Long Wei Wei. To spare Su Chongqing a modicum of dignity, Abu did not immediately decline. After a brief pause, he smiled and replied, I apologize, Mr. Chia, but I am accustomed to freedom and do not favor feelings of constraint. I do not currently have intentions of joining a faction. Upon finishing, Abu inwardly scoffed. What a jest. I am a man destined to establish my own faction. Would I ever settle beneath you? How absurd. Your diminutive faction could hardly accommodate a figure as grand as myself. In the future, the faction I create shall effortlessly overshadow yours. Su Chongqing, with a smile, remarked, Do you not wish to understand why Long Wei Wei is so eager to join my faction? Here are the recruitment guidelines. Take a look. Seeing it as a mere glance, Abu thought, could it truly intimidate me? He furrowed his brow as he opened the guidelines and began to read. Standard physique? For male players, the height requirement. Doesn't that essentially refer to me? To summarize, that translates to handsome. More attractive than Chia, and older than little Chia. Would I simply refuse? If this is intended as a provocation, congratulations, you have successfully ignited my competitive spirit. Should we ever share a moment, I must ensure I surpass him. Are there also requirements for innate talent, goodness, level and above? This demand is exceedingly high. Where am I to place my level? No, wait. Abu regained his composure, his eyes sparkling and a faint, elusive smile gracing his lips. He had intended to maintain a low profile, yet he was astonished by Mr. Chia's keen perception, which not only recognized his handsomeness, but also acknowledged his remarkable talent and immense potential. Mr. Chia had sent him the details, presumably to assess his suitability, indicating that he held high hopes for him. Seeing Abu's subtle amusement, Su Chongqing seized the moment to encourage him, saying, Have you reviewed the details? My faction's criteria are exceedingly stringent, and not everyone can earn my favor. My ambition is to forge a superpower within the divine judgment realm. If you share this vision, we are kindred spirits. If not, it would suggest I misjudged your character. Who says I don't? I, Abu, have always harbored such aspirations. Without hesitation, Abu expressed his agreement. Rest assured, you shall not misjudge me. He had just perused the details and noted that there were no significant restrictions on exiting the faction, merely a requirement to return all acquired benefits. This seemed remarkably simple. Other factions imposed severe restrictions to prevent spies and traitors, with even the possibility of stripping one's cultivation. However, Mr. Chia's recruitment standards were rigorous, while the exit requirements were notably lenient. Abu found it perplexing. Returning what one had gained from the faction seemed straightforward. Was it not merely a matter of money, techniques, and equipment? With that in mind, he decided to join for the time being, aiming to secure the nether blood jade from Chia and perhaps find an opportunity to sway Long Wei Wei to his side. When the time came for him to establish his own faction, bringing Long Wei Wei along would be a tremendous asset. Little did Abu know, he was about to embark on an irreversible journey. Did he think he could simply exit the faction? In due time, he would find it impossible to extricate himself. Very well, Mr. Chia, I shall reluctantly agree to join your faction. However, I must make it clear that if the faction's development strays from my expectations, I will not hesitate to withdraw. Su Chongqing responded with excitement. Ding! Chia invites you to join his faction, Eternal Night. Do you accept this invitation? I agree. Ding! You have successfully joined Eternal Night and become one of its members. Based on your contribution value, your current standing is 0, and you hold the position of ordinary member. Eternal Night, a rather impressive name, though it seemed merely superficial. Currently, there were only 3 members, and their contribution values were woefully insufficient. If they could not elevate the faction's rank, retaining players would be a challenge, leading to inevitable dissolution. However, Abu felt unconcerned. The success or failure of the faction's development was of no consequence to him. His foremost priority now is to gradually earn the trust of Chia and subsequently deceive him into acquiring the nether blood jade. Mr. Chia, I shall first attend to some tasks at our faction's base to contribute more points for our cause. The faction is my home, and I shall never let it down. I cherish the faction, and I cherish you, just as a mouse adores rice." Upon finishing his declaration, Abu's figure flickered and vanished from sight. In the next instant, he reappeared within the faction's stronghold, but his radiant smile had faded. "TSK, Abu, when did you become so hypocritical?" "Ah, forget it. For the sake of the Netherblood Jade, I must resort to some distasteful tactics to deceive that fool Chie. From now on, I shall dedicate a little time each day to complete faction tasks, allowing Chie to witness my efforts." However, even so, Abu felt quite vexed. The novice period is supposed to be a time for enhancing one's strength and leveling up. Instead, he was engaged in these rather futile faction tasks, which felt like a sheer waste of time. Ding. Logging in. Seek the path of the universe to chop wood task. Accept faction task. Chop the demon tree. Abu was taken aback upon seeing this faction task. From his understanding of the divine judgment game, the tasks for a level 1 faction are typically quite simple, like weeding, running errands to buy medicine, or delivering messages. But what on earth is this chopping demon tree? And seeking the path of the universe? Even a trivial tree-chopping task has such a grandiose title? It must be said, Chie is truly not lacking in creativity when it comes to names. Bang, bang, bang. As Abu neared the location of the demon tree, he could hear someone chopping wood from a distance. When he approached, he saw Long Weiwei wielding a rust-covered axe, drenched in sweat, vigorously chopping at the tree. At the same time, with each swing, the tree adorned with human faces emitted a deafening and eerie roar, startling Abu into a hasty retreat, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground with a thud. "Ouch, that hurts. My backside is sore." Long Weiwei, interrupted by the commotion, paused her actions and turned to look. "Abu, what are you doing here?" Chapter 26, Level 1 Nether Battle Body. Tenfold Strength Enhancement. Abu felt somewhat embarrassed, unable to meet Long Weiwei's gaze. Just this morning, he had sworn to sever ties, yet here he was, fawning over her like a fool, which was indeed quite humiliating. I was invited to join the faction by Mr. Chie, who saw my exceptional talent. Seeing his sincerity, I didn't want to disappoint him, so I accepted his invitation. However, do not think for a moment that I will remain here indefinitely. If the faction fails to thrive, I shall be the first to withdraw without hesitation. Abu raised his chin defiantly, concealing his true intentions well. Long Weiwei cast a skeptical glance at him, questioning, "Stop boasting. Your level 1 talent is on par with my own, which makes us equally matched." I, Abu, felt a surge of indignation as Long Weiwei openly looked down upon me. My heart burned with the desire to proclaim to the world that I possessed the bloodline of the underworld clan. However, such a revelation could not be uttered. I could only swallow my frustration. I vowed that on the day my talents are revealed, I would surely deliver a resounding slap to Long Weiwei's face. Humph. "Let us begin chopping wood. Once you start, I doubt you will even consider withdrawing from the faction," Long Weiwei remarked. "Impossible." Abu resolutely shook his head. "I, Abu, have seen much of the world. How could a mere wood-cutting task become my shackle?" "You jest." An hour later. Ding. You have chopped wood 1,000 times, gaining 1 point of strength. You have completed 1 wood-cutting task, earning 1 contribution point and 500 copper coins. You have reached an online duration of 1 hour, increasing your spirit by 1 point. Astonished, Abu was utterly dumbfounded. He stood as still as a statue, axe raised in midair, unable to move. After a long pause, he finally regained his composure. By the heavens, chopping would increase his strength, and being online boosts spirit. 1 point in an hour, 8 points in a day. This is absolutely incredible. At this moment, the shock Abu experienced was far greater than when Long Weiwei first chopped wood. It was not that Abu lacked experience. On the contrary, his extensive exposure to various matters made his reaction all the more pronounced. After all, his family was the wealthiest in Linjiang City. As he had stated, having been immersed in such an environment since childhood and awakening his vocational talent at 18, his reservoir of knowledge far surpassed that of others. Let alone a level 1 faction. He had never heard of any level 9 faction, even the most elite, boasting such extraordinary tasks. 8 points a day, 80 points in 10 days, nearly 3,000 points of strength and spirit in a year. Over the long term, what about 5 or 10 years? Even a useless individual could become a deity after 10 years of perseverance. No wonder Mr. Chie's recruitment guidelines comprise an astonishing 99 clauses. At first glance, they appear stringent. Yet in light of this situation, they are hardly demanding at all. This must be the foundation upon which he intends to establish a super faction of divine judgment. Truly impressive. Abu, what are you pondering? When do you plan to withdraw from Eternal Night? Long Weiwei queried. Withdraw? You jest. Abu declared with righteous fervor. I hereby unilaterally announce that Eternal Night is my second home. Even if Mr. Chia were to expel me, I would cling to him like a stubborn dog. Refusing to let go, he huffed. Upon hearing this, Long Weiwei could not help but burst into laughter. Subsequently, she earnestly declared, let us together expand the territory for Mr. Chia. Abu nodded vigorously. All right. This time, he was indeed serious. Previously, he believed that the stipulation in Su Chongqing's regulations regarding the withdrawal from the faction and the reclamation of all assets was rather straightforward. However, it now appeared to be anything but simple. It was a matter of life and death. If all the additional attribute points were reclaimed, his power would inevitably plummet. This was, in essence, a road of no return. Yet, he found immense pleasure in this endeavor alongside Su Chongqing. After successfully persuading Abu to join the faction, Su Chongqing felt a wave of relief wash over him. He was confident that once Abu joined, he would have no desire to withdraw. Ding. You have successfully recruited the member War God Abu, with all attributes at 10, synchronizing War God Abu's abilities. Ding. Congratulations. You have acquired the rare talent, Nether War Body. Nether War Body is an exclusive and formidable physique of the Nether race's War God. Once activated, the user will instantly gain a terrifying 10-fold increase in strength, while simultaneously experiencing a 5-fold decrease in mental capacity, which may lead to temporary bouts of rage, mental confusion, disorientation, and impaired judgment. The duration of the Nether War Body is closely linked to the character's level. Name: Chia, White, Guardian of Fishhead Village. Occupation: Game Master, Unique, Beginner. Tier: Level 7. Status: Normal. Strength: 200. Agility: 31,100. Constitution: 31. Mental: 54. Free attribute points: 0. Talents: Source of Venom. Nether War Body. Upon reviewing the system's introduction, Su Chongqing could not suppress the drool escaping from the corner of his mouth. A 10-fold increase in strength? Wow, this talent is simply astounding. One cannot deny that the Nether race's Nether War Body is indeed the pinnacle of genetic enhancement. Nonetheless, a 5-fold decrease in mental capacity is quite extraordinary and not something an ordinary person could endure. Mental capacity is intricately linked to cognitive ability. A sudden substantial drop in mental capacity could result in temporary mental chaos and rage. This phenomenon explains why those tainted beasts often exhibit violent behavior. However, if this talent were to manifest in another, such issues might arise. Yet now, whether for Su Chongqing or Abu, resolving the matter posed little challenge. They merely needed to endure online for 8 hours daily. In a year, they could augment their mental capacity by 1,000 points. Even with a 5-fold decrease, there would still be 200 points remaining. This was far superior to the average player, presenting no significant issues. Throughout the afternoon, Abu and Long Weiwei diligently chopped wood, particularly Abu, who exhibited tremendous enthusiasm, almost moved to tears. I never imagined that one day I would develop such a passion for power. If it weren't for the anti-addiction system, I could easily chop trees for 48 hours straight without sleep. 9 Pulse Tribulation Vine, go away. You may not need rest. But I certainly do. It was only around 6 or nearing 7 in the afternoon that I reluctantly logged off. Mr. Seven Nights, see you tomorrow. Su Chongqing, yes, see you tomorrow. Weiwei, I just checked the level rankings, and Crazy Warrior is in first place again. Are you going to grind levels tomorrow? Crazy Warrior is a 5-person team that has pooled all resources into Crazy Warrior to elevate his status, naturally leading to rapid advancement. Long Weiwei did not respond. Her gaze fixed on Su Chongqing. I follow whatever Mr. Seven Nights instructs me to do. Abu, what a foolish woman. Su Chongqing rubbed his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed. He had spent the entire afternoon napping in the courtyard without inquiring about where to level up. After a pause, Abu continued, I do know of a place where one can undertake a hidden quest, but for Mr. Seven Nights, it carries great danger, with a significant risk of death. For players, death merely results in a loss of 10 experience points. However, for them, death truly signifies the end. Su Chongqing remained silent for a moment, neither rejecting nor accepting, and responded, let us go check it out tomorrow. All right, then it's settled. Subsequently, everyone hurriedly logged off, returning to reality, leaving school one after another. Just as Su Chongqing arrived home, the alumni group erupted with excitement due to the latest video released by Crazy Warrior showcasing their successful completion of the Graveyard of the Dead. The online discourse surged fiercely. All attention turned towards Long Weiwei. Chapter 27. You are all worthless. Breaking records. Is it merely about having hands? Wow. The video of Crazy Warrior's completion of the Graveyard of the Dead is astonishing. Their coordination is seamless, and the execution is extraordinary. Indeed, it ignites my passion. This is true strength. In contrast, some individuals' previous boasts about completion times now seem like mere jokes. Speaking of which, our beautiful Dragon Weiwei also claimed a 14-minute completion time for the Graveyard of the Dead, yet now that the video is out, her achievements remain absent. I believe that 14 minutes is undoubtedly false. Crazy Warrior's video shows a time of 19 minutes and 32 seconds, which is the true invincible record. Long Weiwei, why don't you come out and say something? Now that Crazy Warrior's video has been released, where is yours? Don't hide in silence. Yes, don't just talk without action. If you have the ability, release a video for us to witness your true skills. Are you secretly crying at home? To be honest, Long Weiwei, you should come out and give everyone an explanation. Previously, you were so ostentatious, yet now you remain utterly silent, which inevitably raises suspicions regarding your motives. It seems to me that she is feeling guilty and cannot produce any evidence. In any case, Long Weiwei, you have become the target of public scrutiny. Either demonstrate your capabilities to validate your claims, or humbly admit your mistakes. Do not embarrass yourself any further. It has been less than half an hour since the release of the video by Guangzhou Tianxia, and the entire online discourse has decidedly turned in their favor, with overwhelming support for Guangzhou Tianxia and derision directed at Long Weiwei. She had already provoked envy by achieving a server-first kill, and today she boasts the second rank on the leaderboard alongside the strongest dungeon record of over 14 minutes. Many detractors seek to capitalize on her misfortune for their own notoriety. Do they presume me dead? Everyone is bullying my Weiwei, and they shall not provoke my wrath. Su Chongqing's gaze turned icy as he ascended to the official forum, where he posted a message stating, "Isn't it a matter of mere effort to surpass the record of the Luanzhanggang dungeon? To think that Guangzhou Tianxia would flaunt their dungeon record of over 19 minutes as a basis for belittling others? How has the world descended into such mediocrity? A group of frogs in a well, content with their limited view. I can only declare that you are all worthless." The message was sent anonymously. After posting, Su Chongqing exited the official site and did not return to check. Meanwhile, following the release of their latest clearing video, Huang Hao reveled in the admiration from netizens and the disparagement of Long Weiwei on the forum. It has been nearly an hour, and this Long Weiwei has not made a peep. I suspect she is terrified. Evidently, her achievements are indeed questionable, with the entire online pressure weighing down on her. Her silence only suggests guilt. Daring to oppose us at Guangzhou, even a woman must be dealt with severely. Just as the crowd was engrossed in their amusement, someone suddenly shouted out, "Who is this person making such bold claims? Are they not afraid of retribution?" This is infuriating. Come quickly to see. Huang Hao and his companions hurried over to discover a 10-minute-old anonymous post, authored by none other than Su Chongqing. However, after 10 minutes, the post had garnered no attention, remaining at a mere single-digit view count. Had it not been fortuitously noticed by members of Guangzhou, it would have surely faded into obscurity. After reading the post, Huang Hao trembled with rage. Isn't breaking a record merely a matter of effort? Anyone can boast. If you have the ability, produce a video. Can we identify who this person is? Huang Hao inquired. No, it's anonymous. I have followed them, but they have disabled private messaging. I can only comment on the post. It infuriates me that they dare to provoke us at Guangzhou, utterly oblivious to the consequences. This individual is clearly seeking attention. They must not realize who we are. Lousy, you are clever. Devise a plan to bring this person down. Huang Hao's countenance was far from pleasant. In his heart, he held a firm belief that the rampant warriors should not be provoked by anyone. After a moment of contemplation, a spark ignited in his eyes. Does he not desire attention? Very well, let us bestow him with the spotlight. You all go and recruit some internet trolls to flood this post with comments, elevating its visibility. In due course, we won't even need to intervene. The netizens will surely eviscerate him with their words. Such keyboard warriors merely yearn to bask in the limelight, intent on monetizing their subsequent live streams. We will grant him the attention he seeks. And should he dare to reveal his identity, we possess ample means to bring about his downfall. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement. What a splendid strategy. It is indeed you, rat, whose cunning devised such a wicked plan. I genuinely hope our adversary maintains his defiant demeanor. Otherwise, life would lose its charm. Ha ha ha. Did he not claim that all it takes is having hands? I hope he can surprise us. Haha. Before long, the post initiated by Su Chongqing, bolstered by the rampant warrior's machinations, ascended to become the second most trending topic. That evening, the total comments surpassed 10,000. Among them, a staggering 99 were vitriol directed at Su Chongqing, with the remaining one consisting of advertisements. Not a soul stood in his favor. Even Abu sat before his computer, fingers frozen for half an hour, unable to muster any support. He knew that 14 minutes had truly been the limit. To push beyond, that was not as simple as merely having hands. Anticipating a grand creation, Abu pondered for a long while before leaving behind just 4 words. He neither criticized nor supported, opting instead to let results speak for themselves. As for Su Chongqing, he had completely forgotten about this affair. Lying in bed, he silently counted down to the arrival of midnight. Fortunately, his mood was buoyant, and the passage of time felt swift. Ding. System initiating settlement. 7 night character power increase. Strength 54, Agility 11, Constitution 11, Spirit 28, Manifestation 10. Congratulations. You have gained Strength 5, Agility 1, Constitution 1. Spirit 3. 7 night characters innate talent. The ethereal battle body. Manifestation 10. Congratulations. You have unlocked the ethereal battle body, level 10. 7 night character currently possesses 4 gold coins and 26 silver coins. Manifestation 100. Congratulations. You have received 42,600 yuan, transmitted via legitimate means. Name: Su Chongqing. Strength: 26. Agility: 13. Constitution: 13. Spirit: 17. Talent: Source of Poison unlocked 10. Ethereal Battle Body unlocked 10. Skill: Dragon Pattern Sword Technique. Su Chongqing reviewed his earnings. Today's transactions in the marketplace, combined with the recent settlement of over 40,000, marked his first day of income exceeding 1 million. With such funds, it was time to contemplate upgrading his living environment. He also needed to swiftly elevate his level to 10 and undergo the first job transition. He pondered what the transition tasks might entail. The following morning, after Su Chongqing awoke, he suddenly recalled the post he had published yesterday, uncertain of its current status. He hastily rose to check. To his astonishment, upon opening the post, he was met with an overwhelming chorus of condemnation. Chapter 28. Foster father, please wait a moment. I shall summon assistance immediately. After a night of fermentation, Su Chongqing's post had ignited a veritable firestorm. The comments berating him alone exceeded 20,000. What a clown seeking attention. Have you no self-awareness to speak so brazenly about clearing levels? You, who finds life unsatisfactory, come online to seek validation. How utterly disgraceful. Shameless. I wager you haven't even mastered the skill keys in the game. Yet here you are, spouting nonsense. You are nothing but a deceitful charlatan. Riding this wave of notoriety. How repulsive. Your lack of decorum knows no bounds. The team at Furious Warriors labored tirelessly to achieve victory, and you, with a mere dismissive remark, negate their efforts. What right do you have to utter such words? You are a despicable individual, consumed by jealousy, unable to bear the sight of others' success. You deserve to be scorned by the masses. You should reflect on your own worth. Your words are nothing more than empty bluster to us. And as for your claim that having hands is enough, should you truly possess that capability, I will stream myself washing my hair while standing on my head. If not, you ought to kneel and apologize. You are merely a buffoon. The higher you jump, the harder you will fall. If you crave the spotlight, prepare to witness your downfall. When the time comes for you to face the consequences, do not wail for sympathy. We shall not extend our pity to those who bring suffering upon themselves. Su Chongqing was taken aback by the enormity of the backlash. Over 20,000 were denouncing him, while his silent followers had surpassed 50,000. Could it be that I am too eccentric? Merely one post, one night, had garnered such attention. If this was an attempt to ride the wave of popularity, it was indeed a resounding success. With this in mind, he resolved to stoke the flames further. He casually posted again. Tonight at 8 o'clock, do not miss it. A simple 8-character phrase. At first glance, it seemed rather inconclusive, and upon closer inspection, it indeed lacked context. No one could fathom what this anonymous figure intended for 8 o'clock. Nonetheless, keyboard warriors would not concern themselves with right or wrong, and they unleashed another torrent of vitriol. After shutting down his device, Su Changqing departed for school to sign in. Following that, he returned to the training room from the previous day. Upon entering, he discovered Abu already present. Judging by his state, he had been playing for quite some time. This lad was quite diligent, truly deserving of my admiration. Each one is so disciplined and brimming with enthusiasm. Su Changqing felt quite pleased. He found a corner, closed his eyes, and immersed his consciousness in the divine judgment game. As soon as he entered the game, Su Changqing received a system notification from Long Weiwei regarding the slaying of the demon tree, still set for 4 hours. However, today is different. Abu has surprisingly been playing for 2 hours. This means he arrived at school to play games as early as 7 in the morning? Such dedication to learning is commendable. Su Changqing chose not to disturb the two of them. He walked out the door, heading towards the graveyard, for he had a task to attend to. He raced along, his imposing presence causing Chicken Brother and Pig Brother to keep their distance. No one dared to confront him directly. In about 10 minutes, he arrived at the entrance of the graveyard dungeon, which was already bustling with players. On the 4th day since the server launch, high-level players were predominantly above level 5, while those in the middle range between levels 3 and 4, with a few lower-tier players at levels 1 and 2. The graveyard dungeon had been thoroughly farmed. A considerable number of high-level players began to gather, forming teams to challenge the hell-level dungeon. They shouted at the entrance, "Hey, Lone Ranger, with that menacing aura, are you looking to take on hell solo? Why not team up? Together, we can showcase the true synergy of our skills to the restless souls within the dungeon. Come on, we need a level 4. Preferably someone clever with puzzles. Our team aims for a swift run through the hell-level graveyard. We wouldn't want to get stuck at a mechanism, forcing me to dig for clues with a shovel. Healers, look this way. Our output is explosive, and we just need a gentle hand for healing. Don't worry. We'll protect you, ensuring you won't even touch the debris of a tombstone. It'll be as safe as a stroll in your own backyard." At that moment, a young man with green hair approached Su Changqing. "Brother, I've noticed you've been standing here for quite a while. Are you considering taking on the hell-level dungeon? Shall we form a team together?" At this juncture, Su Changqing concealed his level. He turned to face the young man, identified as Green Whirlwind, who was level 5. More intriguing than his level. However, he had no intention of forming a team. Just as he was about to decline, another team approached, led by Tang Bing. "Green Whirlwind, we've just completed the hell-level dungeon. Haven't you assembled a full team yet? You're too stubborn. Is it really that hard for you to submit to me? After all, I'm a level ice elemental talent, the future queen, and you're merely a level talent. Isn't it a small concession to assist me? If you join us, we can certainly make further progress in the hell-level dungeon." As Tang Bing spoke and walked closer, she suddenly spotted Su Changqing in the crowd. Pausing momentarily, a flicker of anger rising within her. "Mr. Chia, what are you doing here? Surely, Long Weiwei hasn't he abandoned you? Well, it makes sense. You were useful only in the early game, but now you're utterly useless. Long Weiwei has finally matured, understanding when to cut her losses. There is still hope for her," chuckling softly. Upon hearing this, Green Cyclone furrowed his brows, a hint of surprise gracing his face. "Brother, who are you? Goodness, I thought you were a player. You truly play your part well. So what do you say? Shall we form a team and let me guide you through some dungeons?" At this, Tang Bing's expression soured considerably. "Green Cyclone, have you lost your mind? Did you not hear what I just said? This person was bedridden, nearly at death's door on their first day here. Why must you belittle yourself just to decline my invitation? Men like you are utterly brainless, akin to Su Changqing. A complete waste. I disdain you. Just wait and see, you will regret this. Let us go." Su Changqing remained silent. Tang Bing departed as swiftly as she arrived, having come solely for Green Cyclone, yet was taken aback to find Su Changqing present. In her eyes, he was merely an inconsequential presence, unworthy of concern. Green Cyclone spat in disdain, declaring, "A selfish woman who forgets her loyalties. Even if I were blind, I would never ally with you." Meanwhile, Su Changqing smiled softly, finding this individual rather amusing. "Would you like to slap her face?" "Huh." Green Cyclone was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled helplessly. "Brother, what do you mean? She is a level ice element mage with extraordinary talent. Are you jesting? If you can devise a way for me to strike her, I shall call you father." No sooner had he spoken than a notification chimed. Ding! Seven Knight has entrusted you with a task. Task content. Hold hands. No girlfriend needed. Task reward. Double all attribute points for 5 minutes. Green Cyclone was instantly flabbergasted. What the hell? What is happening? I can trigger a hidden task? Is this divine favor upon me? Su Chongqing replied with a smile. Gather your team. I will enhance their attributes. Green Cyclone, realizing the potential of doubling the entire team's power, was struck by inspiration. Father, please wait a moment. I will summon my companions right away. Chapter 29. Su Chongqing takes action. Activating 2 high-level talents, simultaneously Green Cyclone swiftly assembled a 5-member team. Su Chongqing assigned them each a simple task, one that had no time limit and did not require their presence. They simply needed to trigger it when necessary to receive their rewards. They then joyfully entered the dungeon, while Su Chongqing remained outside, quietly awaiting their return. Approximately 15 minutes later, another notification sounded. Ding! Green Cyclone has completed the task, receiving the all-attribute point doubling reward. You have also received the all-attribute point doubling reward, valid for 5 minutes. The Milky White Snowflakes completed their task. Su Chongqing heard a series of notification sounds, a slight smile gracing his lips as he leisurely approached the entrance of the graveyard instance. Ding! Are you challenging the graveyard instance alone? Yes. Please select the difficulty level: normal, hard, nightmare, hell. As soon as the words left his mouth, Su Chongqing's figure vanished from sight. Huh. Where did that useless Qi Yi suddenly go? Tang Bing had been keeping a close watch on Su Chongqing, but in a moment of distraction, he had disappeared. Why does he seem somewhat familiar to me? Perhaps it was due to his connection with Long Weiwei that caused this sense of confusion. A nearby lackey inquired, Sister Bing, what are we waiting for? Aren't we continuing the challenge? Tang Bing smiled and replied, no need to rush. The Green Whirlwind just entered the challenge. I will wait for him to emerge and let him realize the gap between us before bringing him into our team. The lackey asked, Sister Bing, how many minutes do you think they will take to clear it? Tang Bing shook her head, a hint of disdain on her face. Just now, I saw him shaking off a few players, all of whom were merely the leftovers we discarded. They stand no chance of achieving a commendable score. The Green Whirlwind was level 5, and among the other 4, only one was also level 5, while the remaining 3 were level 4. With this team, the maximum clearing time would be around 22 minutes at best. Currently, Tang Bing's team comprised entirely of level 5 players, with their best clearing time having reached 20 minutes and 48 seconds. On the 4th day since the launch, achieving such a score was already commendable. However, compared to the top-tier team, Crazy Battle World, they still had a considerable distance to cover, placing them in the 2nd tier. Although Crazy Battle's clearing time was 19 minutes and 52 seconds, that was yesterday's time. The difference of a single day during the novice period was still quite significant. Suddenly, a voice exclaimed from the entrance, what the heck? Someone has surpassed Crazy Battle World in clearing time and is now ranked 3rd. Rankings: 1. Team Long Weiwei, 14 minutes and 39 seconds 2. Team Long Weiwei, 19 minutes and 48 seconds 3. Team Green Whirlwind, 19 minutes and 51 seconds 4. Team Crazy Battle World, 19 minutes and 52 seconds. What on earth? Who is Green Whirlwind? I've never heard of them before. When they finally made their mark, their performance was astonishing, surpassing Crazy Battle in an instant. How utterly remarkable. I know this guy. He has green hair and is quite flashy. He even invited me to join him for an instance run, which I declined. How regrettable. I missed an opportunity to etch my name in history. Calm down, calm down. If this were yesterday, I would have undoubtedly been in awe, but given today's context, this achievement ISNT as extraordinary. Mark my words. Today the Team Frenzied Battle will undoubtedly surpass a score of 17 points, perhaps even higher. In contrast, Long Weiwei appears to be at a disadvantage, remaining utterly silent even when provoked by Frenzied Battle, which suggests there may be issues with their performance. Suddenly, a beam of golden light descended. The Team Green Whirlwind emerged from the dungeon, their faces alight with exhilaration. Just moments ago, at the 15th minute, everyone activated the double points, unleashing a torrent of devastation. They remarkably elevated their score to 19 minutes and 51 seconds, officially surpassing Frenzied Battle. It felt surreal. Green Whirlwind, we have succeeded. Haha, I never anticipated we would be this formidable. All thanks to Chia. We owe him our gratitude. At that moment, Tang Bing stormed over, exuding an air of superiority, and demanded, Green Whirlwind, how did you achieve this? With your team's lackluster configuration, Such a score is impossible. If you share your methods, I will take you through the dungeon to attain even greater glory. What do you say? Green Whirlwind rolled his eyes, utterly baffled by how this woman could speak so boldly, as if her presence was indispensable. I have no interest. You can leave from whence you came. With that, Green Whirlwind departed with his team, leaving Tang Bing standing there, her expression darkening. How infuriating. You squander a chance I offer. And do not expect me to assist you in the future. Otherwise, the humiliation you face today will be repaid 100-fold. Humph. A subordinate remarked, Sister Bing, what shall we do? It seems impossible for us to achieve such a score today. Tang Bing paused, her eyes glinting with a peculiar light, a smirk forming on her lips. Just because Green Whirlwind refuses to speak does not mean others will follow suit. Qingting, I have a task for you. Approach the other 4 members of Green Whirlwind's team and convey that I, Tang Bing, am offering them an opportunity to disclose the truth, after which we can isolate Green Whirlwind. If they perform well, they may earn a chance to join us. Wu Qingtian responded, Understood, Sister Bing. As Tang Bing watched Qingting depart, she chuckled softly to herself. Green Whirlwind, you truly are a fool. The antiquated notions of loyalty and camaraderie have long since lost their relevance. With the universal class transition and the subsequent manifestation of strength, a reallocation of power and status is inevitable, leading to a fierce competition among all. Individuals must act in their own interest. If a leader fails to grasp this, it will ultimately lead to the downfall of those who follow them. Do not blame me. If one lacks resolve, even fate will turn against them. Meanwhile, Su Chongqing entered the graveyard of chaos. The black mist was thick, so dense it seemed it could drip with water, while the pale sunlight struggled to penetrate the heavy clouds, casting a ghostly glow over the eerie graveyard. Su Chongqing quickly activated the recording mode. In the next instant, he flipped his right hand, revealing the blade of divine protection resting in his palm. Su Chongqing gazed intently at the blade of divine favor, silently invoking the words, Source of Venom. As his voice fell, a torrent of formidable energy surged forth from within him, akin to countless green serpents slithering around his form. His entire body began to emanate a green glow, flickering like the flames of restless spirits, casting him in the guise of a demon risen from the depths of hell. Strange, terrifying. The surrounding air seemed to be tainted by this toxic force, crackling ominously, suffused with a nauseating stench of decay. Then, with a sharp glint in his eyes, Su Chongqing focused his mind once more and commanded, Ethereal Battle Body. The sound of his heart resonated with 2 thunderous beats, powerful and resonant. Astonishing transformations overtook his physique. Muscles swelled, veins protruded, and a fierce energy erupted forth. At this moment, Su Chongqing activated 2 supreme talents simultaneously, Source of Venom and Ethereal Battle Body. His power surged tenfold in an instant. Strength surpassed 2,000 points, an utterly terrifying feat. In quick succession, Su Chongqing gripped the blade of divine favor, its tip gently inclining. As his steely gaze surveyed the surroundings, embodying the presence of a war god, radiating an aura that instilled dread. Kill. Chapter 30, Solo Dungeon Run, Breaking Records. Collective despair soon. Several chicken brothers burst forth from the swirling black mist. Clucking incessantly, they were adorned with disheveled feathers, matted with decaying flesh and filth, emitting a revolting odor. Their sharp claws glimmered menacingly as they lunged towards Su Chongqing. For him, these level 3 elite monsters were akin to ants attempting to lift an elephant, a mere jest. At this moment, Su Chongqing's attribute points were doubled, and with the ethereal battle body amplifying his strength tenfold, he had long surpassed 2,000 points. Any beast before him required but a single strike. With a cold grunt, Su Chongqing advanced without a moment's hesitation. He swung his blade with precision and decisiveness, leaving no room for hesitation. The blade of divine favor sliced through the air, creating a black fissure in its wake. With a swift hiss, a chicken brother shattered into nothingness, not even a remnant left behind. In the blink of an eye, Su Chongqing flashed forward, his form surging ahead. The blade of divine favor transformed into a scythe in his grasp, each swing claiming the life of a beast. There was no pause, no elaborate maneuvers. Here, any squandered second was an affront to absolute power. In less than 2 minutes, the once menacing chicken brothers and pig brothers lay sprawled across the ground, reduced to heaps of putrid flesh. Su Chongqing was drenched in foul blood and decaying remnants. Yet he remained utterly indifferent, casting a cold glance over the battlefield before advancing deeper into the instance. Along the way, various monstrous beasts surged forth. Yet they fell like mere ants beneath Su Changqing's blade, offering no resistance. He swept through with relentless force, leaving a trail of corpses in his wake. In less than 3 minutes, he arrived at the entrance of the instance titled Corrupted Bone Wolf King. With a mighty roar, the Corrupted Bone Wolf King lifted its head, preparing to unleash an assault. However, in an instant, a blade of light sliced through the darkness, effortlessly piercing the beast's body and emerging from its back. The lethal toxin erupted within it, causing the Corrupted Bone Wolf King's form to rapidly decay, green venom oozing from the gaping wound. It let out a pitiful howl, its massive body swaying before crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud, raising a cloud of dust. An 8th-level lord, yet still obliterated in an instant. Su Changqing sheathed the divine blade, gazing at the fallen Corrupted Bone Wolf King with an expression devoid of emotion. His mere presence exuded an aura of invincibility. Meanwhile, at Xiaomi Village, at the entrance of the graveyard instance, the core team of Quanzhan Tianxia had completed their formation. Take a look at the clearance records. There's a team called Green Whirlwind that finished in 19 minutes and 51 seconds, outpacing us significantly. What a fuss. It's only the 4th day since the server opened. We can easily surpass that record in no time. Indeed, this Long Weiwei has managed to remain composed, showing no signs of action yet. She must be terrified, hiding away somewhere, Huang Hao remarked proudly. Since that's the case, we shall no longer concern ourselves with her. Quanzhan was currently at level 7, while all 4 of them stood at level 6, with 5 among the top 10 ranks belonging to their faction. The discerning public knows who the true champions are and who the jesters pretend to be, Quanzhan Tianxia stated calmly. Mouse is right, since Long Weiwei dares not challenge us. She has forfeited her right to be our rival. Our immediate goal is to collectively reach level 10 within a week and complete the first-tier job transition quest. We must set our sights even higher. The ambition of a soaring swan is beyond their comprehension. The novice village is merely a starting point. Everything has only just begun. Upon hearing Quanzhan Tianxia's words, the crowd nodded in agreement, their spirits soaring high. Just then, a system announcement flashed across the screen. Ding! Congratulations to the anonymous player for single-handedly setting a new record for the Graveyard Hell level instance, completing it in 3 minutes and 1 second, earning 10 intermediate health pills and 10 gold coins. Quanzhan Tianxia, astonished. Huang Hao what? Team member, no way. At that moment, silence enveloped the world. Everyone stood in stunned silence, their expressions a portrait of disbelief. 3 minutes alone? How could that be possible? I refuse to accept this. It is simply inconceivable. The system must have malfunctioned. In just 3 minutes, they couldn't even traverse the path, let alone defeat monsters to clear the level. There must be something amiss. This is disastrous. Our fierce warriors have been utterly obliterated. What can we do? Let's not panic. Perhaps this anonymous player employed some extraordinary cheating methods. We should approach the officials for verification. We cannot be cowed so easily. Anonymous player? Huang Hao's expression froze as he recalled the individual who posted earlier, announcing a meeting at 8 o'clock tonight. Could this be what he meant? A collective gasp filled the air, a chill creeping up their spines as dread enveloped them. Rat, do you think this player is the one who posted last night? Where did this monster even come from? We have worked so hard. Our ranks are filled with our members. Yet he single-handedly shattered records we dared not even dream of. How are we to survive in this game now? At that moment, the face of the fierce warrior was clouded with darkness. Over 3 minutes, in the face of this despairing record, he found himself utterly devoid of confidence. In that case, let us wait until 8 o'clock tonight and see what he has to reveal. When more people gather, I refuse to believe the officials will not come forth to explain. All right, we shall reconvene at 8 this evening. On the World Channel, as Su Changqing's record emerged, it stirred a flurry of long-dormant players into action. Good heavens! Clearing a hell-level dungeon in 3 minutes. Can any mere mortal achieve such a feat? My entire worldview has been upended. This must be a system anomaly. How else could someone accomplish a 3-minute clear? It defies all logic. The officials must explain this immediately. This game has become unplayable, while they clear levels in 3 minutes. We are still struggling with ordinary dungeons. The gap is astronomical. Perhaps this anonymous player is an insider, intentionally showcasing their prowess. How else could it be so astonishing? Does anyone recall if this anonymous player bears resemblance to the one who posted last night? Goodness, you may be onto something. I followed him. He posted this morning about a meeting at 8 o'clock tonight. Is he planning to unveil a video of his clear, just like the fierce warriors? Darn it. I must follow him immediately. At the same time, players in every village of the novice server stood quietly at the entrance of the mass grave. Faced with such an almost absurd completion time, they were at a loss. Su Chongqing's record rendered all their previous efforts a mere joke. Previously, they had even categorized completion times into several tiers. Long Weiwei and Guangzhou Tianxiao are in the first echelon, while figures like Green Whirlwind and Tang Bing belong to the second tier. Those who tackle the nightmare and challenging dungeons comprise the third echelon. However, with the emergence of Su Chongqing's record, he has singularly established his own tier, unprecedented and unmatched. After emerging from the mass grave, upon receiving a message from Abu, he hurried back. Abu intended to guide them to a hidden quest, which he claimed was perilous and fraught with the risk of death, yet the rewards were substantial. Upon Su Chongqing's return, before he could catch his breath, Abu rushed at him, anxiety etched on his face. Mr. Chia, trouble is brewing. Our team's clearance record has been shattered. Chapter 31. Hidden Quest. The discovery of peculiar villagers. Abu had anticipated that the clearance record from the mass grave would stand for at least 2 days. Yet, astonishingly, it was broken in less than a day. The most alarming aspect was that the challenger had soloed the dungeon, completing it in a mere 3 minutes and 01 seconds. This was a figure that elicited despair. How could he not be flustered? Curiously, why did Mr. Chia remain unfazed upon hearing this? Right, he is rather indifferent, unconcerned with the plight of players. If only he could lend a hand while Wei Wei and I were tackling the dungeon. Perhaps we could have reduced our clear time to 13 minutes or even 12 minutes. But alas, no matter how hard we pursued, we could never catch up to that enigmatic and formidable individual. Abu resigned himself to this reality. This record would elude him for half a year, both in the past and the future, representing a pinnacle unattainable within the realm of divine judgment. The world of divine judgment resembles a one-way progression. Ascending to higher realms means one cannot easily return. Thus, this record is essentially the zenith of the novice village. Su Chongqing smiled and patted Abu's shoulder, saying, "If you truly care so much, why not spend a few years here slaying demon trees, pushing your strength to the limit? Breaking this record would then be a matter of moments." Without a second thought, Abu shook his head, exclaiming, "Am I out of my mind? To waste years of my life for this trivial record?" Su Chongqing nodded in agreement. At that moment, Long Weiwei emerged from the faction stronghold. Upon seeing Su Chongqing, she recalled how she had secretly observed his adorable sleeping face that morning, her cheeks flushing with an unnatural pink. She mused to herself, "What wakes me each day is not an alarm clock, but the desire to witness Mr. Chia in slumber. My motivation for diligent training is not merely for homeland defense, but to stand and vanquish all foes when Mr. Chia needs me. For Mr. Chia, I would risk everything." "Hey, Wei Wei, why is your face so red? Are you unwell?" Abu inquired curiously. Long Weiwei's gaze flickered with panic as she stammered, "No. Let's hurry and set off." "Come on." Abu led the way, with Su Chongqing and Long Weiwei walking shoulder to shoulder behind him. "Abu, where are we headed?" Su Chongqing inquired. "Mr. Chia, just follow me without asking. I do not know either." Abu spoke truthfully. Indeed, he was unaware of their destination. A few days prior, he had wandered aimlessly in Fishhead Village and stumbled upon a few villagers engaged in a clandestine discussion. However, upon his approach, the villagers had treated him as if he were a thief, scattering at his presence. That was not the most alarming part. The next day, undeterred, Abu returned to the same spot, only to find that the villagers had vanished without a trace. He searched high and low, but fortunately, Fishhead Village was small enough that he could traverse it thrice in half an hour. Eventually, he found the villagers at the other end, still furtively whispering, wary of being overheard. Abu attempted to inquire about undertaking their task, but regrettably, the villagers remained tight-lipped. He sensed something was amiss. This was undoubtedly a task of considerable difficulty, perhaps akin to the chaotic burial ground instance. Su Chongqing discerned that Abu was not lying and continued to follow him. After meandering through much of Fishhead Village, suddenly, Abu halted, his face breaking into a smile. Found it. Thankfully, he had been astute enough to note the frequent haunts of the villagers, enabling him to locate them swiftly. "Mr. Chia, do not approach just yet. Let us listen to what they are discussing," Abu whispered, discreetly pointing towards a group of villagers gathered beneath an ancient locust tree not far away. Su Chongqing and Long Weiwei immediately understood, and the three of them held their breath, inching closer while striving to remain silent, concealing themselves behind dense shrubs. Have you heard? The village chief's home has been emitting green smoke for 3 consecutive nights. The color is as eerie as ghostly flames. One villager spoke in a hushed tone, his eyes flickering with unease. Indeed, I witnessed it myself. The smoke shot straight into the sky, carrying an indescribably strange odor that sends shivers down one's spine. Another villager chimed in, fear etched upon his face. Moreover, the old village chief has been emerging from the ancestral hall only in the dead of night, clutching something mysterious and refusing to divulge any details when questioned. A third villager interjected, curiosity and suspicion lacing his tone. The elders in our village say that the ancestral hall serves as a conduit between the realms of the living and the dead. With the old chief entering and exiting so frequently, could he be dabbling in something sinister? The first speaker's voice lowered to a near whisper. Hush. Do not speak so recklessly. You might invite calamity upon yourself. Another villager hastily cautioned, yet his eyes mirrored the same doubts and anxieties. Abu, Su Changqing, and Long Weiwei exchanged glances, their minds swirling with questions. Mr. Chia, it seems we have indeed stumbled upon a significant matter, Abu whispered to Su Changqing, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Su Changqing, furrowing his brow, pondered for a moment before responding, this is no trivial affair. We must proceed with caution. Let us observe closely and see if we can uncover more clues before determining our next course of action. If I am not mistaken, this is undoubtedly a covert mission. But why is Abu unable to undertake it? What are the conditions for triggering this task? At that moment, unexpectedly, a player approached with a smile, saying, Everyone, I heard everything you just discussed, and I believe I possess the capability to assist you in investigating this matter. Might you entrust this task to me? Upon hearing this, Abu chuckled lightly and shook his head dismissively. That would be futile. If it were of any use, I would have taken on the task on the very first day. Indeed, as soon as the player finished speaking, several villagers eyed him warily and decisively retorted, You, an outsider, may have sharp ears, but your tongue is far too loose. We were merely engaging in casual conversation, and you twist it into a mission? Have you gone mad with the desire to take on a task? This is a matter concerning our Fishhead village. It is not for an outsider like you to meddle in. Do not presume that a smattering of skills grants you the right to disrupt our affairs. Be gone. We can manage our own matters without your unsolicited interference. Away with you. We have no time to entertain such frivolous games. The player, faced with this barrage of retorts, turned pale with humiliation and ultimately walked away, muttering, Umph. If you won't accept me, then so be it. What is so impressive about that? Abu observed this scene, a sly smile playing at the corners of his mouth, and turned to Su Changqing and Long Weiwei, saying, You see, this task is not so easily claimed. Long Weiwei glanced at Abu with a hint of disdain and remarked, You've been rebuked several times, haven't you? At her words, Abu's face flushed with embarrassment, and he averted his gaze, choosing not to respond. Not only had he faced rebukes, but previously, in his eagerness to take on this task, he had followed a certain elderly lady home and nearly ended up reported to the authorities as a stalker. At that moment, another player approached, but this one was different. He held a worn jar adorned with peculiar symbols. As he drew near, the villagers exhibited a markedly different reaction. Some appeared dazed, others astonished, and some even fearful. Chapter 32. The Task Jar. Brutally snatching a hidden mission, the villagers' eyes widened in shock, their bodies trembling involuntarily as they stammered, What is that? How do you possess it? Isn't that the accursed object that the village chief has always clutched? How could this possibly end up in the hands of an outsider? Wu Gui's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he eagerly seized the moment, stating, To be frank, I inadvertently noticed the village chief's unusual behavior, which prompted me to covertly follow him. Risking my own life, I managed to procure this jar. If you trust me, entrust this mission to me, and I assure you, I will uncover the truth. The villagers did not immediately dismiss him. Instead, they gathered to discuss the matter in detail. Nearby, numerous players observing this scene felt a pang of regret. It was evident that this quest was now his. Why had I not thought to follow the village chief? Stuck here listening to these villagers' idle chatter. How frustrating. Not to worry, once he accepts the quest, we can still team up with him later. A short distance away, Abu slammed his thigh in dismay, exclaiming, It's over. This quest has been snatched away from us. It seems it is not meant for us. Mr. Chia Vivi, let us depart and not waste any more time. Su Changqing chuckled, Now that we are here, let us wait a moment longer to ascertain the situation before we leave. As his words faded, the villagers scrutinized Wu Gui, appraising him from head to toe. They then remarked, "Young man, your acquisition of this item may indeed suggest a stroke of fortune. However, regrettably, you cannot accept this quest. Your level is too low. Return to us when you reach level 8, for entering that place at your current level would be tantamount to a one-way trip." Wu Gui's face flickered with a hint of defiance. Gripping the jar tightly, he declared, "Very well, I shall return at level 8. He then turned to the other players, raising the jar triumphantly, and proclaimed, "Everyone, the sole item capable of triggering this quest is now in my possession. This quest is mine alone. Abandon any thoughts of competing." Abu, watching in astonishment, had not anticipated that this seemingly ordinary jar would wield such significant power, directly eliciting a response from the villagers. He turned to Su Changqing, his eyes brimming with curiosity and excitement. "Mr. Chia, do you have any idea about the origins of this jar? Moreover, it appears that this quest is indeed genuine, albeit with a level restriction." Su Changqing shook his head. "You all wait for me here. I will retrieve this jar." With that, Abu dashed out, pursuing the player Wu Gui. "Brother, holding onto that jar is of no use to you. Why not sell it to me? What do you say?" "Abu." Wu Gui recognized Abu instantly. The son of Qi Wan, the wealthiest man in Linjiang City, Qi Xing possessed combat-oriented talents. Though not the most exceptional, his family had ample wealth. Wu Gui's eyes glinted with shrewdness, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his lips. When he had stolen this jar from the village chief's home, the system had issued a warning. It had only 1 day's validity. If not utilized by the end of today, it would become ineffective, and a new jar would subsequently regenerate at the village chief's residence. The reason he spoke that way earlier was merely to disseminate false information, aiming to dissuade others from undertaking this task. Since Abu is willing to play the fool, let him be. When the time comes, if he finds it of no use, he cannot blame me. He. Wu Gui steadied his emotions, cradled the jar in his arms, and pretended it was of great value. "You wish to purchase it? That is not out of the question." He continued, "You heard it yourself. This is at least an 8th level task. If you can secure it, you might just reach level 10 ahead of others. Therefore, you understand the significance of this task better than I do." Abu nodded, declaring, "Indeed. How much do you want? Name your price. I have plenty of money." Wu Gui raised his hand and extended his index finger, forming a 1. 10 million? Abu furrowed his brow and inquired. "No, 100 million. Upon uttering these words, Wu Gui felt a tremor in his heart and instinctively licked his lips. "If we are to gamble, let it be a grand wager." Upon hearing this, Abu exploded with rage. "What the hell? Are you out of your mind? You want me to pay 100 million for a mere jar? Although I have money, I am not a fool. It's just a trivial task. With 100 million, how many health potions could I buy in the trading channel? Why would I need you?" Wu Gui chuckled and shook his head, unfazed by Abu's reluctance, and replied, "You are correct. But can you actually acquire them? Who doesn't know that it is only the 4th day since the server opened, and health potions are scarce, practically monopolized by a few major factions. They are valuable, yet unavailable. Considering all of this, my price is quite reasonable, don't you think?" Abu fell silent. It wasn't that he couldn't produce the 100 million. Rather, he felt like a fool, which was quite displeasing. However, he had boasted in front of Chia and Wei Wei, and failing to follow through would damage his credibility before Chia, making it difficult to deceive Yuming Bloodjade later. The game was so rigid. He needed to manage this relationship well. After contemplating, Abu's gaze gradually hardened, and he gritted his teeth, declaring, "Fine. 100 million it is. I shall purchase this jar." Upon hearing this, Wu Gui was nearly ecstatic, ready to initiate the trade. Wait. Just then, Su Changqing and Long Weiwei arrived. "Abu, he is deceiving you. Do not buy." Long Weiwei warned. Wu Gui, exposed, flushed with anger and indignation. He pointed at Long Weiwei, threateningly saying, "Wretched girl, what are you saying? If you choose not to buy, you may leave, but how dare you slander me? You all witnessed that the villagers told me to return at level 8. How does that equate to me deceiving anyone? If you do not provide me with an explanation, this matter will not conclude today." Upon hearing someone insult Long Weiwei, Su Changqing's gaze turned icy, and he calmly replied, "An explanation? All right. If you wish to explain, then listen closely." Upon finishing his words, Su Changqing gestured towards the villagers. Wu Gui, witnessing this, burst into laughter. "Ha ha, who do you think you are? Do you believe that waving your hand will summon them? TCH, you really think too highly of yourself. Just as his words fell, he was taken aback to see several villagers scurrying over, bowing deeply before Su Chongqing, and respectfully declaring, Lord Xie, we were unaware of your presence here. Please forgive our ignorance. We come to pay our respects. Wu Gui stood there, utterly dumbfounded. What on earth? How can he command these villagers? Who is he really? Su Chongqing pointed at the jar in Wu Gui's hand and inquired, could someone tell me the expiration date of this jar? I will. A clever villager quickly stepped forward, grinning obsequiously. Lord Xie, the expiration date of this jar is 1 day. After that, it becomes useless. Wu Gui was left bewildered. No. How can they divulge information about the task items? Su Chongqing chuckled. Why can't it be disclosed? Is it against the rules? When you found this jar, there must have been a notification, right? As long as it's something that can be notified, we can discuss it. Abu's face darkened as he seized Wu Gui by the collar, shouting, How dare you deceive me? You're seeking death. And no, Master Abu, don't hit me. I deserve to die? Wu Gui hastily fell to the ground, repeatedly bowing his head. I no longer want this jar. I give it to you as an apology. Humph. Abu shoved Wu Gui away, picking up the jar and retorted, What use do I have for this worthless jar? Its expiration is 1 day. And we're not even level 8. What task can we possibly undertake? With that, he raised the jar, intending to smash it on the ground, but was stopped by Su Chongqing. Wait a moment, who says it's useless? Su Chongqing took the jar from Abu's hands, turning to the villagers with a smile. These two are my companions. We have the jar now, although our strength may still be lacking. If any trouble arises, they will take responsibility. Please assign the task to them. The villagers nodded in agreement, grinning. Absolutely no problem. Everything shall be according to Lord Xie's wishes. Everyone present was taken aback, and the atmosphere erupted in excitement. Goodness, is it really possible to accept tasks this way? By what right? Isn't that cheating? I object. The villagers shot a disdainful glare at the players, sneering, If you dare to speak disrespectfully towards Lord Xie again, the tasks of Fishhead Village may no longer concern you. Be wise in your choices. The crowd gasped. Is Lord Xie truly this formidable? Chapter 33, The Shadow of Death. Tonight at 8, don't miss it. Ding. Villager Inyo has entrusted a task, The Shadow of Death. Do you accept? Woohoo. The hidden quest has been triggered. Abu was momentarily stunned, astonished by Su Chongqing's audacious maneuver. Is this the allure of the game? Or perhaps it is a privilege reserved for Mr. Xie? Remarkable indeed. It appears that in Yudo Village, one must cling tightly to Mr. Xie's influence. Without further contemplation, Abu hastily responded, Accepted. Quest, Shadows of Murder. Quest background Yudo Village. Once a tranquil and harmonious hamlet, has recently been shrouded in an eerie shadow. The villagers are engulfed in anxiety, as several individuals have mysteriously vanished, leaving no trace behind. Eyewitnesses claim that on a dark and stormy night, they caught a glimpse of a vague silhouette silently approaching a villager, subsequently dragging them into the depths of darkness, accompanied by a chilling scream, before everything fell silent. This incident quickly spread throughout the village, spawning a plethora of rumors. Quest 1. The enigmatic village chief seems to know something. Objective. Visit the village chief's residence to uncover clues. Kind reminder. Please visit the village chief's home at night. During the night, when all is asleep and the spirits are most potent, one may catch elusive traces that are difficult to perceive by day. Have you all received the quest? Su Chongqing inquired. Yes, indeed. Abu could hardly conceal his excitement. Such hidden quests, upon completion, can yield unexpected rewards. Su Chongqing continued. In that case, let us assemble at 10 o'clock tonight. I'm on board, Abu declared, patting his chest with a grin. If my father knew how much I adore gaming, I'd probably receive an extra 10 million in pocket money this month, huh? Long Weiwei, feeling a touch bashful, nodded shyly, stealing glances at Su Chongqing, secretly pondering, will I be with Mr. Xie tonight? Could this be considered our first official date? If it gets too late, does that mean I might have to spend the night with Mr. Xie? Oh dear, what am I thinking, Long Weiwei? It's merely a task to be completed together, not a rendezvous in a hotel. Unbeknownst to the group, Long Weiwei's mind was racing with thoughts as they all dispersed after receiving their quests. Long Weiwei and Abu continued to tackle tasks within the faction stronghold, while Su Chongqing opted to relax, showing no desire to move. Soon, it was 7:30 in the evening. Many had begun refreshing posts on the official website, eagerly anticipating 8 o'clock. In Yangcheng, Huangzhan Tianxia and Huang Hao gathered as well. Huangzhan's real name was Zhan Kuang, a member of the Zhan family, the foremost power in Yangqing. The Zhan family's reach far surpassed that of Abu's clan. In their eyes, Abu was merely a wealthy upstart. But the Zhan family was an entirely different entity. They are first endowed with authority, then with power, and only lastly do they possess wealth. This evening, they gather to witness whether the one who made the post is indeed the enigmatic powerhouse who achieved a dungeon clearance record of 3 minutes and 1 second. As 8 o'clock approaches, anxiety looms. Heaven grant that they are not the same person. I hope the poster is merely boasting and that the mysterious conqueror of the dungeon is an official. May my wishes come true. Huang Hao rolled his eyes, expressing his disbelief. What are you thinking? I believe it's highly likely they are indeed the same individual. Our primary concern now is whether the other party will release the clearance video. Another bespectacled young man, named Matty, chimed in. I wager he will not dare to release the video. A 3-minute clearance record must be dubious. If he unveils the footage, wouldn't that be tantamount to self-incrimination? Kong Zhan, who had been pondering this dilemma all day, found himself at a loss. Cheating seems to be the most plausible explanation. But he sensed that the matter was more complex than it appeared. Noticing Kong Zhan's silence, Huang Hao shifted the topic. Currently, Kong Zhan is at level 7. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he should reach level 8 by tomorrow, while we ought to attain level 7. Continuing to grind at the Cemetery of the Forgotten would undoubtedly squander our time. Thus, after tomorrow, we must venture to new locales for leveling up. For achieving level 10 within a week looms as a considerable challenge. Do we have any viable leveling locations in mind? Matty inquired. There are 2. With one still under verification, Huang Hao continued. First, traversing through the dense forest leads to the Hengduan Mountains, where the beasts range from levels 7 to 8. We can opt to level up here for a day or 2. Second, at the summit of the Hengduan Mountains, there exists a level 10 dungeon. This underscores my reasoning for not wasting time at the Cemetery of the Forgotten. We must hasten to secure the first kill of the hell-level dungeon in the Hengduan Mountains. That is the true path. Lastly, I have communicated with players from other novice servers, and they have recently uncovered a hidden quest titled Shadow of the Killer within the village. However, the current level of all participants is 7. While the quest requires a minimum of level 8. Therefore, once Kong Zhan reaches level 8 tomorrow, we can undertake this quest. Upon hearing this, the group raised their eyebrows, nonchalantly responding, an 8th level hidden quest? That's trivial, we can spare a couple of hours for it. Our primary focus remains the first kill of the level 10 dungeon in the Hengduan Mountains. Huang Hao meticulously outlined several routes for everyone. At that moment, the clock struck 8 in the evening. Huang and his companions fell silent, their attention fixed on refreshing Su Chongqing's account details. 1 second, 5 seconds, 10 seconds passed swiftly, and the brief 30 seconds seemed to stretch into impatience as the crowd began to grumble. Why hasn't he come out yet? Could it be that we've been deceived? If that's the case, this tactic to garner attention is truly masterful. Just as the words fell, Huang Hao refreshed the webpage, revealing a new post on Su Chongqing's account. The title read, Breaking Records? Just have hands. Published at 2000. Hurry up, Huang Hao. Check it out, urged the crowd. Huang Hao, quick to act, click the link. Concurrently, the number of users accessing the link surged past 10,000, causing a momentary lag in the server. 1 second, 2 seconds. Damn, why is it stuck? This network is atrocious. Even 1,000 can't handle it. I'll call to complain. I got in, Huang Hao shouted. Instantly, everyone gathered around him. Chapter 34, Dual Talent Exposed? 2,000 points of strength revealed. As they entered, they were greeted by a video lasting over 3 minutes displayed on the webpage. Suddenly, a chill ran through their hearts. No way. They wouldn't really post the completion video, would they? Matty exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief, his voice trembling slightly with tension. I don't believe it. It must be a prank. Huang Hao, stop hesitating and watch it. Huang Hao's hand trembled uncontrollably as he slowly clicked on the video. This footage had been meticulously edited by Su Chongqing, with his character deliberately obscured, rendering any useful information unattainable. The video commenced. In it, a figure first flashed with a green light, soon followed by a red light. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, their faces etched with confusion. What kind of trick is this? Huang Hao intently scrutinized the screen, stating gravely, this must be some kind of enhancement skill. Did you notice? He is truly challenging the graveyard of the fallen alone. The atmosphere in the room shifted to one of tension as everyone chimed in with their thoughts. Huang Hao shook his head, his expression serious. Let us hold our comments until we finish watching. In the video, Su Chongqing sprang into action. His figure moved like a streak of black lightning, darting through the eerie landscapes of the graveyard of the fallen. His movements were decisive and fierce, devoid of hesitation or delay. Each strike was precise and lethal. As waves of monstrous beasts surged towards him, he leapt gracefully, tracing a smooth arc in the air. With a weapon that sliced through the wind, he struck down fiercely, cleaving the beasts in two, green slime splattering everywhere, yet not a drop touched the hem of his clothing. Without any superfluous movements. Even the maneuvers they deemed routine were absent. Just 4 words, an unstoppable advance. How astonishing this is. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, their eyes wide as saucers. He didn't even attempt to evade. Is he even human? The crowd was filled with awe, confronted by the incessant emergence of monstrous beasts. The weapon in his hand transformed into a silver ring, dissipating the creatures with piercing wails wherever it passed. The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly. Each of Su Chongqing's movements perfectly coordinated, his brutal yet fluid style exuding decisiveness and grace, leaving onlookers dumbfounded. In less than 3 minutes, he stood quietly before the bone-rotting Wolf King. With a roar, the bone-rotting Wolf King bared its fangs and lunged ferociously. Yet the character in the video remained motionless. The spectators widened their eyes, their hearts in their throats. Could it be? This is an 8th-level Lord-class beast. Isn't he courting death by not even attempting to dodge? Surely, he doesn't think he can withstand the attack? Such a notion is utterly preposterous. Just as these thoughts lingered, the bone-rotting Wolf King pounced before Su Chongqing. At that critical moment, he moved. With a subtle flick of his short sword, his actions appeared effortless, seemingly lacking any force. The result, however, left everyone agape. With a resounding crack, the bone-rotting Wolf King was split asunder. Its massive form instantaneously shattered into countless pieces, blood raining down like droplets from the sky. In the final 3 seconds of the video, a striking message emerged. Record-breaking? Just need hands. The video concluded. Yet, for the next 3 minutes, the room fell into a profound silence. Everyone sat frozen, as if their souls had been siphoned away, their expressions vacant, the atmosphere suffocating. After what felt like an eternity, someone finally spoke. Their voice low and laced with despair. We toiled through that dungeon, and he breezed through it so effortlessly. What is the point of our struggle? Indeed, it feels as though all our prior efforts have turned into a farce, leaving us directionless. The disparity is too vast. We are not even on the same level. And no amount of effort can bridge that gap. Are we truly meant to surrender? Yet, the thought of giving up is unbearable. The last voice trembled, as if all fighting spirit had been extinguished. Previously, the group had been resolute. Now, their faces were almost swollen with disbelief. At that moment, online comments shifted dramatically, turning overwhelmingly in favor. Previously, there had been derision directed at Su Chongqing, but now, the entire internet was effusive in praise. Oh dear, who was it that claimed he was here for comedic effect? Step forward. I promise not to harm you. This maneuver is nothing short of the Flash of the gaming world, a whirlwind of sparks and lightning, treating the dungeon as if it were his backyard. Indeed, those who doubt others' capabilities might still be wandering lost in the novice village of gaming. This walkthrough video detonated like a super-nuclear bomb in the realm of divine judgment, leaving everyone in a state of bewilderment. Previously, I viewed those elite players as mere legends, but now I recognize that the true legends are right before my eyes. The anonymous players' maneuvers resemble a dimensional strike in the game, mercilessly tormenting the monstrous beasts within the dungeon. Absolutely astounding. Now, it remains to be seen how the Warriors of Madness will respond. Respond? Nonsense. As a mathematics major from Tsinghua University, I've conducted a preliminary analysis of the anonymous player's slaying of the decayed Bone Wolf King through the video and concluded that his instantaneous power has surpassed 2,000 points. I pose this question. How can one's character exceed 2,000 points in strength at level 20? How can the warriors pursue him? Upon hearing this conclusion, the crowd erupted into another fervor. My word, 2,000 points of instantaneous power. That is hardly human. Rather, it resembles a super scion from the game. The statistics of the anonymous player seem to have outstripped the game's parameters by several streets. The Warriors of Madness are merely chasing shadows. I dare say, they must now feel cornered. To confront him would be futile. To retreat would render them the laughingstock, unable to hold their heads high in the game. It appears that the new generation of young players in the realm of divine judgment is poised for a complete reshuffle. The anonymous player will emerge as the new sovereign, while the warriors of madness can only stand aside. Meanwhile, the individuals in the room, listening to the overwhelming accolades online, felt utterly ashamed. Each one lowered their heads, avoiding each other's gaze, as a palpable sense of awkwardness filled the air. Warriors, what shall we do now? Shall we continue grinding dungeons? The expression on the warrior's face remained impassive, his gaze steadfast, ablaze with the fire of battle. The initial green and red lights in the video likely represent the anonymous player's innate abilities, and considering his subsequent combat prowess, I surmise that at least these two talents are of superior grade. The green light likely pertains to toxicity, while the red light seems to augment strength. If I'm not mistaken, there might be more than just these enhancements. He may have employed some method to further amplify his power, which could account for reaching 2,000 points. The crowd was astonished by the warrior's deductions, with no one daring to question his words. My goodness, dual-grade talents? That is simply extraordinary. According to the warrior's assertions, it is indeed plausible to elevate strength to 2,000 points. Alas, arriving at this conclusion only deepens my despair. If such capabilities become commonplace, it's utterly disheartening. The warrior shook his head and stated, not necessarily. As I mentioned, divine judgment is not a solitary battle. It is a collaborative effort. As we ascend in levels, mastering a plethora of skills and wielding our talents with greater finesse, we may not necessarily fall short against him. Moreover, the anonymity of such a talent surely harbors its drawbacks. It is merely due to the absence of divine abilities that he can so effortlessly dispatch his foes. Should we encounter someone endowed with extraordinary skills to counter his talents in the future, his reign would indeed wane. Huang Hao interjected, nodding in agreement. What the Berserker states is undoubtedly true. The game has only just commenced. We are merely at levels 6 and 7. And it is far too premature to draw conclusions, since we are unable to conquer the Tomb of the Fallen. Let us hasten to secure the first kill in the Hungduan Mountains and undertake the hidden quest of Shadows of Death to reap greater rewards. The outcome remains uncertain. We are all dark horses in this race. Everyone, let us strive onward. At 10 o'clock that evening, Su Chongqing immersed his consciousness into the realm of divine judgment. They were preparing to delve into the village chief's abode, seeking clues related to the mysterious disappearances. Chapter 35. The village chief's home, Shadows of Death at midnight that night. Su Chongqing projected his consciousness into the world of divine judgment. It was his inaugural visit during the night. The darkness of the novice village was rife with peril, and few ventured out to level up after dusk. At this moment, the night enveloped Fishhead Village like an immense black satin cloak, heavy and foreboding. Silence reigned supreme. The entire village seemed to have been muted. All the houses had extinguished their lights, leaving only a few beams of moonlight to grace the ground. In the distance, the eerie howls of monstrous beasts occasionally shattered the stillness of the night. Mr. Seven Knights, we are here, called out Long Wei Wei and Abu, who had been waiting in the courtyard for quite some time. Apologies for keeping you waiting, Su Chongqing said with a warm smile. Long Wei Wei, taken by his gentle demeanor, felt her cheeks flush and quickly replied, and no, we just arrived. Abu, overhearing this, raised an eyebrow and exclaimed, Oh, Wei Wei, didn't you say you entered at 8? You've been waiting for 2 hours. Long Wei Wei's face fell. Darn it, that blabbermouth Abu, why must he speak such inconvenient truths? How frustrating. Indeed, she had entered shortly after 8. She had merely glimpsed the post from the mysterious figure before hastily entering, eager to meet Mr. Seven Knights and relish 2 hours of private time together. Sweet bliss. However, upon her arrival, she found Mr. Seven Knights peacefully slumbering, leading her to secretly observe him for over an hour. It was only near 10 o'clock that Abu made his entrance. Long Wei Wei shot a glare at Abu and retorted, Is 2 hours such a long wait? Have you not heard that joyful moments always seem to pass swiftly? I cultivate, hence I find joy, do you understand? Abu was left in bewilderment. Goodness, the woman must be on her period. She behaves like a powder keg, ready to ignite at any moment. Women can be truly terrifying. I would never dare to engage in a romantic relationship. Su Chongqing chuckled and remarked, Since we are all here, let us set forth. With that, they began their journey toward the village chief's home. The narrow path through the village twisted and turned, barely visible in the darkness. The trees on either side loomed like monstrous figures, swaying their branches in the night breeze, producing eerie creaking sounds. Occasionally, a crow would fly overhead, letting out a sharp caw that sent a chill down one's spine. No wonder Fishhead Village lacks nightlife. In such an environment, one could easily be frightened into hypertension. Abu clutched Su Changqing's arm, trembling as he spoke. Long Weiwei looked at Abu with envy, wishing to cling to Su Changqing's arm as well, but feeling too shy to do so. Abu, she said, I never expected you, a girl, to be so brave. Walking this path at night, without a hint of fear. Long Weiwei retorted, how infuriating. You insufferable Abu. Stop saying that. I could very well choose not to be brave. Alas, her words were already overshadowed by Abu's earlier comments, leaving her to merely gaze on in silence. Before long, they arrived at the home of Chief Zhao Liang. At that moment, Zhao Liang's house was remarkably quiet, devoid of even the faintest sounds of snoring. Ding! Alert! You are now close to the chief's house. Please approach quietly to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. Receiving this notification simultaneously, they subdued their footsteps and approached cautiously. There's no one here. What are we supposed to be cautious about? Abu pondered. Su Changqing furrowed his brow and instructed, Abu, carefully observe the surroundings for any signs of concealment or disturbance, such as freshly turned soil or unusual footprints. Weiwei and I will enter the room to investigate. Abu signaled with a hand gesture and began to circle around the chief's house. Suddenly, he spotted two villagers approaching from a distance, conversing as they walked. Has the chief gone to the ancestral hall again tonight? Indeed. I heard he went there to pray for our village. Too many people have died recently, and everyone is on edge. He should return by midnight, just like before. Let us hurry home then. We wouldn't want to end up like Nyo, dragged into the ground without a trace. The two villagers quickened their pace, gradually fading from view. Only after their figures disappeared did Abu emerge from the shadows. Muttering to himself, their conversation revealed three pieces of information. First, the chief is currently at the ancestral hall praying for the villagers. Second, he will return by midnight, giving us only 2 hours to search for clues. Third, a recent deceased named Nyo has yet to be found, given the small size of Fishhead Village. How could they possibly lose a body? This must be a crucial point. Abu meticulously sorted through the pertinent information. And just as he turned to enter and seek out Su Changqing, a sudden, chilling scream pierced the air. Ah, a ghost! A ghost! The anguished cries emanated from the direction where the two villagers had departed. Trembling with fear, Abu grit his teeth, suppressing his terror, and pursued the sound. Not far ahead, he spotted a villager sprinting toward him. Don't panic. Tell me what happened. Abu grasped the approaching villager firmly, his voice resonating with urgency. The villager, his face etched with horror and his gaze vacant, stammered, a ghost. A shadow emerged from the ground and dragged him down in an instant. Without pausing to ponder, Abu's eyes swiftly darted toward the struggling villager. There, he beheld a man whose upper body was on the ground, desperately clawing at the earth. The soil filled the crevices of his nails, and his face was a mask of despair and agony as he emitted faint cries for help. Save me. Abu's heart raced with desperation. He could not afford to hesitate. He dashed over, crouched down, and attempted to seize the villager's arm to pull him free. However, at that moment, an immense force surged from below, as if an invisible hand was tightly gripping the lower half of the villager's body. Abu felt as though his own arms might dislocate, yet he could not budge the man an inch. Hold on. I will save you. Abu gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, loudly encouraging the villager. But the force intensified, dragging the villager's body deeper into the earth, his cries for help growing fainter. Suddenly, the villager's body plummeted, vanishing completely from Abu's sight, leaving behind only a small mound of soil that writhed ominously. Abu collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, his eyes brimming with terror and rage. Damn it, so close to saving him. At that moment, another villager's scream pierced the silence. Help! Help me! Abu sprang to his feet, spotting two swiftly moving shadows approaching the distressed villager. In an instant, the shadows reached the villager's feet, one seizing a leg and yanking downward with ferocity. In a heartbeat, the villager's lower body was dragged into the earth. Abu's pupils dilated in shock as he stammered. What the hell? More than one shadow. No wonder the strength was overwhelming. They are not fighting alone. Help! Save me! The second villager suddenly clutched Abu's foot, refusing to let go. Meanwhile, several shadows lunged toward him. Abu was paralyzed with fear. Let go! Brother, please let go! He cried out. Abu, disregarding all else, delivered a swift kick to the face of the villager. Chapter 36. Merging Skills, the Great Sun Vajra Mantra. Ah! A scream pierced the air. Shortly thereafter, a second villager was dragged down into the earth. By the time Abu reached the scene, aside from a small mound of dirt on the ground, there was no trace left. Even after turning the soil upside down, the body was nowhere to be found. It terrified him. Was it truly possible to fear ghosts? Why must they play such tricks on him? No wonder they had mentioned earlier that Inyo was dead, yet his body remained missing. What a predicament. Shadows capable of earth escape. Who knew where they had taken the people? At that moment, Abu felt a chilling sensation creep up his back, as if a pair of eyes were fixated on him from the darkness. He slowly turned his head, but saw nothing. Yet, the eerie presence lingered around him, sending shivers down his spine. Damn, there was more than one murderous shadow here. Walking at night required vigilance beneath one's feet. How terrifying. He could not afford to waste time in this place. He needed to rendezvous with Su Changqing promptly. Suppressing his inner fear, Abu stood up, brushed off the dirt from his clothes, and hastily made his way toward the village chief's home. Soon, Abu returned to the village chief's residence. Abu, what happened over there? Su Changqing and Long Weiwei approached with inquiries. Something has occurred. Numerous shadows appeared on the ground, seizing individuals and dragging them below, vanishing before we could catch them, leaving us clueless as to their destination. However, I gathered some information. The village chief went to the ancestral hall to pray for the villagers and will return by midnight. It is currently 10:30, leaving us only an hour and a half. Su Changqing nodded. Then let us continue searching. Since this is related to the ground, we should focus on observing any overlooked traces. Understood. The three of them began to search diligently within the village chief's home. Before long, Long Weiwei suddenly pointed at a particular tile on the floor, exclaiming in delight, "Mr. Chiyi, Abu, come over and see this." During her search, her attention was drawn to a tile that stood out from the rest. This tile clearly bore signs of having been disturbed, contrasting sharply with the surrounding even floor. Su Changqing approached, crouched down, and examined it closely, discovering an inverted pentagram etched into the tile. The inverted pentagram often symbolizes evil and dark forces within mysticism. This revelation stirred unease within Su Changqing. He realized it could serve as a crucial clue. Abu, take this tile. Understood. Abu swiftly pried the tile free. Just as he grasped it, a system notification chimed. Ding! As the crowd absorbed the task reminder, their pupils constricted, exchanging glances filled with trepidation. Indeed, it was a quest item, a summoning array for the underworld spirits. How could such things be found in the village chief's residence? This suggested that the chief might have a direct connection to the series of murders. At this moment, Abu realized that the chief could be employing some dark sorcery to seek scapegoats for some nefarious purpose. Mr. Chia, what shall we do now? Long Weiwei inquired. Su Changqing furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before responding. Let us continue searching. There must be more to uncover. Typically, a quest node would not offer so little. Agreed. Abu and Long Weiwei nodded, resuming their search. However, this time their focus shifted from the ground to the surrounding decor and artifacts. Suddenly, Long Weiwei's luck struck again. Mr. Chia, come quickly. I found this. She picked up a tattered book. In the next moment, a notification chimed. Ding! Your party member has acquired the skill Great Sun Vajra Mantra. You have acquired the skill Great Sun Vajra Mantra. Great Sun Vajra Mantra. A secret spell transmitted by the Great Sun Tathagata, capable of subduing malevolent spirits, inflicting double damage on ghostly entities, including vengeful spirits, evil ghosts, and beings of the ghostly realm. Su Changqing paused, a smile spreading across his face as he approached. My Weiwei is truly remarkable. I adore it. Long Weiwei's cheeks flushed crimson, filled with bashfulness as she quickly changed the subject. This must be a crucial skill for dealing with spirits, but there's only one. What shall we do? Perhaps, Mr. Chia, you should learn it for self-defense against ghostly harm. Hearing this, Abu interjected hastily. Weiwei, that may not be wise. Mr. Chia is rather weak. Cough, cough. Are you suggesting he should protect you? That would be too taxing for him. In my opinion, we should pave the way for Mr. Chia to attack. How could we possibly let him take action himself? You should be the one to learn this skill. Long Weiwei suddenly understood. But that doesn't seem right. It's a high-level skill. If Mr. Chia learns it, it could save his life. Abu, somewhat exasperated, covered his eyes and thought to himself. Please, could you consider your own safety a bit more? Mr. Chia is far too weak. Giving it to him would be a waste. At that moment, Su Changqing chuckled and said, Weiwei, Abu makes a valid point. You should learn it. However, Coincidentally, I also possess a copy of the Great Sun Vajra Mantra. With that, he flipped his palm, revealing an identical Great Sun Vajra Mantra before everyone's eyes. Whether it be Long Weiwei or Abu, both were utterly bewildered. Goodness, is this even possible? Mr. Chia, you are truly remarkable. To effortlessly wield such advanced skills is simply astounding. Su Chongqing smiled inwardly, thinking to himself, isn't it all thanks to your diligent contributions? He then tossed the Great Sun Diamond Mantra to Abu, saying, you shall learn this. We will undoubtedly face malevolent spirits ahead, and I will rely on both of you to protect me. Upon receiving the advanced Great Sun Diamond Mantra, Abu felt a surge of emotion. Truth be told, he was genuinely moved at this moment. An advanced skill like this currently holds a market value of 100,000. An elite skill is valued at around 200,000. While a legendary skill has never been listed for sale, yet its price would not be less than 500,000. As for the mythical skill, based on past experiences, a conservative estimate would place its worth at no less than 1 million. Furthermore, skills that are specifically targeted are exceedingly rare. If auctioned, it could fetch 2 to 3 million easily. Though Abu was not financially constrained, holding this skill still touched his heart. Mr. Chia, thank you. This expression of gratitude bore no hint of insincerity. It was laden with genuine feeling. Su Chongqing chuckled softly, thinking, excellent. The more guilt you feel, the harder you will strive. All right, we have little time left. Let us hasten our learning. Then we shall summon the spirits. What? Summon spirits? Upon hearing Su Chongqing's words, both Abu and Long Weiwei wore expressions of confusion. Shortly thereafter, they watched as Su Chongqing picked up a tile inscribed with an inverted pentagram, proclaiming, without entering the tiger's den, how can one obtain the tiger's cub? Only by summoning the spirits can we proceed to the next step. Realization dawned upon them. Their eyes filled with admiration. They had never considered this. The task reminder had cautioned them to use it sparingly, and they may well have refrained from it altogether. They never anticipated that the breakthrough point lay here. Mr. Chia is truly astute. Consequently, Abu and Long Weiwei each took up a copy of the Great Sun Diamond Mantra, sitting cross-legged to commence their studies. Ding! Member Long Weiwei has mastered the advanced skill Great Sun Diamond Mantra. You have mastered the advanced skill Great Sun Diamond Mantra. Ding! Member War God Abu has mastered the advanced skill Great Sun Diamond Mantra. You have mastered the advanced skill Great Sun Diamond Mantra. Ding! Detected that you have mastered 2 copies of the advanced skill Great Sun Diamond Mantra. Automatic merging in progress. Merging successful. Congratulations. You have mastered the advanced skill Great Sun Tathagata Diamond Mantra. Su Chongqing exclaimed, goodness, is it truly this incredible? If this continues, I could elevate all my skills to divine levels. Ha ha ha. Chapter 37. The Pentagram Array, Summoning Spirits, and the Equivalence of Life. Having mastered the Great Sun Mantra, Abu brimmed with confidence, thumping his chest and declaring, Mr. Chi, from now on, it will be my responsibility to ensure your safety. Long Weiwei nodded in agreement. In that case, you shall summon using the Pentagram Array. With that, Su Chongqing tossed the tile to Abu. A tremor ran through Abu's heart. While he was capable of combat, he held a deep-seated fear of ghosts. A childhood incident, where his father took him abroad and he was frightened by a shadowy figure on a stormy night, had left an indelible mark. Once bitten by a snake, he was forever wary of ropes. Since then, ghosts had haunted his thoughts. Abu stammered. Long Weiwei rolled her eyes, snatching the tile back and chiding. You're not being very manly. Abu retorted, how humiliating. Fine, I shall forgive you this time, but do not expect mercy next time. He said this defiantly, yet quickly retreated to Su Chongqing's side, smiling as he reassured, Mr. Chi, do not worry, I shall protect you. Ignoring Abu, Long Weiwei placed the tile on the ground, preparing to summon the spirits. She took a deep breath, gradually squatting down to lay the tile upon the cold stone floor. The array on the tile flickered with a faint blue glow under the dim light. Closing her eyes, she clasped her hands before her chest. Beep. Would you like to use the pentagram array to summon spirits? Note: utilizing the array with a life sacrifice may yield unexpected rewards. However, failure to offer a sacrifice could result in a backlash from the spirits. Use with caution. Use. Without a moment's hesitation, Long Weiwei activated the pentagram array. The air around them seemed to thicken, and a chilling aura began to permeate the space. Long Weiwei felt her heart racing, yet she did not waver, fully focused on completing the summoning ritual. Suddenly, the runes on the array blazed with brilliance. illuminating the entire area. A powerful force emanated from the center of the array, as if it sought to consume all life within its grasp. Boom. At last, amidst a deafening roar, a massive fissure split open at the center of the pentagram array, and a thick black mist gushed forth, enveloping the entire space. Wei Wei, be careful, the spirits are about to be summoned. Su Changqing cautioned. A warmth spread through Long Wei Wei's heart, a sweetness blossoming within her. She mused, is Mr. Qi concerned for me? He does not show the same regard for Abu, but cares for me instead. Such blatant attention. Could it lead Abu to overthink? Oh, how embarrassing. Yet, I truly adore this. Suddenly, boom, a tremor rippled through the space, and a 2-meter-wide black hole appeared around the pentagram, emanating an unsettling aura. It was terrifying, suffocating, shocking. In her moment of stupor, Long Wei Wei was pulled back by Su Changqing. It was unclear what had captivated the girl. Had she lingered any longer, she would have been tainted by the encroaching black mist, jeopardizing her life essence. As the dark smoke gradually dissipated, 6 spectral figures began to materialize. Suspended in midair, they radiated a chilling blue light, their visages grotesque, with eyes glimmering a sinister crimson. Their hands morphed into sharp claws, thrashing violently, emitting piercing howls. Their faces contorted in malice, occasionally erupting into spine-chilling laughter that evoked an overwhelming sense of oppression and dread. Su Changqing examined the spectral information. Ghost, level 8, strength 52, 100, agility 28, 100, constitution 84, 100, mental 16, 100, skill, corruption, a specter floats with pride, a wraith, a wraith. A wraith. Friendly reminder. Midnight is a prime time for ghostly beings. All attribute points are doubled. They are immune to physical attacks. Exercise utmost caution. After scrutinizing the details, a thread of pressure coursed through Su Changqing. The revelation of their immunity to physical assault rendered a direct confrontation tantamount to self-destruction. Meanwhile, the 6 specters circled ominously, their deep growls resonating in the air. Their gaze fixated on Long Wei Wei, as if anticipating something. At that moment, a chime echoed. Ding. The undead have been fully summoned. Please offer a living being to complete the equivalence exchange ritual. Ding. Life forms detected in the vicinity. Please select a sacrificial target. 1. Jia 2. God of War Abu 3. Long Wei Wei. As the notification faded, a heavy silence enveloped the trio. The implication was clear. To fulfill this summoning ritual, one among them must perish. How could this be possible? Mr. Chia, what should we do next? Long Wei Wei declared without hesitation. If a sacrifice must be made, then let it be me. Su Changqing shook his head with a smile. No need. None of us must die. We can vanquish these specters. Absolutely not, Abu interjected decisively. The ghostly energy is overwhelming. Their attribute points have doubled, making each one formidable. Let alone the 6 before us. Moreover, they are immune to physical attacks, placing us at a severe disadvantage. Perhaps it would be wise for me to be the sacrificial offering, as my level is lower. Upon completing this sacrifice, let us proceed with our task. Long Wei Wei shook her head, expressing her disapproval of the suggestion. There are 6 spirits here. Do you intend to sacrifice 6 times? That would waste at least a day of our time. During this novice period, a single day can create a significant gap in progress. I propose that you sacrifice 3 times, and I shall do the same. What do you think? I believe that is feasible. Abu nodded in agreement. Su Changqing observed the 2 of them and inquired, are we done discussing? If so, let us take action against the spirits. The group responded with confusion. Without further ado, Su Changqing drew a seemingly worthless iron sword and hurled it towards the nearest spirit. Abu was petrified. No, but alas, it was too late. The blade whistled through the air, piercing the spirit and embedding itself into the wall with a resounding thud. Immunity. 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 Physical attacks are utterly ineffective against the spirits. Conversely, Su Changqing's assault incited the spirit's wrath. Warning, the spirit feels offended and refuses to engage in an equivalent life exchange. It is furious and poised to retaliate. Exercise caution. Goodness. Mr. Chia, are you truly this inept yet so reckless? Abu's face turned pale with fear. Long Wei Wei's expression hardened. Without uttering a single word, she brandished the venomous fang and positioned herself protectively in front of Su Changqing. Mr. Chia, be careful. Should the situation become dire, I will take the brunt of it. And you must flee. Su Changqing, without hesitation, nodded decisively. Understood, Abu muttered. How audacious to speak of fleeing so boldly. Yet, it was too late for words. He too would have to muster his courage and face the impending confrontation. Chapter 38. The Great Sun Vajra Mantra, Exterminating Spirits and the Chain Quest. Long Weiwei, perceiving the summoned spirit as a threat to Su Chongqing, adopted a solemn demeanor, swiftly drawing the sinister venomous fang from her waist. No one shall threaten Mr. Chia under my watch. Those who defy this will meet their demise. Her commanding presence left Abu in awe. At this moment, the venomous fang in Long Weiwei's grasp shimmered with an eerie glow, and tendrils of toxic gas began to diffuse into the air. With a resounding crash, she launched herself forward, propelled by her legs, like an arrow released from its bow, charging towards the towering, grotesque spirit nearest to her. The spirit, sensing her approach, emitted a piercing roar and swung its sharp claws in her direction. Long Weiwei deftly sidestepped the spirit's attack, raising the venomous fang high, accompanied by the sound of slicing wind, and struck fiercely at the spirit. However, the anticipated sound of blade meeting flesh was absent. Instead, it echoed with the words, immunity. 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 The two chilling words weighed heavily on Long Weiwei's heart. Abu shook his head and said, Weiwei, it's futile. All physical attacks are ineffective. Do not waste your strength. They are too powerful. We should flee at once. Despite his words, Abu was swift in his actions. He stepped forward and placed himself protectively in front of Su Chongqing, stating, Mr. Chia, rest assured, I will not allow you to perish. Should they wish to take your life, they must first step over my corpse. Su Chongqing raised an eyebrow, a flicker of emotion surging within him. Truth be told, at that moment, he was touched by Abu's declaration. As he spoke, Abu's eyes glimmered with determination, and inwardly he chuckled. Are you moved? My lord Chia, you ought to be. Now we share a bond of life and death. The Yomi blood jade will surely be handed over to me. Heh, what a surprise. It turned out that Abu harbored such ulterior motives, while Su Chongqing remained oblivious. Who would have thought this son of a wealthy magnate could be so crafty? On the other side, Long Weiwei, unwilling to concede, once again wielded her venomous fangs, launching frenzied assaults on the specters from various angles. Each strike was accompanied by notifications of immunity. Her physical attacks were rendered utterly ineffectual against the apparitions. Yet, she soon discovered that the venom on her fangs could still afflict the specters. Upon contact, the poisonous gas emitted a hissing sound as it enveloped the ghostly figures. The specters writhed in agony, releasing piercing cries of anguish. Their forms began to blur, and their attributes visibly deteriorated. The once vibrant red glow dimmed, and their vitality gradually waned. Abu, witnessing this, was momentarily stunned and exclaimed, What the hell? Is this the talent of a high-grade alchemist? This is excessively domineering. Isn't it? The other specters, enraged by the turn of events, let out furious roars and closed in on Long Weiwei. They spiraled in the air, forming an encirclement that trapped her within. In an instant, the chilling winds howled, and a bone-deep cold permeated the air. Long Weiwei felt as though she were ensconced in a frigid crypt, surrounded by icy malevolence. Seeing this, Su Chongqing urged, Weiwei, use the Great Sun Diamond Mantra. Understood. Facing the onslaught of specters, Long Weiwei remained unperturbed. She swiftly formed hand seals, reciting incantations. As her chant resonated, resplendent golden light began to radiate around her. The luminescence intensified, illuminating the darkened space. The specters, taken aback by the sudden brilliance, shrieked in horror as their forms began to emit wisps of green smoke amidst the golden glow. Great Sun Diamond Mantra, activate, Long Weiwei shouted, thrusting her hands forward with great force. A colossal golden beam erupted from her palms, surging forth with overwhelming momentum, aimed directly at one of the specters with devastating intent. The specter sensed impending danger and sought to evade it, yet the velocity of the golden beam was too swift for it to react in time. In an instant, the beam enveloped the spirit, causing its form to tremble violently, emitting anguished wails. Already afflicted by poison, the spirit was struck by the Great Sun Diamond Mantra, leading to its gradual dissolution. Ultimately, it transformed into wisps of black smoke, rendered utterly invisible by the purifying light. Ding! Member Long Weiwei has slain an 8th level specter, earning 71 experience points. You have acquired 71 experience points. The single strike of the Great Sun Diamond Mantra consumed 1/3 of Long Weiwei's spiritual energy, leaving her complexion pale and her body weakened. Witnessing the demise of their companion, the remaining specters became frenzied. They recklessly lunged toward Long Weiwei, intent on tearing her to shreds. Weiwei, I shall assist you. Abu, sensing a glimmer of hope for victory, unleashed the great sun diamond mantra from afar to disrupt the specter's assault. Seizing the opportunity, Long Weiwei charged forward wielding her venomous fang, unleashing a torrent of ferocious attacks. Although physical strikes proved ineffective, as long as the specters were poisoned, they could still be ground down to nothing. Ding! Member Long Weiwei has slain an 8th level specter, earning 71 experience points. You have acquired 71 experience points. Member, the 6 specters were swiftly vanquished. Ding! Quest, Shadows of Murder. Quest 1. The enigmatic village chief seems to possess knowledge of something. Objective, proceed to the chief's residence to seek clues. Quest 1 completed. Calculating rewards. Congratulations. You have earned 1,000 experience points, 50 silver coins, and the Rune of Insight. The Rune of Insight. Upon using this rune, the character will gain the state of insight for the next hour. In this state, the character can detect hidden traps, perceive the invisibility of enemies, and uncover previously unseen clues, greatly aiding in the exploration of mysterious areas and the resolution of complex tasks. Ding! Members receive rewards for Quest 1. You have earned 2,000 experience points, 100 silver coins, and 2 runes of insight. Currently, Su Changqing is at level 7, requiring 200 experience points to ascend to level 8. Having merely completed Quest 1, he was granted a staggering 3-fold reward, an exhilarating experience indeed. Coupled with the experience, currency, and some equipment dropped by the 6 specters, Su Changqing's earnings surged by at least 100,000. At this moment, the system notification chimed once more, announcing the subsequent quest. Ding! Quest, Shadows of Murder. Quest background. You have completed the task of seeking clues at the village chief's home. However, the clues lead to an even more mysterious shrine. The village chief typically presents himself as a figure of benevolence, offering prayers for the villagers at the ancestral hall. However, recently, some villagers have observed that each time he emerges from the hall in the dead of night, he carefully cradles a jar in his hands. What clandestine secret could be concealed within that jar? It may be intricately linked to the peculiar crisis lurking within the village. You have resolved to delve into the ancestral hall to unravel the truth behind this enigma. Task 2. Is the village chief genuinely praying for the villagers in the ancestral hall? What exactly is contained within the jar he carries each time he departs at night? Objective. Proceed to the ancestral hall and investigate the chief's secret. Kind reminder. Within the ancestral hall, there are numerous sacred and inviolable objects and areas. Any indiscriminate touching or destruction may provoke unforeseen consequences and potentially anger the mysterious forces that guard the hall. The jar? Abu, after reviewing the information regarding Task 2, pulled out the jar he had seized from Wu Gui earlier that day for a closer inspection. What could possibly be contained within it? It had merely been taken out later. Su Changqing nodded, glancing at the time. It is now 11 p.m., and in an hour, the village chief will leave the hall. We must hurry over to take a look. Chapter 39. The Ancestral Hall, the Wild God, and the Corrupted Village Chief at 11 p.m. The trio of Su Changqing treaded cautiously and soon arrived at the ancestral hall of Yudo Village. From a distance, the hall, constructed of bluish-gray bricks, stood with a roof adorned with dark tiles, layered and seemingly steeped in history. At this moment, the grand entrance was tightly shut. 2 enormous copper rings embedded in the door, with a stone statue on either side. The statues bore fierce visages, their eyes wide open. While they appeared less daunting by day, they instilled a sense of unease under the veil of night. Beep. Notice. You have entered the vicinity of Yudo Village's ancestral hall. Please remain vigilant and exercise utmost caution. Su Changqing surveyed the surroundings, finding not a soul in sight. Mr. Chia, Weiwei, let us use the side entrance. There is a window through which we can climb in. Abu, having scouted ahead, led the group stealthily to the side of the hall, where a small window was ajar. Abu gestured for Su Changqing and Long Weiwei to support him from below while he, with both hands gripping the window ledge, cautiously hoisted himself inside. As he landed, he made a concerted effort to tread lightly, his eyes swiftly scanning the environment. No one. Hurry, come up. Mr. Chia, I will go in first. Ensure it is safe before you follow, Long Weiwei instructed. After speaking, she grasped the window ledge. Due to her petite stature and her desire to avoid making excessive noise, she turned to Su Changqing and shyly requested, Mr. Chia, could you support my waist from behind? Support your waist? Su Changqing was momentarily taken aback, his expression frozen. What a sensitive phrase that was. In the stillness of the night, a beautiful woman beckoned him to assist her, stirring a sense of unease within him. Mr. Qi? Long Weiwei called out once more. Su Chongqing quickly shook his head, dispelling the impractical thoughts that invaded his mind. With determination, he approached her, placing his hands gently on her waist, feeling the warmth radiating from her. Instinctively, his fingers tightened. Long Weiwei intended to leap through the window with force, but the sensation at her waist was electrifying, causing her to emit a soft moan, her face flushing crimson. How mortifying! Long Weiwei, what are you doing? How shameless! It was merely a brush against your waist by Mr. Qi. Why such a sound? What if Mr. Qi misinterprets this? Upon hearing that sound, Su Chongqing's thoughts drifted to Long Weiwei's exquisite beauty, igniting a fervor within him. This damn divine game was far too realistic. The experience, once projected, was more exhilarating than a dream. Hey, you two, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up. A voice interrupted, urging them to act quickly. 5 minutes had passed, and they had yet to climb through the window. Long Weiwei, filled with bashfulness, declared, Mr. Qi, I am ready. Please proceed. Su Chongqing nodded, securing his hands around her waist and pulling upward, assisting her in her ascent. Phew, this youthful body of 18 is indeed impulsive, brimming with an intensity that is almost overwhelming. He exhaled deeply, swiftly climbing through the window into the ancestral hall. Inside the hall, a faint scent of sandalwood lingered, mingled with an ancient essence that lulled one into a state of drowsiness. Shoo! Abu gestured for silence, indicating to Su Chongqing. Following Abu's finger, he discerned, in the dim light, the village chief kneeling before a statue in the center of the hall. The statue stood over 2 meters tall, carved from a massive block of white marble. It depicted an elderly man, benevolent yet commanding, with hands raised slightly, as if protecting something of great significance. They concealed themselves in the shadows, observing the chief as he knelt before the statue, murmuring something inaudible. Curiosity urged them to lean forward. Ding! Discovered the wild divine spirit, the ancestor of the fish. The ancestor of the fish has been revered by the villagers of Fishhead Village for generations. Legend has it that long ago, the village faced an unprecedented drought, leaving crops barren and the villagers in despair. In their darkest hour, a colossal spirit fish descended from the heavens, its mouth releasing nourishing rain that revived the parched earth, saving the entire village. To honor this miraculous fish, the villagers carved this statue of the ancestor of the fish, dedicating it to ensure continued blessings of favorable weather and bountiful harvests. Look over there, Abu exclaimed. Su Chongqing and his companions cast their gaze towards the village chief, who stood before a black jar. In the dim light, the jar shimmered with a faint azure glow, rippling gently as though it contained water. Water? Su Chongqing furrowed his brow, uncertain of the liquid's purpose. Just then, a series of hissing sounds emanated from the entrance of the ancestral hall. Shadows glided across the ground, swiftly encircling the village chief and the jar. Suddenly, droplets of luminescent blue water materialized from thin air, cascading onto the black jar below. With each droplet, the village chief trembled uncontrollably, murmuring, Soon, soon, a few more sacrifices, and I shall acquire enough of the fountain of life. I will soon escape this wretched place. Upon hearing the chief's murmurs, Su Chongqing and his companions exchanged glances. It seemed they had not misjudged. The true culprit behind it all was indeed the village chief. All the villagers were mere offerings for his exchange of the fountain of life. But why was he kneeling before the ancestral shrine? Before anyone could voice their thoughts, Su Chongqing elucidated, control. He is restraining the spirit fish ancestor. Moreover, if I am not mistaken, he is not kneeling before an idol, but rather before the black jar. Perplexed expressions adorned their faces as they redirected their attention to the jar filled with water. The jar emanated a soft blue luminescence, which appeared to form a barrier, isolating the spirit fish ancestor within. Good heavens! Abu exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. The scoundrel of a village chief is quite the actor. The villagers believed he was praying for their well-being, only to be sacrificed in the end, all while secretly praising this old rascal. However, Abu's exclamation disrupted the silence of the surroundings, easily attracting the village chief's attention. He abruptly stood, turning towards the dim corner, and bellowed, Who is there? Step forth before me. Abu and Long Weiwei were startled, unsure of how to respond. In that moment, they noticed they could access information about the village chief. Incredible! They exclaimed, Chapter 40. Single-handedly defeating the elite stone statue monster. Skill acquisition 1 learn 3. What a bargain. Without hesitation, They swiftly delved into the details of the village chief's information. In an instant, a line of alarming data materialized before my eyes. Corrupted Elder Village Chief, Lord. Level 8. Strength 70, 100. Agility 22, 100. Constitution 360, 100. Spirit 16, 100. Skills, Fiery Palm, Sure of Fist. The old steed rests in the stable, yet aspires to gallop 1,000 miles. The martyr in his twilight years retains indomitable ambition. Damn the traitor. What an astonishing revelation. Who could have imagined that the seemingly affable elder, who daily offered blessings to the villagers, had transformed into a level 8 lord? More critically, this venerable figure possessed an astonishing vitality, with a constitution score of 360, doubled to a staggering 720. This was no mere mortal. Even the legendary, tough-skinned blood cattle would feel inadequate before such terrifying resilience. However, there remained a glimmer of hope. The crowd discerned that this elder lacked the grotesque trait of physical immunity. As long as they continued their assault, theoretically, they could wear him down. With this thought, a modicum of calm descended upon their hearts. Yet, before they could fully recover, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. With a resounding bang, the long-sealed door of the ancestral hall creaked open. A chilling aura surged forth, flooding the hall and plummeting the temperature several degrees. The crowd shivered, their hair standing on end. Moments later, a series of deep and terrifying roars emanated from beyond the door. "What is that sound?" stammered Abu, his voice trembling with fear. Before anyone could react, the once still stone statues flanking the entrance to the ancestral hall began to sway, as if infused with life. The grating sound of stone against stone resonated sharply in the silent hall. The movements of the two statues grew increasingly fluid. With a roar, they unleashed a terrifying sound that made the beams of the hall tremble. Then, with heavy steps, they advanced from outside, approaching the crowd. Step by deliberate step, stone golem, elite. Level 8. Strength 62, 100. Agility 18, 100. Constitution 118, 100. Spirit 16, 100. Skill, Petrification. Guardian statues of the abode. Remember, this is the dwelling of spirits. Take heed. Living souls must keep their distance. In no time, the two stone golems positioned themselves before the village chief. With no retreat possible, Su Changqing and the others were compelled to emerge from their hiding place. Lord Chia, upon seeing Su Changqing, the village chief visibly trembled, nearly succumbing to the urge to kneel in fear. However, he quickly regained his composure. The esteemed Lord Chia before him was no longer the formidable figure he once was, and it was entirely plausible that he might meet his demise at the chief's hands today. With this thought, he let out a boisterous laugh. "Ha ha! Is this not the illustrious Lord Chia? How amusing it is to witness you in such a pitiful state, like a stray dog cowering in the corner of this ancestral hall. Truly, it is an eye-opener. Who would have imagined that the once indomitable Lord Chia would be reduced to fleeing from mere stone statues? It seems your era has utterly concluded, while I shall embark on my own glorious ascent." With that, the village chief wasted no more words, gesturing for the two stone golems to advance. "Mr. Chia, please step back and ensure your safety." Long Weiwei brandished her venomous fang, taking a step forward to shield Su Changqing. "Abu, can you handle one?" Abu, his expression tense, nodded affirmatively. "I can." As soon as the words left his lips, he concentrated, silently invoking battle form. In an instant, his base attributes doubled. His eyes glowed crimson. A violent aura surged around him, and his demeanor grew increasingly frenzied. "Kill." In the next moment, Long Weiwei, wielding the venomous fang, darted forward like a bolt of lightning towards the approaching stone golem. Sensing imminent danger, the golem emitted a low, guttural roar, swinging its massive stone arms down towards her with tremendous force, creating a howling wind. Long Weiwei's gaze was icy, her expression devoid of emotion, as if she were regarding a lifeless entity. With a light step, she effortlessly evaded the golem's attack and swiftly closed the distance, her venomous fang striking like a viper towards the golem's leg joint. With a soft thud, the dagger penetrated the golem's body with ease, and the eerie green venom rapidly spread from the wound. In an instant, the poisoned golem began to bleed, its overall attributes diminishing. Roaring in pain, the golem released a furious bellow, thrashing its body wildly in an attempt to dislodge Long Weiwei. Yet she remained like a shadow, closely adhering to its side. her dagger dancing with precision, each strike targeting the golem's vital points. The venom wreaked havoc within the golem, its movements gradually slowing, and its once impenetrable form began to fissure. Seizing the opportunity, Long Weiwei launched herself into the air with a powerful leap, twisting mid-flight, and drove her venomous fang forcefully into the golem's head. With a resounding crash, the dagger pierced through, and green venom erupted from the wound. The golem swayed several times before collapsing in a thunderous crash, shattering into a pile of rubble. A massacre. A one-sided slaughter. The entire combat process of Long Weiwei unfolded with fluidity and grace, resembling a masterpiece that left onlookers in awe. Su Changqing nodded in approval, thoroughly satisfied. After a period of rigorous training, Long Weiwei had consistently charged into battle, leading from the front, and her efforts were finally bearing fruit. Moreover, with her venomous attacks, anyone who dared to approach her was virtually sentenced to demise. On the other side, Abu activated his combat form, his muscles exploding with power, emanating an overwhelming aura. His attributes had doubled across the board, and his strength had reached astounding levels, even surpassing that of Long Weiwei. Facing the advancing stone golem, Abu exhibited no fear. He shouted loudly, firmly planting his feet on the ground. The stone golem swung its enormous fists, aiming a devastating blow at Abu's face. Abu neither dodged nor flinched, raising his hands to meet the golem's strike head-on. A thunderous crash echoed as cracks appeared in the ground beneath him, yet his body remained unmoved. "Is that all the strength you possess? Have you not eaten?" Abu smirked, a hint of arrogance on his face, before forcefully flinging the golem away. The golem tumbled through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. However, it quickly rose again, charging towards Abu once more. A glint of cold light flashed in Abu's eyes as he surged forward to meet the golem. At the moment of impending collision, he slightly shifted his body to evade the golem's attack, simultaneously delivering a powerful punch to its chest. A resounding crack echoed as a deep fissure appeared in the golem's torso. Agonized, the golem redoubled its frenzied assaults. Unfazed, Abu engaged in a fierce close-quarters combat with the golem. Yet, as they exchanged blows, the areas of his body struck by the golem began to petrify, his movements gradually growing more rigid. "Be careful, Abu," Su Changqing cautioned, sensing the danger. "Not a problem, Mr. Chia, dying is the least of my worries," Abu boldly declared. With that, Abu seized the moment, dashing toward the golem, wrapping his arms around its waist, and bellowing, "Down you go." With every ounce of strength, he hurled the golem to the ground. Immediately after, he leaped high into the air, fists clenched, and descended like a meteor upon the golem's head. A tremendous explosion resounded as Abu's fist shattered the golem's skull, rendering its body motionless, reduced to a pile of rubble. Panting heavily, Abu stood his ground, exhilaration and pride radiating from his eyes. "Ha! A mere level 6, single-handedly took down an elite level 8 monster. How impressive am I?" Suddenly, with a sudden crack, a fissure appeared on his arm, yet astonishingly, no blood oozed forth, and the fracture bore a peculiar gray stone-like appearance. "What the heck? Am I truly petrified? This ability is remarkable. It suits me perfectly. If only I could acquire a tome of it." No sooner had the words escaped his lips than Long Weiwei picked up a skill book from the ground, chuckling. "I just happened to find a skill book for Petrifying Strike." Ding! Member Long Weiwei has acquired the skill Petrifying Strike, and you have obtained the skill Petrifying Strike. The crowd was momentarily dumbfounded. "Wow, Weiwei, your luck is off the charts. You must be blessed by fortune. Mr. Chia, what do you think?" Su Changqing glanced at Abu, remaining silent. Sensing something amiss, Abu cautiously inquired, "Mr. Chia, you wouldn't happen to possess a Petrifying Strike skill as well, would you? What are the odds?" No sooner had he finished speaking than Su Changqing flipped his palm, revealing an identical skill book before the astonished onlookers. He grinned. "Believe it or not, I indeed possess this skill. Come, each of you take one. Having multiple skills is never a burden, so learn swiftly." He thought to himself, "The stronger you become, the stronger I shall be. Oh yes." Chapter 41, Slaying the Corrupted Village Chief. The wild god spirit fish ancestor appears to take disciples. Ding! Member Long Weiwei has mastered the skill Petrifying Strike, and you have mastered the skill Petrifying Strike. Ding! Member War God Abu has mastered the skill Petrifying Strike, and you have mastered the skill Petrifying Strike. Ding! Detected that you have mastered 2 instances of the skill Petrifying Strike. Automatic merging in progress. Merging successful. Congratulations. You have mastered the skill, Greater Petrifying Strike. The exhilaration of acquiring a skill of such caliber was undeniably satisfying. Upon witnessing the two stone golems being defeated, the corrupted village chief's expression briefly shifted to one of astonishment. However, he quickly regained his composure. Ha ha ha. So what if you've defeated the stone golems? You three are left with two in a weakened state, and one a mere whelp. What do you intend to fight me with? Long Weiwei's complexion paled, and Abu, partially petrified, wore a tense expression. Weiwei, what shall we do now? My battle form has expired. I may not be of much assistance. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Chongqing interjected, No, you can still hold your ground. Abu retorted, What the heck? Mr. Chia, could you please refrain from jesting? My body is already in this state. How can I possibly engage? I might only be capable of serving as a shield. Ding! Chia has assigned you a task. Task. Shout 3 times. Chia is so handsome. I love you, Chia. Reward. Remove all negative statuses. Abu, goodness. Is this even possible? Mr. Chia, you are so handsome. Mr. Chia, I love you. Mr. Chia, you are so handsome. Mr. Chia, I love you. Mr. Chia, you are so handsome. Mr. Chia, I love you. The darkened village chief? At this late hour, are you two flirting? It disgusts me. Beside them, Long Weiwei was momentarily stunned. A flicker of desire passing through her eyes as she thought, quickly, Mr. Chia, bestow this task upon me. I too wish for such an unabashed mission. Her cheeks flushed slightly, yet she dared not look at Su Chongqing, opting instead to observe him surreptitiously from the corner of her eye. As her thoughts settled, she received a task assigned to her by Su Chongqing. Ding! Chia has entrusted you with a task. Task. Jump 3 times in place like a cute little rabbit. Reward. Double the accumulation of basic attributes, lasting for 5 minutes. Upon receiving this task, Long Weiwei felt a twinge of disappointment as it fell short of her expectations. Nevertheless, she took solace in the newfound knowledge that Mr. Chia had an affinity for adorable rabbits, though she remained uncertain whether he preferred large, creamy white rabbits or smaller ones. After the 2 tasks were assigned, Abu, who had partially petrified, miraculously regained his vitality, brimming with life. Meanwhile, Long Weiwei seemed to be imbued with divine power, her attributes soaring to unprecedented heights. This sudden transformation in both of them startled the already darkened village chief, whose expression shifted dramatically, fear flashing in his eyes. Then, Long Weiwei's furious roar erupted like thunder. Kill. She was determined to unleash her pent-up frustrations upon the village chief, brandishing her venomous fangs as she lunged forward recklessly. Her first strike came like a flash of lightning. Uft. The venom swiftly infiltrated the village chief's body, rampaging within with abandon. Even with a physique of 720 points, the chief felt his vitality plummet under the venom's onslaught. How can this poison be so ferocious? He groaned in agony, his eyes filled with terror and resentment. In the next moment, Long Weiwei pivoted, gripping the sword hilt, appearing like a specter as she flashed behind the village chief. Before he could turn around, she delivered a fierce elbow strike, while simultaneously executing the petrification attack skill. Her second strike, an elbow like a hammer. Bang! A resounding impact. The village chief staggered, nearly losing his footing, his skull partially petrified, leaving his mind somewhat foggy. Why does my mind feel so sluggish? He cried out in fear, clutching his head in anguish. At that moment, Abu charged in like a tiger descending the mountain. Battle form unleashed. In that instant, Abu surged forward, unlocking his battle form, his crimson eyes glowing as a wild and ferocious aura erupted around him. In a moment of irrationality, Abu, disregarding the consequences, engaged in a nearly frenzied confrontation with the darkened village chief. Oh no, how has this lad suddenly become so fierce? The chief cried out in agony, his eyes filled with despair and fear, pleading for mercy. Stop. Please stop. I concede, is that not enough? Do not strike me again. If you continue, I shall truly perish. With a resounding thud, the corrupted chief collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Notification. Quest, the shadow of murder. Quest 2. Does the chief truly pray for the villagers in the ancestral hall? What is contained within the jar he carries when he emerges from the hall at midnight? Objective. Proceed to the ancestral hall and uncover the chief's secrets. Quest 2 has been completed. Calculating rewards. Congratulations, you have earned 3,000 experience points, 200 silver coins, and 1 fountain of life. The Fountain of Life. A sacred water acquired through an intricate pentagram ritual, is an elixir that, when consumed, permanently enhances one's constitution by 50 points through an equal exchange with life forms and mysterious spirits. Notification: members have received rewards for Quest 2. You have earned 6,000 experience points for 100 silver coins in Fountain of Life 2. Upon receiving their rewards for Quest 2, there was a momentary pause in their breathing. The experience and silver coins were secondary. The most significant prize was the Fountain of Life, which would elevate their physical attributes to the pinnacle of novice status. At that moment, Su Changqing could not suppress a smile, feeling an exhilarating sense of triumph. While others gained 50 points in constitution, he experienced a staggering increase of 150 points, transforming from a fragile being into a formidable powerhouse. This clandestine acquisition of benefits was truly delightful. With the rewards from Quest 1 and Quest 2, his experience surpassed 2/3 of the total required, while Long Weiwei's experience bar exceeded half. As for Abu, his level surged to 7. The clock was nearing midnight, yet after waiting for a while, Su Changqing and the others received no system notification. Could it be that the quest, the Shadow of Murder, was considered complete? Abu pondered aloud. This feels rather ambiguous. We have merely exposed the darkened chief. Yet the lurking shadows remain undiscovered. Su Changqing contemplated for a moment before responding. There are two possibilities. First, this quest may solely involve unmasking the chief of Fishhead Village, and reaching this point suffices for completion. Second, the subsequent tasks may exceed the novice village's limitations, and our levels are insufficient to unlock them. Thus, we can turn in the quest tomorrow? Su Changqing nodded and said, then let us leave it at that for tonight. I suspect this quest is not yet finished, and new tasks may trigger tomorrow. Very well, let us proceed thusly. Abu stretched lazily, feeling somewhat drowsy. Playing games is exhausting. I must retire for the night. Until tomorrow. With that, he departed. As the clock approached midnight, Su Changqing hurried back to review the day's system settlement data. Just as Long Weiwei was about to log off, a sudden system notification echoed in her mind. Ding! The wild divine fish ancestor wishes to take you as a disciple. Conditions: leave your current faction and join the Lingyu sect. Rewards: 1. All attributes 100. 2. Level up to 10. 3. Complete a first-tier job transfer quest. Will you accept the disciple invitation from the Lingyu ancestor? Chapter 42. Settlement. Significant data growth. Power exceeds 30. No. Long Weiwei did not even glance at the subsequent rewards. She outright declined. In an instant, she vanished, her demeanor void of any lingering attachment. The resolute expression she bore caused the statue of the Lingyu ancestor to tremble slightly. He mused, this girl possesses considerable talent, yet her judgment appears flawed. Remaining within such a diminutive faction offers little promise, far less than even a mere strand of my Lingyu sect's glory. Ah well, fate has its whims. I shall not impose. He had intended to bestow upon her a stroke of fortune, but since she failed to recognize opportunity, it seemed she was blind to her own prospects. Once you emerge from the novice village and comprehend the might of my Lingyu sect, I hope you do not come crawling to seek my shelter. After a few contemplative sighs, tranquility enveloped him once more. Ding! The character Qi Ye's incremental stats are Power 60, Agility 0, Constitution 150, Spirit 10, Manifestation 10. Congratulations, you have gained Power 6, Agility 0, Constitution 15, Spirit 1. Ding! The character Qi Yi has learned the skill Great Sun Tathagata Mantra, Manifestation 10. Congratulations, you have acquired the skill Great Sun Tathagata Mantra. Ding! The character Qi Yi has learned the skill Great Petrification Attack, Manifestation 10. Congratulations, you have acquired the skill Great Petrification Attack. Ding! The character Qi Yi currently possesses gold. Name: Su Changqing. Power: 32. Agility: 13. Constitution: 28. Spirit: 18. Talent: Poison Source unlocked 10. Nether War Body unlocked 10. Skills: Dragon Pattern Sword Technique. Great Sun Tathagata Mantra, Great Petrification Attack. Ding! You have received 235,000 yuan. Your current balance stands at 1,823,000 yuan. Following the completion of the system settlement, Su Changqing felt an overwhelming surge of power within him, having surpassed the 30-point threshold. He could scarcely contain his eagerness to test his current strength at the Martial Arts Academy. With the divine judgment having descended for 20 years, many individuals had manifested their powers in reality, leading to the establishment of martial arts academies across every city in Blue Star. However, Su Chongqing and his companions, who are still relatively inexperienced, continue to focus primarily on the Divine Judgment game. Only when players reach level 50 and complete the third-tier transformation do they gain the ability to partially manifest their powers. When I find a suitable place to test tomorrow, I must conceal my identity to prevent others from discovering my ability to manifest strength. Otherwise, I would undoubtedly be subjected to dissection. Su Chongqing murmured to himself, pondering, where should I go, then? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. The next morning, Su Chongqing arrived at school at 7:30 and made his way directly to the homeroom teacher's office. He belonged to Class 5 of the senior year, and his homeroom teacher was a young woman named Wang Yuan, in her 20s, who had graduated from the Martial Arts Academy just a few years prior. Upon entering Wang Yuan's office, he noticed several classmates already present. Su Chongqing, do you need something from me? Wang Yuan inquired upon spotting him at the door. The others followed her gaze and recognized Su Chongqing. Among them was Tang Bing, who, upon seeing him, immediately turned icy and mocked, as I expected. I told you. Su Chongqing, you wouldn't be able to resist pestering me for more than 3 days. Are you completely devoid of common sense? I made it abundantly clear before that we should go our separate ways. With your ineptitude, how can you dare to approach me? Do you know what level I am in the Divine Judgment game now? I'm about to hit level 7, among the top 10 in the entire server. You have no resources, but surely you have some dignity? Please take a moment to reflect on yourself. Where do you get the audacity? Su Chongqing maintained an expression of serene composure, his emotions unperturbed. In contrast, the others in the room exchanged glances, none daring to speak up in defense of Su Chongqing. Observing this, Abu furrowed his brow, silently contemplating. This individual does not seem to be as incompetent as Tang Bing claims. For the past 2 days, he has shared the same training room with Su Chongqing, and they typically play the game and log off around the same time. A person who invests such effort into gaming cannot possibly be inept and worthless, can they? It seems unlikely. Despite his internal doubts, Abu recognized that this was ultimately a personal matter, and he preferred not to intervene. Long Weiwei, curious about Su Chongqing, regarded him with a hint of bewilderment. This person possesses an extraordinary mental fortitude. When Tang Bing berated me, I felt on the brink of tears, as if the world was shrouded in darkness, nearly succumbing to depression. Yet he appears unaffected. This trait is remarkably similar to Mr. Chia's excellence. I wonder what Mr. Chia is doing now. He should still be asleep, considering how late it was last night. I wish I could sneak back and catch a glimpse of Mr. Chia as he sleeps. In an instant, the atmosphere in the office grew tense, and everyone felt a sudden difficulty in breathing. Wang Yuan furrowed her brows, casting a glance at Tang Bing before shifting her gaze to Su Chongqing at the doorway. As the homeroom teacher, she was well aware of the dynamics between Su Chongqing and Tang Bing. The two were betrothed since childhood, having grown up together as childhood sweethearts. Unfortunately, Su Chongqing's inherent laziness and mediocre talents clashed with Tang Bing's assertive and domineering nature, leading to her constant frustration over his lack of progress. Thus, every encounter between them inevitably resulted in Tang Bing's sharp ridicule. Wang Yuan sighed inwardly, then donned a smile and inquired, Su Chongqing, have you come to school early today for a specific reason? Ignoring Tang Bing completely, Su Chongqing replied cheerfully, Teacher Wang, I wanted to ask if the martial arts building still needs cleaning. I'd like to engage in some work study. Wang Yuan raised an eyebrow and asked, Are you short on money? Su Chongqing opened his mouth. Although he still had over 180,000 in his bank account, he nodded heavily. Yes. Teacher, I'm nearly out of money for food. No sooner had he spoken than Tang Bing coldly interjected, What a waste. Didn't my mother just give you 2,000 yuan at the beginning of the month? I knew you were extravagant, but I didn't expect you to squander it so quickly. It's only halfway through the month, and you're already broke? Do you really think my family's money grows on trees? How infuriating. Tang Bing was nearly beside herself with rage. Were it not for the presence of teachers and classmates, she would have relished the opportunity to smack some sense into this fool. Ever since Su Chongqing's parents passed away 3 years ago, Tang Bing's mother had been supporting him monthly with a substantial allowance of 2,000 yuan, a considerable sum for a high school senior. Yet, Su Chongqing continued to drift aimlessly. Living off handouts, Wang Yuan let out a deep breath, retrieving a key from the cabinet. She continued, Although the school policy dictates that students who have awakened their abilities must prioritize their training, I have decided to grant you this opportunity after careful consideration. However, I sincerely hope you can find motivation soon. With that, she handed the key to him. Su Changqing accepted the key, his eyes lighting up with gratitude. Thank you, teacher. I will strive to train hard. With that, he turned and hurried away. Seeing that Tang Bing was still sulking, Wang Yuan remarked with a smile. If someone truly didn't care about Su Changqing, they wouldn't express such disappointment. It's only because you care that you feel so angry. In an instant, a faint blush crept onto Tang Bing's cheeks as she stammered, Who is angry? I'm merely feeling indignant on behalf of my mother. I couldn't care less about Su Changqing's fate, humph. Abu interjected, I sense that Su Changqing is not as he appears. Do you perhaps misunderstand him? Misunderstand? Tang Bing revealed a smirk. I have known him for over a decade, having seen him grow up. How could I possibly misunderstand? You all bear witness. If I hold even the slightest misunderstanding, I would be willing to serve as a servant for a lifetime, washing clothes and cooking for Su Changqing, and even act as a sparring partner. Abu exclaimed, Wow, such venomous words. Wang Yuan chuckled and shook her head, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Her gaze then scanned the room, and with a sense of satisfaction, she remarked, To be honest, when I learned that you several had entered the top 10 of the rankings, I was particularly astonished. Especially you, Wei Wei. Your performance has left the principal and others utterly speechless. Upon arriving at Wang Yuan's office that day, Abu discovered that the individuals he had been gaming with for so many days were, in fact, the illustrious campus flower of their school, Longda. Initially, he had thought it was merely a coincidence of names, unaware that they were indeed the same person. He covertly glanced at Tang Bing and noted her unchanging expression. Realizing that she had been aware of this all along, Wang Yuan continued, Based on previous experiences, I estimate that you will require no more than 5 additional days to reach level 10 and undergo your first job change. The principal, considering the admission rates of our school, has instructed me to inform you that post-job change, prestigious institutions will commence their enrollment processes. They will evaluate you based on 4 dimensions: level, combat power, talent, and practical experience. Therefore, if you aspire to enter elite schools, you must enhance your level while also excelling in the other 3 aspects. Is that clear? Understood, teacher. The 3 nodded in unison, responding in chorus. After Wang Yuan concluded her remarks, she turned her attention back to Long Wei Wei, expressing a hint of regret. Wei Wei, you have surprised me the most. Since you entered in your first year, whether in theoretical knowledge or physical and reflex tests, you have consistently ranked first in the school. However, what astonished me was the revelation that you awakened only a single level of the pharmacist talent. Upon learning this news, I felt as if the sky was falling. Fortunately, you persevered. Yet again, I was taken aback when I discovered that not only did you endure, but you also once achieved the 2nd rank in the leaderboard. Although your position has since been displaced, you now hold the 3rd position, which truly astonishes me. However, as I mentioned earlier, elite institutions assess more than just levels. They also consider combat power, talent, and practical experience. Talent is fundamentally the basis for combat power and practical skills, and given your relatively modest talent, I harbor the greatest concern for you in terms of combat power and practical experience among the 3. Upon hearing this, Abu instinctively rolled his eyes, inwardly scoffing. If only you knew how she single-handedly annihilated an elite level 8 monster last night, you would not harbor such doubts. In terms of talent, Wei Wei may indeed have a disadvantage. However, when it comes to combat strength and practical experience, her ranking among the top 3 in the entire server is likely unquestionable. Of course, Abu merely vents his frustrations internally, too timid to voice them. On one hand, the game's information is heavily focused on privacy, aimed at safeguarding the identities of real individuals. On the other hand, Long Wei Wei is particularly concerned about Mr. Chia. Should his words inadvertently expose Chia, she would be quite displeased. All right, I will be cautious, teacher, Long Wei Wei nodded, downplaying her own achievements without the slightest intention of boasting. Wang Yuan turned to Tang Bing, smiling as she said, As for you, I won't say much. Strive to secure the top position in Linjiang City. Upon hearing this, Tang Bing's lips curled into a slight smile, her gaze resolute and confident as she replied, Rest assured, teacher, I too am looking forward to it. Wang Yuan nodded and continued, By the way, the school has specifically invited your senior, Song Xinyue, from the Tianqiong Martial Arts Academy, to guide you for a week. If you encounter any issues, feel free to seek her counsel on the top floor of the martial arts building. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes brightened. Even the proud Tang Bing showed a hint of excitement. Song Xinyue, the daughter of Principal Song Jinchao, is a super genius of Linjiang City. With a combat talent of the highest caliber, she is currently 21 years old and has already surpassed level 50, embodying an absolute powerhouse. Moreover, she has begun to manifest her strength. In terms of both talent and power, she undoubtedly ranks among the top 10 exceptional talents in the history of Linjiang City. A combat talent of such caliber is nothing short of divine. The school has evidently invested heavily, managing to invite Senior Xinyue back to guide us for a week. I feel as though I have never been this fortunate in my life. Abu was overjoyed, clenching his fists and exclaiming. I've heard that Senior Xinyue is also the school beauty of Tianqiong Martial Arts Academy, with unparalleled beauty and top-tier talent. Simply perfect. Only such a woman would be worthy of me, Abu. Long Weiwei interjected. You stayed up late gaming last night. You must still be half asleep. The remark struck Abu like a dagger, pouting in response and choosing to ignore Long Weiwei. Meanwhile, Tang Bing's eyes sparkled with ambition. She mused, the manifestation of strength. That is the legendary realm. For Xinyue to achieve it at just 21, her talent is truly beyond reach. If I could receive her guidance, I am certain my strength would soar, and perhaps I might even break through my current limitations. On the other side, Su Chongqing remained oblivious to the top-tier school's recruitment endeavors. To others, he was merely a mediocre student, unworthy of any genius treatment. With keys in hand, he headed straight for the martial arts building, knowing that there was a training room on the top floor. This venue is generally inaccessible to the average individual. Only those exceptional geniuses may enter, such as the last time when Tang Bing and Long Weiwei came here to awaken their potential. Soon, Su Chongqing rushed to the top floor, pushing open the door to find it utterly deserted, devoid of any presence. He stepped inside, surveying his surroundings. Confirming that the training room was unoccupied, a subtle smile of long-awaited anticipation graced his lips. He needed to test himself quickly and then leave. Weiwei was waiting for his return. After this thought, he moved toward a corner of the training room, where a power testing device stood. Taking a deep breath, Su Chongqing adjusted his stance, grounding his feet firmly and slowly clenching his fists. With a low shout, he exerted his strength, sending his fist crashing toward the center of the testing device like a cannonball. The device instantly illuminated with blinding brilliance, numbers fluctuating wildly before settling at an impressive 502 kilograms. Su Chongqing gazed at the display screen, a satisfied smile curling his lips. His strength exceeded his expectations. He then glanced at the speed testing area on the other side, but chose not to approach it. Currently, his agility was merely at 13 points, a modest increase. He would return for that test another time. Instead, he strode to the center of the training room, preparing for the practical combat simulation phase. No matter how strong one might be, if they falter in actual combat, they are as good as worthless. At that moment, a holographic projection device rose in the center of the training room, and a virtual opponent materialized before Su Chongqing. This adversary possessed strength comparable to his own, yet exhibited a distinctly different combat style, designed to challenge his adaptability and practical skills. Su Chongqing quickly settled into the fight, initially engaging the virtual opponent with pure strength. Each punch and kick he delivered was precise and powerful. Sweat trickled down his forehead, soaking through his clothing. Yet he remained oblivious, wholly focused on the battle before him, relishing every transition between offense and defense. As time progressed, Su Chongqing gradually gained the upper hand. The movements of the virtual opponent began to slow, revealing increasing vulnerabilities. Finally, after a clever evasion, Su Chongqing seized the opportunity, delivering a heavy blow that struck the opponent's critical point, causing the virtual adversary to collapse and dissolve into shimmering particles. The screen displayed, defeat time, 3 minutes 52 seconds. Combat assessment. Su Chongqing frowned slightly, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Was a mere 1 point achievable through pure strength in practical combat? Upon reflection, it made sense. His agility was only at 13 points, indicating a significant imbalance in his abilities, while his strength had not yet reached an exceptional extreme. Thus, achieving this rating was commendable. With this realization, he decided to employ skills, unlock his talents, and fight with all his might once more. With determination, Su Chongqing grasped a nearby iron sword and commenced a new round of combat. With a focused thought, he unlocked his talents. Source of Venom. Ethereal Battle Body. Chapter 44. Only a novice would pose such a foolish question with unwavering determination. Su Chongqing engaged in battle, feeling an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his veins. As his thoughts coalesced, the innate ability of the source of venom was instantaneously activated. Though only partially unlocked at level 10, this formidable talent was still profoundly captivating. A layer of eerie, emerald light radiated from his being, and wherever it swept, the air seemed to corrode, emitting a faint hissing sound. This venomous force slithered like an invisible serpent beneath every inch of his skin, coiling and ready to strike down his adversary with lethal precision. In swift succession, the talent of the nether war body surged forth. Thump, thump. His powerful heart pulsated fiercely. In an instant, Su Chongqing was enveloped by a potent crimson aura. His muscles swelled rapidly, his bones cracked audibly, and his eyes glowed a fierce crimson, exuding a tempestuous energy imbued with chilling malice. He let out a soft, maniacal chuckle as a wicked smile crept across his face. Then, with a resounding boom, he propelled himself forward, akin to a cannonball fired from its breech, hurtling toward his virtual opponent. The virtual adversary, sensing the formidable aura emanating from Su Chongqing, let out a furious roar, brandishing its weapon in preparation for confrontation. Each of its strikes was swift and formidable, slicing through the air with a ferocity intended to obliterate Su Chongqing utterly. Yet, Su Chongqing, unleashing his full potential, moved with a speed that was evidently superior. In the fleeting moment before colliding with his opponent, he deftly evaded the incoming assault, raising his iron sword high above. His arm muscles tensed, channeling all his strength into this singular strike. Kill! Su Chongqing bellowed, the iron sword cleaving downward with the force of an avalanche. Aimed directly at his virtual foe, the air split apart in a shrill whistle as the blade descended. The virtual opponent, sensing the terrifying might of the strike, attempted to evade, but it was already too late. Su Chongqing's sword descended like lightning, crashing into his target. Boom! A tremendous sound reverberated through the entire space. The body of the virtual opponent shattered beneath the blade, exploding like a firework into myriad glimmering fragments. However, this was not the end. The venomous power contained within the source of venom swiftly coursed along the sword's edge, infecting the remnants of the virtual opponent. The lingering radiance was consumed by the poison, emitting a sizzling sound and rapidly dimming. Immediately thereafter, the strength of the nether war body erupted forth, creating a powerful shockwave that radiated outward from Su Chongqing's center. The surrounding air was stirred and distorted by a powerful force, forming a small vortex. As the dust settled, the screen displayed defeat time, 0 minutes 17 seconds. Battle assessment, refreshing. Su Chongqing stood in place, slightly panting, yet his eyes sparkled with exhilaration. In this battle, he fully harnessed the power of his talents and skills, crushing his virtual opponent with absolute strength, earning a combat evaluation beyond what an ordinary person could fathom. Having unlocked just a dual talent at level 10, he pondered, what would it be like upon unlocking level 100? Wouldn't that be even more formidable? Never mind. He decided to tidy up the martial arts hall, at least to present a complete appearance, before entering the game to submit his quest. First, he would head to the Hengduan Mountains to elevate his level to 10. Shortly after Su Chongqing left the training room, Tang Bing and his companions arrived. The leading woman, unexpectedly, outshone both Tang Bing and Long Weiwei in beauty. Senior Xinyue, we will be in your care for the coming week, Tang Bing said with a smile. This individual was none other than Song Xinyue, the daughter of Principal Song Jinchao and a prodigy from Lingjiang City. Tang Bing and his friends had just exited Wang Yuan's office when they sought to meet with Song Xinyue. For the next week, the three of them would spend time with her, playing games together. Although they were still stuck in the novice village and unable to meet Song Xinyue in the game, they could still enjoy each other's company in reality. Once offline, Song Xinyue, being over level 50 and a formidable player who had completed the third-tier job change quest, could undoubtedly assist them in progressing more swiftly and purposefully. Song Xinyue smiled and remarked, "There's no trouble at all. On a smaller scale, we are all striving for glory for Lingjiang No. 1 High School. On a larger scale, as members of the human race, it is only right that we unite and assist one another." She chose not to elaborate further, as some matters were not convenient to discuss. Once they reached the manifestation of their strength, they would naturally understand. All right, we will be in this training room for the next week. My expectations for everyone are quite simple. You must arrive here every morning by 7 for 2 hours of training. After 9, we will enter the game for 8 hours of intensive leveling, and after logging off at 6 in the evening, we will train for another 2 hours of physical conditioning. That will be our daily training regimen. Abu, upon hearing this, turned pale. 8 hours of gaming was already exhausting enough. Did it really require an additional 4 hours of offline training? This would be exhausting. Senior Shinua, can't we have a little leniency? It would be so much nicer to just enjoy coffee and sing together. Song Shinua looked at Abu and smiled. A little leniency? Since my junior has a request, I shall certainly accommodate. Upon hearing these words, Abu's eyes sparkled with mirth as he exclaimed, "Ha ha ha, senior sister, you are indeed magnanimous." As soon as he finished speaking, Song Shinua continued, "If you wish to indulge, that's perfectly fine. However, I have a task for you to complete. If the 3 of you can accomplish it, for the following week, you may rest and play as you please, and I shall impose no restrictions." A task? The crowd furrowed their brows, their faces adorned with curiosity. Indeed, Song Shinua nodded affirmatively. "Surely, you do not believe that the week-long training is aimless? My expectations are quite simple. At the end of the week, the ultimate assessment will be a practical simulation wherein you must achieve a combat rating. However, if you can secure a combat rating now, I shall impose no further demands upon you." How does that sound? A combat rating? The group exchanged glances, perplexed by the concept. Senior Sister Shinua, what does this combat rating entail? Could you elucidate for us? Song Shinua nodded once more. Do you see that equipment in the center of the training room? That is the combat simulation chamber. Once you step inside, the system will scan your current level and generate a virtual opponent of similar caliber. Your task is simply to engage in combat with this virtual adversary. The system will provide an accurate assessment based on your performance. The ratings range from 1 to 10. At this juncture, Abu raised his hand, inquiring, "Senior Sister Shinua, what is your current combat rating?" A confident smile graced Song Shinua's lips as she replied, "Mine is a level 10. To ensure they grasped the significance, she added, "A level 10 possesses the strength to engage in battles beyond their rank." This revelation sent ripples of astonishment through the crowd. A level 10 can surpass their rank? Then what of a level 9? Song Shinua chuckled and shook her head. One can only marvel at how naive a question that is, typically posed by novices. Chapter 45, Su Chongqing's Records Exposed, Abu's Combat Simulation. Is this it? Naive questions? The audience was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend her implication. Song Shinua proceeded to clarify, a level 10 combat rating exists solely in theory. In reality, it is exceedingly rare for anyone to achieve such a feat. Before you grasp this, you must understand one crucial point. Our manifest abilities are derived from the divine game world. To achieve manifestation, one must reach level 50 and fulfill the conditions for a third-tier profession. Moreover, when one begins to manifest, it is not a matter of full manifestation, but rather the extraction of abilities based on a percentage. It is important to note that the percentage of ability extraction varies from person to person. Years of research have demonstrated that, in reality, the higher a person's physical fitness and endurance, the greater their potential for extracting abilities. In simpler terms, prior to the manifestation of the divine game, an assessment of your current physical condition is conducted to calculate a peak percentage. If one's physical fitness is lacking, the extraction of abilities will be minimal. Conversely, a robust physique allows for a greater extraction of power. Do you understand what I mean? The crowd nodded in agreement. Tang Bing, with a glimmer of understanding in her eyes, interjected, "I see. So, Senior Sister Shinua, your directive for us to engage in 4 hours of physical training each day is aimed at enhancing our physical fitness to enable us to extract greater strength." Brilliant. Song Shinua praised, smiling as she continued, "Having grasped this concept, let us return to the discussion regarding why a practical assessment of this caliber exists only in theory. To achieve such an assessment implies that the peak potential for extraction must coincide with the current ultimate limit, which we refer to as the perfect peak. However, perfection does not exist in this world. The strength manifested in the divine game cannot be flawlessly translated into reality, just as it is impossible for 2 leaves in the world to be identical. This is the reason why such assessments are exceedingly difficult to attain. After hearing Song Shinua's explanation, the audience experienced a moment of enlightenment. They finally comprehended the school's earnest intentions. Previously, they had naively believed that guidance was unnecessary during the novice phase, unaware of the intricacies involved. Song Shinua glanced at the time. It is now 8 in the morning, and we have an hour left. I will first lead you in a preliminary practical assessment to gauge your current conditions and take note of them. Following the completion of our week of training, we shall compare our progress. Follow me. With that, Song Xinyue led everyone to the center of the training room. Did I forget to turn off the simulation equipment yesterday? Upon reaching the center, she noticed that the simulation devices were still active, momentarily taken aback. Nonetheless, she paid it little mind and proceeded to awaken the dormant equipment. Take a look at the screen. It displays the data from my testing yesterday. Once you have completed your tests, a corresponding set of data will also be generated for you. Just as she finished speaking, Abu's voice emerged. Tinged with curiosity, Senior Sister Xinyue, didn't you say your practical assessment is grade level? Then why is there one grade here, and what is this other grade? Upon hearing Abu's question, Song Xinyue was momentarily stunned, unable to respond. She quickly approached the screen, and suddenly, her body jolted with surprise. On the screen, a data ranking is prominently displayed, with a line of information glaringly stating, Defeat time, 0 minutes 17 seconds. Combat assessment. Upon witnessing this line of data, her pupils constricted sharply, and she instinctively exclaimed, surpassing the peak of perfection. No, it's impossible. How could there be a combat assessment of such a level with a defeat time of merely 17 seconds? This is utterly inconceivable. Song Xinyue had never encountered such shocking news. However, as she pondered, she realized that the combat simulator could not be mistaken. The combat simulation, once initiated, renders the assessment void if the participant steps outside the designated boundaries. Thus, the possibility of a mid-session exchange of participants is non-existent. This leaves only one conclusion. This individual truly possesses such extraordinary capability. Hiss. Upon reaching this conclusion, Song Xinyue could not help but draw in a sharp breath. She quickly glanced at the test time. 15 minutes prior? They had arrived here 5 minutes ago, meaning this individual had departed just 10 minutes before their arrival. Who is this person? Who could it possibly be? Could it be a senior student from the school? The moment this thought crossed her mind, Song Xinyue immediately dismissed it. Impossible. It cannot be a senior student. Among the school's senior students, the 3 strongest are right before her, still lingering in the novice village, devoid of any manifested abilities. This implies it could very well be a teacher from this institution. Song Xinyue resolved to inquire with her father later regarding which teacher it was. This individual must be identified and reported to the authorities. Their strength is simply overwhelming. Bang! Abu let out a cry of despair, propelled out of the simulation range. The combat simulation concluded. Defeat time, none. Combat assessment. Abu, upon seeing this data, felt utterly defeated. Bowing his head, he rose from the ground, too ashamed to meet Song Xinyue's gaze. It was profoundly humiliating. He couldn't even defeat a virtual opponent. How utterly useless. Song Xinyue furrowed her brow, somewhat dissatisfied with Abu's performance. Yet, considering it was his first simulation, it was somewhat understandable. And she chose not to dwell on it further. Who's next? I shall go. Tang Bing raised her hand, then turned to Long Weiwei, provocatively stating, in the game, you happen to get lucky, giving you a slight edge. However, in reality, no one is superior to another. I'm not afraid to let you know that since the day I awakened my talent, I have secretly trained my physical abilities every night. Today is the time for you to witness my strength. With that, Tang Bing walked confidently and resolutely to the center of the simulator. Buzz. The simulator device began to scan. Soon, it generated a corresponding virtual opponent based on Tang Bing's parameters. The formidable virtual opponent stood tall, emanating an aura of fierce intensity. Wielding a sword strikingly similar to the one held by Tang Bing, the battle was poised to commence. The virtual adversary launched the first assault, moving with the swiftness of lightning, its sword slicing through the air towards Tang Bing's throat. Unperturbed, Tang Bing slightly parted her feet to stabilize her stance, deftly flicking her sword to accurately parry the incoming strike. With a resounding clang, the two blades collided, sparks flying in all directions. Tang Bing's body quivered, clearly struggling to withstand the force of the opponent's assault. Yet, she harnessed the momentum, twisting her wrist as her sword glided along the opponent's blade towards its arm. The virtual opponent reacted swiftly, retracting its arm and evading to the side, narrowly escaping Tang Bing's counterattack. In quick succession, it launched another attack from the side, its sword sweeping in with a menacing ferocity. Bang! Tang Bing was propelled back 3 meters, barely managing to regain her footing. Nonetheless, Her condition was markedly superior to that of Abu, who had already been sent flying. For the next few minutes, Tang Bing and the virtual opponent exchanged blows, neither yielding to the other. As time progressed, Tang Bing began to decipher the opponent's attack patterns, prompting her to modify her strategy. No longer did she engage in relentless offense, but rather adopted a defensive counterattack approach. Each time the virtual opponent struck, she skillfully parried, seeking openings to retaliate. With each passing moment, Tang Bing's determination and confidence shone through her gaze, infusing each strike with tremendous power. At last, after a cunning evasion, she seized the opportunity to deliver a sweeping blow, her sword striking heavily against the opponent's leg. The virtual adversary staggered, nearly losing its balance. Tang Bing afforded no respite. In an instant, she darted before the opponent, raising her sword high before bringing it down with formidable force. With a sharp crack, the virtual opponent's sword was cleaved in two. Immediately, Tang Bing drew her sword across the adversary's throat. The screen swiftly displayed her impressive results. Defeat time, 9 minutes and 31 seconds. Combat evaluation. Tang Bing gazed at the screen, a subtle smile gracing her lips, brimming with self-assurance. Simultaneously, she turned to Dragon Weiwei, casting a provocative glance. Dragon Weiwei, did you see that? This result is a testament to my strength. Look at your expression. Are you pondering what it would be like to face your opponent? I assure you, you'll likely resemble a headless fly, bewildered and disoriented by your adversary's blows. Haha. Abu had initially prepared a retort to Tang Bing's taunt, but after her jibe at Dragon Weiwei, she didn't spare him a glance and simply walked away. Damn. Abu could not help but retort. He anticipated mockery from Tang Bing. Yet he was utterly taken aback when the latter chose to disregard him entirely. Such humiliation was unbearable. How infuriating. Song Xinyue cast a few more glances at Tang Bing, nodding subtly to herself. Truly, she is a person of awakened-level talent, already capable of receiving a practical assessment. Among the three of them, she was likely the strongest. Soon after, Song Xinyue shifted her gaze towards Long Weiwei, thinking, this seemingly delicate and sweet girl should possess little offensive capability. It is now your turn. All right, senior. Long Weiwei replied with a smile, stepping aside to grasp a short sword. This sword was of a length comparable to the venomous Fong, and she wielded it with ease. As the combat simulator activated, scanning her form, it swiftly generated an opponent. The virtual adversary was lithe and exuded a ferocious aura. Wielding a long knife that glimmered ominously, a formidable foe indeed. The battle commenced. Long Weiwei's demeanor underwent a startling transformation. The sweet and gentle smile vanished in an instant, replaced by a pair of piercing eyes that radiated an intimidating chill. Her aura shifted to one of cold danger, emanating an oppressive presence that was truly chilling. Song Xinyue was taken aback by Long Weiwei's gaze, her entire being jolted in surprise. She had not expected this seemingly fragile sweet girl to adopt such a drastically different style during combat. Initially lacking any expectations, Song Xinyue suddenly found herself deeply intrigued by Long Weiwei. At that moment, the virtual opponent launched the first strike. In a swift motion, he closed the distance to Long Weiwei, the long knife whistling through the air as it aimed a vicious slash at her neck. The speed and ferocity of the attack were alarming. Had it connected, the consequences would have been dire. However, Long Weiwei remained unfazed. With a nimble shift of her feet, she evaded the lethal blow with the grace of a falling leaf. Simultaneously, her short sword lunged forth, targeting the virtual opponent's throat. Indeed, the attack was executed with precision and remarkable combat awareness. Song Xinyue exclaimed in admiration. Yet, the virtual opponent was equally quick to react. He sidestepped, swinging his long knife to parry Long Weiwei's strike. Clang! The two blades clashed, producing a sharp sound as sparks flew. Utilizing the force of the impact, Long Weiwei spun like a whirlwind, thrusting her short sword toward the virtual opponent from an unexpected angle. The virtual adversary hastily retreated, attempting to create distance. But Long Weiwei remained relentless, her sword seeming to possess a will of its own, relentlessly targeting the vital points of her foe. Pressured by her assault, the virtual opponent was forced to retreat repeatedly, roaring in frustration as he began to retaliate furiously. In the midst of this fierce exchange, Long Weiwei gradually adapted to the rhythm of the virtual opponent's attacks. She seized the opportune moment, when the virtual opponent leaped high once more. Brandishing its long blade towards her head, Long Weiwei suddenly vanished from sight, akin to a phantom, and circled behind her adversary. With remarkable swiftness, the short sword in her hand ascended, exuding a fierce momentum, aimed directly at the back of the virtual foe. Sensing the imminent peril from behind, the opponent attempted to pivot and defend, yet it was too late. Long Weiwei's short sword precisely pierced its back, a surge of formidable power coursing through the blade and into her opponent's body. The virtual adversary quivered, its movements instantaneously slowing. At last, with a powerful horizontal sweep, Long Weiwei's strike proved too overwhelming, causing the virtual opponent to falter, its long blade clattering to the ground, the body gradually collapsing into shimmering specks of light. Simultaneously, the screen displayed Long Weiwei's results. Defeat time, 7 minutes and 42 seconds. Combat assessment, incredible. This outcome left the onlookers utterly astonished. How formidable! How could she be so strong? Tang Bing's pupils constricted, her body trembling uncontrollably. In a moment of unrestrained exclamation, she shouted, "Did you secretly practice at night?" Long Weiwei turned to her, exuding an air of condescension, and calmly replied, "No. If I had that time, I would rather spend it with Mr. Chia." With that, she sheathed the short sword. The instant the blade was lowered, she transformed back into the serene girl she usually was. Fascinating. Truly captivating. Song Xinyue had not anticipated such a revelation today. She observed Tang Bing, her face a mask of indignation, utterly disbelieving Long Weiwei's words. With a smile, she remarked, "What Weiwei said is likely true. During the battle, her strength and speed were comparable to that of an ordinary person, perhaps even slightly weaker than you. However, what sets her apart is her almost supernatural battle instinct. To put it plainly, while you strategized in response to your opponent's moves, Long Weiwei relied entirely on her instinctual prowess. This is what we refer to as combat awareness. Although it can be cultivated, some individuals are simply born to be warriors." Song Xinyue left her statement hanging in the air, choosing not to elaborate further. Upon hearing this, Tang Bing, who typically possessed formidable mental fortitude, could not help but display a hint of despondency. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was 9 o'clock. Long Weiwei eagerly seated herself cross-legged on the ground, immersing her consciousness in the realm of divine judgment. It was quite late. She wondered if Mr. Chia would think of her if he hadn't seen her. Just as the thought crossed her mind, she materialized in Su Changqing's courtyard. Turning her gaze, she found him looking back at her. The gazes of the two individuals met, and they exchanged a warm smile, creating a profoundly affectionate atmosphere. "Is my dear Weiwei here?" "Yes, Mr. Chia, I have arrived." "Hello, I am here too," exclaimed Abu. "Mr. Chia, I have missed you so much." Hearing this, Long Weiwei felt a tinge of envy at Abu's unabashed expression of affection. Su Changqing rose with a smile and declared, "Let us proceed to submit our tasks. We are currently besieged by the players of Frenzied Battle World on the leaderboard." Upon hearing this, a wave of immense pressure engulfed the group. There was no escaping it. The relentless pursuit of the Frenzied Battle players had become unbearably intense. Chapter 47. Submitting Tasks. The first-rank job change quest approaches. Abu swiftly opened the ranking leaderboard. Ranking character, name, level 1. Frenzied Battle World, level 8-2. Jia, hidden, level 7-3. Peerless Swordsman, level 7-4. Long Weiwei, level 7-9. Tang Bing, level 6-10. Defeating Abu, level 6, on the leaderboard, Frenzied Battle World had claimed the top position. Chia was currently in second place, while Long Weiwei had ascended to fourth. The Peerless Swordsman remained an enigma, having yet to make a sound, yet his rising level could not be overlooked. The players from 5th to 8th place were all from Frenzied Battle World, with Huang Hao in 5th and Maddie in 6th. Tang Bing remained in 9th, and Abu found himself at the bottom of the rankings. At this moment, the name of Frenzied Battle World reverberated throughout the entire novice server. "Let us find those villagers and submit our tasks." Before long, Su Changqing and the others located the villagers who had previously entrusted them with a task in Fishhead Village. "Lord Chia, I pay my respects to you," said the villager as he knelt down. Su Changqing hurried to assist him up, smiling as he said, "We have thoroughly investigated the task regarding the Shadow Assassin. Ding! Congratulations on completing the task concerning the Shadow Assassin. You have earned 8,000 experience points, 20 intermediate health potions, 20 gold coins, and 3 secret iron. In recognition of your extraordinary strategy and bravery displayed during this task, having ingeniously navigated numerous traps and turned the tide, you are bestowed with the title of Shadow Slayer. When equipped, It grants an increase of 15 in agility and spirit. And when the opponent possesses physical immunity, 5 of your attacks can bypass this immunity. It has been detected that you have excelled in your performance within the team, showcasing remarkable output. As a result, all team members will receive an additional shared reward. Each member obtains an agility badge, which can be stacked and embedded, each enhancing agility by 10 points. With a maximum of 5 stacks. Who would have thought the village chief was such a person? The villager exclaimed in sorrow. Thank you, Lord Chia, for saving our Fishhead village once again. Given the extraordinary prowess of your 2 friends, remaining in Fishhead village seems beneath their talents. How about this? I happen to know Lord Liao, who has just returned from Tongquan City. If you wish to travel to Tongquan City, I can provide you with an introduction. However, they may have to pay a price. Abu pounded his chest and laughed. As long as he doesn't desire my posterior, I am willing to comply with any of his requests. Long Weiwei shot him a disdainful glance and retorted coldly, what if he wants you to eat excrement? Abu. The villager Inyo chuckled and said, that would be unlikely. Liao Darren is an upright man and has 7 wives, so he wouldn't covet your posterior. Abu nodded in agreement. That is reassuring. Then please do me the favor of making an introduction. No sooner had the words left his mouth than both Abu and Long Weiwei received a system notification. Ding! Congratulations. You have received a letter of recommendation from villager Inyo. When your character reaches level 10, you may present this letter to Liao Yongxian to commence your first-tier job transfer quest. Upon hearing this notification, they were instantly exhilarated. They had not anticipated obtaining a recommendation letter for job transfer within this quest. With this letter in hand, they could directly undertake the first-tier job transfer quest without needing to spend additional time to qualify. Su Changqing was also curious about what job Long Weiwei, the unique profession character, would transition into. The villager continued, what a pity. While the village chief has been captured, those vile shadows remain elusive. If someone could help capture them, I would be most grateful. However, it is not easy to apprehend these shadows. It is said that one must possess the art of insight to discern their hiding places. Upon hearing this, Su Changqing glanced at the 3 Eye of Insight runes lying in his backpack and smiled. Anyo, let us assist you fully. After all, one should see a task through to its end. Shall we help you eliminate those wretched shadows? Anyo was overjoyed. Really? Lord Chia, I cannot thank you enough. Ding. Villager Inyo has commissioned the task. Eliminate the murderous shadows. Part 2. Will you accept? Quest. Tracking the shadows of the 13th layer. Quest background. In the Hungduan Mountains of Yudo Village, there exists an ancient and eerie legend. It is said that atop the perpetually fog-enveloped peak lies a mysterious entrance to an unknown subterranean world. This entrance is known as the 13th layer of the Spirit Hall, not only for its profound enigma, but also due to the frequent appearances of unidentified dark shadows. Silent and swift, these shadows can claim a life in an instant, and the villagers refer to them as the murderous shadows. Objective. Rumor has it that an entrance to the underworld is hidden at the peak of the Hungduan Mountains. Please proceed to the Hungduan Mountains and seek the traces of the murderous shadows. Friendly reminder. Do not recklessly venture into the 13th layer without sufficient strength. It is said that those who perish upon entering the 13th layer cannot return to the cycle of reincarnation and are doomed to eternal suffering. Accept. Without a moment's hesitation, Long Weiwei and the others readily accepted. The Spirit Hall is, in fact, a level 10 dungeon located in Fishhead Village. Even without the shadow task, they are compelled to venture there. Within the realm of divine judgment, each dungeon possesses its own narrative, with interconnections and hidden tasks that hold significance. For instance, the dungeon at the Forgotten Graveyard was linked to the storyline of the zombie crisis in Fishhead Village, which, upon completion, rewarded substantial gains. The current dungeon, Spirit Hall, is associated with the storyline of the 13 layers of the Spirit Hall. Exploring these narratives is the most effective means of comprehending the dungeons. After submitting their tasks, Su Changqing and his companions returned to their abode. Upon submission, Su Changqing received a tripled reward, accruing a remarkable 24,000 experience points, along with 60 intermediate vitality pills, 60 gold coins, and 9 secret iron. This significant experience alone propelled him to level 8. Presently, Long Weiwei is a third of the way to level 8, while Abu is also nearing level 7. Taking a moment to collect his thoughts, Su Changqing declared, our next destination is the Hungduan Mountains. Over the next few days, we shall primarily focus our endeavors there. Now, Consume all the items that can augment your experience to elevate your levels. The difficulty of the Spirit Hall task is conservatively estimated to be the highest in the Novice Village. Understood. Long Weiwei and Abu nodded in unison. Subsequently, they consumed all 20 intermediate vitality pills they had just acquired. Notification. Member Long Weiwei consumed 20 intermediate vitality pills, gaining 20,000 experience points. You have received 20,000 experience points. With a buzz, Long Weiwei's level instantly ascended to 8. Notification. Member Long Weiwei leveled up, currently at level 8, gaining 5 attribute points. You have received 5 attribute points. Immediately after, notification. Member Abu the War God consumed 20 intermediate vitality pills, gaining 20,000 experience points. You have received 20,000 experience points. With a surge, Abu's level also reached 7. Notification. Member Abu the War God leveled up, currently at level 7, gaining 5 attribute points. You have received 5 attribute points. At this moment, on the leaderboard, Su Changqing soared to the first position, while Long Weiwei ascended to the third. The second position remained occupied by the formidable war god of the world. As for Abu, he claimed the 7th position, to progress from level 8 to 9. A total of 72,900 experience points is required. Earlier, Su Changqing gained 40,000 experience points from Long Weiwei and Abu, thus filling half of his experience bar. Currently, he possesses 76 intermediate vitality pills. Long Weiwei would likely require around 60 to reach level 9. However, the remaining 16 would not suffice for Abu to ascend to level 8, as 51,200 experience points are necessary for that transition. After a moment of contemplation, Su Changqing's eyes grew resolute, having formulated his own plan. Suddenly, Su Changqing took out all 76 intermediate vitality pills, preparing for a significant endeavor. Chapter 48, A Surge in Strength, dominating the top 3 of the level rankings. Abu, these 50 intermediate vitality pills are for you. Weiwei, the remaining 26 intermediate vitality pills are for you. Su Changqing distributed the 76 vitality pills according to his own plan. He chose not to prioritize Long Weiwei reaching level 9 first, believing it unnecessary. His considerations were threefold. First, if Abu's level did not increase, the subsequent tasks in the 13 layers of the Spirit Hall could pose considerable danger. Second, keeping Abu and Weiwei's levels on a par would allow them to support each other during their job transition tasks. Third, by helping Abu strive for a position in the top 3 of the level rankings, he could obtain a superior reward from the King's treasure chest for the first time. After weighing these factors, Su Changqing arrived at this decision. Mr. Chia this. Upon witnessing Su Changqing bestow upon him 50 intermediate vitality pills at once, Abu was so astounded that his legs weakened, and he nearly knelt down, almost calling him father. Although it was only the 5th day since the server opened, the market price for an intermediate vitality pill was already 100,000 coins, and they were practically unobtainable. Even if one could find them, it would only be sporadically, not in the quantities Su Changqing presented. Imagine, before him lay 80 exquisite treats. The temptation for a child would be immense. I love you, Mr. Chia. I never imagined you to be such a grand figure in Shanghai. Abu was profoundly moved, suddenly feeling a fierce loyalty to Su Changqing. It was evident that such generosity could only stem from genuine affection. Subsequently, the two consumed all the intermediate vitality pills given by Su Changqing. Ding! Member Long Weiwei consumed 26 intermediate vitality pills, gaining 26,000 experience. You have received 26,000 experience. Immediately after, ding! Member Battle God Abu consumed 50 intermediate vitality pills, gaining 50,000 experience. You have received 50,000 experience. Buzz! Abu's level soared to 8. Ding! Member Battle God Abu leveled up, currently at level 8, gaining 5 attribute points. You have received 5 attribute points. Ding! Your experience has reached 72,900 points, leveling up to 9, gaining 5 attribute points. Mr. Chia, I have made it to the top 3 of the level rankings. Abu's excited voice rang out. He laughed giddily, with tears welling in his eyes, overwhelmed with emotion. He never imagined that one day, as a combat class talent, he could ascend to the top 3 of the level rankings, even surpassing the renowned killer of the battlefield. Even if he is eventually surpassed, he has gained a lifetime of bragging rights. However, he immediately pouted glancing at the player ranked first on the leaderboard, said somewhat discontentedly, "Who is this hidden monster? I really want to take him down. Just a moment ago, he was at level 8. And now he is already at level 9. How infuriating. If it weren't for him, I could have easily secured second place. But never mind. I shall let him breathe for now. I'll chase him down another day." Su Changqing chuckled and shook his head, choosing not to engage in that topic. After all, it wouldn't be fair to claim that his current achievements were solely due to taking advantage of his friends. Enough boasting. Quickly claim your king's treasure chest. The war god of the world is about to catch up. Su Changqing urged. "Oh right, I'll claim it immediately," Abu exclaimed, startled, and hurriedly opened his treasure chest. He was currently only a couple of thousand experience points ahead of the war god of the world and dared not to be complacent. "Member war god Abu has received a king's treasure chest, non-tradable. You have received a king's treasure chest, non-tradable." Subsequently, Abu chose a pair of gauntlets, while Su Changqing opted for an eternal ring. Eternal ring, special, level 1. The eternal ring possesses the ability to store and release energy. The user can infuse their spiritual or life force into it. It effectively granted him an additional blue and red resource. "You've all used up the secret iron you have at hand, right?" Su Changqing inquired. Secret iron can enhance the level of low-tier equipment. Su Changqing possessed 9 pieces of secret iron and used 4 of them to elevate his Divine Blade to level 9. Divine Blade can be enhanced and upgraded. Level 9, Strength 90, 9 chance to trigger Divine Strike, ignoring enemy defenses and dealing massive damage. Possessing it makes you the most skilled attacker in this world. He immediately allocated all acquired attribute points into Strength and equipped 3 agility badges. Then, he opened his personal panel to check his current statistics. Name, 7 Knights, White, Shadow Nemesis. Occupation, Game Master, Unique, Beginner. Rank, Level 9. Status, Normal. Strength, 285. Agility, 76, 100. Constitution, 181. Mentality, 89. Free attribute points, 0. Talent, Source of Poison. Underworld Battle Body, Skills, Dragon Pattern Sword Technique, Great Sun Tathagata Mantra, Massive Petrification Attack. At this moment, Su Changqing's power had greatly increased, and his agility was also beginning to catch up. Moreover, his experience at level 9 had already surpassed 1/5. To ascend from level 9 to level 10, one requires a staggering 100,000 experience points. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he is poised to become the very first player in the novice realm to reach level 10. Yet, a perplexing thought lingers in his mind. While Long Weiwei and Abu have already obtained their first-tier job change recommendation letters, he has not. Thus, he remains unaware of how to initiate the job change quest upon reaching level 10. "Ah well, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it," Su Changqing declared. "Let us proceed to the Hengduan Mountains and secure the first kill of the Ling Tang dungeon." Abu added, "Long Weiwei, do make haste. I still have trees to chop upon my return." Meanwhile, in Xiaomi village, atop the Hengduan Mountains, the 5 members of the team, known as Quangzhan Tianxia, stood before a dark subterranean entrance. After 2 hours of searching, they had finally located the dungeon's entrance. Thanks to the incredible prowess of the rat, who could excavate any hole. Maddie chuckled, while Huang Hao smiled and suggested, "Let us hurry inside and strive to claim the first kill of this dungeon." The others appeared relaxed, their faces adorned with a sense of ease. "Rat, why the panic? Our names monopolize the leaderboard, and that mysterious creature, along with Long Weiwei, has been silent for an entire day. They should be the ones worried." Laughter erupted among the group, fostering a jovial atmosphere devoid of stress. Suddenly, a voice broke through the mirth. "Oh no, look at the leaderboard. Quangzhan has dropped to 4th place." "What? From 1st to 4th? Impossible. I refuse to believe someone could be that formidable." They quickly opened the leaderboard, and the sight before them rendered them speechless. 1. Hidden, level 9-2. Long Weiwei, level 8-3. Battle God Abu, level 8-4. Quangzhan Tianxia, level 8. To their astonishment, that enigmatic powerhouse had surged to level 9 in an instant. Long Weiwei had also reached level 8. If memory serves, Abu should have been in 10th place. How had he catapulted to 3rd? This was utterly outrageous. How on earth had they managed such feats? In an instant, the joyful ambience of the team dissipated, their faces reflecting the dismay of having tasted defeat. Huang Hao was the first to regain composure, offering encouragement. "Everyone, let us not lose heart. It is but the novice phase, and fierce competition is to be expected. We all know that level is merely one facet of strength, talent, skills, and combat awareness also play crucial roles. Thus, a higher level does not necessarily equate to greater power. Moreover, tomorrow marks the 6th day since the server opened, and the talent leaderboard shall be unveiled. At that time, Guangzhan's talents will undoubtedly overshadow all, securing the top position. Instead of wallowing in sorrow, we must swiftly endeavor to achieve the first kill in the Lingtang dungeon. A friend of mine just informed me that he spotted individuals heading towards the Hengduan Mountains, led by none other than Long Weiwei and the formidable god of war, Abu. If we delay any longer, the coveted first kill may slip through our fingers. Guangzhan Tianxia's expression flickered with a hint of disappointment, but he quickly regained his composure. Nodding, he remarked, Haozi speaks the truth. Securing the first kill in the Spirit Hall is far more significant than climbing the leaderboard. The others also rallied, affirming, indeed, we must prioritize achieving the first kill. However, Long Weiwei and her group had only just arrived at the Hengduan Mountains, and locating the entrance would not prove to be an easy task. Even Haozi had spent 2 hours searching. For Long Weiwei and her entourage, it would likely take no less than 3 hours. If it indeed takes 3 hours, the first kill shall undoubtedly be ours. With resolute determination, Guangzhan nodded and gestured, let us proceed. We must seize the opportunity before anyone else. Meanwhile, Su Chongqing and his companions reached the summit of the Hengduan Mountains. The area at the peak was relatively modest, spanning merely 300 to 400 square meters. Yet, upon their arrival, they found no discernible entrance. However, this did not deter them. Abu produced a rune and, with a focused thought, invoked Eye of Insight. A golden glimmer flashed in his eyes, and instantly, the surroundings came into sharp focus. Abu surveyed the area and soon discovered some footprints exuding a dark mist not far off. I found it. Mr. Chia, Weiwei, follow me, he called, as he traced the footprints towards a small clearing. Chuckling, he announced, ha ha, Mr. Chia, the entrance to the Spirit Hall lies just below. With a powerful punch, Abu cleared the dirt concealing the entrance. Su Chongqing approached to inspect it, grateful for the Eye of Insight rune, which had allowed them to locate the entrance in under 3 minutes. Otherwise, finding such a small square, approximately 1 meter in size, on this vast mountaintop would have posed a significant challenge. Ding! Entrance to the Spirit Hall, detected ahead. Shall we enter? Yes. Please select dungeon difficulty, normal, hard, nightmare, hell. Hell. As the words fell, a golden light flickered, and their 3 figures gradually vanished from sight. The 13th layer of the Spirit Hall forms the heart of the subterranean world beneath the Hengduan Mountains, comprising 13 spiraling caverns, each suffused with eerie and the vengeful wails of the undead. This place once served as an altar for ancient priests to seal malevolent spirits. Yet with the seal now weakened, the shadows of murderers gradually awaken, poised to devour the souls of the living. The instant the 3 of them stepped into the first layer of the Spirit Hall, a wave of putrid, damp air, accompanied by a chilling wind, enveloped them. The cavern's ceiling was adorned with twisted stalactites, their surfaces glistening with dark brown droplets. Each drop fell with a muffled thud, leaving no trace of moisture behind. As the liquid struck the ground, it transformed into a wisp of black smoke, dissipating into the gray mist. Su Chongqing's eyes gradually adjusted to the dim light within, where a layer of gray fog enveloped the surroundings, swallowing the glow of the torch, leaving it capable of illuminating only a half step ahead. Ding! You have entered the Hell-level dungeon, Spirit Hall, currently at the 1st level. Reminder, inhaling excessive gray mist may induce discomfort every 10 minutes. Lose 10 in all attributes, which will recover upon exiting the Spirit Hall. What the hell? Upon seeing this notification, Abu leaped in astonishment. Losing 10 in all attributes every 10 minutes? That's utterly outrageous. No wonder it's a hell-level dungeon. They must have designed it with 13 layers to prolong the experience. Just as the words left his mouth, a sudden murmuring echoed nearby, fragmented phrases drifting through the air, rebirth and reincarnation. The voice grew increasingly closer. Before long, Su Chongqing and the others beheld a half-transparent silhouette materializing amidst the fog, its limbs contorted at unnatural angles, staggering forth like a marionette. Its claws scraped against the rocky walls, sparking flames. Be careful, a monster is approaching. The group exchanged glances, examining one another's status. Fog Shadow Zombie, Elite. Level 8. Strength, 72. Agility, 8. Vitality, 128. Mentality, 6. Skill, corruption. If you seek immortality, you might consider letting it bite you. If you desire reincarnation, perhaps try biting it. As the corpse drew nearer, Abu suddenly halted, his eyes widening in realization, and shouted, "Wait. Isn't that the person who was dragged underground outside the village chief's house last night? So they've been brought here. Since they were villagers from Fishhead Village, it was only right to help them find release." Long Weiwei, wielding the venomous fong, stepped forward resolutely. In the next moment, she charged at the zombie. Roar! The zombie seemed to sense the impending danger, emitting a low growl, its putrid breath assaulting the senses. Its twisted body clumsily swung its arms, attempting to seize Long Weiwei. She deftly evaded the attack, simultaneously plunging the venomous fong deep into the zombie's chest. With a splatter, a stream of black liquid gushed from the wound, accompanied by a nauseating stench. Toxic venom infiltrated. The zombie let out a piercing scream, its body convulsing violently in agony. "Watch out," Abu warned just as the zombie expelled the corruption, tainting Long Weiwei completely. However, despite the hissing of the poison, it did not penetrate her body in the slightest. Abu's eyes widened in astonishment. "Weiwei, you can't possibly be an invincible poison master, can you? The corruption has no effect on you at all. This is beyond belief." Long Weiwei maintained a calm demeanor, devoid of any fluctuations in her gaze. With a swift twist of her wrist, she plunged her dagger into the corpse's body, further exacerbating the wound. The undead creature roared in fury, flailing its arms in a frenzied counterattack. Long Weiwei deftly evaded its strikes, and ultimately, she leapt high into the air, her venomous fong piercing decisively into the creature's skull. The undead's body froze momentarily before slowly collapsing, stirring up a cloud of dust. Abu, witnessing this scene, displayed a look of astonishment. He had not anticipated that Long Weiwei could so effortlessly vanquish the misty shadow corpse. "Weiwei, have you grown stronger? This is truly extraordinary. Just last night, facing the gargoyle, it was not so easy. Though this corpse appears intimidating, its movements are far too sluggish. Once you identify its weaknesses, it is quite manageable," Long Weiwei replied calmly. Chapter 50. You may possess the weakest strength, yet you are the most audacious in speech. They continued onward, as a mournful wind echoed through the cavern, producing a low, haunting howl. Long Weiwei led the way, while Abu clung to Su Changqing's arm. His complexion slightly pale. He instinctively swallowed hard and chuckled nervously. "Mr. Chia, you need not fear. I am here to protect you." Long Weiwei retorted, "Pray tell, who is truly in fear?" Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed from beneath Abu's feet. He paused, looking down in bewilderment. To his dismay, he had crushed a half-decayed skull, from which a murky eyeball tumbled out, fixating on him with a vacant stare. Good heavens! Abu nearly lost control in fright, letting out a scream before leaping into Su Changqing's embrace. "Mr. Chia, hold me tight. I am terrified." Seeing this, Long Weiwei tightened her grip on the venomous fong, her fingertips turning pale. She momentarily entertained the thought of delivering a swift strike to Abu's posterior, scolding him for vying for her attention. However, she dismissed the notion, knowing she could not act so brazenly in front of Su Changqing. Any such retaliation would have to be executed discreetly. Thus, she channeled her frustration into the sluggish, undead creatures that surrounded them. 5 minutes later, a notification chimed. Ding. Reminder, you have entered the second level of the Spirit Hall. The first level of the Spirit Hall was relatively straightforward. As they traversed, Long Weiwei single-handedly dispatched all 8 Misty Shadow corpses. Upon entering the second level, the minor adversaries were still Misty Shadow corpses, but their numbers had surged from 8 to 16. This time, regardless of how effortlessly Long Weiwei could dispatch them, Abu could no longer remain idle. If this continued, by the time they reached the 13th level, they would be left with nothing but depleted attribute points. Bang! The last of the Misty Shadow corpses in the second level fell. At that moment, they collectively received a system notification. Ding! Absorption of gray mist has exceeded 10 minutes. All attributes 10. As the words faded, Su Changqing felt a decline in his physical strength. He was relatively unaffected, as his attribute points remained high. But upon glancing at Long Weiwei and Abu, he noticed their faces pale significantly, indicating a considerable loss. The urgency among the group surged dramatically. Let us hasten to the third level. With that, they continued their descent. Ding! Notification: you have entered the third level of the Spirit Hall. As their surroundings flickered from darkness to light, they found themselves on a spacious platform. In the center stood a fog-shrouded undead creature towering over 2.5 meters. Its gaze was icy, and it emitted a series of deep, resonant growls. The first of its kind at the third level appeared. Fog Shadow Undead Lord. Level 8. Strength 96. Agility 12. Constitution 168. Spirit 24. Skills: Corruption, Blood Rage. Undead Domination. The Lord of the Fog Lake has arrived. As Su Changqing and his companions approached the undead lord, it sprang into action. With a low growl, an eerie red light enveloped its form. Blood Rage activated. Its already formidable physique swelled further, strength surging by 30 as it menacingly advanced toward them. Immediately, it raised its arms and intoned, invoking undead domination. The air around them warped, and 2 elite Fog Shadow Undead emerged from the ground, surrounding the Lord. Mr. Chia, you retreat to the exit. We'll handle this. Su Changqing encouraged with a smile. Long Weiwei, brandishing her venomous fang, addressed Abu. I leave these 2 elite undead to you. Are you up for it? Abu cast a sidelong glance at Long Weiwei, responding confidently. My dear, it seems you harbor a misunderstanding about my abilities. With a slight nasal tone and a hint of disdain, Long Weiwei swiftly darted toward the undead lord, her form flickering as she charged. Despite the lord's enhanced strength, which posed a slight challenge, it was merely a minor obstacle. As she closed in, she struck with blinding speed, driving her dagger forcefully into the undead lord's abdomen. The creature reacted swiftly, swinging its powerful arm in an attempt to send Long Weiwei flying. However, she evaded deftly. Simultaneously, her short sword slashed, leaving a shallow wound on the undead lord, through which green venom began to seep into its body. Roar! The tyrannical venom began to ravage the body of the undead leader, eliciting a painful howl from him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Abu shouted fiercely, brandishing his gauntlets as he charged toward 2 elite mist-shadowed zombies. With each punch, a fierce wind accompanied his strikes. One elite zombie attempted a sneak attack from the side, but Abu deftly sidestepped and landed a powerful blow to its chest, sending it staggering back several steps. Seizing the opportunity, another zombie lunged at him. Abu nimbly leaped, maneuvering behind it, and delivered a heavy punch to its back, causing it to stumble forward. As time passed, the wounds on the undead leader multiplied, and the accumulated toxins within him reached an exaggerated level. Not only was his strength severely compromised, but his already sluggish movements became even more cumbersome. At last, Long Weiwei unleashed a fatal strike, her venomous fangs piercing the heart of the undead leader. He emitted a reluctant cry before crashing to the ground. On Abu's side, the 2 elite zombies were also dispatched one by one. Member Long Weiwei picked up level 8 copper boots. Blue. You have obtained level 8 copper boots. Blue. Member Long Weiwei picked up level 8 copper belt. Blue. You have obtained level 3 copper belt. Blue. Member Long Weiwei picked up. The undead leader dropped a plethora of items. Long Weiwei and Abu donned the blue equipment, which proved even stronger than before the attribute points were deducted. Su Changqing glanced at the time and remarked, 15 minutes have passed. At this pace, it will take us an hour to reach the bottom level. The duration is dragging a bit. Starting from the 4th level, do not fight them one by one. Have one person tackle 2 at the same time. This way, we can at least have the time. Abu could not help but roll his eyes at this suggestion, inwardly scoffing, you're the weakest among us, yet you speak the loudest. If you had even half of my current strength, I wouldn't dismiss your bravado. Long Weiwei lowered her head in shame, saying, Mr. Chia, I was wrong. I will strive harder. Abu replied, let us go. To the 4th level. In the realm of mad warriors, a resounding crash echoed as the undead leader finally succumbed to their combined assault. Yes, the crowd erupted in cheers. Huh, what kind of undead leader was that? A mere paper tiger before us, easily vanquished. Is that all? To think he dared to impede our progress, utterly overestimating himself. Our coordination is simply flawless. Indeed, with our strength, we can stride through this realm with ease. Any fiends must step aside. One could only wonder how Long Weiwei and her companions fared. They probably had not even located the entrance yet. In just half an hour, they had already cleared this area. Chapter 51. The 4th level of the Spirit Hall, the River of Rebirth. The old crone and the water ghost, after a moment of contemplation, Huang Hao remarked, given that Long Weiwei and her companion are merely two individuals, and considering the addition of another who is deemed ineffectual, their pace cannot possibly surpass ours. I conservatively estimate that they will require an additional 15 to 30 minutes to traverse the first 3 levels of the Spirit Hall compared to us. Curious, Maddie inquired. Is the time difference truly so vast? Indeed, Huang Hao nodded in affirmation. This largely depends on their innate talents. If they possess talents comparable to ours, which are conservatively rated, they should be approximately 30 minutes slower. However, if either Long Weiwei or that Abu has the potential to achieve a higher tier, they would only be 25 minutes behind. Should both be of high caliber, the delay would reduce to 20 minutes. If one of them falls into that category, then they would lag by 15 minutes. The group collectively nodded, agreeing with Huang Hao's assessment. Your calculations are based on the talents of the Berserk warriors, so they should be fairly accurate, someone remarked. Xiaoyu, please hasten to cleanse us of these negative statuses. We are barely holding on. Fu Xiaoyu, awakened as a sorceress, held a unique supportive role with abilities that included curses and the dispelling of negative effects. However, she was not a member of the Berserk warriors. She had been summoned for assistance due to the unique nature of this Spirit Hall instance. Since her arrival, she had been keenly listening to the discussions regarding Long Weiwei and her companions, her curiosity piqued by the repeated tribulations faced by the Berserk warriors. If the opportunity arose, she certainly wished to pay a visit to Long Weiwei. Fu Xiaoyu mused to herself. Her inherent talent was commendable, being a level sorceress, yet not classified as a combat-oriented or elemental type, which rendered her lacking in offensive capabilities. Additionally, she did not belong to the livelihood class, leaving her at a disadvantage in terms of earning a living through her talents. Consequently, she often found herself without companions for leisure, which resulted in her own level stagnating at a mere level 6, a figure only elevated through the efforts of the Berserk warriors who had invited her to assist. With a hum, Fu Xiaoyu raised her staff, silver light cascading around them as a swarm of cursed insects entwined themselves around Huang Hao and his companions. In an instant, the negative effects induced by the gray mist were lifted, restoring all diminished attributes, and a wave of relief washed over the group. Noticing the joy illuminating their faces, Fu Xiaoyu hesitated momentarily before summoning her courage to inquire, Brother Haozi, may I apply to join the Berserk warriors? The group fell silent, exchanging glances of surprise and uncertainty, clearly at a loss for how to decline her request. With a heavy heart, Huang Hao reluctantly took on the role of the bearer of bad news, stating, Xiaoyu, I am truly sorry, but for now, it is not feasible. The Berserk warriors are still in the process of establishing our core members, and both talent and strength must be of the highest caliber. Although your talent barely meets the standard, your abilities are lacking. At this point, Huang Hao chose not to delve further into the topic of strength. Yet it was evident that Fu Xiaoyu fell short in this regard. He continued, if I were to relax the criteria for you, it would be unfair to the other brothers. However, if you genuinely wish to join our crazy warriors, you may apply to join our second team after your first promotion. We would certainly welcome you then. Upon hearing this, a wave of disappointment washed over Fu Xiaoyu, and she managed to force a smile, saying, I understand, thank you. Brother Hao. Afterward, she quietly sighed within, fully aware that her application would likely be in vain. She felt that remaining silent would strip her of any opportunity. Yet, the thought of applying to the second team left her discontent, as the resources and training afforded to the first and second teams were entirely different. After Huang Hao spoke, he moved forward, followed closely by the other members of their team, who whispered among themselves. This girl truly has her head in the clouds. With no combat talent whatsoever, how could she ever hope to join the first team? It's nothing short of a daydream. Surely, she doesn't think that helping us clear a dungeon will earn her our gratitude? How greedy. In truth, I believe even joining the second team would be an overestimation. At the very least, she belongs in the third team. Given the unique nature of her profession, how could she possibly compare to us in combat or elemental skills? Hearing their unreserved discussions only deepened Fu Xiaoyu's gloom. Meanwhile, on the other side, after Su Chongqing and his companions defeated the third layer of the Spirit Hall, the ground cracked open, revealing a blood-red vortex, from which the sound of flowing water could be heard. Water. The group exchanged puzzled glances as they cautiously descended. Ding! You have entered the fourth layer of the Spirit Hall. Upon reaching the bottom of the stairs, they found themselves by a riverbank. Before them lay a dark red river shrouded in thick mist, where decayed paper money and broken lanterns floated. On either side of the riverbank stood unmarked stone tablets, and a faint sound of weeping drifted through the chilling wind. Hint: you have arrived at the River of Rebirth. You must cross the river within a limited time while facing attacks from water ghosts and the trials of the old woman. Failure will result in being dragged to the riverbed to become a ferryman. No sooner had the announcement concluded than Su Changqing and his companions spotted a small boat approaching from afar. A hunched old woman stood at the helm, her white hair obscuring her face, wielding a cracked bamboo pole. In a ghostly tone, she uttered, 3 eyeballs for a crossing, lose 1. And you shall keep but 1 eye as lamp oil. The group was left bewildered. Does this mean we 3 must each surrender an eyeball to gather 3 in total for her to ferry us across? Abu inquired. Before Su Changqing and the others could respond, he exclaimed, well, that's simple enough. It's just an eyeball. With that, he decisively plucked his own eyeball from its socket with a squelching sound. Long Wei. Su Changqing. Damn, you're something else. Language is taught by the physical education teacher, isn't it? Abu mistakenly believed that everyone was praising him. Chuckling, he scratched the back of his head and said, ha. Just average, ranked 3rd in the world. Afterward, he handed a pair of eyes to the old woman who rowed the boat, saying, here, old lady, take these eyeballs. Later, each of them can poke 1 out, and we'll have a complete set. The old boatwoman retorted, no, these aren't ghost eyes. I don't want them. Abu exclaimed, what? So my effort was in vain. I don't care. I want what's below. The old woman pointed toward the river. As Abu looked down, he was horrified to see the river teeming with water ghosts. Each ghost varied in form. Some had grotesque features, their eye sockets deep set, fixating on the river's surface with their pupil-less eyes, piercing into the very souls of the living. Occasionally, bubbles rose to the surface, accompanied by chilling gusts of wind. As if the very air had solidified, Abu's hands trembled involuntarily, and he hastily shoved the eyeballs back into their sockets, rushing to cling to Su Changqing's arm. Mr. Chi, there are ghosts. Hold me. I am frightened. Long Wei remarked. You just poked your own eyeball. Weren't you brave? Chapter 52, The River Crossing Crisis. The female ghost in red in truth, Long Wei wanted to say, let go of that man. Allow me to handle this. Su Changqing's brow furrowed deeply as he spoke. This is the river of the departed, the fabled river of death. The water ghosts within are souls who died with unfulfilled wishes or grievances, unable to find peace. Trapped here for eternity, never to be reborn. Long Wei appeared astonished. She had never witnessed such a sight. What should we do? The old boatwoman seemed unfazed by their reaction and began to speak slowly. To cross this river, one must use a genuine ghost eye as a guide. It embodies the water ghost's deepest desires, yearning for life, longing for freedom, and the need to let go of the past. Only such a ghost eye can illuminate the path to the other shore, ensuring your safe passage. Where can we find such a ghost eye? We won't have to dive down and dig, will we? Abu's voice carried a hint of despair. Upon hearing this, Su Changqing and Long Wei exchanged glances, seemingly conveying, you should jump down and dig. Abu tightened his grip. It appeared that Abu had been severely frightened by ghosts in his childhood. Given this, Wei, we must rely on you. All right, Mr. Chi. Long Wei murmured softly. I fear not the ghosts, only the thought of not being together with you. With that, Long Wei brandished a venomous fong and leaped into the dark waters of the river. The instant she submerged, the icy river enveloped her entirely. A bone-chilling cold piercing through her very marrow. Ding! You have entered the river of the departed. Please be mindful of your breathing time. Current remaining time, 180 seconds. Long Wei furrowed her brows, realizing that the true challenge lay not in being besieged by a horde of water ghosts, but in her sluggish movements within the water, compounded by the pressing time constraint. No matter. Gripping the venomous fong tightly in her hand, she was determined to locate and extract 3 ghostly eyes to ensure Mr. Chia's safe passage across the river. The surrounding water ghosts seemed to sense the presence of the living, converging upon her with malicious intent. With a fearsome roar, they bared their fangs and claws, unleashing a chilling wail as they attempted to drag this unwelcome guest into the river's depths. Long Wei, agile as a fish, adeptly maneuvered through the water's resistance and thrust, skillfully evading the assaults of the water ghosts while searching for an opportunity to strike. In a swift moment, she locked onto the most menacing of the water ghosts. Its visage was grotesque, eyes hollow, and its lips stained with dried blood, clearly a tyrant of the river. With fierce resolve, Long Weiwei inhaled deeply, harnessing the current's force to propel herself forward like an arrow released from a bow, charging towards the fiend. As she drew near, her wrist flicked, and the venomous fang plunged accurately into the ghost's eye socket. A jet of green blood erupted, mingling with the murky river water. The water ghost emitted a bone-chilling scream, its body convulsing violently. Seizing the moment, Long Weiwei stirred forcefully, extracting a bloodied, ghostly eye from its socket. Hint: defeated a water ghost, collected a ghostly eye. The instant the ghostly eye detached from its body, the surrounding water ghosts sensed the threat, their attacks growing increasingly frenzied. Yet, Long Weiwei did not falter. She engaged in a deadly dance with the water ghosts, each strike accompanied by their anguished cries and the tumult of the river. The already turbid waters became even murkier, a layer of dark green blood floating upon the surface, sizzling as it mingled with the toxic venom. Abu, on the riverbank, watched in stunned disbelief. Time swiftly approached the 3-minute limit. Suddenly, the surface of the water stirred. As Long Weiwei emerged, clutching 3 ghostly eyes, her face was as pale as parchment, her strength nearly depleted. Nevertheless, her expression remained cold and composed. Abu shouted in admiration, "Sister Wei, you're incredible. From now on, you are my dear sister." He could hardly fathom how ferocious Long Weiwei had been. The scene replayed in his mind, indelible. She had plunged into the midst of the water ghosts as if traversing an unguarded realm. Truly remarkable. Long Weiwei raised the 3 ghostly eyes high and called out to the old woman at the boat, "I have retrieved them. Quickly, take us across the river." The old woman, glancing at the ghostly eyes in Long Weiwei's hands, offered no further words. Board the boat. One by one, they stepped aboard. The old woman, deftly wielding her bamboo pole, gently guided the small boat towards the center of the river. As the vessel glided forward, the spectral entities lurking beneath the surface seemed to recoil in fear of the 3 ominous eyes, retreating to a safe distance, unwilling to approach. The boat continued its deliberate progress, soon revealing that it was descending the river's current. What had once been the river's mouth, where they had entered, now lay upstream, while they gradually drifted downstream. Suddenly, a series of system notifications pierced the air. Ding! You have entered the 5th layer of the Spirit Hall. Alert! Pale arms may randomly emerge from the river's surface. Beware of being dragged into the water. Alert! Guiding lights flicker within the dense fog. Approaching them will mark players, attracting more spectral entities. Alert! When battling on the boat, take care not to damage the vessel, or risk capsizing and annihilation. These relentless alerts echoed like death knells, heightening the tension to an almost unbearable degree, warning all that traversing the river was fraught with peril rather than safety. After a brief respite, Long Weiwei had regained her composure. She stood at the bow, back to back with Su Changqing, while Abu took his position at the stern. Just then, a series of eerie ripples began to undulate across the river's surface. Almost immediately, pale arms emerged from the depths, thrashing wildly in a desperate attempt to grasp the edges of the small boat. "Ah, hell! This is terrifying," Abu exclaimed, his face paling as he clutched the boat's railing, fearful of being yanked into the abyss. Clenching his other hand into a fist, he struck at the gradually surfacing head with all his might. With a sickening crunch, Abu's blow shattered the skull, unleashing a torrent of black liquid that reeked of decay. However, this was merely the beginning. As the boat ventured deeper, the number of ghostly arms multiplied, as though the entire legion of water spirits had been roused from their slumber. The river's surface became a chaotic tapestry of limbs, resembling lotus stems swaying in the water. Long Weiwei and Abu prepared for a desperate battle. Each swing of their blades, each punch, was accompanied by the anguished wails of the spirits and the splatter of water. In that moment, a flickering yellow light pierced through the thick fog, its wavering glow seeming on the verge of extinguishment. Yet against the inky darkness of the river, it appeared strikingly vivid. The old woman chuckled ominously, her voice low and gravelly. "My friends, the guiding light has arrived. We are on the brink of reaching the other shore. Hold on just a little longer." No sooner had she spoken than the guiding light, as if imbued with a will of its own, began to drift closer to the small boat. With its approach, the surrounding spirits grew increasingly frenzied, their assaults intensifying. "Look over there," Abu shouted in terror, pointing towards the guiding light. A figure clad in crimson emerges slowly from the thick fog, her long hair obscuring her face, rendering her features indistinguishable. Yet the intense malice radiating from her sends a shiver of dread through all who behold her. Chapter 53. Should the memories be surrendered to the boatwoman? Crimson Lady Ghost Elite. Level 9. Strength 45. Agility 95. Constitution 60. Spirit 150. Skills. Illusion. Wail. Falling into her illusion may lead one to experience utmost terror. Listening to her wail might cause one to lose their sanity, forever trapped in the river of the dead. The mention of the Crimson Lady Ghost, the leader of the water ghosts. Just as Su Changqing's words fell, suddenly, the swirling fog roiled, and in the blink of an eye, 16 more crimson specters materialized. Clad in identical flowing blood-red gowns, their long hair cascaded like ink, concealing their faces, revealing only their pallid and sharp chins. With each step they took, a chilling aura enveloped the small boat, surrounding it completely. So many. Abu's eyes widened, his voice tinged with unmistakable terror. This was their first encounter with an elite creature of spiritual attributes, and they were at a loss for how to respond. Beside him, Long Weiwei's expression hardened. She understood that there was no retreat now, only a desperate fight to the finish. Kill, she cried, charging at the nearest crimson specter. Her venomous fangs tracing a ghostly green arc through the air, aimed directly for the specter's throat. Hee-ha-ha! The specter responded with remarkable swiftness, her form flickering and transforming into a wisp of black smoke, evading the lethal strike, only to reappear from another direction, reaching for Long Weiwei. Long Weiwei narrowly dodged by sidestepping. At that moment, a hum resonated. Of the 16 crimson specters, 8 emitted a translucent ripple, activating the illusion skill. The ripples spread rapidly like waves, instantly enveloping the entire boat. Illusion. Su Changqing furrowed his brow, glancing at Long Weiwei, only to find her ensnared in the trap. At that moment, Long Weiwei felt as if the world around her had shifted dramatically, plunging her into a sea of blood-red flowers. The scent was overwhelming, the petals sharp as blades, incessantly slicing at her skin, while strange whispers echoed in her ears, attempting to erode her sanity. Bang! Her expression fell into a daze, and the venomous fangs slipped from her grasp. Su Changqing shook his head, exclaiming, "We're doomed. It seems I must intervene today and reveal my true self." No. Wait. He turned to look at Abu, only to be astonished to find him seemingly unfazed. What is going on? Could this fellow be immune to mental attacks? At that moment, Su Changqing scrutinized Abu closely, noting that his remaining right eye was wide and bloodshot, while the other, which he had gouged out, showed no signs of distress whatsoever. Had he indeed gouged out his left eye, only to inadvertently evade the corrosive effects of the illusion skill on his visual nerves? Su Changqing pondered aloud. At this moment, Abu remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Observing the unsuspecting female ghost, he thumped his chest and exclaimed, "You dare approach me, Abu? I'll make you regret it." With a furious roar, he targeted a dazed female ghost clad in red, his fist striking like a venomous serpent, delivering a powerful blow to her heart. Boom! The impact was thunderous. The female ghost, seemingly still ensnared in the illusion, met her demise with a piercing scream, dissipating into a wisp of black smoke. Abu was left bewildered. Is this it? A level 9 elite? Am I truly this formidable, or are they simply too feeble? How is it that I barely exerted myself, and she fell? Regardless, he resolved to press the advantage. Uncertain of why the other female ghosts were momentarily stunned, he focused on another one nearby and unleashed yet another punch. The air was filled with a cacophony of anguished cries as the female ghosts fell one after another. The remaining two, now too frightened to conjure illusions, attempted to flee. However, just as they turned, a short sword pierced through their backs, embedding itself in their hearts, the venom spreading at the wound's edge. As the last of the female ghosts vanished, Long Weiwei's cold gaze gradually emerged. With such meager skills, they dared to ensnare me. Abu laughed triumphantly, his momentum unbroken as he charged towards another female ghost in red, swiftly snapping her arm to showcase his prowess. No one anticipated that it would be Abu who discovered the key to their predicament. Fortunately, as the small boat drifted away from the guiding lantern, they managed to survive the onslaught of the red-clad specters. At that moment, a distant sight revealed that they had indeed reached the other shore. Ding! Notification: you have entered the 6th layer of the Spirit Hall. A chill swept through the group, their expressions tightening with anxiety. Based on previous experience, the first two layers of the spirit hall were populated by lesser foes, while the third layer held greater threats, thus having descended the river of rebirth. If the fourth and fifth layers were merely minor adversaries, then the sixth layer would undoubtedly present a challenge. Just then, the boat docked at the shore. The old woman ceased her rowing, and the vessel rocked violently. With a smile, she proclaimed, "Everyone, we have arrived at the other side." Su Changqing and the others disembarked one by one, nervously surveying their surroundings, when suddenly they spotted an old man in the distance, clad in tattered garments. His face a tapestry of wrinkles. He appeared to be dozing, oblivious to their presence. Yet, at that moment, this old man occupied the critical pathway to the seventh layer of the spirit hall. Su Changqing discreetly glanced at the information. River God S. Vengeful Spirit, Lord. Level 9, Strength 70, Agility 95, Constitution 180, Spirit 220, Skill, Wrath of the River God. Beware of his Wrath of the River God. It will demonstrate the true essence of the upgraded roar of the River East Lion. Mr. Seven Knights, while he slumbers, shall we stealthily make our move? Abu suggested. Su Changqing shot a glance at Abu, remaining silent, and turned back toward the riverbank. The presence of the boatwoman indicated that there was certainly more to the narrative. Old woman, could you enlighten me on how we might proceed? Su Changqing inquired. The boatwoman, with a twinkle in her eye, replied, though my vision is keen. I lack a certain item. Should you procure it for me, I shall guide you across. Su Changqing asked, what item might that be? Your memories. The old woman's words hung in the air. Ding. Do you wish to relinquish your memories to the boatwoman? Note, if you accept, you will randomly forget one skill. If you refuse, the old woman will awaken the river god's vengeful spirit. The old woman fixed her gaze upon Su Changqing, a smirk of triumph playing at her lips, patiently awaiting his response. At that moment, Su Changqing interjected, allow me a moment to reflect. With that, he turned and left, leaving the bewildered boatwoman behind. What is this? The quest has been triggered, yet he can pause it? Never mind, let us wait a bit longer. After all, they cannot escape. Chapter 54. Acquiring the Purification Spell. Welcome to the Thousand Coffins Array, Mr. Seven Knights. What brings you here? Surely you haven't taken a fancy to that old woman? Abu chuckled. A tender calf feasting on dry grass. Ha! Before Su Changqing could respond, Long Weiwei swiftly retaliated with a petrifying elbow strike directed at Abu, nearly knocking the wind out of him. No, Sister Wei, please don't strike. I concede, I yield. Su Changqing, smiling, remarked. The old woman claimed that if we surrender our memories, she would ensure our safe passage through this ordeal, bypassing the river god's vengeful spirit. At this, Long Weiwei's fury ignited fiercely. No, I cannot agree. To part with one's memories is tantamount to forfeiting one's very life. If Mr. Seven Knights were to lose his memories, what joy would remain in this game? Su Changqing hastily reassured her. This memory merely entails the random loss of one skill. It isn't of grave consequence. However, I find it rather displeasing. Why is that? Abu queried, puzzled. Su Changqing elucidated. It is quite evident that this challenge is a concoction orchestrated by both the boatwoman and the river god's vengeful spirit. The old woman lured us here, while the river god intentionally obstructs our path. Either we pay the toll, or we confront the river god. The old woman's intentions are clear. She aims to lower our guard, and should a confrontation with the river god ensue, she is likely to launch a surprise attack from behind. Goodness! Abu's eyes widened in alarm, a treacherous fiend. What shall we do? With wolves ahead and tigers behind, as you suggest, there must be 2 level 9 overlords. It's beyond the capability of just me and Sister Wei. Silence. Long Weiwei shot Abu a glare and said, since Mr. Chia has spoken, he must have a plan. We simply need to follow his lead without indulging in idle chatter. Abu retorted, I see you're infatuated. Chia is so weak. What on earth could he possibly devise? It would be wiser to think about how to escape. Abu muttered. Su Changqing chuckled, ruffling Long Weiwei's hair, and remarked, you indeed possess far more potential than Abu. Come, allow me to instruct you. After giving his directives, Su Changqing led Long Weiwei and Abu towards the old woman who was ferrying the boat. At that moment, the obstructing river god stealthily opened his eyes, revealing a sinister smile. Ha! Another fool has fallen for my ruse. When you surrender your skills, it shall be your last moment. With that, he comfortably closed his eyes, fully settling into his nap. The old woman, noticing Su Changqing and the trio approaching with smiles, gradually let down her guard. "Young man, have you made your decision?" the old woman inquired. "I have indeed. My choice is to surrender my memories." The old woman raised an eyebrow, a look of delight gracing her features, but just as she was about to speak, Abu leaped forward, pressing against her from behind. The joy on her face instantaneously froze. She clearly did not anticipate this sudden turn of events. Abu's movement was swift and unexpected, akin to a nimble leopard, ensnaring her from behind and rendering her immobile. "Old woman, do not move. It is for the best of us both," Abu declared with a grin. The old woman's eyes widened in terror and disbelief, her back pressed uncomfortably. She attempted to struggle, but Abu's strength was astonishingly great, keeping her firmly in place. "Act now," Su Changqing commanded in a low tone. Without a moment's hesitation, Long Weiwei unleashed her venomous fang, striking like lightning, piercing the old woman's heart. The toxin from the fang spread rapidly through the old woman's body, causing her to convulse violently. Pain. She wished to scream. Yet, as she attempted to let out one final wail, Abu firmly covered her mouth, muffling her cries into pitiful whimpers. "Old lady, save your strength. I, Abu, am quite formidable." Her hands flailed in the air, desperately grasping at nothing, ultimately succumbing to a feeble droop. Ding. Level 9 Overlord River Granny has been slain, earning 2,130 experience points. "Ha ha ha, we did it," Abu exclaimed with excitement, releasing the old woman from her bonds. Her pupils gradually dilated, and a hoarse voice emerged from her throat. "On the 7th night of the spirit's return, do not question the ferryman." After speaking, the old woman's body slumped to the ground like a marionette with severed strings, motionless thereafter. Long Weiwei drew forth her venomous fang, observing the lifeless form of the old woman with a tranquil expression. "Mr. Chia, what shall we do next?" Long Weiwei turned to Su Changqing, her eyes brimming with trust and reliance. Su Changqing shrugged and replied with a smile, "The remaining river god is in your hands." Long Weiwei and Abu stealthily approached, the slumbering river god utterly oblivious to their presence. Little did he know that this band of miscreants had outwitted him, culminating in the loss of his own wife. Ding. You have slain the level 9 lord, the vengeful spirit of the river god, and gained 2,130 experience points. Su Changqing glanced at the time. Half an hour had already elapsed. Their total attribute points had diminished by 30, making the entire endeavor increasingly arduous. At this rate, they could barely endure to the 9th layer, and beyond that, it would be an uphill battle. At that moment, Member Long Weiwei has picked up the skill Rage of the River God. You have acquired the skill Rage of the River God. Member Long Weiwei has picked up the skill Purification spell. You have acquired the skill Purification spell. Rage of the River God summons the might of the River God, conjuring colossal waves to strike a designated area, inflicting significant water-type damage and repelling enemies. Purification spell incants a spell to cleanse the target of negative states, dispelling curses, poison, slow effects, and temporarily enhancing the target's resistance. Upon reading this, Su Changqing's eyes sparkled. He cupped Long Weiwei's face in his hands and could not resist planting a kiss on her lips. "Weiwei, having you by my side is truly a blessing." Long Weiwei's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of red, her heart racing as she lowered her gaze, unable to meet Su Changqing's eyes. Unfair. At that moment, Abu jumped forth, addressing Su Changqing. "Mr. Chia, this is exceedingly unfair. You only kiss Weiwei and not me. I'm upset." Upon hearing this, Long Weiwei's expression darkened, and she raised her leg, delivering a swift kick to Abu. "Ah, Weiwei, I was wrong. Please don't hit my face." Su Changqing chuckled as he approached, holding a purification spell, and said, "Come, Abu, let me feed you." Long Weiwei. Ding. Member Long Weiwei has mastered the skill Purification spell. You have mastered the skill Purification spell. Ding. Member War God Abu has mastered the skill Purification spell. You have mastered the skill Purification spell. Ding. Detected that you have mastered 2 skills Purification spell. Automatic merging in progress. Merging successful. Congratulations. You have mastered the skill Great Purification spell. Subsequently, Long Weiwei and Abu performed several purification spells, managing to rid themselves of the lingering mist. Let us proceed. With these purification spells, it's merely a matter of time. Su Changqing urged as they descended to the first floor. Ding. Notification. You have entered the 7th layer of the Spirit Hall. Upon entering, a chilling wind swept through, jolting everyone awake. As they slowly opened their eyes, they were momentarily taken aback. There were no minor monsters present, only rows of dilapidated coffins laid out before them. Welcome to the 1,000 Coffin Array. Chapter 55, Woo-Woo. Sister Wei, I am not clean anymore. The sight of the 1,000 Coffin Array made Abu's eyes widen in horror as he gazed at the numerous coffins. Feeling a shiver run down his spine and his legs grow weak. What are all these coffins for? Surely we are not meant to battle zombies, are we? A battle of the useless against the undead. At that moment, the 7th layer of the Spirit Hall revealed a circular space, countless black wooden coffins suspended in the void, their lids inscribed with blood-red runes, and eerie blue phosphorescent flames flickering around them. In the center stood a bronze incense burner, from which 3 half-burned incense sticks protruded, their smoke swirling and pointing toward a coffin in the southeast. Surrounded by a dense array of coffins, the group felt a wave of confusion wash over them. Just then, a system notification echoed in their minds. Ding! This array is the 1,000 Coffin Array. Players must select a coffin, lie inside, and solve 3 coffin riddles within 10 minutes. Each coffin corresponds to a multiple-choice question. The options are inscribed on the coffin lid. A correct choice will lead to the next layer. An incorrect one will transport you back to the entrance of the previous layer and deduct 50 from your maximum health. Health cannot be restored during the trial. Phew. Thankfully, it does not require us to battle zombies. As long as there are no ghosts, I, Abu, shall not be frightened. Ha. Upon hearing this, Abu felt a surge of courage. He stepped forward, saying, Wei, you have always led the way, so let me take charge this time. Long Wei paused, her perception of Abu shifting slightly. His bravery in the face of fear was commendable. After making his declaration, Abu boldly walked forward. Amidst the multitude of coffins, he was at a loss as to which to choose, ultimately resorting to a whimsical chant, pointing and selecting, riding into battle. Whoever I choose, follow me. As he spoke, his finger danced over the coffins, swiftly moving from one to the next, his gaze trailing behind. Ha, this one shall be it. Eventually, his finger came to rest upon a somewhat worn coffin, its runes particularly vivid. He examined the coffin, then turned back to the group with a confident smile. Everyone, I shall await you on the 8th layer. After uttering those words, Abu grasped the edges of the coffin with both hands, preparing to unveil its contents. With a creaking sound that pierced the air, the coffin lid was slowly pushed aside. A foul stench, mingled with an eerie chill, assailed his senses, nearly causing him to faint. He fought against the nausea, squinting into the coffin, only to instantly regret his curiosity. This was no empty coffin. Inside lay a corpse, its skin a ghastly shade of bluish-gray, as if it had been submerged in some frigid liquid for an eternity. Its face contorted grotesquely, eyes bulging wide as if the eyeballs might burst forth, surrounded by a murky liquid that seemed poised to spill over. The mouth was agape, revealing a set of jagged, darkened teeth, with remnants of blackened flesh caught between them. The hair of the corpse was sparse and disheveled, as though it had been violently pulled, strands clinging to its sunken cheeks. Who on earth is this hideous creature? Abu exclaimed in horror. Vivi, perhaps you should take this coffin for your slumber? The mere thought of lying beside this ghastly figure filled him with dread. Long Wei rolled her eyes, remaining unmoved. At that moment, a notification echoed within Abu's mind. Ding! You have chosen the 4th coffin, the cocoon of obsession. Please enter the coffin. Notice, if you do not enter the coffin within 1 minute, it will be considered a voluntary forfeiture, and you will be transported to the entrance of the 6th level. Abu, the entrance to the 6th level? Hell, I might have to face that old hag and the river deity again. The thought provoked a string of expletives. Damn it. This twisted formation was conjured by that pervert. If I ever find out who he is, I shall make him pay dearly. Gritting his teeth, he steeled himself, whispering internally, Abu, you cannot falter. It's merely a corpse. What is there to fear? With trembling legs, he slowly climbed into the coffin, lying back while trying to avert his gaze from the terrifying figure beside him. Yet the corpse exuded a nauseating odor, and his heart raced uncontrollably, as if it might leap from his throat. He shut his eyes, striving for calm, but the horrific visage of the corpse haunted his thoughts. Clutching the edges of the coffin tightly, his body became rigid as stone. Time dragged on, each second stretching into eternity, the silence only broken by the thunderous rhythm of his heartbeat. Suddenly, bang! The lid of the coffin slammed shut. Darkness enveloped him. In that cramped, sinister space, the corpse seemed to whisper in his ear, sending chills down his spine. Out of nowhere, blood-red tendrils resembling spider webs entwined the coffin. With a pulsating heart suspended in the center, and the lid inscribed with maddening symbols. Before Abu appeared a pivotal choice. You sought to resurrect your deceased wife by stealing the forbidden techniques of the River of Rebirth, only to incite a rebellion among the souls dwelling beneath its depths. Now, the fragmented spirit of your wife manifests before you, inquiring, if given another chance, would you save me or protect the living? To save you. The fates of the living are of no concern to me. To protect the living, you and I were never destined to be. I would willingly shatter my own soul to return to the River of Rebirth. Abu's expression momentarily faltered, only to be replaced by uncontainable joy. Was it truly that simple? Such a question is one I could have answered at the tender age of 3. It requires no contemplation. I could respond with my eyes closed. This query undoubtedly tests my unwavering devotion to my late wife. I have endured countless trials and ventured perilously to the River of Rebirth to acquire these forbidden techniques. All for the sake of reviving her. What do I care for the lives of others? The notion of self-destruction of one's soul is utterly absurd. How foolish. Thus, I have already arrived at my answer. It is quite straightforward. Upon uttering these words, a second passed, then another, and yet another. At that moment, a voice echoed in Abu's mind. Incorrect response. Suddenly, the corpse lying beside him stirred, rolling over and pinning Abu beneath its weight. Get off me, you fiend. Help. Mr. Chi, Wei Jia, I'm perishing. Please, move aside, you lifeless wretch. Boom. The heart of the corpse exploded into a swarm of venomous insects, which then burrowed into Abu's body, commencing their feast upon his blood. His life force diminished rapidly, plummeting by 50 points. Shortly thereafter, a flash of golden light enveloped him, and his figure vanished. Outside, Su Changqing and Long Weiwei awaited in silence, completely unaware that Abu had already failed and was returned to the entrance of the 6th layer. Mr. Chi, how long must we wait here? Long Weiwei inquired. It should be soon. Abu will return shortly. Return? You mean he failed? No sooner had the words left her lips than a sobbing voice emerged from behind. What? Weiwei Jia, I am tainted. Chapter 56. The Fourth Coffin, the Cocoon of Obsession. The self within Long Weiwei turned to see the bloodied Abu emerging from behind. Abu, how did you end up here? Weiwei Jia, I was overwhelmed by the corpse, and then I was sent back to the entrance of the 6th layer. Thankfully, I did not have to start over. Otherwise, you would not have seen me again. With tears streaming down his face, Abu recounted his ordeal. How despicable. The moment I lay down, I was presented with a choice, whether to resurrect my wife, inciting the rebellion of the souls in the River of Rebirth, with my wife asking me whether to save the living or her. Is such a question even necessary? The answer is undoubtedly to save her. I have exerted so much energy and spirit. What do I care if the souls in the River of Rebirth rebel? If the living perish, so be it. I only desire the integrity of my small family. What wrong is there in that? Then you choose to save your deceased wife? Long Weiwei inquired. Of course. Upon hearing Abu's response, although she did not voice it, she silently concurred in her heart. Stealing a glance at Su Changqing, she mused, if I were Abu, I would undoubtedly choose to save my beloved husband when faced with such a dilemma. But such a choice is erroneous. A look of confusion adorned Long Weiwei's face as she posed the question. Mr. Chia, must one choose to save the world? Should we bear the weight of the universe in our hearts? Yet, if that is the case, what then is the purpose of our cultivation? If we cannot even protect those close to us, what significance is there in safeguarding the masses? Abu shook his head and interjected, I believe that is incorrect. The answer of saving the world is certainly wrong. This question tests one's devotion, which undoubtedly pertains to the love for a deceased wife, not to the salvation of the world. Therefore, if I were given the chance to choose again, I would certainly opt to destroy my own soul and join my departed wife in the River of Rebirth. Although that is not my true answer. In the knowledge of its wrongness, it is the only choice I can make. What say you, Mr. Chia? Facing Abu's inquiry, Su Changqing remained silent for a moment. In truth, he felt that neither Abu nor Long Weiwei was at fault. The answers may vary among different individuals, Su Changqing remarked. Mr. Chia, I also wish to attempt this question. Long Weiwei suddenly spoke up. Abu's eyes brightened as he exclaimed, Sister Wei, brilliant. You've even conceived this strategy. Trust me, the answer to this question must be selected. You go in first, and we shall meet on the 8th floor. Su Chongqing pondered for a moment, but did not deter Long Weiwei. He was uncertain what the 1,000-coffin array truly tested. Very well, go ahead. Answer according to your own thoughts. Long Weiwei flashed a sweet smile, gazing at Su Chongqing for 3 seconds before striding toward the 4th coffin. With determination, she opened the lid. Inside, a corpse appeared, a male, bearing a resemblance to Su Chongqing. Long Weiwei paused for a moment, then climbed into the coffin and lay down. With a thud, the lid swiftly closed. Similar to Abu before her, the coffin was ensnared in a web of blood-like threads, with a pulsating heart suspended in the center. And the character for obsession emerged on the lid. Subsequently, an identical question appeared before Long Weiwei. To revive your deceased husband, you have stolen the forbidden techniques of the river of rebirth, leading to turmoil among the souls at the riverbed. Now, the lingering spirit of your husband appears and asks you, if given a second chance, would you choose to save me or protect the world? Save you. The world has no bearing on me. Protect the world. We are inherently unrelated. Destroy my soul, and together we shall return to the river of rebirth. Long Weiwei had previously heard Abu recount this tale. Thus, she was not overly astonished. Her gaze revealed unwavering determination, and deep within, she already possessed her answer. Showing no signs of wavering, I choose, as Abu said, the plight of the masses is of no concern to me. She merely wishes for Chie to survive, and anyone who stands in her way shall be met with ruthless elimination. Resolute and unwavering. This is her obsession. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Ding. Congratulations on your correct choice. As the words fell, a passage suddenly appeared on the coffin floor. Upon hearing the system prompt, Long Weiwei's lips curled into a triumphant smile. She understood that the 4th coffin was a cocoon of obsession, assessing a person's deepest desires rather than mere answers. Initially, she had hesitated between choosing or following her inner truth. However, during her prior conversation with Su Chongqing, he had encouraged her to respond according to her own thoughts. With that brief remark, Long Weiwei felt an immense sense of conviction. Indeed, her deepest obsession was to save her husband. In truth, Abu was not entirely mistaken. It was just that his strongest obsession was not clearly defined in his own mind. But at this moment, Long Weiwei could no longer remind him. Alas, she hoped that Mr. Chie might enlighten Abu. With a silent sigh, she stepped into the passage. Outside, suddenly, Su Chongqing and Abu heard the system prompt. Congratulations to Long Weiwei for making the correct choice and entering the next level. Upon hearing this announcement, Abu leaped with joy, exclaiming, "Ha, Mr. Chie, I, Abu, am quite clever. Once you enter, trust my judgment, choose. It must be the longest answer." Su Chongqing furrowed his brows and glanced at Abu, cautioning, "Abu, you ought to think carefully. This question assesses the cocoon of obsession, not the superficial answers that emerge. You must immerse yourself, comprehend your deepest desire. For that is the true answer." What? Abu was momentarily stunned, grappling with self-doubt. Could it be true? No way. I still believe Mr. Chie is mistaken. The answer must be. Shaking his head, he returned to the 4th coffin and opened the lid. Inside lay the same corpse as before, a male. But this time, he discerned that the body bore a striking resemblance to someone. Such an unattractive individual, yet he bears a resemblance to my uncle. Abu's uncle, who had always been his childhood idol. In an instant, memories surged forth like a tide, transporting him back to a distant past. In his youth, his uncle was the most radiant figure in his life, a true prodigy in Linjiang City, endowed with exceptional talent and unmatched prowess. During Abu's naive years, his uncle was the figure he aspired to admire and pursue. At the age of 25, my uncle successfully broke through to level 60, ascending to the ranks of the super strong. On that day, the entire city of Linjiang erupted in jubilation. The people cheered and reveled in pride, celebrating the presence of such a prodigious warrior in their midst. Abu was particularly exhilarated, unable to sleep for several nights. Convinced that his uncle was the most formidable person in the world, and believing he too would eventually become a great warrior like him. However, fate often revels in its cruel twists. Shortly after my uncle's triumphant breakthrough, an unforeseen calamity descended upon Linjiang. A horde of ferocious beasts surged forth from unknown origins, encircling the city like a tide of darkness. These creatures were immensely powerful, laying waste to homes, and inflicting grievous casualties upon the populace. In the face of this dire situation, my uncle stepped forward without hesitation. Standing atop the city walls, he gazed down at the clawing monsters, his eyes devoid of fear. After coordinating the evacuation of the citizens, he resolutely chose to confront the beasts alone. Like a god of war, he felled countless foes. Yet, the sheer number of beasts was overwhelming, an unending wave crashing upon him. Gradually, he felt his strength waning, wounds blossoming across his body, blood staining his garments. Ultimately, my uncle fell. With his life, he forged an unassailable barrier for the people. Once the final group of citizens had safely evacuated, they looked upon the blood-soaked battlefield, their hearts heavy with sorrow and gratitude. Reflecting on this, Abu's eyes moistened, tears cascading down unbidden. In that moment, an unprecedented determination flickered in his gaze. He seemed to grasp the essence of his obsession, his heart alight with clarity. Subsequently, he stepped into the coffin, lying down, whispering the answer that had taken root within him. I choose. Chapter 57. Silence is the best response as Abu lay in the coffin. His eyes surveyed the options before him, a stark contrast to his initial experience. The first time he reclined within, he had focused solely on the content of the question, seeking to decipher what constituted the correct answer. However, this time, after immersing himself in the experience, he comprehended the meaning behind the so-called cocoon of obsession in the fourth coffin. So this is my obsession, Abu murmured, his gaze gradually solidifying and brightening with conviction. I choose. What trivial matters of love concern me? I choose to save the world. Women, huh? Ding. Congratulations on your correct choice. With a rumble, a passageway appeared in the floor of the coffin. Upon witnessing this, a confident smile, unprecedented in its brilliance, graced Abu's lips. He then strode forth with steadfast resolve, much like his uncle, charging fearlessly into the throng of beasts. Outside, Su Changqing waited, and after 2 minutes, a smile began to spread across his face. It was his turn. He approached the fourth coffin, lifting the lid to reveal a petite corpse within. It was a woman, seemingly in her 30s. Her brows bore an air of resolute strength, reminiscent of a grown-up Long Weiwei. Su Changqing paused momentarily, then stepped into the coffin with his right foot. With a resounding thud, the lid swiftly closed, presenting him once more with the enigmatic dilemma. Rescue the lost wife. Save the masses. Self-destruction. Prompt. Please respond within 1 minute. Upon hearing the system's notification, a faint smile flickered at the corners of Su Changqing's mouth, and then there was silence. He simply waited. 10 seconds. 30 seconds. 50 seconds. Soon enough, the minute elapsed. Ding. Congratulations on your correct choice. A passageway appeared in the coffin lid, and without a glance back, he entered. Answers. There were no answers to be found here. Thus, silence became the most eloquent response. To him, whether it was rescuing the lost wife, saving the masses, or the folly of self-destruction, none were his true obsessions. To live again, bound by such trivialities, would render his rebirth meaningless. In this life, he lived solely for himself. Ding. Prompt. You have entered the 8th level of the Spirit Hall. Mr. Chia, we are here. Abu greeted him, brimming with vitality and confidence, waving at Su Changqing. Upon approaching, Abu smiled and declared, Mr. Chia, I shall take the lead this time. What nonsense is this 1,000 coffins array? It's a mere trifle. I'm off. I'll be waiting for you on the next level. With that, Abu strode towards the pile of coffins. Encountering a fresh batch before him, he walked to the opposite side, grinning, and said, My lucky number is 12. This 1S for me. He lifted the lid, revealing the corpse of a pregnant woman. Abu furrowed his brow momentarily, then lay down inside. Once the lid closed, the coffin bore the inscription Filial Son, surrounded by iron chains inscribed with names, totaling 105. Soon, a choice appeared before Abu. You seek vengeance for your father, slaying his enemies, yet inadvertently kill their pregnant wife and child. Now, the souls demand retribution. What will you do? Trade your life for theirs. Commit suicide to atone. Enter the monastic life, atone for a lifetime, root out the threat. Slay all 105 members of the enemy clan. Understanding the rules of the game, Abu considered the options and did not hesitate long, confronting his own truth. I choose. As his words echoed, the system's notification sounded, and a passageway to the next level appeared in the coffin lid. Without delay, he turned and stepped inside. Shortly thereafter, Long Weiwei also chose this coffin. Her reasoning was quite simple. If Abu could make the right choice, surely she could as well. However, upon encountering the question, she fell into silence, lacking the decisiveness that Abu exhibited. In truth, she wished to make a choice, but after much hesitation, she concluded that she could not bring herself to do such a thing. If the adversary had slain Mr. Chia, she might have lost her sanity. But since the foe was her father's murderer, it mattered not. Having endured scorn since childhood and harboring little affection for her father, she would certainly not take it upon herself to eliminate the entire opposing faction for his sake. I choose. Bang. The coffin lid slammed shut, and Su Chongqing lay within, feeling the chilling temperature emanating from the adjacent corpse. Soon, he too faced a similar dilemma. This question seems rather straightforward. Even if not for my father, for my own sake, the entire family of the adversary must be eradicated. Yet, 105 individuals still feels insufficient. I ought to annihilate every stray creature, every flower and blade of grass. So, should I remain silent? Very well, for the sake of safety. I shall heed my inner voice and continue to keep silent. Indeed, this answer lacks a certain depth. 1 minute later. Ding. Congratulations on your correct choice. As expected, I am the ultimate villain. The passageway materialized, and Su Chongqing stepped inside, entering the 9th level of the spirit hall. Ha ha ha, Mr. Chia. Your pace is rather sluggish. I completed it in under 10 seconds, and Sister Wei was slightly slower, taking about 30 seconds. Yet you took over a minute. What is the matter? Was the answer difficult? Unsure of what to select? It seems Mr. Chia lacks a clear understanding of himself. Huh? Abu was positively brimming with pride. Mr. Chia, it's all right, as long as you pass. Don't mind that rascal Abu. Long Weiwei consoled. Su Chongqing felt somewhat speechless. His answer had come to him in an instant. Yet the crux of the matter was that he had to wait for the system to time out before he could submit it. Truly, even the most benevolent of judges could not assist him in this predicament. At that moment, Abu's smirk grew even wider, confidently proclaiming, "Everyone, allow me to take the lead. We shall meet on the 10th level." With that, Abu approached and chose the first coffin. Once lying inside, the lid sealed shut. The coffin igniting with ghostly green flames, surrounded by carvings of howling ghostly visages, with charred blood seeping through the seams of the lid. You were once driven from your clan due to slander, wandering for 30 years before achieving success. Now, your clan kneels, begging for your forgiveness, presenting the head of the one who falsely accused you. What will you do? With blood avenged upon blood, apologies accepted, and severed heads burned in the pursuit of familial detachment, Abu naturally chose the path of Long Weiwei. As for Su Chongqing, he too made his selection, sparing him from silence. Thus, the three of them safely navigated through the 1,000 coffins array, completing the 3 challenges in less than 10 minutes. On the other side, the members of the frenzied battle of the world were deliberating at the entrance to the 6th level. What should we do now? Should we surrender our memories and forfeit a skill, allowing the old ferryman to stealthily guide us through, or confront the level 9 lord, the River Lord's vengeful spirit, head-on? I believe we should face it directly. Skills are too precious to forget. With our numbers, we need not fear a single River Lord. If there were 2 Lord-level beings, I might be concerned about our chances or the possibility of losing a few members, but with only one, I suggest we charge forth. Indeed, frenzied battle, let us attack. I'll take the lead and pave the way for my brothers. Chapter 58, The Mirror Realm, Abu's personal showcase. Frenzied battle, let us strike. Huang Hao proposed. Though forgetting a skill may expedite our progress, even if we surround the River Lord's vengeful spirit, it will not consume much time. Given our current pace, we will surely leave Long Weiwei and the others far behind. Frenzied battle beamed with pride at his brother's suggestions. Excellent. I am exceedingly pleased with my brothers. None have faltered. Then let us proceed with our assault. Kill. At his command, everyone rushed forward, except for the symbolic little fish, engaging in fierce combat with the River Lord. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. As the group's attention was entirely captivated by the River Lord, the old ferryman struck from behind. What the hell? This old hag. To think she would resort to a sneak attack. We were utterly unprepared for her. Damn it. We've been outmaneuvered by this old woman. Brothers, steady yourselves. Do not panic. Let us first deal with the River Lord, and then we shall attend to her. I thought she was just an ordinary hag. Little did I know she was a ruthless fiend. Once we dispatch the River Lord, I shall dismember her. Forget about that old crone. Let us concentrate our firepower on the River Lord, We cannot falter at this critical moment. We cannot afford to give Long Weiwei and the others a reason to mock us. Everyone, refrain from rash actions. This old hag succeeded in her ambush to disrupt our formation. Maintain your ranks, support one another. The River Lord is on the verge of collapse. Victory is within our grasp. Faced with two Lord-level beings, even Frenzied Battle and his crew found themselves in disarray. Fortunately, at this pivotal moment, Frenzied Battle stepped forward to stabilize the situation. 30 minutes later, as the two Lord-level beings were vanquished, the members of Frenzied Battle lay exhausted on the ground, their health severely depleted. This is utterly infuriating. Could it be that the old woman was angered after we declined the trade? Never mind. Let us not dwell on it. We are bound to encounter such situations, and it is certain that Long Weiwei and her team will face similar challenges. We have exerted ourselves so tirelessly, yet they may not even surmount this hurdle. Fortunately, we have the formidable Quangzhan to bolster our ranks. Otherwise, we would likely face total annihilation. Ha ha. The talent leaderboard will commence tomorrow, and Quangzhan is sure to dominate, undoubtedly claiming the top spot. Breathless, Huang Hao rose to his feet and declared, "Let us go, brothers," and hastened to the 7th level. Just then, an unexpected flurry of announcements cascaded across the public screen. Congratulations to Long Weiwei's team for achieving the first full server kill of the Hell-level dungeon in the 13th layer of the Spirit Hall with a time of 1 hour, 8 minutes, and 52 seconds, earning 10 advanced health pills, 100 gold coins, and the Soul Ring special. Congratulations to Long Weiwei's team. Congratulations. The denizens of Quangzhan Tianxiao were rendered speechless by the proclamation on the screen. Their initial reaction was one of disbelief. What on earth? How could this be possible? We have fought tooth and nail, and they have already claimed the first kill of the 13th layer. What is going on? Are we not playing the same game? Were they not just two individuals? How could they possibly outpace us by such a margin? Heaven help me. I wish to see their completion video. For the first time, Quangzhan Tianxiao felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness wash over them. This time, they had lost the advantage in the Spirit Hall dungeon, and Long Weiwei had anticipated every conceivable tactic. Ultimately, they were left at her mercy. This woman has piqued my interest more and more. Quangzhan murmured, "Mouse, I entrust you with a task. Do whatever it takes to uncover Long Weiwei's identity in the real world. I wish to meet her." Huang Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he replied, "Quangzhan, does this mean we are soon to have a sister-in-law?" "Nonsense." Quangzhan jested. "I am merely curious about what kind of woman can so frequently create difficulties for us. If possible, I would like to recruit her into our team." "Ha ha ha, splendid. I shall take care of it. I too am eager to discover who Long Weiwei truly is." Huang Hao chuckled. "Let us go, brothers. Since the first kill record is no longer ours, we are unburdened. Let us get to it. Now, let us rewind 30 minutes. After Su Changqing and his team traversed the 1,000 coffin array, they entered the 10th layer of the Spirit Hall. The transition from the 10th to the 12th layer formed a mirrored realm, a world of reflections. The team needed to designate one member to partake in the challenge. The 10th layer would replicate a mirror entity, a standard reflection. The 11th layer would present an elite mirror entity, while the 12th layer would feature a leader-level mirror entity. The difficulty is self-evident. After a moment of contemplation, Abu stepped forward and proclaimed, "If the sovereign commands the vassal to perish, the vassal must comply. Mr. Chia, are you joining? If not, I shall proceed." Long Weiwei rolled her eyes and sent a glance over. "Hey, Wei Jia, don't be so strict with your demands. We've come this far. Can't I at least show off a bit? All right, I'm going." After saying this, Abu left without looking back. This challenge was essentially an assessment of individual combat skills within a team. While it might be daunting for others, for Long Weiwei and her companions, one-on-one battles were merely routine. As Abu stepped into the 10th layer of the mirrored world, the scenery around him instantly twisted and transformed, revealing a mirror image of himself, ordinary in appearance, but with a somewhat vacant stare. Abu scrutinized this replica, a playful smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "Oh, so this is my doppelganger? Doesn't he look like much? It hasn't he even managed to capture a fraction of my charm?" He muttered to himself, adjusting his collar and striking a pose he deemed impressive. Before he could finish his thought, the mirror image launched an attack. Although swift, the movement appeared to Abu as if in slow motion. He easily dodged the blow and retaliated with a punch that landed squarely on the mirror image's chest. The replica, in pain, spun around and executed a fierce kick aimed at Abu. However, He seemed to anticipate this, leaping gracefully above the mirror image, arms crossed, wearing a smug expression. Haha, your reactions are painfully sluggish. It looks like I need to spice things up for you. As he spoke, Abu suddenly descended, his legs scissoring around the mirror image's neck. With a powerful twist, he slammed the replica hard onto the ground. The mirror image struggled to rise, but Abu would not grant it that opportunity. He quickly landed, pressing his foot firmly on the mirror image's chest, holding it down. The replica fought valiantly, but could not escape Abu's grip. So what do you think? Are you convinced? How does my scissor kick feel? Quite delightful, isn't it? Abu gazed down at the mirror image with a glint of mockery in his eyes. Forget it. Showing off alone is rather dull. You can just fade away. He raised his fist and struck the mirror image's head with force, resulting in a resounding thud. The mirror image collapsed and dissipated into specks of light, and the mirrored world vanished. Abu reappeared before the spectators, grinning as he proclaimed, "Did you see that? This is true strength. An ordinary mirror image? For me, it's a piece of cake. Effortless and enjoyable, like savoring a slice of tender beef at a hot pot, melting in my mouth without a hint of pressure. Mr. Chia, I suggest we reassess Abu's abilities." Long Weiwei said calmly. It took him 3 minutes to defeat an ordinary mirror image. I suspect he was just fooling around in there. Abu exclaimed, "Damn it. Long Weiwei, how could you insult me?" Well, Wei Jia, you're right. I'll improve. I'll strive to finish the next layer in under a minute. Upon hearing this, Long Weiwei removed the lethal fangs that were poised at his neck. The uniqueness of the specialized profession was now manifesting. All right, Sister Wei, I'm off, Abu remarked with a laugh, striding confidently towards the entrance of the 11th level. His back exuded an air of arrogance and self-assurance. Elite mirror entities of the 11th level, prepare yourselves for a lesson from Abu. I shall make you aware of the profound solitude that accompanies true invincibility. As Abu stepped into the mirrored world of the 11th level, radiant light swirled around him, and 3 tall, imposing elite mirror entities surrounded him. They emanated subtle waves of spiritual energy, their eyes glinting with coldness and ferocity. Abu was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, quite the display here. 3 elite mirror entities? Are they planning to stage a triple showdown against me? However, he reassured himself, you have chosen the wrong opponent. Today, I shall demonstrate what true power entails. Initially, Abu had intended to conserve his strength for a confrontation with the Lord-level mirror entities, but given the circumstances, he had no choice but to unleash his full potential. As his words hung in the air, battle erupted instantaneously. The 3 mirror entities coordinated seamlessly, attacking him from different angles, their fists and legs intertwined, creating an impenetrable web of assault. Activating his battle form, Abu felt his strength multiply, his eyes turning crimson, and his breath quickening. He moved with the grace of a swallow, deftly navigating the gaps between their attacks. Internally, he reveled in his own prowess. Is this it? You can't even graze my clothes, and you call yourselves elite? More like elite novices. Seizing an opportunity, he dashed toward one of the mirror entities and delivered a powerful punch to its chest, sending it staggering backward. He pursued relentlessly, mocking, "Look at that. Can't withstand even this. I haven't even exerted my full strength yet." His invincible banter continued, fully aware that his adversaries would ignore his taunts. Yet he found joy in his own words. The other 2 mirror entities, sensing the shift, quickly attempted to flank him. Abu executed a graceful spinning kick, simultaneously repelling both foes. With his battle form activated, Abu grew increasingly adept, completely commanding the situation. In a matter of moments, he decisively vanquished them, watching as they dissolved into radiant light. What he had initially anticipated would take merely a minute extended beyond 5, prompting Su Chongqing and Long Weiwei to realize that unforeseen complications had arisen. Sure enough, shortly thereafter, they witnessed Abu emerging from within, his health diminished and his complexion pale. "Sister Wei, you can't scold me anymore." Abu pouted, sounding somewhat aggrieved. "You have no idea how difficult it was. There weren't 1 or 2 elite mirror entities at the 11th level. There were a full 3. If it weren't for my exceptional talent, I would be on my knees today. Yet, I find myself struggling at the 12th level. From here on, I must rely on you, Sister Wei. However, Sister Wei, it's not that I underestimate you. Confronting the Lord-level mirror entities at the 12th level will be even more daunting. If you possessed my caliber of talent, there might be a chance, but you are merely an ordinary individual. Taking them on alone would be exceedingly precarious." Long Weiwei cast a sidelong glance, replying coolly, You are the one who is weak. Your entire family is. Do you think I am like you, a coward? You. Upon hearing this, Abu felt a flush of embarrassment wash over him. Goodness. She appears to be a demure girl, yet beneath that facade lies a seasoned veteran. Sister Wei, do not accuse me of not giving you an opportunity. If you can conquer the 12th level within 3 minutes, I, Abu, shall henceforth accept the title of coward. However, should you fail, I shall become your elder brother. What say you? Long Weiwei met Abu's gaze, uttering not a single word, and brandished her toxic fang as she stepped forward. Witnessing this, Abu's heart swelled with delight. Finally, the chance for the slave to become the master has arrived. Long Weiwei, are you truly as formidable as you claim? How could one person possibly confront at least 2 Lord-level entities, or even 3? I shall relish watching you try to bluff your way through. The moment Long Weiwei entered the 12th level of the Spirit Hall, the surrounding space warped and deformed. The once vast arena was suddenly filled with countless colossal mirrors, each glimmering with an eerie light, resembling myriad eyes watching her intently. Soon after, the mirrors began to ripple violently, and 3 Lord-level mirror entities, identical to Long Weiwei, slowly emerged from within. These mirror entities mirrored her physique, appearance, and attire flawlessly, even wielding replicas of the toxic fang with identical effects. Their gazes were frigid, exuding the formidable aura characteristic of Lord-level beings, brimming with boundless murderous intent. Long Weiwei furrowed her brow, gripping the toxic fang tightly, her eyes fixed warily on the 3 sudden adversaries. Mr. Chia stated that I need only employ poison to vanquish them. Long Weiwei murmured, her eyes shining with determination. The words of Su Chongqing resonated within her like divine wisdom. Confronted with this peril, she hesitated not for a moment. With a hum, she activated her talent, coating the blade of her toxic fang with venom, the eerie green liquid flowing languidly along the sword's surface. Kill! The battle erupted instantaneously. The 3 mirror entities, like phantoms, lunged at Long Weiwei from 3 distinct directions simultaneously. Long Weiwei flickered, her toxic fang aiming directly for the vital points of the mirror entities. It appeared that they had also inherited her combat techniques, deftly evading her strikes while mimicking her movements, drawing forth their own replica toxic fangs, which they too coated with venom. The entire process can be described as identical. However, when their venom made contact with Long Weiwei, it emitted a sizzling sound, yet could not penetrate even the slightest bit. The venom was utterly incapable of inflicting any harm upon her. Yet, Long Weiwei's venom posed a lethal threat to the mirror entities. Seizing the moment as the mirror entity drew near, she struck with her deadly fangs across its form. With a sharp hiss, the venom swiftly permeated its body, causing the mirror entities to experience the terror of the toxin, their faces contorting in extreme discomfort. Observing this, Long Weiwei's lips curled into a smirk as she remarked, Mr. Chia is indeed correct. My profession possesses a uniqueness that cannot be replicated. Regardless of how the mirrored world attempts to imitate, it can never emulate my immunity to toxins. Long ago, Su Chongqing had recognized her uniqueness while recruiting Long Weiwei. Since she was singular, no matter how the mirrored world sought to imitate, it could only replicate the surface, the essence remained beyond reach. Realizing this, Long Weiwei keenly detected the mirror entity's disarray. She deliberately feigned a flaw, revealing a minute opening. One mirror entity, perceiving an opportunity, immediately lunged forward with its venomous fangs aimed at that gap. Long Weiwei's lips slightly curled upwards, revealing a hint of a cold smile. Just as the mirror entity's fangs were about to pierce her, she flickered out of sight, appearing as a specter behind the mirror entity, and drove her deadly fangs forcefully into its back. The venom erupted instantaneously, and the mirror entity let out a piercing scream as its form began to dissolve rapidly, dissipating into a cloud of black smoke. Without pause after dispatching the first mirror entity, Long Weiwei seized the advantage while the other 2 entities were still in shock, dashing towards them like lightning. With a swift thrust, her deadly fangs pierced the heart of the second mirror entity. The venom spread instantaneously. The second mirror entity collapsed with a thunderous crash, also transforming into black smoke. At this moment, only the final mirror entity remained. Gazing at Long Weiwei with a semblance of fear, Long Weiwei regarded the mirror entity coldly and declared, "You are merely a replica of me, and you shall never surpass my prowess." Infuriated by her words, the mirror entity let out a furious roar and lunged wildly at Long Weiwei. remaining unperturbed. She awaited the perfect moment, sidestepping its attack as it approached, and with the swiftness of lightning, she sliced her venomous fangs across the mirror entity's throat. The venom instantly severed its lifeline, and the final mirror entity slowly crumpled to the ground, vanishing without a trace. 2 minutes and 32 seconds. To an observer, it may seem but a fleeting moment, yet for Long Weiwei, it was an extreme challenge of life and death. Outside, Abu anxiously kept track of the time while waiting. As he noticed the dwindling time, his smile grew increasingly radiant. "Ha ha ha, soon I shall have a younger sister," he exclaimed. "I will certainly make her send me messages calling me brother every morning, noon, and night. She must remember to send gifts and greetings during festivals. I must teach her that in this life, one cannot always maintain a faade, and that one must learn the art of compromise." Chapter 60, Slaying the Dominant Phantom. The first player in the entire server to reach level 10 at that moment, the crowd suddenly received a system notification. Ding! Long Weiwei has slain 3 Lord-level mirror entities. The mirror world has been dispelled. Notice: the passage to the 13th layer of the Spirit Hall has been opened. Please prepare thoroughly before proceeding. Abu, what on earth? In just over 2 minutes, Sister Wei single-handedly took down 3 Lord-level mirror entities? What is happening? How on earth did she manage that? If I hadn't witnessed it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it. As soon as the words left his mouth, Long Weiwei appeared before everyone. Wielding the venomous Fong, her expression devoid of any joy, as if defeating 3 Lord-level mirror entities was merely a trivial feat for her. In comparison, Abu felt utterly overwhelmed. Long Weiwei approached Su Chongqing, revealing her feminine side, her cheeks slightly flushed. "Mr. Chia, you are truly remarkable." Upon hearing this, Abu was momentarily bewildered. "Wait, you were the one who fought the mirror entities. What does Chia have to do with it? This is utterly ridiculous." Seeing that Su Chongqing offered no explanation, Long Weiwei simply turned to Abu. "If you understood, you wouldn't be called a softie." Abu, damn. At that, Su Chongqing chuckled and said, "All right, let us not bicker anymore. We have finally reached the 13th layer. Time is of the essence. Let us complete this quickly so you can return to chopping wood. Let us go." With that, Su Chongqing led them down the last staircase. "Ding, you have entered the 13th layer of the Spirit Hall. Notice, as you have accepted the task of tracing the shadows of the 13th layer, this dungeon cannot be exited voluntarily. Please proceed with caution." As the announcement concluded, Su Chongqing and the others stood at the staircase's entrance, surveying their surroundings, a realm of darkness, devoid of any discernible boundaries. It felt as though they were in a world devoid of light. An inexplicable sense of oppression permeated the air, instilling a primal urge to flee. At the center of this space, a pitch-black shadow stood silently. It bore no features, no contours, only pure darkness, as if it were the ultimate terminator of all light. The aura emanating from this shadow was cold and malevolent, sending chills down their spines. With a furrowed brow, Su Chongqing examined the shadow as detailed information. Phantom Overlord. Level 10, Strength 60, Agility 150, Stamina 360, Spirit 250, Skills, Netherstrike, Mental Illusion, Phantom Clone. Do not be deceived by its clones. Unable to discern the true form? Then strike them all. But beware. It may deliver a heart-wrenching netherstrike while you are distracted. Hint: the Phantom is a being born from energy life forms within spatial rifts or concentrated malice. It lacks a fixed form, resembling a distorted shadow, moving erratically, and excels in creating illusions and mental assaults. Upon reading the information about the Phantom, Su Chongqing felt a weight in his heart. Indeed, it was of a higher caliber. The 12th level already featured 3 Overlord-level mirror bodies. The final level would undoubtedly be more challenging. In the realm of divine judgment, the known classifications of anomalies total 6: Ordinary, Elite, Lord, Overlord, Monarch, and Destruction. If the data for ordinary anomalies is set at 1, then Elite anomalies are 23 times stronger, Lords are 34 times, Overlords are 46 times, Monarchs are 68 times, and Destruction-level anomalies are 810 times. The Overlord-level Phantom before them, judging by its data, was evidently a being with high agility and spirit. "Sister Wei, what should we do now?" Abu asked, trembling. Long Weiwei drew out a venomous Fong, her gaze fixated on the Phantom as she calmly replied, having shed all inhibitions. "We have no path of retreat, but to confront it head-on. Abu gasped in astonishment. Simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. Sister Wei, you are formidable. Beep. The 7-Night Commission assigns you a task. Task. Repeat thrice. 7-Night is great. 7-Night is long. 7-Night is steadfast. Reward. Eliminate all negative statuses. Abu was taken aback, struggling to voice it. However, in preparation for the phantom, he resolved to give it his all and shouted 3 times. 7-Night is great. 7-Night is long. 7-Night is steadfast. 7-Night is great. 7-Night is long. 7-Night is steadfast. 7-Night is great. 7-Night is long. 7-Night is steadfast. Upon hearing this, Long Weiwei felt a delightful blush rise to her cheeks and stole a glance at Su Chongqing, thinking, it seems men enjoy such praises. Perhaps I might compliment him as well. Subsequently, Su Chongqing assigned a simple task to Long Weiwei, involving mere jumps and hops. At that moment, a roar erupted. The phantom's body suddenly radiated a dazzling light, akin to fireworks bursting in the night sky, mesmerizing yet eerie. Immediately after, its energy surged wildly, forming distorted ripples in the air. With a deep growl, 8 Overlord-level phantom clones slowly emerged from the ripples. These clones bore identical appearances to the Overlord phantom, emanating a chilling aura, their eyes reflecting an inexhaustible intent to kill. They flitted about like phantoms, sometimes dispersing and at other times converging, surrounding Long Weiwei and Abu as if they were a pack of ravenous wolves eyeing 2 lambs destined for slaughter. Long Weiwei, wielding a venomous fang, fixed her gaze upon them intently. Abu, you'll take 2 and I shall take 6. Upon hearing this, Abu was deeply moved, exclaiming, Sister Wei, I accept these 2. With that, Long Weiwei charged towards the nearest phantom doppelganger, declaring, Dragon Pattern Sword Technique. The venomous fang in her hand erupted with a golden radiance, interspersed with glimmers of green light. Abu, not wishing to lag behind, tightened his fists as his muscles swelled with vigor. Kill. The battle erupted instantaneously. Long Weiwei struck down with her sword, releasing a resounding dragon's roar as she aimed a fierce blow at the doppelganger's chest. The phantom reacted swiftly, dodging to the side, but Long Weiwei's swordplay was unpredictable. With a flick of her wrist, the venomous fang altered its trajectory and sliced towards the doppelganger's shoulder. It let out a cry of agony as a deep gash opened up, azure energy gushing forth from the wound, while the venom swiftly infiltrated its being, causing its attributes to plummet. Already at a disadvantage against Long Weiwei, the phantom now faced inevitable demise as the toxin ravaged its form. Meanwhile, Abu surged forth like a tiger descending from the mountains, engaging in close combat with the doppelgangers using his petrifying attack. His fists struck like sledgehammers, each blow eliciting a chilling wail from the phantoms. Once struck, the affected areas would instantly petrify, hampering their movements significantly. With a resounding crack, Long Weiwei felled the first doppelganger, its death cry echoing through the air. One by one, the phantoms were vanquished, yet Abu's stamina was nearing its limit. The main phantom seemed to sense Abu's fatigue and suddenly unleashed a netherworld strike. It appeared behind him like a wraith, a chilling claw radiating a ghostly glow aimed directly at Abu's back. Be careful, Long Weiwei shouted, but it was too late. Abu felt a sudden chill as the claw pierced through his body. He let out a muffled groan of pain, blood gushing from the wound, and his body swayed precariously, almost collapsing to the ground. Damn it, if you were just reaching for my rear, that would be one thing, but aiming for my heart is a death wish. How infuriating. This strike thoroughly enraged Abu, igniting a fierce fire within his eyes. Battle form. He bellowed, energy surging wildly around him as he activated his battle form. In an instant, his strength doubled. With a fierce determination akin to a tempest, the fist was swung towards the phantom overlord, each strike imbued with an overwhelming force. Upon witnessing Abu's injury, Long Weiwei felt a pang of concern and promptly rushed to provide support. In a swift motion, she materialized at the side of the phantom. The venomous fang in her grasp plunged deeply into the creature's flesh, the toxic liquid instantly seeping into its body through the wound. A furious roar erupted from the phantom, its form trembling slightly, clearly affected by the poison. However, being a being of dominion, the phantom quickly regained its composure and launched a frenzied counterattack. Its relentless assault left Long Weiwei and Abu struggling to keep pace, yet the poisoned creature gradually succumbed under their relentless pressure. Ding! Congratulations to Long Weiwei's team for achieving the first kill of the 13th layer of the Spirit Hall in Fishhead Village, earning 2 high-grade vitality pills and 20 gold. Congratulations to Long Weiwei's team for accomplishing the first kill of the Hell level dungeon in the 13th layer of the Spirit Hall, earning 5 high-grade vitality pills and 50 gold. A server-wide announcement is about to be made. Would you like to hide the team name? Long Weiwei, no. Congratulations to Long Weiwei's team for achieving the first kill of the Hell level dungeon in the 13th layer of the Spirit Hall, completing it in 1 hour, 8 minutes, and 52 seconds, earning 10 high-grade vitality pills, 100 gold, and the Rebirth Ring special. 5 consecutive system announcements resonated throughout the realm. Just as the world erupted in fervor, another revelation momentarily silenced the global chat. Whoa, everyone, check the level rankings. The top player in the server has reached level 10. The emergence of a new deity. Bow down in reverence, everyone. Chapter 61, Collective Level 10. Preparing for first job change ranking character name, level 17 Knights. Hidden. 10-2 Long Weiwei, 8-3 God of War Abu, 8-4 Mad Warrior of the World, 8-10 Tangbing, 8, having conquered the Hell level dungeon of the 13th layer. And with Su Chongqing reaping triple experience, his progress surged like a rocket. As the Phantom collapsed, he became the first player in server 9375 to reach level 10. While the world celebrated his solitary achievement, Su Chongqing finally received his first job change quest. Ding. Quest. The Path to Liberation of Fishhead Village. Quest background. Monstrous beasts surged like a relentless tide of darkness, mercilessly engulfing every region. Fishhead Village. Once a tranquil and idyllic settlement nestled by mountains and rivers, could not escape the clutches of these fiends. Wherever the beasts roamed, life was extinguished. Fishhead Village was swiftly shrouded in darkness. Its inhabitants plunged into an abyss of fear and despair, with laughter replaced by anguished cries. And you, 7 Knights, as the first valiant hero in server 9375 to attain level 10, bear the noble responsibility of rescuing Fishhead Village. Objective: successfully repel the monstrous invasion of Udo Village, liberating it from the clutches of these beasts and restoring peace and tranquility to the village. Kind reminder: reputation will aid you in obtaining greater privileges upon your advancement. Upon reviewing the mission details, Su Chongqing furrowed his brow and murmured, "A monstrous siege? Could it be a beast tide? Thus, my first tier advancement task is to lead the villagers and fellow players of Udo Village to fend off this crisis." Although he was uncertain, it did not deter him. Soon, Long Weiwei and Abu would also reach level 10. Member Long Weiwei has acquired the skill Phantom Strike. You have gained the skill Phantom Strike. Member Long Weiwei has acquired the skill Mental Mirage. You have gained the skill Mental Mirage. Member Long Weiwei has acquired the skill Shadow Clone. You have gained the skill Shadow Clone. Member Long Weiwei, still under the divine favor of luck, managed to obtain everything that the Shadow Clone could yield. However, Su Chongqing remained particularly interested in the Rebirth Ring. Rebirth Ring, Special, Level 10, Damage Increase, 10. You might dismiss adding 10 to 100. But what if it were adding 10 million to 100 million? Upon seeing the ring, both Long Weiwei and Abu were ecstatic, especially Abu, who spontaneously broke into a somewhat off-key yet cheerful rendition of a familiar tune, singing, "Halua, Halua, 7 flowers on 1 vine, undaunted by wind and rain. La 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 la." As he danced about, he envisioned himself as the fearless Halua, ready to embark on grand adventures with the Rebirth Ring. He bounced around Su Chongqing, exclaiming, "Wow, Mr. Chia, this ring is incredible. With it, we can be as formidable as Halua, unafraid of any demon or monster. From today onward, I, Abu, shall dominate this divine world." Wahaha. Su Chongqing chuckled and replied, "Let us go. Return to turn in the quest, and you both should hasten to reach level 10. Before long, they returned to Udo Village, locating the villager Ainyo to hand in the 13th layer of the Spirit Hall Shadow Tracking Quest. Long Weiwei and Abu instantly ascended to level 9, though the commotion was minimal, as all attention was drawn to Su Chongqing. It seemed that all players below level 10 paled in comparison. Su Chongqing contemplated his resources. He currently possessed 34 high-grade vitality pills, each capable of enhancing experience by 300 points, totaling an increase of 100,000 experience. Long Weiwei and Abu each held 17 pills, each providing an additional 50,000 experience. Thus, To ascend from level 9 to level 10 required exactly 100,000 experience. In essence, currently, the blood elixirs they possess are sufficient for both of them to reach level 10 in one breath. After contemplating this, Su Changqing looked at Long Weiwei and Abu, smiling as he said, "Do you two wish to indulge in a bit of grandeur?" Long Weiwei replied with a puzzled expression, while Abu asked, "Mr. Chia, what do you mean by that? Isn't our first kill today already impressive enough?" With a slight smirk, Su Changqing shook his head. "What is this? An hour-long dungeon record is nothing to boast about. In no time, it will be shattered by the mad warriors." "That's true," Abu exclaimed. "Mr. Chia, just tell me. If it allows me to show off, I will introduce my cousin to you." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, a wave of murderous intent piercing through him. He inwardly cursed, realizing he had forgotten that Weiwei was still beside him. Hastily turning his head, he forced a smile. "Weiwei, I was just joking, please don't mind me. Mr. Chia will always be yours." Long Weiwei's cheeks flushed slightly, and she scoffed lightly. When Su Changqing produced the high-grade blood elixirs, Long Weiwei and Abu were momentarily stunned, gasping in astonishment. "Good heavens! Mr. Chia, you are truly remarkable. You can produce over 30 of these at once. It's simply terrifying. In the past, I never understood why those mistresses would sell their bodies for a bit of money. Now, seeing you, Mr. Chia, I finally comprehend. When temptation reaches a certain magnitude, who can possibly resist?" As Abu spoke, his eyes sparkled with excitement, fixated on the blood elixirs. Nearly drooling, Su Changqing smiled gently, distributing the elixirs into their hands. Upon receiving the elixirs, Abu felt an overwhelming joy and began to understand why Long Weiwei was so supportive of Su Changqing. Ding! Member Long Weiwei has leveled up to level 10, gaining 5 attribute points. You gain 5 attribute points. Member War God Abu has leveled up to level 10, gaining 5 attribute points. You gain 5 attribute points. Your current experience pool accumulates 180,000. As Long Weiwei and Abu both reached level 10, the entire world was thrown into an uproar. My goodness! Long Weiwei and Abu actually made it to level 10? Is this speed akin to riding a rocket? What? Level 10? It's only the 5th day since the server opened. This completely shatters our previous perceptions of leveling speed. It's an extraordinary feat. This is insane. The leveling speed of these two is beyond imagination. It is undoubtedly one of the most shocking events in the history of Divine games. This made things even more entertaining. One wonders who among anonymous brother, Long Weiwei, and Abu will be the first to succeed in class advancement. Abu, filled with excitement, clenched his fists in disbelief. This feels like a dream. Initially, I intended merely to deceive Mr. Chia into relinquishing the infernal blood jade he possessed. Little did I anticipate that, in doing so, I would inadvertently make one of the most sagacious choices of my life. It seems I, Abu, am truly destined to become a war god. Ha ha ha. What a laugh. Long Weiwei cast a sidelong glance and remarked, "Mr. Chia's selfless assistance to us means that our only way to repay him is by transforming the Evernight faction into a superpower." Indeed, Abu nodded emphatically. "Let us hasten to find Liao Yongxian with our job transfer recommendation letter." Chapter 62. Long Weiwei assaults the job transfer mentor, jeopardizing her future? With the job transfer recommendation letter in hand, Long Weiwei and Abu hurriedly made their way to Liao Yongxian. Along the journey, a resolute glimmer shone in Long Weiwei's eyes as she quietly murmured, "I must succeed. I cannot disappoint Mr. Chia." Before long, they encountered Liao Yongxian, a venerable elder with a kind yet commanding presence. He scrutinized the recommendation letter with great care before slowly speaking. "You two possess both determination and opportunity. Thus, seek out more suitable mentors to further hone your skills." Turning his gaze towards Long Weiwei, he added with a smile, "I see potential in you to become a benevolent apothecary. Seek out Apothecary Dar, for he may guide you towards proficiency in the art of alchemy. However, his standards are quite high. You may need to display greater patience." Long Weiwei, feeling somewhat anxious, nodded in agreement. Gifted as she was, she fervently hoped that upon her first job transfer, she would acquire more combat-oriented skills. Though such aspirations seemed fanciful, she was unwilling to relinquish them. Liao Yongxian then turned his attention to Abu, his smile radiating even more warmth than before. He spoke candidly, "Young man, your talent surpasses that of this young lady by a considerable margin. I believe you have a brighter future ahead. Therefore, go seek out the martial artist Babadu and inform him that I, Liao Yongxian, personally recommended you. He will surely cultivate you into an exceptional fighter. After speaking, Liao Yongxian glanced at Long Weiwei, seemingly advising, you need not mention my recommendation. The evident disparity in treatment made even Abu feel a tinge of embarrassment. Wei Jia, do not take it to heart. Talent is merely one facet of evaluating a person's strength. Possessing lesser talent does not equate to weaker capability. In truth, as Abu uttered these words, even he struggled to believe them. At present, they were both in the novice stage, their innate abilities yet to be fully realized. Thus, while Long Weiwei appeared formidable, the reality was quite different. As levels increased and players transitioned into higher professions, unlocking further talents, Long Weiwei would find herself at a distinct disadvantage. Well then, Long Weiwei's eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment. I shall take my leave for now. We will reconvene at Mr. Chie's residence later. Upon finishing her words, Long Weiwei turned and exited, making her way to the residence of the apothecary, Dar. Approximately 10 minutes later, she encountered Dar, a slender old man with piercing eyes. He was seated before a cluttered workbench, immersed in his tasks. Upon seeing Long Weiwei, he furrowed his brow, scrutinizing her before a disdainful smirk curled at his lips. So, this is the one recommended by Liao Yongxian? A mere girl with mediocre potion-making talent? Dar crossed his arms, his face a mask of contempt. Do you truly believe you can become an apothecary with such meager skills? You seem oblivious to the reality. Without exceptional talent, this craft is a futile endeavor, utterly devoid of promise. He tapped rhythmically on the table, each sound resonating like a hammer striking at Long Weiwei's self-esteem. Has that old fool Liao lost his wits? Sending a talentless individual like you to me is nothing but a waste of my time. Does he think I will accept just anyone he throws my way? At these words, Long Weiwei's face drained of color. The confidence she had built over the past few days began to crumble, although she had prepared herself for the worst before arriving. The situation seemed graver than she had anticipated. Could it be that I truly have no hope? She pondered. Indeed, talent dictates one's limits. With my abilities, what future could I possibly envision? At that moment, the light in her eyes began to fade. Suddenly, she felt a presence approaching from behind, followed by a gentle grasp on her hand. The warmth radiating from that touch ignited a flicker of comfort within her. Mr. Chieyu. It was Su Changqing, who had been trailing behind Long Weiwei. He was eager to observe the progression of her unique vocation. Initially, he intended to remain uninvolved, but witnessing the scorn directed at Long Weiwei compelled him to intervene, acting instinctively. Su Changqing offered a reassuring smile and remarked, a beautiful exterior may find you lacking, while an intriguing soul may deem you mundane. In the eyes of others, perfection is unattainable, so why concern yourself with their judgment? He continued, wisdom is meant for those who comprehend it. For the shameless, one must retaliate in kind. Dar's expression darkened instantly upon hearing this. You think you're important just because others address you as Lord Chia? You must be delusional. Look at you now, a pitiful wretch, lacking strength, devoid of status. Yet you presume to instruct others? You should consider your own worth. Even the stray dogs on the street would scorn you. And what do you propose to retaliate with? Your empty words? Be careful not to end up on the ground, searching for your teeth, too late to even cry out. Long Weiwei, initially anxious and apprehensive, felt her gaze turn icy at Dar's venomous taunts, her resolve hardening without a moment's hesitation. She raised her hand and struck Dao's cheek with a resounding slap. The sound echoed, startling the players at the entrance. Dao, utterly unprepared for such audacity from an apprentice, did not even attempt to evade the blow, instead enduring the humiliation head-on. You, he exclaimed, clutching his stinging face, his eyes wide in disbelief at the audacity unfolding before him, rage igniting within his gaze. You little wretch, how dare you lay hands on me? Trembling with fury, he pointed an accusatory finger at Long Weiwei, his voice piercing like a broken gong. You must be tired of living, causing chaos in this place. You shall learn that offending me is the gravest mistake of your life. I will make you wish for death. Before he could finish, Su Changqing delivered another slap. This strike knocked out the remaining few teeth he had left, sending him crashing against the wall and sliding down to the floor. The players watched in astonishment, their faces painted with disbelief. Good heavens, I've never seen anything like this. Even the class mentor can be struck. This is astonishing. My word, does this girl possess the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard? The mentor holds a position of great authority within the game's hierarchy. And with this slap, it feels as though she is rewriting the very narrative of the game. I had always believed that players had to obediently heed the mentor's words, treading cautiously in pursuit of class advancement. Yet here she was, initiating a brawl. Such audacity is nothing short of miraculous. I am beginning to doubt if I am playing the same game. Dao, trembling, managed to rise from the ground. His face flushed with rage. Yet, under the glaring light of day, he dared not retaliate against Su Chongqing, only casting her a venomous glare. This slap will not be forgotten. He hissed. 7 Knights, do not think yourself formidable. It is this girl's future you have jeopardized. Without my guidance, she shall never advance classes. Huh? Depart now. To think you could pursue advancement under my watch is nothing but a foolish dream. Chapter 63. Abu activates the bloodline of the underworld race. Su Chongqing receives reward feedback as Su Chongqing and Long Weiwei exited from the alchemist Dao. The system chimed. Ding. Member War God Abu has successfully advanced classes, gaining 50 free attribute points. You have also received 50 free attribute points. No sooner had the announcement concluded than a flurry of system notifications cascaded across the screens of the onlookers. Congratulations to War God Abu for becoming the first player to fully advance to the first tier in server 9375. Congratulations to War God Abu. In an instant, the discussions that had previously centered on Su Chongqing shifted entirely to Abu. Good heavens! Has Abu somehow exploited a cheat? It's only the 5th day since the server opened, and he has already completed his first class advancement? He is the very first in the entire server. Abu's success imparts a profound lesson. Being the first to set forth does not guarantee victory. Rather, it is the one who ultimately prevails who is deemed the true winner. That said, it seems our anonymous friend has faltered this time. But what of Long Weiwei? My friends, whispers abound that Long Weiwei has physically confronted her class transfer instructor. Now, they refuse to allow her to change jobs. How absurd. From now on, she shall be my sister. Truly impressive. Su Chongqing was taken aback upon receiving the news of Abu's successful class transfer. So soon. This suggests that his first-tier transfer task must differ significantly from ours. Weiwei, let us return and regroup with Abu, he proposed. All right, she replied. At this moment, Long Weiwei had regained her composure, though a twinge of envy for Abu lingered. Before long, Su Chongqing arrived at his residence. As soon as he stepped inside, Abu rushed toward him, beaming with joy. Ha ha ha. Mr. Chia, I am utterly reveling in this charade. Can you believe it? My father called to say he wishes to host a celebration, and numerous families I once dared not even dream of are reaching out, proposing their daughters for marriage. A mere nod from me, and I shall instantly have a fiancée. Su Chongqing nodded, unfazed. Abu was anything but ordinary now, ranked 3rd on the leaderboard, the first in the entire server to achieve a first-tier class transfer, and the first to claim a hell-level kill in the Tomb Dungeon. He had amassed an impressive array of accomplishments, each a worthy tale for a lifetime of boasting. However, Su Chongqing was not particularly interested in such accolades. Instead, he inquired, Abu, what enabled you to transfer so swiftly? Upon hearing this, Abu raised his chin, hands crossed over his chest, and boastfully replied, Mr. Chia, are you seeking my guidance? Su Chongqing retorted, how infuriating. I wish to deliver a beating. Observing this, Long Weiwei brandished her poisonous fang, poised at Abu's neck. Startled, Abu quickly regained his composure. Grinning as he exclaimed, Weiwei, do not be so hasty. Are you plotting rebellion against Brother Abu? Let me tell you, today is not like any other day. After my successful transfer, I now gain 15 free attribute points with each level, and I just received an additional 50 points. I assure you, I am not lagging behind. Su Chongqing, noticing Abu's lofty demeanor, calmly warned, if you do not cease, I shall expel you from the faction. This statement struck a nerve, and Abu immediately deflated. Ha ha ha. I was merely jesting, Mr. Chia, Sister Wei. I simply wished to show off, nothing more. In truth, my transfer task was quite straightforward. It consisted of just 2 parts, a martial arts knowledge assessment and a practical combat test. Since I awakened my profession as a novice boxer, my family has arranged for me to study under the renowned boxing master every evening, imparting to me the essential skills of my new vocation. Thus, despite appearing inexperienced, I possess a certain knowledge about the intricacies of childbirth. This revelation nearly left Su Chongqing in shock. Enough of that. Now be on your way to chop some wood. What? Still lingering? Su Changqing urged him to leave, yet Abu hesitated, appearing somewhat bashful. Mr. Chia, may I have a moment of your time? Su Changqing raised an eyebrow and replied directly, we consider Wei Wei one of our own. Speak freely, or be on your way. Upon hearing this, Long Wei Wei felt a surge of emotion, her eyes welling up with tears. Abu was momentarily taken aback, surprised by Su Changqing's regard for Long Wei Wei. Gritting his teeth, he gradually found his resolve and said, Mr. Chia, would you be willing to sell me the nether blood jade in your possession? I can procure anything you desire. At this, Su Changqing's lips curled into a slight smile, unperturbed by the request. He had suspected the presence of a nether blood lineage within Abu when he synchronized with Abu's extraordinary talent, the nether battle body. In the next moment, he tossed the nether blood jade toward Abu, stating, take the nether blood jade for now. Consider it a favor owed. Abu cradled the nether blood jade in his hands, his expression one of disbelief. Was it truly this simple? If only he had known how easily Mr. Chia could be persuaded. He wouldn't have waited so long. What a fool he was. Meanwhile, Su Changqing reveled inwardly. If you do not grow stronger, how could I benefit from you? Thank you, Mr. Chia. I must hasten to activate my bloodline at the stronghold, Abu said, not daring to linger outside for too long, fearing he might attract other netherfolk. With a focused thought, he swiftly made his way to the stronghold. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm himself. Yet the rapid beating of his heart betrayed his anxiety and excitement. Slowly, he raised his hand, his fingertips trembling slightly as he brought the ominously glowing nether blood jade before his eyes. This moment would determine his fate. Without further hesitation, he transformed his other hand into a claw and swiftly tore open his shirt, plunging it toward his chest without a moment's pause. The sharp nails pierced his skin, and he pressed the nether blood jade against the wound. As the blood jade made contact with his blood, an overwhelming force surged forth. Abu let out a muffled groan, his complexion paling instantly, yet he gritted his teeth and held tightly to the jade, allowing the force to wreak havoc within him. The blood jade began to emit an even more dazzling red light, enveloping Abu entirely. He felt a searing yet chilling energy flood into his body through the wound, like a relentless tidal wave crashing through his veins, scorching and freezing them in turn, the pain nearly rendering him unconscious. Abu could not suppress a painful howl, his body trembling uncontrollably, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead and soaking his garments. His fists were tightly clenched, nails digging deep into his palms, blood dripping through his fingers, yet he endured, refusing to yield. As time passed, the force within him gradually softened, beginning to flow in an orderly manner throughout his body. Abu sensed subtle changes in every bone and muscle. With a thought, crimson patterns emerged upon the surface of his skin. After an indeterminate period, the red glow slowly faded, and Abu opened his eyes, a fierce sanguine gleam flashing within. Rising to his feet, he felt the surging power within him, a slight smile of triumph gracing his lips. Supreme talent, the netherworld battle body. Tenfold strength. Ha ha ha. The new king of the divine judgment world is none other than me, Abu. Outside the power stronghold, Su Changqing suddenly received feedback regarding Abu's activation of the Netherblood lineage. Chapter 64. Intermediate Plague Apothecary. Mr. Chia, how grand you are. Ding. Member War God Abu has acquired the Supreme Talent, Netherworld Battle Body. You have also gained the Supreme Talent, Netherworld Battle Body. Ding. Detected that you already possess the Supreme Talent, Netherworld Battle Body. Automatic merging in progress. Merge successful. Congratulations on mastering the Supreme Talent, Nether King Battle Body. The Nether King Battle Body is an unparalleled physique unique to the Nether King. Once activated, the user instantly gains a terrifying 15-fold increase in strength, while their mental capacity will experience a 3-fold decrease, exerting a natural hierarchical suppression over lower beings and undead creatures. The duration of the Nether King Battle Body is closely related to the character's level. Name: Chia, White, Shadow Nemesis. Occupation: Game Master, Unique. Beginner. Rank: Supreme. Level: 10. Status: Normal. Strength: 360. Agility: 76, 100. Constitution: 181. Mental: 89. Free attribute points: 0. Talents: Source of Venom. Nether King Battle Body. Skills: Dragon Pattern Sword Technique. Great Sun Tath Gata Mantra. Great Petrification Strike. Great Purification Spell. I placed the right bet. Su Changqing's decisive action in handing the Netherblood Jade to Abu was not solely to empower him. He also sought to gamble, to wager that upon activating the Netherblood lineage, Abu would enhance his talent, enabling synchronization with Abu's own abilities. And indeed, everything unfolded as he had anticipated. The two supreme talents merged automatically, becoming a singularly formidable supreme talent. The thrill of clandestinely reaping such rewards was utterly exhilarating. Given this, it was imperative to resolve the matter of Long Weiwei's talent seal. Weiwei, come with me. I shall take you to meet someone. Long Weiwei was momentarily taken aback as she gazed into Su Changqing's profound eyes. Though her heart brimmed with confusion, she refrained from voicing her inquiries. Unbeknownst to her, her trust in Su Changqing had become as deep-rooted as marrow. Even if he were to command her to embrace death, she would not waver for an instant. Soon, the pair found themselves standing before a dilapidated courtyard. Mr. Qi, what is this place? Long Weiwei inquired, surveying the unremarkable surroundings. A residence of a hidden profession mentor. Su Changqing replied with a smile, having inquired with the hotel owner using his charm. It was rare for anyone in Fishhead Village to know that such an unparalleled master resided here. Even the mention of her notorious name, Poison Master Long Pa, would likely elicit blank stares from most. However, if one were to inquire in the land of the gods, all would turn pale and hastily flee. At that moment, an elderly woman, hunched and benevolent in demeanor, emerged from the house. Upon noticing Su Changqing at the threshold, her pupils dilated slightly, her expression revealing a hint of anticipation before quickly returning to normalcy. And you are? Long Pa, this young man is Qi, and I humbly seek your pardon for the intrusion, Su Changqing answered with a grin. Long Pa's countenance shifted, her eyes flashing with a trace of disappointment. You do not recognize me? Su Changqing was momentarily taken aback. Should I know you? And no matter. Long Pa shook her head and continued. Now tell me, what brings you to seek my assistance? Su Changqing stepped forward respectfully. Long Pa, this girl is named Long Weiwei. Her innate talent has been sealed. After much exploration, I believe you alone possess the ability to unseal her powers. I earnestly request your aid. Long Weiwei interjected. I have a seal within me. How was I not aware of this? Long Pa scrutinized Long Weiwei from head to toe, a peculiar glimmer flickering in her eyes as she mused. Could this be the young master's woman? Quite striking indeed, with ample bosom, a slender waist, and a shapely figure. Capable, nurturing, and deserving. Long Weiwei felt a twinge of bashfulness under Long Pa's peculiar gaze. Oddly enough, she sensed a certain warmth emanating from the elderly woman, perceiving her as remarkably kind-hearted. Were the denizens of the land of the gods to learn of Long Weiwei's sentiments, they would surely be driven to madness. Very well, I shall assist you this once. Long Pa declared, though this girl's condition is rather unique, and I cannot guarantee success. With that, Long Pa gestured for Long Weiwei to take a seat on a stone bed before extending her gnarled hand, gently placing it upon Long Weiwei's forehead. A faint surge of spiritual energy flowed from her palm, coursing through Long Weiwei's meridians. Moments later, astonishment spread across Long Pa's face. What? This girl possesses an unactivated innate poison body. Long Pa exclaimed, her expression tinged with excitement. The reason she chose to retreat was not only due to her obligations, but also significantly because of her advancing age. Her reclusive nature and her morally ambiguous actions had offended numerous individuals. Eventually, weary of the strife within the martial world, she secluded herself here to diligently study the art of poison, hoping to pass on her profound knowledge. This innate toxic constitution is an exceedingly rare trait in the world. Once activated, its potential is limitless. However, the activation process is perilously treacherous. A moment's carelessness could lead to her demise from poisoning. You must contemplate this carefully. Su Changqing spoke without hesitation. Long Pa, I have faith in you. Please, do your utmost. Regardless of the outcome, I will not hold you accountable. Long Pa nodded and commenced preparations to activate Long Weiwei's innate toxic body. She picked up a black vial from the table, extracted a pungent black pill, and handed it to Long Weiwei, saying, Child, take this pill. Without the slightest hesitation, Long Weiwei accepted the pill and swallowed it whole. As the pill settled in her stomach, a surge of searing energy erupted within her, as if countless ants were gnawing through her meridians, inflicting unbearable pain. Long Weiwei bit her lip tightly, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, yet she remained silent. Observing this, Long Pa swiftly formed hand seals, chanting incantations under her breath. Streams of green light shot forth from her hands, enveloping Long Weiwei. As Long Pa cast her spell, the toxins within Long Weiwei began to surge violently. Her body gradually turning crimson, green patterns appearing on her skin as if venomous serpents were writhing beneath the surface. Time slipped away mercilessly. Long Weiwei's condition grew increasingly dire. Her body trembled uncontrollably, and a trickle of black blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. Su Changqing watched anxiously from the side, his fists clenched tightly, unwilling to disturb the delicate process. Just as Long Weiwei seemed on the brink of collapse, Long Pa suddenly cried out, "Break!" A brilliant beam of light erupted from her hand, surging towards Long Weiwei's dantian. Long Weiwei felt a searing pain within, followed by a powerful force surging from her dantian, instantly radiating throughout her body. Simultaneously, a terrifying miasma of poison expanded outward from Long Weiwei's center. Long Pa hurriedly cast her spells to contain the toxic gas within a defined perimeter. As the radiant light gradually faded, Long Weiwei slowly opened her eyes. At that moment, her gaze exuded a fierce aura, imbued with overwhelming dominance. Su Changqing stepped forward with concern, asking, "Weiwei, how do you feel?" Long Weiwei assessed the newfound power coursing through her, and a look of exhilaration spread across her face, instinctively throwing herself into Su Changqing's embrace. "Mr. Chia, I have succeeded." As she spoke, she suddenly became acutely aware of the warmth emanating from Su Changqing's chest, accompanied by the rhythm of his heartbeat. Instantly, her cheeks flushed with a deep crimson. Startled like a frightened kitten, stammering, I. Su Changqing gently patted Long Weiwei's head, offering a faint smile. Long Weiwei, blushing, lowered her gaze and quietly remarked, "Mr. Chia, yours is so big." Su Changqing. "What? Where are you referring to?" Long Weiwei's expression froze as she suddenly realized the ambiguity in her words, hastily clarifying, "In no misunderstandings, I meant your pectoral muscles, such large pectoral muscles." Upon saying this, she covered her face, too shy to meet Su Changqing's eyes. "Oh dear, I'm so embarrassed. Long Weiwei, how could you be so brazen, saying such things in front of Mr. Chia?" Beside them, Long Pa raised an eyebrow, observing the two with an understanding gaze. After a moment of silence, she slowly inquired, "Weiwei, would you like to take me as your mentor?" Beep. "Do you accept the invitation of the lethal poison master, Long Pa?" "Yes." Long Weiwei responded without hesitation. Beep. "Congratulations on your successful first-tier job transition. Current profession, intermediate plague alchemist." Simultaneously, Su Changqing also received a reward notification from the system, a delightful sound he had long awaited. Chapter 65, Tier Talent, Infinite Poison Abyss, Beep. Member Long Weiwei has successfully transitioned jobs, gaining 50 free attribute points. You also receive 50 free attribute points. Member Long Weiwei acquires Tier Talent, Source of Deadly Poison. You gain Tier Talent, Source of Deadly Poison. Member Long Weiwei obtains the talent skill, Deadly Poison Refinement. You gain. Member Long Weiwei obtains the talent skill, Plague Embryo. Beep. Detected that you already possess Tier Talent, Source of Deadly Poison, merging automatically. Merging successful. Congratulations, you have mastered Tier Talent, Infinite Poison Abyss. Infinite Poison Abyss allows the holder to elevate toxins into energy governed by corrosive material rules, spreading through contact, energy transmission, or mental mapping, causing the target to disintegrate at the particle level. Toxicity increases exponentially with combat intensity and can infinitely proliferate by devouring other toxins or negative energy, ultimately forming a toxic abyss that engulfs the battlefield, causing all life and non-living entities within to continuously decay. Astounded, Su Changqing was left dumbfounded after reading the description of Infinite Poison Source. Corrosive material rules energy, and it can spread through mental mapping? This is utterly insane. At that moment, someone in the nearby channel suddenly exclaimed, "My heavens! Why have so many monsters appeared in this vicinity all of a sudden? I was just mining, and now I'm surrounded." Indeed, me too. I was about to return to the village to turn in a quest, and on my way, I encountered a horde, barely managing to escape. Have you heard? Several brothers have fallen to this small wave of monsters. This doesn't seem right. Monsters usually don't appear this densely. Something must have changed. I have heard that similar events have transpired in the eastern forest, resulting in the complete annihilation of several squads. Could it be that some formidable beast is orchestrating their movements? Or perhaps a treasure has emerged, inciting their restlessness? Regardless, we must exercise caution and refrain from acting alone. Upon reading this news, Su Chongqing felt a chill in his heart. Has the beast tide begun? The inexplicable increase in monstrous creatures. Could it truly be that someone is pulling the strings from behind? This is directly related to his class advancement quest, compelling him to investigate further. Weavy, you should return to the woods and continue chopping trees. I have matters to attend to, Su Chongqing stated. Mr. Chia, it seems there is turmoil in Yudo village. May I stay by your side to protect you? Weavy suggested. Su Chongqing affectionately ruffled Long Weavy's hair and replied with a smile, I am not boasting. There is yet to be a soul born in Yudo village capable of harming me. Quickly return to your task. We must head to Tongquan City soon, and before that, we need to elevate the Eternal Night to a level 2 power. All right, just be careful, Long Weavy nodded, reluctantly departing while murmuring, Ah, Mr. Chia is even boasting to ease my worries. Following the player's descriptions, Su Chongqing ventured into the eastern forest, discovering that this area was the site of the previous Yudo village zombie crisis, where the tavern owner had guided him to find the remains of the Nether clan. Could there be a connection between the two incidents? Su Chongqing mused, though he only speculated, as he currently possessed no evidence to substantiate his thoughts. Suddenly, as Su Chongqing delved deeper into the eastern forest, he keenly sensed rhythmic tremors emanating from the ground, accompanied by a low and dense roar. Turning towards the sound, he beheld a surging wave of small beasts rushing towards him like a black tide. A rough estimation indicated at least 30 or 40 creatures, each at around level 5. Though their levels were not particularly high, their sheer numbers posed a significant threat. At that moment, dust was kicked up from the ground beneath the stampede of the beasts, forming a yellow cloud of sand. The monsters, bearing their fangs and claws, revealed their blood-red eyes glimmering with a ferocious hunger. As they passed, trees were easily toppled, producing ominous cracking sounds. Su Chongqing's gaze sharpened, a surge of fierce battle intent swelling within him. Perfect. Time to warm up against you. With that thought, he activated his ultimate talent, Infinite Poison Abyss, without hesitation. In an instant, the space around him seemed distorted by a mysterious force, and countless dark purple crystalline particles materialized from thin air. These particles twinkled like bizarre stars in the night sky, exuding an unsettling aura. The poison had become tangible. They began to swirl around Su Chongqing, forming a dark purple vortex centered upon him. This was one of the talent skills of the Infinite Poison Abyss, the Poison Abyss domain, passive active. Passive erosion. During combat, it automatically releases a subtle miasma, continuously diminishing all attributes of enemies within the domain, accumulating 1 layer of decay status per second. Active deployment. Consuming mental energy, it manifests a toxic abyss, granting poison immunity to allied units within the domain, while inflicting true damage and interrupting the skills of enemy units. At that moment, the dark purple crystals instantaneously shattered, transforming into a vast cloud of toxic mist, resembling a ferocious purple dragon, swiftly expanding in all directions. Where the toxic abyss traversed, ash-colored ripples emerged, distorting everything in proximity. The air was corrupted by the abyss, producing a hissing sound. The once vibrant green leaves turned yellow and curled upon contact with the miasma, disintegrating into ashes that scattered in the breeze. The grass on the ground withered at an observable rate, losing its vitality. The monstrous beasts, unaccustomed to such a terrifying spectacle, were momentarily stunned, their bloodthirsty instincts quelled as if doused with a bucket of cold water, their eyes widening in terror. Run, brothers. It's too painful. Some of the quicker beasts attempted to halt and flee from this dreadful place, but the spread of the toxic abyss exceeded their wildest imaginations. The moment the nearest beast stepped into the toxic domain, its body was simultaneously cut by countless sharp scalpels, trembling violently. Dark purple veins spread across its skin like venomous serpents, reducing its muscles and bones to ruin. The beast let out a heart-wrenching howl, its eyes filled with fear and despair, its limbs feebly thrashing. But soon, its form dissolved into a pool of foul-smelling blood, merging with the abyss. Witnessing this, the other beasts were gripped by even greater terror, frantically attempting to escape, yet the toxic abyss enveloped them like an invisible net. Their bodies rapidly disintegrated under the miasma's influence, turning to ashes. In an instant, The air within the toxic domain was thick with a pungent stench and the nauseating scent of blood. The once surging tide of beasts was rendered as fragile as ants, utterly defenseless against the onslaught of the abyss. Before long, this wave of beasts had not even approached Su Chongqing before all succumbed to the miasma, their corpses swiftly eroding, leaving behind mere wisps of purple ash. Su Chongqing did not move an inch, surveying the remnants scattered around him, a faint smile gracing his lips. Thank heavens, thank the earth, and thank you for allowing me to reap the rewards. No sooner had he spoken than a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations. You have completed the liberation path of Yudo Village. 13. Reward. 10,000 experience points. 10 gold. Meanwhile, deep within the forest, a small team of the Underworld clan was hastily approaching. Everyone, I've paved the way by unleashing a wave of beasts. When we encounter anyone, we strike to kill. Understood? This time, we must surely locate the abyssal blood jade. Ha ha ha, my great blade is thirsting for action. None of you should dare to snatch it from me. I am determined to unleash my blade upon them. Chapter 66. A fortuitous encounter. The dragon matriarch revealed. Crises abound as the small team of the Nether tribe approached. Su Chongqing had already departed. Report. A nervous Nether soldier, who had been scouting ahead, rushed back in a flustered state. Lord Jing, it's bad. It's really bad. Seeing this, Jing Yuanzhou furrowed his brow and reprimanded. Look at you, in such a disheveled state, truly a disgrace to our tribe. Do you comprehend why, after 3 years, you remain a mere soldier? At this rate, you'll still be in the same position 3 years hence. The soldier awkwardly lowered his head. Quickly, tell me what transpired. Jing Yuanzhou inquired coldly. Lord Jing, all the beasts we sent forth, they're all dead. What? As soon as the words left his mouth, Jing Yuanzhou's expression shifted dramatically. He leaped from the ground, his heart racing to the point of nearly choking him. Panic ensued. He completely lost the calm demeanor he had moments before. Dead. All dead. How is that possible? It's only been 5 minutes. It's inconceivable for them to have perished so swiftly. Even I, with all my prowess, couldn't annihilate them in such a short span. Let us go? We must investigate, Jing Yuanzhou urged, hastening with his companions. Yet, before they could approach, a brisk breeze wafted through, carrying a pungent and noxious odor. Jing Yuanzhou's robust frame trembled, and he quickly covered his nose. It's toxic. Quickly retreat. A throng of individuals fled in terror, halting only after covering a mile. Some lagging behind collapsed, rolling their eyes and frothing at the mouth. Jing Yuanzhou stood coldly in place, murmuring, toxic? How can there be such a potent poison here? Lord Jing, I believe there is only one person in the world capable of wielding such lethal toxins to create a domain. Jing Yuanzhou replied him. Who? The deadly poison master, the dragon matriarch. Hiss. The moment those words were uttered, Jing Yuanzhou gasped in shock, his legs weakening in fear. Indeed, it must be her. I never anticipated this old witch would be hiding here. Ha ha ha. Quickly, let us return and report. This is a significant accomplishment. If we can capture this old hag, the human race will surely suffer immense losses. Let us go. Jing Yuanzhou commanded the Nether tribe team to withdraw entirely. Su Chongqing, observing that he had completed 1/3 of his task, felt utterly bewildered. I have done nothing significant. I merely eliminated a horde of beasts. And yet I have accomplished 1/3 of the mission? What substantial developments have occurred in the storyline of the liberation of Fishhead Village? He was in a state of confusion, sensing that there was more to this situation than met the eye, yet he was at a loss as to where the problem lay. Forget it, it's getting late. Let's return for now. Upon Su Chongqing's arrival at the stronghold, he found Abu and Long Weiwei engaged in chopping wood. With a thought, he entered the stronghold to seek them out. Mr. Chia, you have arrived? Su Chongqing nodded and inquired. Both of you have reached level 10 and successfully completed your first job advancement. What are your plans? Before he could finish speaking, Long Weiwei quickly interjected. I wish to stay by your side to protect you. Abu rolled his eyes, feeling as though he had been subjected to a dose of dog food. Mr. Chia, once our faction reaches level 2, I intend to venture to Tongquan City. On one hand, I want to establish a foundation there, so that when you arrive, it will not feel unfamiliar. On the other hand, remaining here yields no experience, and I do not wish to squander time. Su Chongqing nodded, his expression devoid of any discontent. In truth, he was more inclined to agree with Abu's approach, but he presumed that the headstrong Long Weiwei would not be willing to depart. Very well. Wei Wei shall remain by my side, and Abu, you shall proceed to Tongquan City first. If you encounter players with high potential, feel free to extend a verbal invitation. Once we join you, you can formally recruit them. Abu replied, Mr. Chia, you need not worry. Tomorrow marks the 6th day since the server opened, and the talent leaderboard will be unveiled. At that time, both Sister Wei and I, as formidable talents, will undoubtedly make our mark. With the two of us supporting you, how could we fail to attract players? Just wait to be carried to victory by me. Huh? Abu lifted his chin, puffing out his chest like a triumphant rooster, filled with pride. All right, I shall rely on both of you. With that, Su Changqing exited the stronghold. After midnight, the system began its calculations. Ding. The character enhancement for Chia is as follows: Strength 206, Agility 45, Constitution 0, Spirit 31, Manifestation 10. Congratulations, you have gained Strength 21, Agility 5, Constitution 0, Spirit 3. Ding. The character's level talent, Infinite Poison Abyss, Manifestation 10. Congratulations, you have unlocked level Infinite Poison Abyss, Unlock 10. Ding. The character's level talent, Underworld Battle Body, Manifestation 10. Congratulations, you have unlocked level Underworld Battle Body, Unlock 10. Ding. The character currently possesses 70 gold coins, with a manifestation of 100. Congratulations. You have received 700,000 yuan, sent through legal means. Name, Su Changqing. Strength, 53. Agility, 18. Constitution, 28. Spirit, 21. Talent. Infinite Poison Abyss, Unlock 10. Underworld Battle Body, Unlock 10. Skills, Dragon Pattern Sword Technique, Great Sun Buddha Mantra, Great Petrification Attack. Ding. You have received 700,000 yuan. Your current balance is 523,000 yuan. The recent surge in strength has propelled Su Changqing to a remarkable quintuple of an ordinary person's power. Coupled with the Underworld King Battle Body, albeit only partially unlocked at level 10, this has resulted in an impressive amplification of strength by over 50%. Thus, when combined with the Underworld King Battle Body, his might has escalated to tenfold that of an average individual. He is gradually becoming extraordinary. With this thought, a smirk of pride crept across Su Changqing's lips. Meanwhile, in Yang City, Huangzhan remarked, I have news regarding the individual you asked me to investigate, Long Wei Wei. Huang Hao approached, carrying a stack of documents, which he handed over to Huangzhan. What's this? You look as if you've been astonished by Long Wei Wei. Could it be that she is exceptionally powerful? Huangzhan inquired, somewhat puzzled. Huang Hao shook his head, saying, quite the contrary. She is exceedingly weak, hardly worth mentioning. Huangzhan was taken aback. Huang Hao continued, upon acquiring information about Long Wei Wei, I found it hard to believe that this was the person who had consistently dominated us. Long Wei Wei, 18 years old, hailing from Linjiang City, a third-tier locale, with the occupation of a novice pharmacist and a mere level of talent. What? Impossible! Huangzhan exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. A lifestyle profession with such a level of talent could never repeatedly secure the first kill in hell-level dungeons. I need not even glance at this document. I know you've mistaken her identity. Huang Hao sighed. I thought the same initially. However, after conducting further intelligence investigations, I confirmed that the Long Wei Wei from Yudo village is indeed the same one from Linjiang City. After a brief silence, Huangzhan replied, it is quite simple to ascertain whether they are the same person. Tomorrow marks the day when the talent rankings are unveiled. If Long Wei Wei does not make the list, it is highly likely she is the same individual. Conversely, if the Long Wei Wei from Yudo village appears on the list, then they are certainly not one and the same. A mere level of talent cannot possibly be ranked. The next morning, Su Changqing rose around 6 and arrived at school by 7. He still intended to utilize the guise of work study to access the martial arts building. Soon, he found himself on the top floor of the building. Upon opening the door, he discovered that the equipment had been disturbed. However, he paid it little mind, as this was a space typically used for training by certain prodigies and instructors. He was eager to ascertain just how much his strength had increased. Yesterday, during testing, his strength measured at 502 kilograms. Now, with an increase of 21 points. He was curious to see the current measurement. He approached a dynamometer, took a deep breath, positioned his feet shoulder-width apart, and slightly bent his knees. Huh! He let out a low shout, concentrating all of his strength. He suddenly drew his arms back with great force, twisting at the waist like a spring. harnessing the strength of his upper body. He resembled a bow taut to its limits, instantly releasing an overwhelming force. This power surged through his arms, crashing violently against the impact point of the measuring device. A resounding thud echoed throughout the martial arts building's top floor. The numbers on the measuring device fluctuated wildly under the immense impact. 100 kilograms, 300 kilograms, 500 kilograms. After a brief frenzy, they gradually stabilized, finally settling on a new figure, 817 kilograms. Upon seeing this number, Su Changqing was initially taken aback, then a satisfied smile graced his lips. To think that merely increasing his strength attribute by 21 points could yield such a boost of 300 kilograms. The significant increase was likely related to unlocking the 10th level of the underworld battle body. After all, it was a high-level talent that enhanced the body's utilization of pure strength. Just as Su Changqing fell into a brief contemplation, Song Xinyue, hearing the commotion from the training room, hurriedly walked in. Upon seeing Su Changqing standing before the testing apparatus, a flicker of realization crossed her mind. Could this be the person who conducted yesterday's practical assessment? It couldn't he be. He looked so young. Song Xinyue quickly approached and asked, "Are you training here?" Su Changqing snapped back to reality and turned to see Song Xinyue. He was momentarily taken aback, his gaze irresistibly drawn to her. Song Xinyue possessed a graceful figure, her long, lustrous black hair cascading over her shoulders. Her fair skin and bright, sparkling eyes resembled hidden stars, gazing at him with a mix of concern and curiosity. Below her petite nose, her pink lips were slightly pursed, exuding a playful charm. He had never encountered such exquisite beauty in school. "Hey, you fool. If you want to admire the beauty, you can do so later. Answer my question first," Song Xinyue said, a hint of impatience in her voice. "I'm not training here. I'm just working part-time." Su Changqing managed to regain his composure, resisting the allure of her beauty and concealing his true self. "Is that so?" Song Xinyue's delicate brows furrowed, clearly skeptical. At that moment, footsteps approached the doorway. From today onwards, the world shall remember the name of a supreme genius, war god Abu. Ha! Abu's boisterous voice preceded his arrival. "Good morning, Senior Xinyue." Abu Long Weiwei and Tang Bing greeted her in unison, only to suddenly notice Su Changqing standing nearby. They paused, recalling Su Changqing's mention of his part-time work yesterday. Song Xinyue turned to the trio and inquired, "Is this guy your classmate?" "Yes," replied Abu and Long Weiwei simultaneously. "No," countered Tang Bing. "Is he or is he not?" Tang Bing's face flushed with embarrassment, and she nodded, saying yes. Song Xinyue pointed at Tang Bing and continued, "Tang Bing, please introduce yourself." Tang Bing was momentarily taken aback and shot a glare at Su Changqing, but she could only step forward and say, "This useless individual is Su Changqing. 18 years old, 185 centimeters tall, weighing 66 kilograms, with size 45 shoes, and he has a preference for blue underwear." The crowd gasped in astonishment. "Goodness, Tang, the campus beauty, how do you know so many intimate details? Previously, people would say that Su Changqing was your fiancé, and I had my doubts. But it seems my understanding of you both was rather superficial." Cough, cough. Song Xinyue awkwardly cleared her throat and said, "Let us not delve into such private matters. Perhaps you could share something about academics and the divine game instead." At this moment, Tang Bing's face turned a deep crimson, longing to find a crack in the ground to hide her shame. "Senior Xinyue, why bother with this useless person?" Song Xinyue replied, "Just answer whatever I ask you." Hearing this, Tang Bing wanted to respond, but suddenly found herself at a loss for words. She realized that prior to her awakening, she knew everything about Su Changqing, from family matters to small details, yet after awakening, she discovered that she knew nothing about him. Senior Xinyue, I don't know." The crowd was taken aback, their expressions contrasting sharply with earlier reactions. "You don't know either?" Song Xinyue ignored Tang Bing and turned to Abu and Long Weiwei. They both shook their heads. Abu remarked, "Tang Bing is Su Changqing's fiancée, and if she doesn't know, how could we outsiders know?" Tang Bing quickly corrected him, "Nonsense. I was his former fiancée. I have no connection with this useless person now." Humph. Song Xinyue chose not to argue further. Instead, she turned to Su Changqing with interest and asked, "Aren't you going to say something?" Flustered, Su Changqing hurriedly steadied his racing heart and smiled. "Since the truth can no longer be concealed, I shall speak plainly. In fact, I possess exceptional talent." The crowd was bewildered, What is this exceptional talent? I've only heard of Marvel heroes. That seems interesting, haha. Tang Bing interjected. Senior Xinyue, I already told you this useless person lacks any skill. He couldn't possibly speak the truth. If he were truly that impressive, he would want everyone to know. Surely, you don't believe he is the mysterious powerhouse from yesterday, do you? That is impossible. Even if his talent were extraordinary, the game has only been live for 6 days. Reaching level 50 is unthinkable. Even someone like you, who has manifested abilities, cannot achieve that. How could he? At this moment, Song Xinyue finally regained her composure, realizing she had been fixated on a trivial matter and momentarily overlooked this point. My apologies, I was rather presumptuous. Indeed. Earlier you mentioned allowing yourself to indulge in the beauty of captivating women, and here are 3 enchanting figures for your viewing pleasure. Upon uttering these words, the crowd cast peculiar glances at Su Chongqing, who felt a tinge of embarrassment under their scrutiny. Nevertheless, he had no intention of departing. His curiosity was piqued regarding the activities of these individuals. Why had Abu and Long Weiwei chosen to forego the demon tree hunt and gather here instead? Subsequently, Song Xinyue led Abu and the others into a training session. Chapter 68, the 6th day of the server opening. The talent rankings commence. Song Xinyue guided Abu and the trio to a spacious training arena within the martial arts building. Su Chongqing followed closely, his gaze fixed upon them without any pretense of shyness. Tang Bing seethed in frustration, gritting her teeth at the audacity of Su Chongqing for daring to approach. It was one thing for him to be unlearned in the past, but now, he had become so unabashedly lascivious. Song Xinyue cast an amused glance at Su Chongqing. At least he was not being furtive, displaying a certain integrity in his actions. Very well, let us commence with fundamental physical conditioning today, gradually enhancing our physical prowess. With that, she demonstrated the standard warm-up exercises, her body moving gracefully and fluidly, each joint articulating perfectly. Her alluring figure was on full display during the warm-up. 2 words, absolutely stunning. Particularly her long, toned legs, which seamlessly connected to a subtly pert dairy ri, nearly causing Su Chongqing to lose his composure. The beauty of Song Xinyue was distinct from that of Long Weiwei and the others, emanating the fresh allure of a woman in her 20s. As for Abu and the others, they attempted to mimic her movements, yet their actions appeared clumsy and uncoordinated. Abu struggled with bodily coordination during high knees, his limbs failing to synchronize, leading him to become breathless and damp with perspiration in mere moments. Conversely, Tang Bing fared slightly better, while Long Weiwei exhibited the most precision and stamina among them. After the warm-up concluded, they transitioned into formal strength training. Before long, 2 hours had elapsed in the blink of an eye. Throughout the entire process, Su Chongqing remained a diligent observer. Initially, he was oblivious to the purpose of Song Xinyue's training with Abu and the others. However, as he watched, he gradually comprehended that they were preparing for the manifestation of their strength after reaching level 50. Indeed, it became evident that prodigies were treated differently from the ordinary. It seemed that he, too, needed to engage in a training regimen, Su Chongqing mused. He then departed, returning to his cultivation chamber, where he seated himself in a lotus position and directed his consciousness into the divine judgment realm. Shortly after Su Chongqing's arrival, Abu and Long Weiwei entered as well. Mr. 7 Knights, we are here, Abu exclaimed. Upon entering, the two immediately engaged in the task of felling demon trees at their faction's stronghold. Upgrading from a level 1 faction to a level 2 faction is relatively straightforward, requiring merely 100 contribution points, which can be achieved within a couple of days. At this moment, the world channel is eerily silent, reminiscent of the calm before a storm. Everyone is eagerly anticipating the unveiling of new features on the 6th day of the server, the most significant of which is the talent leaderboard. It is universally acknowledged that talent forms the very foundation of all endeavors. This is precisely why all schools utilize talent as a fundamental criterion for admissions. As time ticks away, the excitement among the players intensifies. Suddenly, a notification chimes. Attention! Server 9375 of Divine Judgment, on the 6th day of operation. Players have acclimated to the Divine Judgment world, and a wave of system features is being activated. The faction system is now live, allowing players to create or join factions, collaborate with faction members to complete quests, challenge dungeons, and earn faction contributions and rewards. To create a faction, Please visit the nearest city after reaching level 10. The World Challenge is now available, featuring powerful bosses that refresh periodically. Players can engage in solo or team challenges, with substantial rewards for successful defeats. The talent leaderboard is now active, showcasing players' talent levels and motivating them to enhance their abilities. The top 100 players will display a silver frame effect, and the top 10 can claim a talent treasure chest containing rare attribute point scrolls and more. At this moment, in Yang City, the players of the frenzied battle world eagerly await the launch of the talent leaderboard. Suddenly, upon hearing the system's notification, Huang Hao sits up straight. It's here. The moment to unveil the true identity of Long Weiwei has finally arrived. He hastily opens the talent leaderboard. Ranking, character name, talent level 1. Jie, hidden, level, hidden 2. Long Weiwei, level 3. War God Abu, level 4. Frenzied Battle World, level 5. Peerless Swordsman, level 38. Tang Bing, level. Astonishment envelopes the crowd as they gaze upon the talent leaderboard. What the heck? The first place is an anonymous player? His talent is utterly outrageous. No wonder he consistently dominates frenzied battle. It turns out he is this formidable. They marvel at Long Weiwei and War God Abu, both possessing dual talents. My goodness, it is no wonder they secured the first kill in the dungeon. This all makes sense now. The new server of Divine Judgment 9375 is astonishing, with all top 5 players boasting exceptional talents. I can't bear this. Ignorance was bliss. I could live in my own little world, but now I see, and I can't even boast. Huang Hao and Frenzied Battle exchange glances. And aside from their mutual shock, they both exhale in relief. Double super prodigies. No wonder they previously claimed all the dungeon records. They are truly remarkable. It appears that the level Long Weiwei from Linjiang City is not the same as the one from Yudo Village. Frenzied Battle. Do you think such individuals can be of service to us? Huang Hao inquires. Frenzied Battle takes a moment to collect his thoughts before responding. Anything is possible. I have stated that the realm of divine judgment is not a world that one can traverse alone, even after 2 decades of its emergence. Assessments reveal that humanity has barely explored 1% of this realm. In the land of the gods, even this burial site of deities has fewer than a handful of individuals deemed worthy of entry. You may argue that Long Weiwei and her companions are formidable, but can they truly rival such individuals? One should neither underestimate oneself nor overestimate others. As I have reiterated, this is merely the beginning. It remains uncertain who shall ultimately prevail. However, from this day forth, we must regard Long Weiwei and the god of war, Abu, with equal measure, affording them the respect they deserve. This is not an act of subservience, but rather a fundamental courtesy towards the finest among humanity. They embody the future of our kind. Huang Hao nodded solemnly. The berserker continued. Well then, given the circumstances, we shall strive to reach level 10 and complete our first-class transition before proceeding. With the opening of additional system features, at that very moment, Jing Yuanzhou led a small team from the underworld back to the eastern forest. Lord Jing, this is the location, he proclaimed. By employing the secret method here, the Crimson Armored Beast King shall descend. According to our investigations, there are currently only 2 players in Fishhead Village who have achieved level 10. They are utterly incapable of confronting the Crimson Armored Beast King. If the deadly Poison Master, Long Pu, does not intervene, Fishhead Village is destined for annihilation. However, should she take action, we will immediately summon the king and capture it. Jing Yuanzhou nodded and approached the designated spot. After reporting the incident of the beast horde being poisoned the previous day, they devised this plan to summon the Crimson Armored Beast King using a secret method. Faced with the impending extinction of Fishhead Village, Long Pu would have no choice but to reveal herself. Meanwhile, Su Changqing, reclining in a lounge chair, suddenly received a system notification. Ding! Quest, the liberation of Fishhead Village, 23, has been activated. The world's Crimson Armored Beast King will descend in 10 minutes. Chapter 69, The First World Boss. The Crimson Armored Beast King. 10 minutes earlier, deep within the eastern forest of Fishhead Village, Jing Yuanzhou arrived at the designated location, his expression grim. He swiftly formed hand seals, reciting incantations. As his chant resonated, the surrounding air began to quiver violently, and waves of strange, potent energy converged from all directions, coalescing into a swirling black vortex before him. Flickers of electricity danced within the vortex, emitting a crackling sound. The members of the underworld team instinctively retreated, fully aware of the calamity that the arrival of the Crimson Armored Beast King would entail. Beads of sweat began to form on Jing Yuanzhou's forehead, and his hands trembled slightly as he continued his incantation. Finally, the black vortex ceased its rotation and began to slowly expand outward, revealing a massive opening that emanated a dark red glow. A low, furious roar echoed from within the opening. Immediately following this, the atmosphere thickened with anticipation. A colossal beast's claw emerged from the cavern's mouth, its size comparable to that of a room. The claw was adorned with thick, crimson scales, each glimmering with a metallic sheen, and its tips were extraordinarily sharp. As the claw appeared, the massive form of the Crimson Armored Beast King gradually squeezed itself from the entrance. Its physique resembled a moving mountain, covered in sharp, bony spikes, with a grotesque head and eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty red light, exhaling scalding hot air from its nostrils. Upon fully emerging, the Crimson Armored Beast King let out a thunderous roar that echoed throughout the forest, startling the birds into flight. It surveyed its surroundings and swiftly locked onto the direction of Fishhead Village, then began to charge forward with enormous strides. Each step sent tremors through the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. Jing Yuanzhou watched the retreating figure of the Crimson Armored Beast King, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Long Po, I shall see if you can remain composed this time. With that, he discreetly followed behind the Beast King with his team from the Underworld clan, preparing to strike at the opportune moment to capture Long Po. The Crimson Armored Beast King rampaged through the forest, knocking trees askew and forging a path with its immense body. Meanwhile, the players of Fishhead Village were going about their daily lives, blissfully unaware of the looming danger. Suddenly, everyone received a system notification. Ding! The world has refreshed. The Crimson Armored Beast King will arrive at Fishhead Village in 10 minutes. The Crimson Armored Beast King is immensely powerful and carries a plethora of rare rewards. If defeated, the crisis facing Fishhead Village will be temporarily averted, and players will receive generous rewards. Failure to defeat it will result in a devastating blow to the village, with player levels randomly dropping by 13, and some precious items potentially being lost. This announcement ignited a frenzy among the players, their faces contorted in shock as they began to discuss the news. What the heck, world? Our luck is terrible. Why did it have to refresh in our village? Fear not, this is an opportunity. The rewards from the world drop must be substantial, perhaps boosting our strength significantly. That's all well and good, but this Crimson Armored Beast King sounds formidable. Given our village's current strength, can we truly prevail? This must be the doing of Long Weiwei and Abu. If we fail, they must explain themselves. Leveling up so quickly is infuriating. Players from other villages also received the news promptly, their gazes fixed on Fishhead Village. In Xiami Village, the warriors were likewise in discussion. What is going on? The system's features have just opened, and Fishhead Village has already refreshed? They haven't left us any time to prepare. Could it be a result of Long Weiwei and Abu successfully advancing to the first tier? The punishment for failure is rather exaggerated, with a random drop of 13 levels. If one cannot prevail, Long Weiwei and Abu could easily lead everyone to ruin. Huang Hao shook his head and remarked, I begin to grasp what Crazy Warrior meant. Divine judgment is not a solitary endeavor. Their rapid ascent in levels shows a blatant disregard for the other players in Fishhead Village. Now that the world has reset, relying solely on them is futile. It will only lead to a dead end, resulting in the players of Fishhead Village plummeting in levels and losing their strength, leaving them as the weakest link. Their fate is sealed. Crazy Warrior nodded in agreement, stating they are in deep trouble this time. Thankfully, we have been prudent, allowing them to take the lead and scout the path for us. Moving forward, we must ensure that more people undertake the job change to amass strength to contend with this world. At Su Changqing's residence, Long Weiwei and Abu received a system notification and promptly emerged from their stronghold. Mr. Chia, the first world has reset in our Fishhead Village, Abu said nervously. Rumors are circulating throughout the network, claiming it was triggered by my and Sister Wei's successful job changes. Su Changqing raised an eyebrow, noticing Abu deflecting the blame, and quickly affirmed, this is no mere rumor. Theoretically, it is indeed because of your successful job changes that the world has randomly reset. Now, with only Fishhead Village having job-changing players, it is only natural for it to occur here. After hearing this, Abu panicked. What should we do? How can we fight with just the few of us? Before Su Changqing could respond, Long Weiwei interjected calmly. What is there to question? We must fight with all our might. There are only 7 minutes left. We cannot afford to waste any time here. Mr. Chia, I will go out with Abu to confront the Crimson Armored Beast King. Stay here and wait for my return. With that, Long Weiwei seized her weapon and dashed towards the Crimson Armored Beast King. Abu paused for a moment before hurriedly following. Sister Wei, wait for me. Simultaneously, Long Weiwei opened the channel for Fishhead Village and began rallying the players, brothers and sisters of Fishhead Village. The Crimson Armored Beast King is upon us. This is a battle for our very survival and an exceptional opportunity for us to make our mark across the server. We must not falter. Charge forward with me. We have 7 minutes, and every second counts for the fate of Fishhead Village. Each moment is a chance for our resurgence. Equip your weapons and fight alongside me. Slaying the Crimson Armored Beast King and letting its blood become our badge of victory. Many players were stirred by Long Weiwei's words. Indeed, since it has already happened, there's no escaping it. Instead of complaining, let us conserve our energy for the fight. This is both a crisis and an opportunity. Brothers, following Sister Wei is the way to go. She is the second most formidable player on the server, a leader among the elite. What are you hesitating for? Charge forward in my name. In an instant, excitement surged among the players. The players from Fishhead Village began to hastily group together, rushing towards the direction of the Crimson Armored Beast King. After a moment of contemplation, Su Chongqing donned a subpar mask and exchanged his attire for a phantom cloak, stepping outside with determination. This marked the second step in the liberation quest of Fishhead Village, a task he was compelled to undertake. Chapter 70. The Cataclysmic Beast. In approximately 3 minutes, Long Weiwei and Abu arrived first at the village entrance. Shortly thereafter, players en route to battle began to arrive in succession. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, a cloud of dust ascending into the sky as if a sandstorm were imminent. With a thunderous roar, the formidable silhouette of the Crimson Armored Beast King gradually emerged from the haze. Its massive head bore 2 eyes that glowed like fiery orbs, exuding a bloodthirsty ferocity, with bared fangs that emitted a nauseating stench. Its powerful limbs resembled colossal pillars, each thud resonating through the earth. The players gazed in terror at this monstrous entity, enveloped by sheer dread, their legs quaking as they struggled to maintain their footing. What manner of beast is this? Its size, its presence, how could we possibly contend with it? I feel as though I cannot even move my legs. This is dire. The Crimson Armored Beast King is terrifying, capable of devouring us whole in a single gulp. I refuse to perish here. This is utterly unmanageable. Even a single motion from it could spell our doom. Perhaps we should retreat. Survival must take precedence. At the rear of the crowd, Su Chongqing peered into the distance, scrutinizing the information on the Crimson Armored Beast King. Crimson Armored Beast King, Cataclysmic. Level 10. Strength 1346. Agility 318. Vitality 3544. Mentality 216. Skills: Lava Armor, Earth Shatter Strike, Thunderous Roar, Apocalypse Red Lotus, to either shatter its shell, harder than dragon scales, or be reduced to ashes in the eruption of the Red Lotus. Upon reviewing the details of the Crimson Armored Beast King, Su Chongqing was left in utter disbelief. This was indeed a quintessential vitality tank beast. In other words, how many lives must players expend to even stand a chance? At that moment, the Crimson Armored Beast King drew ever closer. Long Weiwei stepped forward, declaring, "In unity we rise, in peril we fall. There is no time for contemplation. Attack." With that, Long Weiwei brandished her venomous fang and charged ahead. Venom Refinement. A flash of green light flickered as she deftly brushed her palm along the sword's blade, causing the venomous fang to emit hissing toxic vapors. The Venom Refinement technique enhances the base toxicity of all poisons by 300, while additionally imparting at least 1 extra effect, such as severe corrosion or nerve paralysis. This was a fundamental refinement technique she had learned from the Dragon Matriarch after successfully transitioning to her first-tier class. With but this single maneuver, Long Weiwei's combat prowess multiplied several-fold. In an instant, she surged forth like a green flash of lightning, positioning herself before the Red Armored Beast King. Roaring with ferocity, the beast perceived the impending threat, unleashing a thunderous bellow as it swung its massive claws, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind directly at Long Weiwei. The air compressed beneath the weight of its strike, producing a sharp, explosive sound. Boom. In that fleeting moment, everything around was reduced to dust, with the ground itself fracturing into deep crevices several meters wide. Yet, Long Weiwei, agile and elusive, danced nimbly, evading this lethal assault like a specter. Seizing the opportunity, she cried out, her venomous fang poised to strike with a hiss of toxic gas aimed squarely at the beast's leg. Thud! The fang collided with the armored scales, deflecting harmlessly without inflicting any damage. However, while the physical attack proved futile, the poison began to take effect. With a soft hiss, the fang slipped through the gaps in the beast's scales, allowing the virulent green liquid to seep in and swiftly spread throughout its body. The red-armored beast king, in agony, let out a pained roar, its massive form thrashing violently. Its tail lashed out with tremendous force, sending Long Weiwei flying, leaving her severely injured. Yet, the beast's leg began to fester, with dark, putrid blood oozing from the wound, emitting a noxious stench. A once timid warrior player, paralyzed by fear, witnessed Long Weiwei's valiant act and felt a surge of courage, gripping his great sword tightly, his eyes gleaming with determination. My goodness, Sister Wei is truly formidable. She dares to confront that colossal creature alone and has injured it so. What do we have to fear? Charge forth. Sister Wei is the pride of our Fishhead village. With her leading the charge, what do we have to be afraid of? Let us show this monster the might of Fishhead village players. Indeed, we rise together or fall together. If Sister Wei is fighting, we must not hold back. Brothers, follow my lead. Let us vanquish the red-armored beast king. The players, once shrouded in dread, felt rejuvenated as if injected with a potent elixir of courage. The warrior players surged ahead, leaping high with their weapons cutting through the air, striking fiercely at the body of the red-armored beast king. Meanwhile, elemental mage players stood at a distance, chanting incantations as torrents of magical skills rained down upon the beast. In that moment, the battlefield was engulfed in a haze of smoke and chaos. The red-armored beast king raised its head and roared, unleashing its skill, Earth Shatter Strike. This powerful blow inflicted 300 strength damage in a fan-shaped area before causing a stun effect, fracturing the ground and igniting a persistent burning zone. Following this, it lifted its forelimbs high, then brought them crashing down to the earth, initiating the Earth Shatter Strike. In that instant, in the foreboding fan-shaped area surrounding it, the ground ruptured, and vast fissures spread rapidly like a spider's web. From within the cracks, searing magma gushed forth, accompanied by a pungent scent of sulfur, transforming the entire region into a blazing inferno. Alas, the nearby players had no time to evade. Before this terrifying skill, their frail bodies crumbled like paper. They were consumed by the magma, emitting anguished cries, struggling momentarily before being completely submerged, dissipating into wisps of smoke. In an instant, the valiant players, who had been fiercely battling, were all slain, leaving the battlefield shrouded in eerie silence. Truly a horrifying sight. Suddenly, all players were paralyzed with fear, their faces drained of color. Ceasing their attacks, one fortunate player, who stood just outside the skill's range, stared wide-eyed, his expression a mix of terror and sorrow, his voice trembling with emotion, struggling to maintain a grip on his weapon. This creature was terrifying. Just moments ago, his comrades fought beside him, and now they were gone. With a single skill, dozens of lives had been lost. How could they possibly continue fighting? Enough of this chatter. The crimson-armored beast king is ahead, and Fishhead village is behind us. If we flee, everything will be lost. Even if we die, we shall perish on the path of charge. Indeed, at worst, we will drop back to level 0. None of the players from Fishhead village are cowards. Today we shall confront the crimson-armored beast king to the bitter end, avenging our fallen brothers. Look at the war god Abu. Goodness, the crimson-armored beast king weighs at least several tons, and he can lift it? So fierce, so powerful, so impressive. Abu, I adore you. Abu, ha ha ha, it's time for me to show off. Chapter 71. Su Changqing annihilates the crimson-armored beast king. Like a deity descending, Abu stepped forward, a thought crossing his mind. Netherworld battle body. Suddenly, an eerie aura enveloped him, akin to black smoke wrapping around his form. Following this, he was infused with a violent power, entering a state of frenzy. His once clear eyes turned scarlet like blood, and his muscles expanded at a visible pace, his strength increasing tenfold. Huh! Abu roared, launching himself off the ground, creating a massive crater upon impact. He surged toward the crimson armored Beast King like an arrow released from a bow. The Beast King sensed the impending threat and prepared to strike. But it was too late. Abu darted in front of it, his hands gripping one of its massive legs like iron claws, and with tremendous force. He swung the colossal creature, weighing several tons, as if it were a giant whip. Boom! Abu slammed the crimson armored Beast King into the ground, creating a gigantic dent as dust exploded into the air. The Beast King let out a pained roar, struggling to rise. However, Abu would not grant it such an opportunity. With renewed vigor, he swung the crimson armored beast high into the air, tracing an arc before delivering a heavy blow to the ground on the opposite side. You wish to enter Fishhead Village? Humph. Have you consulted me, Abu? This place is under my protection. Without my consent, even deities must submit a formal request to enter. You are nothing but a triviality. Upon hearing Abu's words, the crowd's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, Brother Abu is truly impressive. The title of war god should be emblazoned upon him. No one is more deserving. They proclaimed with pride. Having a war god like him in Fishhead Village is our honor. I wish to bear his children. You're a man. What are you talking about? So what if I am? In this day and age, with technology so advanced, if Brother Abu wishes it, anything is possible. As Abu observed the players bickering in his favor, he felt an inner satisfaction. How exhilarating it is to play this role. Indeed, as a man, one must either possess wealth or strength. Otherwise, one cannot even maintain a facade. Come on, ladies. Strive harder. Otherwise, your boyfriends will be taken by me. With a thud, the crimson armored beast, dazed from the assault, began to show cracks in its impenetrable scales, wounds appearing on its once invulnerable body as black blood oozed forth. Suddenly, a fiery red light enveloped the crimson armored beast. This was its passive skill, lava armor. When attacked, it reflects 30 fire damage and gains 5 physical resistance for every 10 of health lost. In other words, the more Abu struck, the more damage it would rebound, and its defenses would only strengthen. As its health dipped below 10, a surge of power erupted from within, sending Abu flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood, which vaporized before it even touched the ground. By the heavens, this cunning old wretch is truly devious. It can reflect damage too. How infuriating. Abu fumed, yet he did not falter. His gaze hardened, shedding any semblance of jest. Kill. He swung his fists and charged forward once more. Meanwhile, Long Weiwei advanced to assist, tossing a toxic mist potion towards the crimson armored beast. With a sharp crack, the vial shattered, releasing a dense cloud of poison that enveloped the creature instantly, causing a violent and rapid reaction. The crimson armored beast found its attributes severely affected and its movements slowed considerably. Kill. Under the inspiring display of combat from Abu and the encouragement from Long Weiwei, the players, once intimidated by the beast's formidable power, found their spirits rekindled. They roared like a pride of lions ignited with fervor, charging towards the crimson armored beast. With reckless abandon, they sacrificed their lives to diminish the beast's health at an alarming rate. Jing Yuanzhou, watching from behind, was driven to madness. How could these players be so fragile yet manage to block a cataclysmic crimson armored beast king? This shouldn't be possible. Lord Jing, what should we do now? This group of ruffians, relying on their reckless courage, seems intent on sacrificing themselves to defeat the beast. They might actually succeed in subduing the crimson armored beast king. In my opinion, it's those two vile individuals, the poison-wielding Long Weiwei and the suddenly formidable Abu. They must be eliminated first. A fierce glint flashed in Jing Yuanzhou's eyes as he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Damn it! I shall ignite my blood essence and incite the crimson armored beast king into a frenzy." I refuse to believe this. The bloodline of the Nether clan inherently possessed a frenzy gene, and they had secret methods to induce madness in beasts. Just like the previous incidents with Chicken Brother and Pig Brother, who had experienced a surge in power after being infected. As soon as Jing finished speaking, he resolutely bit his tongue, allowing a drop of blood essence to spurt forth. In an instant, the blood transformed into a mist, exuding an eerie yet potent aura. He swiftly formed hand seals, chanting incantations as dark runes flew from his fingertips, merging into the blood mist. The mist seemed to respond to some unseen call, swiftly drifting toward the crimson armored beast king. Upon contact with the beast, it shuddered violently, its already crimson eyes now radiating sheer madness. Its body trembled violently, the scales emitting cracking sounds as if it were enduring immense agony. Then, a wave of violent energy erupted from within, causing the surrounding air to swirl chaotically. With a thunderous roar, the crimson-armored Beast King unleashed its fury, its voice filled with wrath and insanity. Its form began to swell, the already massive body growing even larger. Its strength, agility, and resilience surged tremendously, the flames on its molten armor burning more fiercely, as if the flowing lava were about to erupt. Su Changqing, observing from the back of the crowd, sensed the anomaly and hurriedly checked the state of the crimson-armored Beast King. To his astonishment, it had transformed into a corrupted crimson-armored Beast King. What in the world? Is this the doing of the Nether Clan? This scene was eerily familiar. It resembled the crisis of the undead in Fishhead Village. It seemed I must intervene. At this moment, the crazed crimson-armored Beast King began its frenzied assault on the players. Its massive tail, akin to a burning dragon, swung wildly through the air, each strike carrying tremendous force, splattering blood and entrails everywhere, a truly horrific sight. Moreover, the beast's abilities had become even more terrifying. It unleashed Earth Shatter Strike, once more, this time with a wider range, as the magma erupted with increased ferocity. Many players were unable to evade in time, becoming engulfed by the molten lava, their anguished cries echoing in the air. A bloodied warrior, his legs scorched, staggered backward, his voice laced with tears and despair. This is beyond our capacity to withstand. Countless lives have already been lost, and now it has become this ferocious. What can we possibly fight with? We worked so hard to glimpse a flicker of hope, and now it has all vanished. We cannot fight. It is utterly impossible. I've died 8 times and lost a level. How can we continue? In that moment, the surviving players, enveloped in an atmosphere of hopelessness, bore expressions filled with fear and helplessness. At this juncture, Long Weiwei and Abu were both gravely wounded, their eyes brimming with indignation. Sister Wei, you should escape. I'll hold them off here. Abu urged. Hold off? With what? Do you have 18 health points? Long Weiwei replied calmly. Hey, Sister Wei. Can we not rush into danger so recklessly? Does Mr. Chie know about this? Abu implored, but Long Weiwei did not turn to him. Her gaze remained fixed on the crimson-armored Beast King. I cannot leave. I must protect Mr. Chie, she declared. Abu fell silent, realizing that everyone had their own paradise to protect. Long Weiwei had hers, and he had his. Seeing the players being slaughtered, Jing Yuanzhou burst into laughter. Ha! Victory is ours. These pathetic players are terrified. I refuse to believe that Long Po 1T show herself. Brothers, prepare to capture. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a figure darted forward. With a swift flash, he appeared before the crimson-armored Beast King, donning a black mask and a flowing black cloak. Elegant and poised, he captured everyone's attention. No one knew what he intended to do. The figure was none other than Su Changqing. Holding the blade of divine protection, he stood calmly before the crimson-armored Beast King. Sensing the threat, the beast let out a furious roar, raising its massive claw to strike Su Changqing. However, Su Changqing merely sidestepped effortlessly, evading the lethal blow. In the next instant, he swung the blade of divine protection with a casual grace. A flash of cold light illuminated the scene, as if time itself stood still. With a piercing sound, the enormous body of the crimson-armored Beast King froze in place. Its eyes still reflected rage and madness, yet its body began to tremble uncontrollably. In the next heartbeat, a massive wound extended from its head down to its abdomen, and black blood gushed forth like a fountain. The crimson-armored Beast King let out a wretched roar before collapsing with a thunderous crash, sending dust flying into the air. Everyone stood in stunned silence, their gazes fixed on the man before them. Goodness, brothers, I think I have just witnessed a god. Should I go up and take off his mask? Brothers, I need your courage. Chapter 72, Completing the Liberation Path of Fishhead Village. Transitioning to Intermediate Game Master, having prepared themselves for death, Long Weiwei and Abu were left astounded, their eyes widening and mouths agape, as if they could fit an egg inside. Stammering, Abu exclaimed, "What in the world is happening? Did he just eliminate it in an instant? Who is he? How can he be this powerful?" Long Weiwei observed Su Changqing's silhouette from behind, her brows knitting together as she muttered, "Mr. Qi?" Regaining her composure, she shook her head in disbelief. "It's impossible. If Mr. Qi Yi were this strong, why would he always need my protection? Oh dear, Long Wei. It's only been half an hour since you last saw Mr. Qi Yi, and already you are letting your imagination run wild. How shameless. If only we could take pictures here, I would definitely set Mr. Qi Yi as my screensaver, keeping him company every night as I sleep. Jing Yuanzhou had been laughing heartily, preparing to capture Long Wei and the others. However, upon witnessing the instantaneous demise of the armored beast king, his laughter abruptly ceased. His smile freezing in place, replaced by a profound terror. He gaped, pointing at Su Chongqing, his voice trembling. This is impossible. How could this monster be so easily defeated? The armored beast king, no less. And a raging one at that. In a fit of rage, he seized a nearby minion, shouting, "Didn't you say there were no top-tier players in Fishhead Village? Open your eyes and see. Is this not a top-tier player? Damn it. You've led us to ruin." With a tight grip, he crushed the minion, who promptly met his end. Jing Yuanzhou's subordinates, initially eager to follow him into battle, felt their morale plummet at the sight. They exchanged glances, their expressions filled with fear and hesitation, uncertain whether to continue obeying Jing Yuanzhou's commands. The surviving players were equally stupefied, standing frozen as if they had forgotten to breathe. After a considerable pause, some began to react, erupting in astonished exclamations. Goodness! Instant kill! My heavens! Is this a god? This is incredible. If Brother Abu is the god of war, then this man before us is the god of war's father. Abu chimed in. What a surprise. Another father figure for me. At that moment, a notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations on completing the liberation path of Fishhead Village, 23. Earning 20,000 experience points and 20 gold coins. Immediately, the entire server was flooded with system announcements. Congratulations to the players of Fishhead Village for slaying the World Armored Beast King and completing the task of protecting Fishhead Village. Reward, 24 hours of double experience. The announcements continued to echo 5 times. As the last word faded, a brilliant golden light enveloped the surroundings as the system began to calculate rewards based on individual player contributions. Goodness, I'm alive. Ha ha ha, I'm alive. I have reached level 1. Hurrah, hurrah, only level 1. I disdain you. This indicates that you exerted no effort and are simply afraid of death. Look at me. I have ascended to level 2. I too have reached level 2, and I feel as though I could strike down a bull with a single blow. No. A herd of bulls. Ha. This double experience is simply delightful. I must quickly find a suitable location to hunt monsters. Perhaps I can even become a legendary healer. Meanwhile, Jing Yuanzhou and his subordinates have already fled far away. Huff, huff. Lord Jing, we should be safe here. That mysterious powerhouse could not possibly pursue us. Jing Yuanzhou, hands on his knees, gasped for air, his facial muscles contorted with rage and frustration. He straightened up, his eyes filled with venomous resentment as he spoke fiercely. Umph. That mysterious fellow should not think himself remarkable for having slain the Crimson Armored Beast King. This matter is far from over. He dared to ruin my plans. I shall ensure he pays a heavy price. He paced back and forth, fists clenched tightly, his joints pale from the strain. No, I must return to summon reinforcements. I am determined to eliminate that buffoon. Once my reinforcements arrive, we shall return, and I will reduce that mysterious figure to a mere paste, leveling Fishhead Village to the ground. And those players from Fishhead Village, do they believe that slaying the Crimson Armored Beast King has secured their victory? I will make them aware of the consequences of offending me. Jing Yuanzhou. A mad gleam flickered in Jing Yuanzhou's eyes, as if he could already envision the players from Fishhead Village, including Su Chongqing, kneeling in supplication. I presume you are the third ring of the quest? Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed in their ears, sending shivers down their spines. Who dares to show themselves? As the words fell, Su Chongqing appeared in an instant before Jing Yuanzhou and his men, as if he were a specter. His black cloak billowed dramatically in the wind, and beneath his mask, his eyes glimmered with disdain and scorn. It is you. Jing Yuanzhou was startled by this unexpected voice. Upon realizing it was Su Chongqing, his face turned ashen, his eyes wide with fury. How did you come to be here? Su Chongqing chuckled lightly, stepping closer to Jing Yuanzhou. What? Do you live by the sea? Why are you so meddlesome? Jing Yuanzhou trembled with rage, pointing at Su Chongqing, his voice quivering. Do not be so arrogant. Once my reinforcements arrive, you shall meet a fate worse than death. Since you say so, I shall assist you on your journey, Su Chongqing replied. What? Jing Yuanzhou was struck with fear, hastily kneeling and bowing his head in apology. Yes, yes, my lord. I was wrong. I spoke carelessly. I was overly pretentious. I beseech your mercy. Let me go as if I were nothing more than a puff of air. I swear upon the heavens, I shall return to a righteous path. No, I shall become a faithful servant. From now on, whenever I see you, I shall certainly bow low, nod my head, and wag my tail. Su Chongqing raised an eyebrow and smiled, declaring, your attitude towards admitting mistakes is commendable. However, I must inform you that I have always held a profound disdain for dogs. As soon as he finished speaking, a chill swept through his gaze. With a subtle flick of the divine blade, a glint of cold light flashed. In an instant, the heads of all present soared into the air, rolling away in a gruesome display of blood due to the force of inertia. Particularly, Jing Yuanzhou, with eyes wide as saucers, could hardly believe it. Despite his humbling demeanor, this human had ruthlessly executed him. Ding. Congratulations on completing the liberation path of Fishhead Village, 33, earning 30,000 experience points and 30 gold coins. Ding. Congratulations on successfully completing the series of tasks related to the liberation path of Fishhead Village, 33, fulfilling the prerequisites for the first-tier job transfer. The system detects that your current comprehensive strength assessment meets the standards, qualifying you for the first-tier job transfer. The system will automatically complete your first-tier transfer. Congratulations on your transfer to Intermediate Game Master. The following permissions have been newly unlocked. Chapter 73, Intermediate Game Master, Upgrade and New Exclusive Talents. Ding. Congratulations on your successful first-tier job transfer, gaining 50 free attribute points. Congratulations on completing the task of liberating Fishhead Village, earning the title of Liberator. Wearing this title will grant you a permanent favorability of 100 from the villagers, an increase of 20 to all attributes. And Fishhead Village will become a settlement you can descend into. Ding. Your level has increased by 1, currently at level 11, gaining 5 free attribute points. Ding. Your level has increased by 1, currently at level 12, gaining 5 free attribute points. Following a flurry of system notifications, Su Chongqing hastily opened his personal panel. Name, Chia Green, Liberator. Profession, Game Master, Unique, Intermediate. Rank, Level 12. Status, Normal. Strength, 506. Agility, 96, 100. Constitution, 201. Spirit, 125. Free attribute points, 0. Talents, Infinite Poison Abyss. Underworld King's Body. Skills, Dragon Pattern Sword Technique. Great Sun Tathagata Mantra. Great Petrification Attack. Great Purification Spell. Exclusive talents for upgrade are as follows. Exclusive Talent 1. Task Distribution. As a Game Master, you have the authority to assign tasks to players. As you are currently an intermediate professional, you may assign 1 beginner task and 1 intermediate task to each player per day. Upon completion, you will receive the same rewards as the players. Exclusive Talent 2. Recruit players. As a member of Fishhead Village, you have the right to cultivate your own faction, allowing you to recruit players and expand your second team. Upon successful recruitment, you will gain 100 of the other party's attributes. Note, requirements for second team players have been documented in the recruitment guidelines. Exclusive Talent 4. Manifestation. As a player, you possess the privilege of enjoying the power of manifestation in advance, currently at 20 capability. The newly added exclusive talent is as follows. Exclusive Talent 5. Civilizational Projection. Transforms the gaming environment into a real-world training base. When faction members train within the projected buildings, their real attributes are proportionally enhanced. You will convert 20 of the daily training achievements of your members into your own attributes. Upon reviewing the upgrades and newly added exclusive talents, Su Chongqing was unable to suppress his tears of disbelief. What a remarkable talent! The other talents were somewhat expected, such as dispatching intermediate missions, expanding the secondary faction, and even enhancing the manifestation ratio. These were all within his anticipation. However, the newly introduced exclusive talent, Civilizational Projection, if he understood it correctly, this talent was extraordinary. As long as he bound the in-game locations to the real training base, faction members training at the real base would be able to augment their real attributes. In other words, Su Chongqing now had the capability to assist faction members in manifesting their power before they reached level 50. Moreover, The most crucial aspect was that he would receive 20 of the members' training achievements daily. This was truly remarkable. Upon returning to his residence, Long Weiwei rushed over anxiously. "Mr. Chia, where have you been?" Nearby, Abu rolled his eyes and remarked, "Sister Wei, we were all worried sick about you when you didn't come back. I couldn't even focus on chopping wood." Su Changqing chuckled and gently patted Long Weiwei's head. "I just had a sudden inspiration and took a stroll. I don't know what happened, but I suddenly broke through my bottleneck. Look," he revealed his status. "Everyone. Green? What the heck? Mr. Chia, you actually changed from white to green? This is too strange. Isn't the level fixed? Why are you still able to progress?" Long Weiwei was too elated to care about the details. She couldn't hide the smile on her face upon seeing Su Changqing's level increase. "So, Mr. Chia, can you come with us to Tongquan City now?" "Yes." Su Changqing nodded. "Once our faction reaches level 2 tomorrow, we will go together." At this moment, he suddenly recalled his exclusive talent and assigned an intermediate task to both Abu and Long Weiwei. Just as Abu was about to return to chopping wood, he received a system notification. "Ding! Su Changqing has entrusted you with an intermediate task. Task: submit 10 gold coins. Reward: obtain a double attribute stacking pill. With a time limit of 5 minutes. Upon seeing the task, Abu was left utterly bewildered. "What? The stacking can be condensed into a pill? Even in the absence of Sir Chia, we shall continue to revel in double the joy, shall we?" Abu and Long Weiwei hastily submitted their gold coins, each acquiring a rare pill to store. Though its effectiveness lasts merely 5 minutes, the distinction between immediate and timed effects is quite significant. Henceforth, whenever there is nothing pressing, we can claim a pill to store, and when the time comes to accumulate them, it will be far beyond a mere 5 minutes. Subsequently, Long Weiwei and the others ventured into the faction woods to chop trees, while Su Changqing reclined comfortably in his chair to rest. At that moment, unexpectedly, a flash of green appeared at the door. A head peeked in from outside, softly calling, "Sir Chia, greetings." Su Changqing, groggily opening his eyes, struggled to recall the identity of the person. Noticing his confusion, the individual lowered their head and pointed at their hair. Upon seeing the large tuft of green hair, Su Changqing suddenly remembered, "Green Whirlwind? Come in and have a seat." Su Changqing invited. He had previously met Green Whirlwind just a few days prior at the graveyard, where he had bestowed upon him a double experience bonus, thus forging their bond. Green Whirlwind sheepishly entered, glancing around, but upon seeing the empty courtyard, a flicker of disappointment crossed his gaze. Over the past few days, he had keenly observed and discovered that the two super prodigies, Long Weiwei and Abu, were both connected to none other than the esteemed Sir Chia. Today, during the World Refresh in Fishhead Village, Long Weiwei and Abu displayed extraordinary prowess, leaving Green Whirlwind filled with envy. Coincidentally, he had also obtained a 24-hour double experience bonus, prompting him to inquire, "What brings you here?" "Sir Chia, to be candid, I wish to pay for Sister Wei or Brother Abu to take me leveling for a day. Could you perhaps put in a good word for me?" Green Whirlwind requested. "Money?" Su Changqing frowned slightly, hesitating to respond immediately. After all, money is merely a number to Abu, and he would likely dismiss the notion. Moreover, this lad seemed eager to rush to Tongquan City, which suggested he might not agree. As for Long Weiwei, Su Changqing was unsure whether she lacked money. He only knew that she had a strained relationship with her family. Thus, he could not ascertain whether she would acquiesce. While he pondered, Su Changqing suddenly noticed a recruitable status indicator above Green Whirlwind's head. Startled, he instinctively opened the interface. Chapter 74, Recruiting Green Whirlwind. Beginning to form the second team faction. Name: Green Whirlwind. Gender: male. Age: 18. Occupation: junior assassin. Talent: level. Status: recruitable. A level talent is recruitable. Su Changqing was momentarily taken aback before regaining his composure and checking the recruitment details, which outlined some conditions for enlisting players for the second team. Compared to the first team players, the conditions for the second team players have been significantly relaxed. The most crucial aspect of talent now only requires second team players to possess a basic talent to join. However, with these relaxed conditions, the rewards received from players have also diminished. Su Changqing can only derive attribute feedback from them. This is not without merit. The pool of players with basic talents is considerably larger than that of those with advanced talents. The capabilities and experience gained from the first team are already sufficient, And for any additional enhancements, the reliance on basic talent players is indeed a secure choice. After contemplating this, Su Changqing smiled and remarked, "Do you think Wei Wei and Abu appear to be in need of money?" Upon hearing this, Green Tornado's face flushed slightly. Currently, the only currency he could muster was a handful of gold coins. He understood that to invite either Long Wei Wei or Abu for a day of leveling up would be an extravagant request. Yet, if he did not attempt it, the chance of failure stood at a staggering 100%. At least with an attempt, there remained a 50% possibility. With a hint of disappointment in his eyes, Green Tornado replied, "All right, I understand, Mr. Chia. I apologize for disturbing you." Just as he turned to leave, he heard Su Changqing call after him, "Wait a moment. While money may be insufficient, I never said that other methods were off the table." Green Tornado, puzzled, turned back to see Su Changqing regarding him with an unsettling gaze. He quickly crossed his arms defensively and exclaimed, "Mr. Chia, I am not for sale. My delicate bloom is still in its growth phase. Please do not tarnish it." Su Changqing retorted, "What nonsense. It is no wonder you have green hair with such depraved thoughts. What I meant to say is that Wei Wei and Abu are both members of my faction. Would you like to join my second team?" "What?" Green Tornado's eyes widened in disbelief. "The top 2 players in the entire server, the dual super prodigies, are actually part of your faction?" He was astounded. If this news were to spread, it would surely have a seismic impact, rivaling those 2 atomic bombs from Zyrizi. However, after a moment of shock, Green Tornado quickly regained his composure, internally skeptical about the situation. 2 super prodigies could not possibly remain in Chia's faction for long. Once they reached Tongquan City, a multitude of powerful factions would undoubtedly extend their olive branches. Wealth, power, status, women, whatever they desired, these factions would be able to satisfy them. And what about Chia? He was merely a small player, confined to being a local tyrant in a place as insignificant as Fishhead Village. He had no standing at all. How could Long Wei Wei and Abu possibly stay for an extended period? Thus, Green Tornado could envision the outcome with his eyes closed. Although he was merely a basic talent, in a major faction, he would at most secure a position in the second team. Yet, whether he joined Chia or a major faction, it would still be the second team. Why then would he choose to align himself with an inconsequential faction like Chia's? It was entirely unnecessary. "I apologize, Mr. Chia, but I currently have no intention of joining any faction." The Green Whirlwind declined without hesitation. Su Changqing, however, remained undeterred, maintaining a positive demeanor. With the spirit of better to mistakenly eliminate than to overlook, he advised, "You are only at level 8 now. If no one guides you, it could take at least a week to reach level 10. In light of this, why not join my faction? If you regret it later, you can leave at any time. My faction has no excessive demands. You only need to return what you've acquired during your time with us." Upon hearing this, the Green Whirlwind nodded in agreement, recognizing the humanistic approach. Su Changqing continued to persuade, "Wei Wei and Abu are currently contributing to tasks at our faction's base. Even if you don't wish to stay with us, since you are already here, it would be a good opportunity to meet them." This statement struck a chord with the Green Whirlwind. Mr. Chia was right. Even if he did not want to remain in his faction, the chance to get acquainted with Long Wei Wei and Abu was indeed enticing. Clinging to their support would prove far more beneficial than merely joining Mr. Chia's faction. After some contemplation, the Green Whirlwind made a decision. "All right, I will reluctantly accept your invitation. However, Mr. Chia, let me give you a heads up. Once I reach level 10 and complete my first job transition in Tongquan City, I will undoubtedly join a larger faction. I must apologize in advance, as I cannot gamble with my future." Su Changqing merely smiled and nodded, thinking to himself, "Hee, the disdain you feel now will turn into affection in the future, just like the persistent Abu, who you won't be able to shake off." Ding. Chia invites you to join his faction, Eternal Night. Do you accept the invitation? Accept. Ding. You have successfully joined Eternal Night, becoming a member of the second team. Based on faction contribution points, your current position is a regular member of the second team. Wei Wei and Abu are inside the faction base. You should join them. All right. The Green Whirlwind concentrated, feeling a tugging sensation. Suddenly, everything went dark before brightening again, and he found himself in a small space of approximately 200 square meters. As he surveyed his surroundings, he was suddenly greeted by singing, "Yo, yo, yo, listen to my lumberjack song." Left hand with an axe, right hand with a sickle, spraying faction-branded herbicide all around. "Ha ha ha, chop down that proud tree. The roots are dancing. The tree whole hides Sister Way's love letter. Roast meat fills the valley with its fragrance. The green whirlwind was left bewildered. What on earth? This is utterly tone-deaf and terribly unpleasant. I must see who the fool is. The green whirlwind followed the source of the sound and saw Abu holding a stick as a microphone, rhythmically tapping his feet as if playing an air drum, his neck twisting in a captivating manner. Was this truly the mighty warrior Abu? How could he appear so absurd? Surely, I must still be half asleep. With a sharp slap to his own face, the green whirlwind jolted awake. As the sound reached him, Long Weiwei noticed the green whirlwind's presence and inquired, "Mr. Chia just recruited you?" Seeing Long Weiwei so close stirred an excitement within the green whirlwind. "Sister Wei, I am the green whirlwind, 18 years of age. A professional assassin with a tiered talent. I have just joined this faction. I look forward to your guidance." Abu frowned and remarked, "Tiered talent? When did our faction become a dumping ground? Aren't we only recruiting players of tiered rank or above? What is Mr. Chia thinking?" The green whirlwind, feeling utterly disheartened, thought to himself, "Am I considered trash because of my tiered talent?" Chapter 75. Exclusive Talent, Cultural Projection, Binding Successful. A dumping ground. Hearing Abu's words nearly brought the green whirlwind to tears, yet he dared not voice any objections. In the eyes of the higher-ranked players, his talent indeed seemed lacking. However, Abu had just mentioned that Mr. Chia only recruited players of tiered rank or above. Such arrogance was unfounded. Surely, he must be deceiving Sister Wei and Abu. The audacity of this second-rate faction to impose such exaggerated recruitment conditions surpassed even that of established factions. At that moment, Long Weiwei spoke resolutely, "Mr. Chia has his reasons for acting this way. You need not question any of his decisions. We shall follow his directives without hesitation." Abu, the green whirlwind. Did I just hear that correctly? Shouldn't these two prodigies exhibit a rebellious spirit? Why do they seem to unconditionally trust this Mr. Chia? What happened to their pride and dignity? If I possessed tiered talent, I would proudly traverse the city weekly, ensuring that everyone recognized my prowess. Yet what is up with these two? The green whirlwind was utterly bewildered. Long Weiwei glanced at the time. It was nearly 5 in the afternoon. She still had 2 hours of demon tree logging ahead of her and could not afford to waste time. "All right, green whirlwind, if you have nothing else to do, come over and help with the demon trees." With that, Long Weiwei dismissed him, picking up her iron axe to begin chopping. Abu, however, found himself rather fond of the green whirlwind. After all, a flower needs green leaves to accentuate its beauty. Previously, Long Weiwei had always overshadowed him, preventing Abu from experiencing the thrill of being a tiered prodigy. Now that the green whirlwind had arrived, it felt like he had gained a little brother, which delighted him. With a playful slap on the green whirlwind's shoulder, Abu grinned. "Stop daydreaming and get to chopping. We can share some stories later." The green whirlwind. Is it true that even the skilled are so down to earth? In this moment, the image of the formidable god of war Abu seemed to take on a three-dimensional quality. Abu ceased his jesting and hurried off to chop wood. After completing his task, he still needed to engage in 2 hours of physical training with Song Xinyue. Green Whirlwind observed that both Long Weiwei and Abu were urging him to undertake a contribution task. Internally, he was resistant. His original intention for joining the faction was merely to connect with Long Weiwei and Abu, not to linger within the Eternal Night faction for long. Thus, any contributions made would simply be in vain. However, now that both Long Weiwei and Abu were contributing to the faction, it felt somewhat impolite to decline the invitation from these esteemed figures on his very first day. Very well, he decided to participate for just 1 day, and he would concoct an excuse to withdraw the following day. He needed to swiftly level up. Then, he would join a larger faction in Tongquan City. Even a modest monthly salary of 5,000 would be preferable to this place. Ding! Lumberjack, quest to chop trees in the vast realm. You have accepted a faction task. Please fell the demon trees within the stipulated time. As the message concluded, Green Whirlwind found himself wielding an iron axe. He approached and swung the axe towards the soul-eating 9-meridian calamity vine. Roar! Instantly, a multitude of human faces appeared on its surface, nearly causing Green Whirlwind to lose control of himself. What on earth? How formidable! This is merely a level 1 faction. Yet why is such a powerful beast sealed here? Green Whirlwind could hardly fathom the strength of the 9-meridian calamity vine if it were unsealed. After regaining his composure, he continued to chop wood. An hour later, ding! You have chopped the demon tree 1,000 times, gaining 1 point of strength. Ding! You have completed an hour of online time, gaining 1 point of spirit. Astonished. Upon hearing these two system notifications, Green Whirlwind was utterly bewildered. What on earth? Chopping demon trees increases strength, and simply being online enhances spirit? My goodness, why had no one informed me of this? It turns out that falling in love with a faction feels this exhilarating. Wei Jia, Brother Abu, now I understand the depth of your affection for the faction. It seems my understanding has been too shallow. I must earnestly learn from you. Brother Abu, tomorrow when you need to relieve yourself, do invite me along. I must strive to improve myself and learn from you diligently. Abu. Meanwhile, outside. Ding. Member Green Whirlwind has chopped trees 1,000 times, gaining 1 point of strength. You have received 1 point of strength. Ding. Member Green Whirlwind has completed an hour of online time, gaining 1 point of spirit. You have received 1 point of spirit. Su Changqing received the system notifications, and a subtle smile graced his lips. With the addition of Green Whirlwind, the faction should be able to upgrade to level 2 tomorrow. He wondered what new features might be unlocked. Filled with anticipation, he logged off. As Long Weiwei and her companions were engrossed in their gaming, Su Changqing hurried back to the martial arts tower. Soon, he reached the top floor, pushed open the door, and discovered Weiwei and the others each ensconced in a corner, their consciousnesses immersed in the divine judgment realm. Taking a deep breath, he stood at the threshold, focused his thoughts, and declared, Civilization Projection, activate. This was his newly acquired exclusive talent. Upon obtaining this ability, an idea had immediately sprouted in his mind. Since Weiwei and Abu would be training here in the near future, he could bind the divine judgment realm with reality, thus maximizing their training potential. As his words echoed, a selection appeared in Su Changqing's mind. Ding! The environment of the training room on the top floor of the martial arts tower has been scanned. Please choose a location to bind the faction stronghold. 1. Potion Laboratory 2. Training Ground 3. Herb Garden. Su Changqing surveyed the listed locations and responded, 2. Training Ground. In an instant, the space on the top floor of the martial arts tower seemed to be distorted by an invisible force, radiant light, enveloping the entire room. As the brilliance gradually dissipated, the once ordinary training room remained unchanged. There was not a hint of transformation, save for the list of members currently training in Su Changqing's mind. Number of members, 210, Long Weiwei, having triumphed over Abu. Observing this, Su Changqing murmured, it appears that the attributes align with those of the game, imposing a limit on the number of participants. I wonder if enhancing the faction level will correspondingly elevate the privileges. Regardless, he was now eager to assess the training progress of Weiwei and Abu that evening. After binding the location, he departed. Upon returning home, Su Changqing found himself at leisure and decided to peruse the official forum. He glanced at the trending topics of the day, noting that 9 out of 10 were related to Fishhead Village. Server 9375, Fishhead Village explodes. The First World was ruthlessly defeated. The twin talents unmatched. Long Weiwei dominates the battlefield with poison, while Abu wields the armored beast king like a toy. Is the toxic talent overpowered? Long Weiwei poisons the world, armored beast king. This woman is lethal. God of War descends. Abu uses the armored beast king as a whip. Don't I deserve some dignity? The mysterious master strikes. Armored beast king. Who did I offend? Suddenly, one trending topic caught Su Changqing's attention. Shocking revelation. The identity of the mysterious master exposed, and it turns out to be him. The map expands, revealing a larger world, more competition, and further mysteries awaiting revelation. This narrative can continue only with your support, as there are no earnings to sustain it. If possible, please leave a 5-star review and send some free gifts. Thank you. Chapter 76, System Settlement, 20 Visualization, Data Surge, a shocking revelation? The identity of the mysterious powerhouse has been unveiled. Upon seeing this title, Su Changqing felt a sudden jolt in his heart. He hurriedly clicked to delve deeper, only to discover yet another instance of sensationalist headlines. However, the analysis within did possess some validity. It stated that the enigmatic figure who appeared in Yudo Village, slaying the ferocious world Crimson Armored Beast King with a single strike, was scrutinized frame by frame through a video of Su Changqing's previous challenge against the Bone Erosion Demon Wolf King at the Graveyard of the Fallen. The conclusion drawn from this analysis sent waves throughout the internet. It claimed that the true identity of this mysterious figure was none other than Anonymous Brother. Furthermore, there exists a staggering 99% chance that he is the current reigning champion in the novice server, holding the top positions in both the level and talent rankings. The post sparked a frenzy of discussion upon reaching this conclusion. Anonymous Brother? The legendary figure often spoken of, whose presence is as elusive as a dragon. He is actually the mysterious powerhouse who vanquished foes in Yudo Village with a single strike. My goodness, the world has truly become fantastical. Currently, the record he set at the Graveyard of the Fallen still stands tall. Even though the Berserk warriors have reached level 10, they cannot hope to surpass such a divine record. To hold the dual titles of top rank in both level and talent while remaining so low-key? This maneuver is simply extraordinary. It's astonishing to think that while we are still struggling in the novice village, Anonymous Brother has already attained legendary status. The disparity is akin to that between man and dog. Nevertheless, with such a legendary figure in existence, this game becomes even more intriguing. Anonymous Brother, we eagerly await the day you ascend to dominance. Dominance. It's merely a whimsical thought. They are soon to head to Tonquan City, where the officials will merge several novice servers. Hence, it will be impossible for Anonymous Brother to maintain his effortless reign atop the rankings. Just wait and see. I stake my reputation on it. Anonymous Brother's days of easy victories are numbered. Don't ask me why, for I possess insider information. Haha. To the brother above, are you suggesting that some forces may unite to hunt down Anonymous Brother? Haha. That is your speculation, not my assertion. The small pond of the novice village cannot contain a fish as grand as Anonymous Brother. Tonquan City is the true battlefield. At that time, Anonymous Brother might find himself overwhelmed by the might of various powerhouses, leading to existential doubts. Haha. Just the thought of it is delightful. TSK, TSK, TSK. Let us settle down with our little stools and await the spectacle. Su Chongqing slowly perused the netizens' comments, gathering a wealth of information. Little did he expect that despite his low profile, he had still incited discontent among some. This spotlight is hard to earn. He needed to devise a strategy to elevate Abu's prominence, allowing him to overshadow Su and draw the attention away, ensuring his own safety in the process. Moreover, once they reached Tonquan City, he would see if he could recruit another core player to expedite leveling up. Su Chongqing plotted how to delegate the perilous matters to his friends while awaiting the arrival of midnight. Soon enough, ding. The character of Chie has gained an increment of power, 104, agility, 20, constitution, 20, spirit, 44, and manifestation, 20. Congratulations, you have received an additional power, 21. Agility, 4, constitution, 4, and spirit, 9. Ding. The character of Chie has unlocked the extraordinary talent Infinite Poison Abyss at manifestation, level 20. Congratulations on acquiring this talent. Ding. The character of Chie has unlocked the extraordinary talent Nether King Battle Body at manifestation, level 20. Congratulations on acquiring this talent. Ding. The character of Chie currently possesses 80 coins. With a manifestation level of 100, congratulations on receiving 800,000 yuan, sent through legitimate means. Just as Su Chongqing thought it was over, an unexpected notification chimed. Ding. Civilization Projection Settlement List. Long Weiwei, War God Abu. After 2 hours of physical training today, you have converted 20 of their training results into your own attributes. Name, Su Chongqing. Power, 74. Agility, 22. Constitution, 32. Spirit, 30. Free attribute points, 1. Talents. Infinite Poison Abyss unlocked at level 20. Nether King Battle Body unlocked at level 20. Skills. Dragon Pattern Sword Technique. Great Sun Tathagata Vajra Mantra. Great Stone Transformation Attack. Ding. You have received 800,000 yuan. Your current balance is 323,000 yuan. Just as the settlement was completed, Su Chongqing received a notification from the bank. Feeling the dual baptism of body and wealth, Su Chongqing was exhilarated. He never expected that the benefits from the first-tier job change would be so substantial, completely redefining everything he had experienced before. Moreover, the newly acquired exclusive talent of civilization projection unexpectedly transformed into free attribute points, which was simply extraordinary. Previously, Su Chongqing had been concerned that if other members with different talents entered the training grounds, they might accumulate some attributes he did not particularly need, such as spirit. Thus, he had contemplated whether to allow only strength-based warriors to train, enabling him to consistently convert power. But now, after the system's settlement, he was free of this worry. Since it converted into free attribute points, he could allow any member to participate in training. The next morning, at 7 o'clock, Long Weiwei Abu and Tang Bing arrived early at the training room on the top floor of the martial arts building. Soon, Song Xinyue also arrived. However, upon entering, she immediately scanned the surroundings, hoping to see Su Changqing. When she did not find him, a hint of disappointment flickered in her eyes as she murmured, "So undisciplined. Could it be that he truly isn't the mysterious powerhouse from the combat assessment?" Song Xinyue shook her head and sighed. Forget it. Everyone has their own aspirations. She had initially hoped to observe his performance. If he excelled, it would have been reasonable to include him in physical training, but given his apparent laziness, she decided otherwise. At that moment, Abu wore a triumphant expression, his spirits seemingly elevated. Ha ha ha. This morning, I awoke feeling as though I had shattered my shackles. Not a trace of fatigue remains in my body. Senior Xinyue, am I not incredible? Just 2 days of training, and I've already made a breakthrough. Song Xinyue looked at Abu, puzzled. A breakthrough? So soon? It took me 3 days to achieve one, and I was considerably more skilled. Can he really have progressed so quickly? After a moment's reflection, she said, if you believe you've truly made a breakthrough, then let us engage in another combat simulation to ascertain the truth. Abu smirked, an air of disdain enveloping him. Uft, bring it on. Do I seem afraid? I'm not boasting. I was merely too modest before. Today showcases my true prowess. Senior Xinyue, I hope you don't fall for me after witnessing this. Ha ha ha. Nearby, Tang Bing felt a twinge of anxiety. Is this really the same Abu who was once deemed useless? I haven't sensed any significant progress despite my own level of talent. How can a low-level talent make such rapid advancements in just 2 days? Impossible. He must be exaggerating. Her disbelief was understandable, as she was unaware that the individual on the talent leaderboard was none other than Abu himself. Previously, she had known Abu possessed a level talent. So when the world spoke of the same Abu appearing on both the level and talent boards, she had always scoffed, firmly believing they were two entirely different people. Meanwhile, Abu donned his gloves and stepped into the center of the combat simulation. With a hum, the simulation commenced. After scanning the data, a virtual opponent materialized before Abu. The moment the virtual opponent appeared, it made no extraneous movements and swiftly closed the distance, delivering a fierce straight punch aimed at his face. Abu reacted with lightning speed. Tilting his head slightly to evade the blow effortlessly, he nimbly shifted his feet, muttering, "Oh ho, coming in hot right from the start. Are you trying to intimidate me?" The virtual opponent continued its assault, following up with a sweeping kick that stirred a gust of wind. Abu exerted power through his legs, leaping high, performing a somersault in midair and landing gracefully. He then charged forward, delivering a powerful punch to the virtual opponent's chest. The opponent dodged to the side, evading the strike and countering with a hook punch. Abu raised his arm to absorb much of the force, then seized the opponent's arm and hurled it away with considerable strength. Witnessing this, Song Xinyue's eyes brightened, and she nodded approvingly. Abu is impressive. Such marked progress in just 2 days. It seems that even with extraordinary talent, his ceiling is significantly higher than that of an ordinary individual. Upon witnessing this scene, Tang Bing's heart raced with anxiety. How formidable. Such quick reflexes. Everyone is trained for the same amount of time, and I have even exerted more effort than he has. Why can he effortlessly surpass his limits while I cannot? What am I truly lacking? Tang Bing racked her brain in search of an answer. Yet the truth was that what she lacked was Su Changqing, whom she had discarded from the very beginning. On the other side, the virtual opponent executed a swift turn in the air and landed gracefully, charging once more at Abu. With rapid movements, it unleashed a flurry of punches, the shadows of its fists dazzling and disorienting. Abu dodged left and right, bending low and sidestepping, all the while exclaiming, "Oh dear." This fighting style is akin to setting off firecrackers, crackling and popping. But for me, it's merely child's play. Amidst the evasion, Abu seized an opportunity and delivered a powerful kick to the virtual opponent's abdomen. The virtual opponent tightened its core, dissipating part of the force, yet still staggered backward a few steps. Abu pressed his advantage, launching a relentless barrage of punches and kicks, engaging in an intense close-quarters combat. Bang! Under Abu's relentless assault, the virtual opponent swiftly succumbed. Ultimately, his performance appeared on the screen. Defeat time, 8 minutes and 41 seconds. Combat assessment. The crowd was left in shock upon witnessing this result. In just 2 days, he had risen to the qualifying line. Such extraordinary combat skills. Individuals like him are truly terrifying. Typically carefree and disorganized, yet his rate of growth surpasses that of everyone else. It is indeed alarming. Tang Bing stood despondently in place. Although she believed she could achieve a score comparable to Abu's if she were to challenge now, it could not conceal the fact that her progress was lagging behind his. Abu gazed at the score on the screen, and his previously triumphant smile froze on his face. He scratched his head, muttering, "Oh dear. It seems I must continue to strive. I must aim for a higher rank next time." The crowd was taken aback. "A higher rank? Are you dreaming?" Song Xinyue chimed in. "Abu, if you can attain a higher rank, I'll introduce you to a girlfriend. Whatever type you fancy, from the graceful to the breathtaking. You can choose." To everyone's surprise, Abu merely smiled faintly and replied, "Sister, you aren't a spy sent by the enemy faction, are you? Thinking that I'm impressive and attempting to distract me with women? You are sorely mistaken. To me, women are all the same. 2 eyes, 1 nose, 1 mouth. Turn off the lights, and they're all identical, no difference at all." Song Xinyue exclaimed, "Goodness, your thought process is indeed unique." They then commenced their physical training for the day. As for Su Changqing, upon entering, a series of system notifications resonated. Ding! The member Green Whirlwind completed 8 tree-cutting tasks, earning 8 contribution points and gaining 8 points of strength. You have also received 8 points of strength. Ding! The member Green Whirlwind has accumulated 8 hours of online time, increasing his spirit by 8 points. You have gained 8 points of spirit. Ding! Due to the relentless efforts of the member. Congratulations on achieving a total of 100 contribution points for the Eternal Night faction, elevating it to level 2. Su Changqing, upon seeing these system notifications, was utterly bewildered. Goodness, it's only 9 in the morning, and Green Whirlwind has already spent 8 hours chopping demon trees? Unbelievable. Could he have been cutting trees since yesterday afternoon? My goodness. It's like he is competing in a triathlon. With a thought, Su Changqing hastily entered the faction stronghold. Upon entering, his field of vision expanded more than twice, increasing from over 200 square meters to nearly 500. Just then, a sound echoed in his ears. Ding! A new function for faction tasks has been unlocked. Let us go? Seek the Great Thousand Moving Maze. Please have the faction members proceed to the stronghold for a life and death race in the moving maze. A moving maze? Su Changqing raised an eyebrow. Intrigued, what on earth is this moving maze? Chopping demon trees increases strength. Accumulating online time enhances spirit. But what about this moving maze? At that moment, Green Whirlwind spotted Su Changqing and hurriedly jogged over with a bow, wearing a sycophantic smile. "Good morning, Mr. Seven Knights. If your legs are sore from standing, please come and sit. I can give you a massage. By the way, have you eaten? If not, I can have the tavern owner send over some dishes." At that moment, Green Whirlwind was devoid of the confidence he had displayed in their previous conversation. He didn't even mention the idea of leaving the faction. That would be absurd. He had spent the entire night chopping trees and accumulating time. There was no way he would quit. A smile crept across Su Changqing's face as he inquired, "Green Whirlwind, are you satisfied with Eternal Night?" Green Whirlwind paused for a moment, then cautiously replied, "Mr. Seven Knights, would you prefer to hear the truth or a falsehood?" "Truth? Falsehood? What a surprise, there's even a choice." Su Changqing had merely asked casually. But Green Whirlwind took the bait. "Then tell me, I'm curious how the falsehood sounds." Green Whirlwind chuckled and said, "Good, very good, extremely good, oh yeah." Su Changqing responded, "And what about the truth?" Green Whirlwind then earnestly replied, "I love China, I love my country, I love Eternal Night, and I love Mr. Seven Knights. Always ready to contribute all my strength. The act of felling trees and extending online duration has not significantly aided me in a tangible sense. One enhances strength, while the other bolsters spirit. However, as an assassin, my true requirement lies in speed. This is not something that power can provide, and it remains an area for improvement." Just as these thoughts crossed my mind, an unexpected system notification echoed in the recesses of my mind. "Ding! Keep it up. Embark on the Great Thousand Mobile Maze. Would you like to accept the faction task, Mobile Maze Life and Death Race?" Green Whirlwind, what on earth is a mobile maze? Could it be? Ha ha ha, Mr. Seven Knights. I adore you. With this thought, Green Whirlwind's eyes sparkled with an undeniable excitement. "I accept. Mobile maze entry ticket acquired. Please proceed to the training ground. Mr. 7 Knights, I shall go ahead and take a look. Without delay, Green Whirlwind hurriedly made his way to the training ground, his heart racing faster with each step closer. As the grand gate of the training ground slowly opened before him, he took a deep breath and stepped inside, revealing a vast and intricate maze entrance. The maze was woven from countless towering green vines, shimmering with a faint blue light. Its pathways twisted and turned, sometimes broad, sometimes narrow. Standing at the entrance, the system's voice echoed in his ears. Notice, mobile maze life and death race, speed 70 miles per hour, akin to a carefree spirit. Requires running for 1 hour to complete the task. 1 hour time limit? What a jest. I have endured 16 consecutive hours of tree felling. Running for just an hour is hardly a challenge. Without a moment's hesitation, Green Whirlwind stepped inside, taking his first stride into the maze. Within the maze, the air was fresh and moist, occasionally brushed by a gentle breeze carrying the unique fragrance of the vines, invigorating the spirit. Yet, Green Whirlwind had no time to relish these sensations. All his focus remained fixed on the path ahead. He began to run, his steps light and powerful, each footfall precisely landing on the narrow pathways of the maze. The routes within seemed to shift continuously, sometimes branching, sometimes converging. Yet undeterred, Green Whirlwind pressed forward with reckless abandon, regardless of whether the path was right or wrong. As time passed, he found himself increasingly reveling in this experience. There were no enemies pursuing him, no traps threatening his safety, only the pure exhilaration of running. His breathing gradually steadied, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Yet he felt an unprecedented sense of liberation and joy. After an unknown duration, when the system's notification chimed once more to signal that time was up, Green Whirlwind came to a halt. He stood in a secluded corner of the maze, surrounded by a labyrinth of vines, yet he knew he had successfully endured the hour. Congratulations on completing the mobile maze life and death race, Agility 1. The eyes of the Green Whirlwind sparkled with an indescribable joy as a surge of newfound power coursed through him. Clenching his fists, he threw his head back and laughed heartily, his voice echoing through the labyrinth. Ha ha ha. There really is a quest to increase agility. I have truly become a giant whirlwind this time. Ha ha ha. The Green Whirlwind was elated, having completely forgotten his earlier vows to depart. As Su Chongqing emerged from the stronghold, Long Weiwei and Abu happened to enter. Mr. Chia, has our faction reached level 2? Upon seeing Su Chongqing nod, Abu instantly exclaimed. Then let us hasten to Tongquan City. That anonymous brother is already at level 12, and the berserkers are gradually reaching level 10. Our advantage is quickly diminishing. Without hesitation, Su Chongqing replied, All right, let us set off for Tongquan City at once. Long Weiwei interjected, What about the Green Whirlwind? Are we not taking him along? After a moment of silence, Su Chongqing responded, Let him play by himself. The wealthy will uplift the less fortunate. We shall conquer Tongquan City first, and he can remain here to complete faction tasks and level up at his own pace. The others had no objections, and they proceeded to leave Fishhead Village, heading towards Tongquan City. Ding! You are approaching Tongquan City. Would you like to enter? Hint: upon opening Tongquan City, server data for 93719-375 will soon be merged. Yes, Long Weiwei confirmed without hesitation. Meanwhile, all 5 players in the novice server received a system notification. In the God Judgment game, server 9375, Long Weiwei has opened Tongquan City. Server 93719-375 will undergo maintenance in 5 minutes, expected to last 8 hours. Upon completion, server data will be merged and towns and villages will no longer have restrictions on movement. The system announcement repeated 5 times. In that moment, everyone erupted in astonishment. What the heck? It's only been a week since the server opened, and they're already merging? The speed of server 9375 is astonishing. I can't keep up. It's impossible. I just heard that Fishhead Village on server 9375 killed a world boss yesterday, and all participating players leveled up by at least 1, with some gaining 3 levels. This has created an immense gap between us. Let me share some despairing news. Server 9375 already has players at level 12. Damn, who is this freak? Perhaps merging is for the best. Once towns and villages are no longer restricted, we can start seizing opportunities. Ha ha ha. I've heard that the top players on server 9375 are loners, completely uncooperative. In the world of God judgment, lack of unity is a path to self-destruction. We shall surely annihilate them. In the realm of the Mad Warriors, I have just completed a Spirit Hall dungeon, taking a total of 1 hour, 11 minutes, and 32 seconds. Mad Warriors, our latest record still surpasses that of Long Wei Wei and her team by more than 2 minutes. It baffles me how they managed to achieve their results. They have now progressed to Tongquan City. What should we say about this? Over the past few days, they have been fully engaging in dungeons daily, finally elevating their levels to 10. However, in their pursuit of breaking this dungeon record, they have spent an additional half a day grinding. Yet now, we have received a system announcement indicating that they are beginning to feel the pressure. After a moment of contemplation, Mad Warriors declared, "Here is the plan. Once the maintenance concludes, everyone should swiftly change their class. After transitioning, we shall give it one final attempt. If we fail, we will immediately head to Tongquan City. Upon arrival, we will formally establish our faction and commence our faction wars." Huang Hao nodded in agreement. Indeed, the faction represents a new starting point. I refuse to believe that, starting from the same position, our faction's development will lag behind Long Wei Wei's team. Let us give it our all. Very well. After the maintenance, we will change classes and make another attempt. By the way, Heisey, could you post on the official forum, declaring our determination to break the Spirit Hall's hell-level dungeon record? This will not only build momentum for our faction, but also apply some pressure on anonymity. He has been excessively arrogant. Currently, he has garnered considerable attention online, which has a significant impact on us. Huang Hao exclaimed. Meanwhile, Maddie chuckled. I posted it an hour ago. With the maintenance approaching, I anticipate that the thread will explode soon. I am eager to see how anonymity responds this time. After Su Chongqing exited the game, he unexpectedly noticed the post made by Mad Warriors on the official forum, directly addressing anonymity with an exceedingly arrogant tone. Is anonymity a deity or a mere rodent? Why is he hesitant to tackle the dungeon? He glanced at the popularity of the post. Astonishingly, there were over 30,000 comments. Unable to resist, Su Chongqing clicked to explore further. Chapter 79, The 5 Continents of the World. Congratulations on the expiry of the new player service. Su Chongqing entered the thread initiated by Maddie, which bore a rather straightforward content. Is anonymity a deity or a mere rodent? Why is he hesitant to tackle the dungeon? Recently, the forum has been rife with praises for anonymity, hailing him as a god of dungeons. However, upon closer inspection, the so-called miracle is merely a record of a level 5 dungeon clearance. One cannot perpetually dwell in the past, can they? The so-called technical prowess showcased no innovative operations that broke the mechanics. Relying solely on innate talent may yield advantages in the early stages, but it becomes less impactful as the game progresses, rendering it of minimal reference value. The notion of deification resembles the hurried retreat of someone exposed. Though I acknowledge that anonymity's individual strength is indeed formidable, one must remember that this game is never solely about one person. How far can he truly go on his own? Since the opening of the Hell-level instance in the Spirit Hall, true warriors should have transformed their records into an electrocardiogram. For instance, the Long Wei Wei team and our team, the Mad Warriors of the world. We achieved success in the Hell-level instance with just a few dedicated individuals. Yet, what about some others? They hide behind the shield of anonymity, too timid to accept even a decent challenge, afraid to show their faces. Is the instance truly that daunting? Or do some individuals merely thrive as keyboard warriors, confined to the chat box? Lastly, let it be noted, the first world armored beast king of Fishhead Village was not vanquished by the anonymous brother. Rather, it seems more like he waited for others to finish their hard work before swooping in to claim the spoils. Accompanied by an image of the critically wounded armored beast king, surrounded by enraged players, with Su Chongqing appearing to seize the opportunity. Su Chongqing, upon reading, noted that not a single foul word was uttered throughout the text, yet through comparative techniques and visual symbolism, the doubts were transformed into a lingering humiliation of Su Chongqing's dignity. It is no wonder that within a mere hour, netizens left an astounding 30,000 comments. He scrolled down to peruse the remarks. Surely, the keyboard of the anonymous brother must be rusted by now? The spiderwebs at the entrance of the instance have grown 3 feet thick. How amusing. The last time he boasted about soloing the Hell-level instance, I thought he was poised to take off, only to be ridiculed by the Long Wei Wei team and the Mad Warriors. Mad D's final comment rang true. I see the anonymous brother not as a hero saving everyone, but rather as a petty opportunist. Only when others had nearly defeated the armored beast king did he emerge, demonstrating a truly inscrutable intent. With the armored beast king on the brink of defeat, had it been me, I could have slain him with a single strike. Anonymous Master, do not hide any longer. The record wall of the Spirit Hall Hell Level instance has a spot reserved for your graffiti, awaiting your artistic touch. Ha ha. Ha ha. The silence of the anonymous brother is deafening. I suggest renaming him the protagonist of the disappearing instance legend. Where are the fans of the anonymous brother? Come forth to defend him. Have you all gone to weep at the entrance of the instance? The Mad Warrior's recent maneuvers are truly impressive. I am holding down the coffin lid of the anonymous brother. You may continue to beat the corpse. Huang Lang, once I reach Tongquan City, I will surely join the Mad Warriors, for no other reason than they are simply superior to the anonymous brother. After reading the final message, Su Chongqing promptly replied below, I will remember you. Do not beg to join my faction in the future. Having sent the reply, he exited. Yet, he may have underestimated the rapid pace at which netizens browse through posts. Not 10 seconds after his response, dozens of comments had already accumulated below. On the sofa. Wow. WeVe captured the anonymous brother. Huang Lang, you're finished. You've been remembered by the anonymous brother. Ha ha ha. Speaking of which, since the anonymous brother has come to peruse Huang Hao's post, will he make a move next? If nothing transpires, then he is certainly not a man. Suddenly, Huang Lang received hundreds upon thousands of replies in the back end, leaving him bewildered. Who knows what is happening? I was merely boasting out of habit. How did it escalate into this? He hurried to the back end to check. Little did he know, upon inquiry, he was taken aback. What on earth? Did the anonymous brother reply to me? No wonder it has gained such immense popularity. However, as a proud man of stature, would I need to humbly plead to join your ranks? What a jest! A hint of disdain curled at the corner of his mouth as he replied. I kneel to heaven and earth, to my parents below. I would rather perish than beg you, fool. His words flowed with nonchalance. Yet, unbeknownst to him, he would soon pay an unfathomable price for such arrogance, one that could ruin his life. After Su Chongqing exited, he pondered and casually posted a message. Failure is the mother of success. I offer 200, and you shall achieve success, learning and applying instantly. While others resort to clickbait, he too crafted a catchy headline. The main content was rather straightforward. Is the Spirit Hall's hell-level dungeon truly that difficult? Once repairs are complete, I shall demonstrate my prowess. Remember, if your mother asks why you are kneeling to watch, you know how to respond, right? Simple yet profound. No superfluous words, a powerful retort to the raging battlefield. Moreover, the crucial aspect is that Su Chongqing employed the term one-on-one, which unmistakably revealed his sharp fangs, prepared to strike back. He was declaring to all, you rely on teamwork. No, I need only one. This bold proclamation heightened the anticipation among the crowd. Even if the anonymous brother does not break the record, I have been thoroughly swept up in his fervor. How magnificent, not seeking trouble, yet unafraid of it. So what if the opponent is the raging battlefield? The anonymous brother remains undeterred, unyielding to any power. Incredible. Voice cracking. I can hardly contain my excitement. It is worth noting that the Long Weiwei team took 1 hour, 8 minutes, and 52 seconds, still reigning at the top, with the second place being the raging battlefields. They have battled for 3 days without breaking the record, showcasing the formidable nature of Long Weiwei's achievement. But amid such daunting circumstances, who bestowed the anonymous brother with such courage? Now, you may respond, Doghead. After Su Chongqing replied, he closed the official post. Initially, he sought to remain low-key and foster friendships, but since they insisted on pressuring him, he had no choice but to lay his cards on the table. Soon enough, 8 hours of maintenance time passed in the blink of an eye. It was now past 5 in the afternoon. Su Chongqing leisurely projected his consciousness into the divine judgment world. As soon as he entered, he received a system prompt. Ding. The merger of divine judgment game, server no. 93719-375 has been completed. The world has expanded. The world is now divided into 5 continents. Your current region is the 9375th. The central town for all 5 continents is Tongquan City. Tongquan City serves as the transportation hub for the 5 continents, allowing for teleportation to different islands. Ding. A multitude of system features is being gradually unveiled. The faction feature has been activated, allowing players to utilize faction tokens to establish their own factions. The novice protection system has been disabled, while the red name system is now in effect. Should a player find themselves in a red name status, they will be unable to teleport, and upon death, will drop all items in their possession. The cross-server world is now accessible, enabling players to seize the opportunity to conquer other states and achieve a remarkable comeback. The interstate arena has been opened, hosting a grand competition across 5 continents each week, where each state selects a team of 30 representatives to engage in a battle royale. The champion state receives the blessing of the divine realm, granting all players in that state a 20 experience boost for 3 consecutive days. Note, the preliminary rounds of the interstate competition will commence in 3 days. The sudden influx of system functionalities has left everyone astounded, momentarily eclipsing the anticipation of Su Chongqing's imminent challenge against the hellish dungeon. Chapter 80. An unexpected encounter with Fu Xiaoyu. An invitation to join Eternal Night is declined. The activation of faction features heralds the imminent emergence of faction wars, where individual advantages will gradually yield to the supremacy of teamwork. Anonymity is doomed. Do not be deceived by the current sense of superiority. Faction wars often involve hundreds or thousands of participants. As the saying goes, 3 cobblers with their wits combined equal zhuge liang. How can one individual stand against an entire faction? Moreover, upon exiting the novice village, the novice protection system has been disabled, signifying that many who disapprove of him are now conspiring to eliminate him, merely by virtue of his red name status. Truth be told, there remains a glimmer of hope for our anonymous friend, contingent upon his willingness to seize the opportunity. By aligning himself with a formidable faction, this predicament could be effortlessly resolved. I can almost foresee the onset of chaotic times. The period from levels 10 to 30 will be characterized by fierce intercontinental strife. The outcome is uncertain. We are all dark horses in this race. Brothers, rise up. In an instant, everyone is filled with confidence for the future. The delineation of the 5 continents has been established, expanding the entire world's map 5-fold. The turmoil has arrived. Ding! The faction leaderboard has been activated. Upon receiving this notification, the crowd did not rush to view it with urgency. Quick, everyone, take a look at the faction leaderboard. In a state of shock, ha ha ha. My friend, you appear quite inexperienced. Take a cue from me and maintain your composure. The intercontinental merger has only just begun, and the big shots have yet to acquire their faction tokens. What is there to see on the faction leaderboard? Compose yourself. The leaderboard already displays factions, and notably, there exists a level 2 faction. What? The crowd immediately erupted in astonishment. Hasn't it just begun? How is there a level 2 faction already? Upon opening the faction leaderboard, they indeed found a solitary faction standing there, exuding an aura of invincible solitude. Ranking faction, name level 1 Eternal Night 2 Goodness. There truly is one. Eternal Night? A level 2 faction? What is this madness? Does anyone know which faction this belongs to? This message seems to have vanished into thin air, as no one has responded for quite some time. Meanwhile, in Tongquan City, Su Chongqing walks ahead, followed closely by Long Weiwei and Abu. He takes a moment to assess the statuses of Long Weiwei and Abu. Name, Long Weiwei. Gender, female. Age, 18. Level, 11. Occupation, intermediate plague alchemist, unique. Talent, level, status, member of Eternal Night. Name, God of War Abu. Gender, male. Age, 18. Level, 11. Occupation, intermediate boxer. Talent, level, status, member of Eternal Night. Once the faction's functions were officially activated, their faction information was made public. Wei Jie? At that moment, a young woman spotted Long Weiwei and rushed over, her face alight with joy, resembling an enthusiastic fan. I'm so thrilled to see you here. Long Weiwei turned to see that the newcomer was Fu Xiaoyu, her expression filled with confusion. You know me. Fu Xiaoyu then elaborated. I've been following you for a long time. I often see your videos on the official forum. This is my first time meeting you in person. Long Weiwei. While Fu Xiaoyu was speaking, she suddenly froze, her body stiffening as she shouted, Eternal Night. Wei Jie, you are actually a member of the Eternal Night faction? And Abu too? The rumors are true. You two are really together. Oh my goodness. So, did you establish the Eternal Night faction? Upon hearing this, Long Weiwei panicked and quickly interjected, Xiaoyu, you must not say such things. I have no romantic interest in Abu. I wouldn't look at that soft man. Abu rolled his eyes. Hey, Wei Jie, it's fine if you don't fancy me. But could you refrain from calling me a soft man in front of others? I have my dignity, you know. Long Weiwei paid him no mind and discreetly glanced at Su Chongqing, noticing that he did not react, which relieved her immensely. She smiled and clarified, Xiaoyu. I did not establish Eternal Night. It was created by Mr. Chia. Fu Xiaoyu turned to Su Chongqing, her brow furrowing slightly. Green? How can such a useless person command the loyalty of both Long Weiwei and God of War Abo? This is beyond my comprehension. Confused, Fu Xiaoyu could only smile politely and nod at Su Chongqing. Su Chongqing noticed the 3 words floating above Fu Xiaoyu's head. Can be recruited. He raised an eyebrow and clicked to view Fu Xiaoyu's personal information. Name: Fu Xiaoyu. Gender: female. Age: 18. Level: 10. Occupation: intermediate sorceress. Talent: level. Status: recruitable. A sorceress? A peculiar auxiliary profession? Level talent? Quite impressive. Su Chongqing, with a gleam of ambition in his eyes, smiled at her and said, Xiaoyu, I sense a fateful connection between us. Would you consider joining my faction? Long Weiwei. New affections? Abu. My goodness. Mr. Chia beams like a blooming flower upon encountering a beauty. Upon witnessing this, Fu Xiaoyu's brow furrowed instantly, thinking to herself, what is there to laugh about? Pervert. If it weren't for Sister Wei, I would have slapped him. Su Chongqing, sensing an inexplicable hostility, replied, I apologize. But I am already aligned with a faction I admire. After saying this, Fu Xiaoyu ignored Su Chongqing and turned to Long Weiwei, saying, Sister Wei, are you still planning to challenge the Spirit Hall dungeon? I'll let you in on a secret. The Hell-level dungeon you left behind in the Spirit Hall will undoubtedly be conquered by the Berserk warriors today. Long Weiwei felt puzzled. Fu Xiaoyu, feeling somewhat shy in front of her idol, wasn't he a mere fan? Her admiration for Long Weiwei drove her to strive to become someone who could stand alongside her. Sister Wei, I'm sorry, but I am with the Berserk warriors. We just completed our job transition and are preparing to return to challenge the Hell-level dungeon in the Spirit Hall. Let us add each other as friends. Soon, Fu Xiaoyu and Long Weiwei became friends, and she hurriedly took her leave. Su Chongqing watched Fu Xiaoyu's retreating figure and muttered, Berserk warriors? So she is with them? Never mind. Level talent is not without its merits. He had acted on a whim earlier, and since Fu Xiaoyu showed no interest, he would not press further. Mr. Chia, shall we go and break the Spirit Hall record? I heard that the anonymous brother will be there as well. Long Weiwei inquired. If we go, we could make a name for our faction, making it easier to recruit members. Su Chongqing shook his head. Forget it. This has nothing to do with us. With that, he led Long Weiwei toward the intercontinental teleportation point, contemplating, once I have soothed you all, I will change my identity and seize the record. Before long, they arrived at the intercontinental teleportation point. Ding! Would you like to teleport to state 9375? Su Chongqing checked. Teleporting within the same state required 10 gold coins, while traveling to another state cost 100 gold coins. Yes, in a flash of golden light, they each paid 10 gold coins and returned to state 9375. As for Fu Xiaoyu, she swiftly made her way to reunite with the Berserk warriors. Hello, Fu Xiaoyu, what an air you have. Everyone awaits your presence. Do not presume that we cannot proceed without you. I assure you, this is a splendid opportunity for you to gain recognition, a compensation for your recent efforts. Do not carry yourself with such arrogance, thinking yourself invincible. If you are reluctant to participate, there are plenty who would beseech us to take them along. Quickly, Fu Xiaoyu bowed her head in apology, lacking the demeanor of a true warrior. I apologize, I just encountered an old friend and chatted a bit longer than intended. It won't happen again. She dared not mention Long Weiwei, for that would only exacerbate her predicament. As this thought crossed her mind, she instinctively recalled Su Chongqing's invitation to join his faction, juxtaposing it with her current subservience to Quang Zhan and his group. The contrast struck her with a pang of sorrow. Perhaps aligning with the Eternal Night faction would be more advantageous? No sooner had this thought emerged than she swiftly dismissed it. Do not overthink. A faction founded by a worthless individual cannot possibly be compared to Quang Zhan and his crew. Even remaining in the second team of Quang Zhan is far superior to being with Eternal Night. At that moment, Quang Zhan declared, now that everyone is gathered, let us set forth. Today, we will slay demons and Buddhas alike. We shall make the name of Quang Zhan resonate across the 5 continents. The assembly echoed, the name of Quang Zhan shall resonate across the 5 continents. Fu Xiaoyu's heart surged with emotion as she mused. This is the faction I yearn for. Eternal Night? It could never provide for me.